F. Introduction, XXV. Entries AZ, 1 to 482. Appendix I, Chronology of the most notable books, scholars, and events in Black Studies, 483. Appendix II, Advanced Degree, Granting Programs, 487. Appendix III, Major Journals in Black Studies, 489. Suggested Resources, 491. A. An educational philosophy is commonly contrasted accommodationism with the social and political philosophy of other turn of the 20th century African American leaders, and accommodationism generally refers to a public poll intellectuals. Most often Washington's accommodation, in which African Americans are advised to acceptionism and conservatism, are compared with W.E.B. Current racial domination and discrimination in order Du Bois' much mangled theory of the talented to be gradually granted full citizenship and integration, 10th of blacks capable of leading the rest, critique into American society at some future time. As a major of cultural nationalism, and democratic socialism. How turn in 20th century African American social and ever, Du Bois was merely one of many critics who political philosophy, accommodationism is usually took issue with Washington's Tuskegee machine, and associated with Booker T. Washington's thought and informal group of individuals led by Washington who practices. Washington's philosophy of accommodation were the principal opinion makers in the Africanism is best characterized by its emphasis on American community. In fact, a short list of some African American vocational training and industrial of Washington's other albeit often omitted critics' education, pro-capitalist and anti-unionist stances, reads like an all-star roll call of 20th century African public acceptance of the dialectic of white supremacy, American social and political thinkers, and radical and black inferiority, black collaboration with influjournalists, Francis Grimke, William Monroe Trotter, Enchel, and wealthy whites so as to paternally critique George W. Forbes, Thomas T. Fortune, A. Phillip, and correct backward and childlike blacks, and Randolph, Oliver C. Cox, Kelly Miller, and J. Mack's euphemization of the importance of electoral politics. Barber. What perplexed Washington's critics many, and the struggle for civil rights and social justice, of whom were at one time Washington supporters, Du Bois included, was his double dealing with regard to politics, economics, and education. Booker T. Washington's philosophy of accommodationism. Washington's political philosophy, where many of the most noted 19th century African American leaders were distinguished by their emancipation. Washington's conservative political philosophy paid efforts to free blacks from bondage and bring counseled blacks not to seek immediate social equal into being an authentic multicultural America, but to be patient, faithful, law-abiding, and UNRRA. Washington's words and deeds stand in stark relief. Sentful in the face of white racial domination, and he has been hailed as the archetypal African discrimination. In his famous 1895 address at the American Conservative, because he urged blacks to Cotton State's exposition in Atlanta, the established order. Washington's economic strategy. Washington, in his customary fashion, catered to the 2 whims and wishes of whites when he stated, the artificial forcing. Politics and economics went wisest among my race understand that the agitation hand in hand in Washington's ideology, but greater of questions of social equality is the extremist folly. Emphasis was placed on economics. In his assessment, Washington wanted to assure whites that his ideology of blacks' situation at the turn of the 20th century, was one of conservative black economic and education. Washington opined that a firm economic foundational development, a brand of thought that did not would enable blacks to achieve their freedom faster, demand redress for past or present white wrongdoing than a purely political or agitative approach would. An anti-African activity, for example, the African. He quickly befriended wealthy whites, such as Holocaust, enslavement of Africans, and segregation. Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller, and leader of blacks in U.S. society. Ally became the darling of turn of the 20th century. However, many of Washington's critics were quick philanthropy circles. It is in this setting that to point to the fact that although he publicly advocated Washington mugged and masked most, telling darky and apolitical or, as some have asserted, an anti-political jokes and deprecating and diminishing black philosophy for black development, he was none the dignity. According to his biographer Lewis Harlan, less privately involved in the search for solutions to Washington's comfort with belittling black dignity, both black and white political problems. Despite his before wealthy whites, evidenced by his constant non-political public stance, Washington served as a reiteration of his favorite coon stories and quips, sort of unofficial African-American advisor to force, such as there seems to be a sort of sympathy between U.S. presidents, Grover Cleveland, William McKinley, the Negro, and the Mule, helped to exacerbate, and Theodore Roosevelt, and William Taft. Behind the perpetuate racist myths and stereotypes about black scenes and in clandestine black political circles, inferiority. Washington used his Tuskegee machine and international influence to fight for civil rights and social justice. Washington's philosophy of education ties. For example, in 1900 he covertly lobbied against racist election provisions in Louisiana's state constitution, what might be called Washington's philosophy of shun. Further, it was reported that in 1903 Washington education was essentially an extension of his political. Personally spent over $4,000 opposing Alabama's and economic thought. In fact, although much has segregation laws in federal courts, Washington's crit been made of Washington's emphasis on vocational ICS, however, in both the past and the present, have training and industrial education. Records show that maintain that no matter what he did privately, his both Hampton, where Washington went to school, and stated public position and approach to racist policies, Tuskegee Institute, where he was president, produced, gave whites the impression that blacks were not more black teachers at the turn of the 20th century as devoted to democracy as they were interested in then manual or skilled laborers. One reason for this earning a dollar, Washington went so far as to assert, was the covert ideological character of Washington's. The opportunity to earn a dollar in a factory just educational program, which promised manual labor, now is worth infinitely more than the opportunity to ERS but delivered college-educated blacks. Spend a dollar in an opera house. In other words, Washington's educational thought was based on he asked African Americans to accept segregation pro that of his tutor and idol, General Samuel Chapman Vide. They would have every opportunity to advance Armstrong, who developed a pedagogy that was economically designed specifically to coerce blacks to accept post-Reconstruction white racial rule. Armstrong argued that blacks should be encouraged to take up industrial Washington's economic theory. Education as a way to subordinate and hold them. Washington believed that with economic advance as second-class citizens in the white-ruled, post-meant, blacks would be in a position to gain and main Reconstruction South. According to Armstrong, blacks tain power in U.S. society, which is to say that he were not capable of self-government, and should be foresaw blacks becoming a political force. He said, it banned from the American political arena. He eagerly is important and right that all privileges of the law. Advertised himself as a friend of the Negro, urging BRs, and he added that such privileges would be African Americans to let politics alone, claiming that gained by severe and constant struggle rather than black votes during Reconstruction enabled some of 3. Affirmative action. 3. The worst man to become involved in politics, primary source of Washington's philosophy, as they creating a situation that no white race on this earth represent public expressions of his private reflections on ought to endure or will endure. Clearly Washington's the conditions of African American people. Aversion to public politics stemmed from Armstrong's influence on him. Throughout his public life, Washington asserted that African Americans' first affirmative action priority was to get a foundation in education, industry, and property. In order to build this foundation, Washington urged African Americans to forego open the concept of affirmative action as a governmental agitation against segregation and for political friend policy to redress past and current acts of racial discrimination. First entered the public consequences for African Americans, Educational and Lexicon on March 6, 1961 when President John Economic Underdevelopment, continued and increased. F. Kennedy issued Executive Order 10,925. Facing anti-black violence, especially lynching, temporary mounting pressures from African Americans, liberals, throttling of black social and political theory and civil rights activists, and other humanitarian groups, praxis and censure and erasure of black intellectual. Kennedy called upon employers to engage in offer independence. Massive action to address, forthrightly, the race issue in America, particularly as it related to the federal. Ryland Rebecca. Government's role in supporting racial inequities in employment opportunities. Although calling it offer further reading. Massive action was new, public demands for Anandis-Bush, Rod. The Washington, Du Bois conflict, criminatory form of government can be traced as far African American social movements in the age of back as the U.S. Constitution. Imperialism, 1890, World War I. In We Are Not What from its very inception, affirmative action was we seem, black nationalism and class struggle in the intended to support a policy of fairness and equal American century. New York, New York University Press. Opportunity in Federal Employment Practices, with the This is a fine critique of the early 20th century debates regarding African American social theory and movements. Initial efforts focused on businesses and organizations. Childs, John Brown. Constituting the vanguard, that received federal support through governmental Washington and Du Bois Imagine leading groups, each in contracts. On September 26, 1965, President Lyndon His Own Image. In leadership, conflict, and cooperation, Johnson provided the cornerstone of affirmative in Afro-American social thought. Philadelphia, Temple Action Policy when he reaffirmed the government's University Press. Childs's essay situates the debate position in Executive Order 11246. The order prohibits between Du Bois and Washington as an ongoing issue of discrimination on the basis of race, creed, color, political and social leadership within the African American and national origin, but not sex. In 1973, President Community. Cox, Oliver C. The leadership of Booker T. Richard Nixon amended Executive Order 11246 with Washington. Social Forces, 30, 91-97. This remains one of Executive Order 11375 in order to include sex as the most insightful pieces ever written on the leadership protected class, thereby concluding the presidential philosophy of Booker T. Washington. Initiatives that launched affirmative action policy. Harlan, Lewis R. Booker T. Washington, The Making of Responsibility for Oversight of Policy Implementation. A Black Leader, 1856-1901. New York, Oxford University rested with the Department of Labor. Press. Harlan's work is largely responsible for establishing a framework for examining Booker T. Washington in light of the complex issues that faced black leadership in the evolution of affirmative action. American South. Marable, Manning. Booker T. Washington and during the first decade of the policy's existence, offer political economy of black accommodation. In Black Massive Action's evolutionary process was marked by leadership. New York, Columbia University Press. This is the passage of various legislative and regulatory acts, brilliant examination of Washington's philosophy in the Con Laws, executive orders, and Supreme Court Desi text of the overall political economy of the black community. Washington, Booker T. Selected speeches of Booker T. Zions and supported by legal mandates of the U.S. Washington. E. Davidson, Washington, ed. Garden City, Constitution, the 14th Amendment, and Civil New York, Doubleday, Doran. These speeches are the best rights acts. It was an important aspect of the nation's 4. Affirmative action. Overall civil rights initiative. As the concept continued and university efforts to include members of diverse to evolve, the principles of fairness and the expect racial and ethnic groups on their campuses. While shun of equal opportunity for all were applied to busy, many acknowledged the devastating effects of past nesses, corporations, institutions of higher education, discrimination on African Americans and other societal organizations. Many institutions, groups, they posited that a color-blind approach, although not mandated to do so by the federal government, was the only legitimate way to end centuries of social voluntarily created and implemented affirmative discrimination and social injustice. Action programs as they attempted to find ways to the 1978 Supreme Court decision in the Regents of eliminate discriminatory practices and improve Upper California v. Bakke marked the beginning of a decline to ties for African Americans, women, and people in public support for affirmative action. Bakke, of color, 36-year-old white male engineer, had been denied affirmative action was an outcomes-oriented admission to the University of California's medical policy that went beyond the mere principle of non-school at Davis. He sued on the basis that the institute discrimination practices of non-discrimination worsens affirmative action program, by specifying the differentiated from those of affirmative action, which number of racial minorities to be included in each went further by suggesting that specific efforts would constituted a quota system and violated his be used to recruit, employ, and promote formerly constitutional rights as an individual applying to the excluded people. Affirmative action's basic premise school ruling in his favor, the Supreme Court was that positive action must be taken to overcome the affirmed that quota systems were a violation of consystemic forms of institutionalized racism, discriminational law, but that the utilization of race as a nation, and oppression that permeate every sector of factor in admissions was not. The decision set in American society motion a national debate about what was acceptable during the initial stages of policy implementation, under the government's affirmative action policy. Affirmative action received much support from politicians, academics, and public intellectuals, who affirmative action applauded the government's efforts to diversify the political disarray. Workforce. Affirmative action rules and regulations were vigorously applied to the Philadelphia Plan. In the 1980s, the Reagan administration's Open, which established the goal of hiring those who were opposition to civil rights and race-sensitive solutions discriminated against to work on publicly funded to the nation's social problems, did not bode well for projects in an effort to diversify the building trade. Affirmative action. The Reagan administration's unions and expand opportunities for blue-collar desire to jettison affirmative action as soon as it workers. However, as the premise of equal opportunity was politically possible was well known. In addition, NITI spread and eventually made its way to institutions. Repeated legal challenges and growing ambiguity of higher education, strong opposition to the policy about what constituted a constitutionally sound emerged, resulting in the higher education arena survgram made it difficult for institutions committed to ing as the central battleground of affirmative action. Racial diversity to continue their affirmative action. By the mid-1970s, affirmative action had emerged efforts. While the social inequities in the distribution as one of the nation's most contentious and controversial of America's social resources was a jarring public social policies. Proponents argued that affirmative reality, governmental support for affirmative action is a morally justified approach to redressing the continued to dissipate nation's historic practices of racial and sexual Jimmy Carter's administration was supportive of crimination. They insisted that to create a more equal affirmative action policy, George Bush's administration society, aggressive equal opportunity strategies was not. Bill Clinton's administration offered hope that be applied to every segment of American society. Affirmative action initiatives would be strengthened, particularly higher education, which serves as a door of particularly as they related to the appointment opportunity to improved social standing. Opponents of federal justices who were repeatedly entrusted advanced the concept of reverse discrimination, with the responsibility of interpreting the legality of tending that whites were being victimized by the nation's affirmative action efforts. Early in his 5. Africa World Press 5. administration, George W. Bush indicated that he would not be supportive of affirmative action policies. Africa World Press. However, the legal challenge to the University of Michigan's affirmative action program that finally Africa World Press Incorporated, based in Lawrenceville, new made its way to the Supreme Court in 2003 was the Jersey, was launched in 1983 with the publication of most anticipated affirmative action ruling in the Ngugu wa Thiong Os Barrel of a Pen, Resistance to 21st Century Repression in Neocolonial Kenya. Since then, Africa conservative activists sued the University of World Press has published over 400 titles, including Michigan hoping to strike down the school's race nonfiction, poetry, and photographs. The founder of sensitive admission programs at both the Under the Press, Kasahun Chikole, was a graduate student graduate college and the law school. Although the in political science at the State University of activist support was broad-based, colleges, University New York in Binghamton when he decided to start a ties, Fortune 500 companies, and retired military press that would allow African writers to write for the Sonal from throughout the nation filed amici briefs in support of Michigan's program. Published during the early days of the press was the in a 5-4 vote, the Supreme Court affirmed the Baki book Afrocentricity by Molefi Keita Santi. It had decision, noting, it is necessary that The Path to Lead been published first by Amulify Publishing of Buffalo, Airship be visibly open to talented and qualified indie New York. However, when it was taken over by the visuals of every race and ethnicity. However, in Africa World Press, the book and the press grew in related decision, the Supreme Court invalidated the popularity. School's undergraduate policy that utilized a point initially the press published works by African system to help diversify its student body. Writers who were well known, but in the 1990s the affirmative action is a viable, morally justified, press had started to publish works by new authors, civil rights initiative that forces the nation to engage in expanding its reach in the American public and to redistributive justice. It is, in the words of the late the African continent. By the early 21st century Africa Justice Thurgood Marshall, absolutely necessary that world press had evolved to become the leading. We continue using racial classifications to remedy the publisher of books on African, African American, historic discrimination against African Americans, Caribbean, and Latin American issues. For many in the African American community, offer discovering a need to expand to serve the normative action is the unfinished business of the civil African nations. The press sought to find partners in rights movement, the Black Power movement, Africa who could assist in launching operations on Reconstruction, and the Freedmen's Bureau, leaving the African continent. The publisher was especially most to ask the question, if not affirmative action, then eager to have the government of Eritrea, his home what? Nation, involved in the distribution of books for the Patricia Reed Merritt public and the school systems of the African nations. This became a major part of the operation of the press for many years. Africa World Press developed further reading. Red Sea Press as an imprint to deal with strictly Hanmer, Trudy. Affirmative action, opportunity for African books, works that explicate uniquely African all. Berkeley Heights, New Jersey, Enslow. This is a good intro issues, while Africa World Press continues to publish Duction for those new to the topic. Books by African American and Caribbean writers Ramphele, Mamfela. The Affirmative Action Book, who write on subjects that affect the Pan-African towards an equity environment. Cape Town, IDESA Public World, such as the Afrocentric Paradigm by AMA Information Center. This book demonstrates that the Konmazama Africa World Press, with offices in London, sept of affirmative action is applicable to any society where there is inequity. Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Ghana, is a diligent publisher Woods, Geraldine. Affirmative action. Edmonton, and distributor of books pertaining to the Pan-African Alberta, Canada, Franklin Watts. Woods' book introduces World. A young adult audience to the history of mistreatment and discrimination. Molefi K. Asante, Jr. 6. Oldest among the different sites date back to between 26,000 and 30,000 BCE. Anthropologist Mary an explication of an African aesthetic requires an Leakey discovered prehistoric art in Kenya and operative definition of aesthetic. Admittedly, The term Tanzania that she assigned dates back to at least evolved out of the Greek word aesthetikos, which 15,000 BCE, the finds at Tassili date back to at least means merely perceptive, but the term aesthetic is 30,000 years. All of the investigators of prehistoric widely held to connote a philosophy of beauty. We African art have expressed their amazement at its normally speak of an aesthetic as representing the variety and distinctiveness. The Paleolithic art of dip standards by which a society assigns value to their different areas in Africa, whether carved into rocks and cultural productions, especially their expressive art caves walls or painted on them, reveals depictions of forms, such as music, dance, theater, and the visual realistic images as well as abstracted versions. Such arts. Although many variety of early expressions of art portends the multi-African ethnic groups do not have a specific word or plicity of traditional and present-day African art. Terms similar to the word aesthetic, the value that they place on their artistic productions music, dance, the significant elements, sculpture, and mask spiritual entities is equal to the value that other societies place on similar art. An examination of African art from this early period forms, and thus an African aesthetic exists in practice down through the ages reveals the embodiment of if not in name. Three significant elements, craftedness, originality, and spirituality. The fact that at different sites different types of images are identifiable reveals that certain the expressive stylistic norms were being practiced even during the nature of the aesthetic Paleolithic period. Such adherence to an acceptable melodic speech that comes down to us as song is prob mode of creating images or scenes is a communicable ably as old as speech itself, and movement to music. Craftedness. Within the various identifiable types, dance may well be synchronous in inception with subtle variations appear to have been permissible, speech and song. Visual expression reaches at least as allowing for a certain amount of originality. While far back as the Paleolithic age, and it is through this specific religious intentions cannot be proven or cor early recorded art form that one can plausibly point to roborated, most paleontologists and art historians ritual dance scenes that would also, no doubt, involve agree that some, if not most, of the human images incantations or song. Furthermore, Africa's expressive with symbols connoting natural or celestial concepts arts can be identified because their character is distinct represents some form of spirituality or spiritual ritual. Tip from that of other cultures' artistic modalities. Thus the ability to craft the images to meet specific although no exact formal philosophy of African art group criteria, but with individual variation, and yet exists, when the practice of African art is scrutinized have the image exude or suggest a certain spiritual over time and space, it speaks volumes. Black Studies Aura follows African art's evolution and metamorpho scholars have investigated ways of developing an aesthetic down through the ages. A close study of Paleolithic thetic construct that encompasses one African art form African art therefore establishes that even in this early and can also be applied to other African art forms. Age a predilection for particular expression, a predis what follows is an examination of African artistic proposition for specific icons, a propensity for symbolic duct ions and how the many artistic practices, from the images with religious implications, an aesthetic is Paleolithic period on, express, represent, or signify indisputable. Predilection for the unique and valued multiplicity of like the prehistoric cave and rock art, traditional what is commonly held as African art. African art has a socio-religious function. Whereas the magnitude and diversity of prehistoric rock prehistoric depiction of animals had a function related and cave art in Africa are staggering and almost to hunting ritual, and scenes involving humans and beyond belief. The sites in North Africa, which include celestial icons had some divine or propitiation seer the Tassili Plateau, the Atlas Mountains, and others, monial function, anthropological field research has number in the tens of thousands. In the southern shown that traditional African arts function is related. 7. African aesthetic 7. To one or more of life's passages birth, initiation, as gestator, nourisher and giver of life symbolizes the marriage, eldership, death, rebirth. This need to create Earth as mother and the African woman as the visual art for a ritual or ceremony to celebrate the rites of prototype. A Paleolithic rock painting of this Madonna passage is a sociological behavior shared by most of motif and a sculpture of the earliest portrayal of Oz at Africa's indigenous groups. It is through an examination here leave no question about the Africanness of Shan of certain images, icons, and symbols, as well as either of these mother and child figures symbolizing an unprecedented use of mixed media to create the birth, regeneration, and nourishment. Unique concepts of African art, that one can discern the unique variations of masked figures among plausible connectedness of African art across time and most African groups such as Nimba of the Baga, space. This diachronic and synchronic inquiry also Kapanyago of the Sanyafu, Bunda of the Nulu, and so reveals that African art is often spiritually based, even on have their counterparts in early rock and cave art, when such art serves a cultural function rather than as well as in the Commission panoply of sacred images having been created for or used in a specific religious that are part human and part animal. Many African scholars agree cultural function when many other cultures cease to that a primal reason for African people art from use art in such a fashion is indicative that there is a prehistoric times forward is that it serves a survival shared African aesthetic function that involves giving physical form to spiritual meaning. African artists create a synthesis of visual the commemorative functions. Elements that exemplify the special attributes of the spiritual entity being represented. Examples of this continued use of art with a cultural function are the commemorative sculptures of African the type motifs. Rulers earlier on the monumental pharaohs of ancient Kemet and Nubia, and more recently there are many type motifs that symbolize various endop of the Bakuba. Just as the Kemet Eons and the aspects of culture. These type motifs may be the exact Nubians felt that their rulers were god-kings, the Bakuba breasts, oversized genitals, the pregnant stomach, or symbolize endop's significance as Kemba Kunji. Each the expanded protruding navel, suggesting nourish sculptural image is a commemorative work of art meant, procreation, or continuity of life. Such aesthetic paying homage to a beloved and respected ruler by the standards become visual canons, general formulas, portrayal of his physical likeness or by indicating by artistic conventions that must be followed by the symbolic embellishment his attributes and contribute artists or artisans of each ethnic group, otherwise shins that enhanced his people during his reign. As the viewers from outside of the particular cultural group's ruler, he is revered unquestionably because his ordi would not be able to recognize Yoruba art as being nation began with a divine ritual giving him the sacred distinct from Asante art, Bakuba art as distinct from abilities of the Supreme Creator. The same can be said Dan art, Sanyafu art as distinct from Bayaka art, and of the images of the Oni of Ile Ife, of the Oba of Benin, so on. While the art of each group is distinct from the N of the Bangwe of the Bamileke. Art of every other group, each discernible practice other examples of how different African ethnic is nonetheless one of multiple expressions of similar groups share an aesthetic of a spiritually based art cultures sharing a common origin of interconnected are the mother and child figures of the Asante, the Ness flowing from earlier rock and cave art. It is clear Yoruba, the Sanyafu, the Bamana, the Bakongo, that this vast interconnected African art shared a Chokwi, and the Makond, to name just a few. All of beginning from which flowed similar content these mother and child images serve the same persons with spiritual and religious ramifications. Pose as the earlier image of Ozet holding Hiru. Through an examination of the form medium select comparison of the religious practices of Kemet Eanshan, decorative motifs, design patterns in African and those of the Nubians and aesthetic becomes even more incontrovertible. Other indigenous Nilotic peoples reveal similarities. African artistic expression is older and more the religious practices one finds in Egypt and Sudan, numerous than any other group's artistic achievement one also finds in Congo and Benin. The mother figure the world over. From thousands of Paleolithic rock. 8 African Americans. And cave paintings to the monumental art of the Nile African dancer, and when looking at African fabrics valley civilizations to traditional and contemporary with their multiple use of color and patterns, African expressions throughout Africa and the Pan-African masks with their colorful and mixed media fabric world. A multitude of African groups have shared Katayan and African sculptures with their intricately unique and distinct artistic idioms. Ornamented surfaces. Simply stated, the concept of there is no separation between form and content in multi-dominant cultural elements is a useful construct African art. A broad analysis of the form of Africa's by which to measure, analyze, or describe African cul art, from its mask spiritual representations to its tour, especially its expressive art forms such as music, expressive sculptural statues to its textiles and tapes dance, and textile design, and tries, reveals cultural productions that are complex. Probably their multilayered folk literature as well. The brightly colored with multifarious patterns and / or predisposition to apply colors in layers, the proclivity embellished with intricate designs. This type of to use high-key sharply contrasting colors, and the expressive elegance is also exhibited in Africa's other predilection for use of multiple textures, mixed media, expressive art forms, such as music, dance, and complex design patterns and shapes is fundamentator, as well as in different religious rituals. The toll to African material culture and its visual art. Richness of African music and dance has long been. Robert Douglas. Accepted and documented as a viable contribution to world culture. Further reading. Asante, Carriama Welsh. African Aesthetics. Trenton, The Aesthetic in Music. New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is an examination of the African music is distinguished from the music of other polydimensionality of African art forms. Garlake, Peter. The Painted Caves. Harare, Zimbabwe, World Traditions by the Superimpositions of Several Modus. This book concludes that there are as many as lines of meter. Broadly speaking, the difference 30,000 different rock painting sites in Zimbabwe alone. Between African and European rhythms is that whereas Lewis Williams, David. The rock art of southern any piece of European music has at any one moment Africa. New York, Cambridge University Press. This book One Rhythm in Command, a piece of African music has lists thousands of rock art sites by area in different always 2 or 3 and sometimes as many as 4 countries throughout southern Africa. Rhythms. A similar correlation can be made between European and African dance, whether or not it is being performed in a particular religious ceremony or secular presentation. Take the wedding ceremony dance of the African Americans. Tiv people of Nigeria. A Western researcher had to be taught to dance the dance of the Tiv to understand it. African Americans are an African ethnic group whose was not as simple as she thought it would be. Having members are citizens of the United States of America. Learn the dance steps, she was then taught to move. They remain one of the most biologically diverse, her hips and shoulders in particular ways. My hands groups in the United States because of the historical, and my feet were to keep time with the gongs, my hips intermingling of scores of African ethnic groups, with the first drum, my back and shoulders with the Native Americans, and Europeans. The term African second. The Tiv wedding dance was not unlike most American is something of a misnomer, as the many African dance in that good dancers are expected to people of African descent in Canada, Mexico, Brazil, move one or more parts of their bodies to one or more Cuba, Venezuela, Peru, Colombia, the Antilles, Costa of the different rhythms being played by different Rica, Nicaragua and Uruguay, which like the united instruments of different drums. States are part of the Americas, are not included in the all of Africa significant expressive cultural term African American. Nevertheless, the term has modes use many dominant or simultaneously signify been used to designate people of African descent who can't elements. This multi-dominance or simultaneity are domiciled in the United States since 1865. Prior to can be experienced when listening to the multirhyth that year, blacks were not Americans, and therefore polymetric African music, when observing the most saw themselves only as Africans. There were, multi-movements of different parts of the body of and however, a few free blacks who called themselves colored citizens when, in fact, they did not possess imagination as places of high style, fashion, culture, the rights of American citizens, and business. The evolution of African American communities from southern and rural to northern and urban has occurred since 1945. According to the 2000 Size and Composition Census, the largest African American populations are African Americans constitute the second largest racial found in these cities, New York, Chicago, Detroit, group in the United States of America. Africans came Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Houston, Baltimore, New with the Spaniards in the 16th century to the area that Orleans, Memphis, and Washington, D.C. in terms of became the United States. However, the first appear the percentage of the population of a city that African ants of groups of Africans in the English colonies Americans represent. The following cities are the five of America occurred in 1619, when 20 Africans leaders among cities with populations over 300,000, were brought as indentured servants to Jamestown, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Detroit, Virginia. Subsequent importations of Africans over A, New Orleans, and Memphis. East period of 200 years from Western Africa, stretching St. Louis, Illinois, is 96% African American, but it's from Morocco on the north to Angola on the south, population is less than 100,000. The cities with the greatly increased the African population in the United largest African American populations are New York, States. By the time of the Emancipation Proclamation with 2.1 million African Americans, Chicago within 1863, the population of Africans in the United 1.4 million, Detroit with over 800,000, Philadelphia states had reached 4.5 million. With close to 700,000, and Los Angeles with more African Americans are a composite people than 600,000. Prized of numerous African ethnic groups Yoruba, in 2002, the population of African Americans was Wolof, Mandingo, Hausa, Asante, Fanti, Edo, Fulani, estimated to be 37 million. In addition to the African Serera, Luba, Angola, Congo, Igbo, Ibibio, Ija, and American population in the United States, there are Sherbro with a common origin in Africa and approximately a million African Americans abroad. Mon struggle in the United States against racial mainly in Africa, Europe, and South America. African oppression. Many African Americans show evidence Americans constitute about 12% of the U.S. popula of racial mixture with Native Americans, particularly Shan. This is roughly equal to the percentages of Muskogee, Choctaw, Cherokee, and Pawnee, as well Africans in the populations of the South American as with Europeans from various ethnic backgrounds. Nations of Venezuela and Colombia. The United African Americans were predominantly a rural and states has the second largest population of African Southern people until the great urban migration of outside of the continent of Africa. The following the World War II era. Thousands of Africans moved to countries have the largest population of African the major urban centers of the north to find better jobs descended people in the world, Nigeria, Brazil, Egypt, and more equitable living conditions. Cities such as Ethiopia, Congo, and the United States. Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, and Detroit became magnets for entire southern communities of African cultural and linguistic orientation. Americans. The lure of economic prosperity, political enfranchisement, and social mobility attracted many African Americans are now avid speakers of English. Young men and frequently women, and the elderly during the 17th century, most Africans in the were left on the farms of the South. Men would send Americas spoke West African languages as their first for their families and men and women would send for language. In the United States, the African population their aging parents once they were established in there developed a highly sophisticated pidgin, usually new homes in the North. Referred to by linguists in its creolized form as residential segregation became a pattern in the Ebonics. This language is the prototype for the speech North, as it had been in the South. Some segregated of the vast majority of African Americans. It is communities in the north gained prominence and prized of African syntactical elements, and English became centers for culture and commerce. Harlem lexical items. Use of this language made it possible in New York, North Philadelphia in Philadelphia, for Africans from various ethnic and linguistic groups. Woodlawn in Detroit, South Side in Chicago, and Hoff in Cleveland were written into the African Americans to communicate with each other as well as with the 10 Europeans with whom they came in contact. The position with a once-a-day break for exercise. Many impact of the African American language on American died or went insane. Society is thorough and all-embracing. From the North made the shipping of Africans its ubiquitous O.K., a Wolof expression from Senegal, business. The South made the working of Africans its to the transformations of words like bad and a business. By 1860, the census counted for 500,000 some into expressions of something entirely original, Africans in the United States. The number of Africans one sees the imprint of African American styles increased rapidly from the 18th century on, from derived from the African heritage. There are more 757,208 in 1790 to 4,441,830 in 1860. The African then 3,000 words, place names, and concepts with American population grew both by increased birth African origins found in the English language of the rates and by importation of new Africans. But by United States of America. Indeed, popular speakers of 1860, slavery had been virtually eliminated in the African American idiom are the source of the most North and West. And by the end of the Civil War in dynamic additions to the language from the words 1865, it was over for every state. After the Civil War, of jazz musicians and rappers to street slang, all of 14% of the population of the United States was which have given American English its own authentic African. The 4.5 million Africans who made up the color. The proverbs, poems, songs, and hollers, which black population in 1865 are the ancestors of the overcome with the historical saga of a people whose whelming majority of Africans living in the United only epoch is in the great songs known as the spirituals, states today. Provide a rich texture to the ever-evolving language of the African American people. When freedom came. During the Reconstruction period after the Civil War, a captured people. African American politicians introduced legislation African Americans did not freely come to America. That provided for public elementary and secondary. Theirs is not the history of a people seeking to escape education, something that was rarely present before political oppression, economic exploitation, religious the campaign by African American legislators. This intolerance, or social injustice in their homeland. Public act of creating a radical policy for the benefit of rather, the ancestors of the present African Americans. The masses remains one of the great legacies of the war stolen from the continent of Africa, placed on African American involvement in the legislative ships against their will, and transported across the process of the 19th century. Education has always Atlantic. While most of the enslaved Africans went been seen as a major instrument in changing society to Brazil and the Caribbean, a great portion landed in and bettering the life chances of African American the southern states of the United States. At the high people. Lincoln University and Cheney University in of the European slave trade, almost every nation in Pennsylvania, Hampton University in Virginia, and Europe was involved in some aspect of the enterprise. Howard University are some of the oldest institutions as the slave trade grew more profitable and the of learning for the African American community. European captains became more ambitious. Larger other universities, such as Tuskegee, Fisk, Morehouse, ships with specially built slave galleries were Spelman, and Atlanta, are now a part of the American mission. These galleries between the decks were no educational story of success and excellence. More than 18 inches high. Each African was allotted of the great civil rights movement of the 1950s and space no more than 16 inches wide and 5½ feet long. 1960s ushered in a whole new generation of African for the many weeks or months of the Atlantic cross Americans committed to advancing the cause of Jews. Here the Africans were forced to lie down shaktis and equality. Rosa Parks refused to give her seat, led together in chains and fastened to staples to a white man on a Montgomery City bus and created deck. Needless to say, many Africans perished under a stir that did not end until the most visible signs of such conditions. Where the space was 2 feet high, racism were overthrown. Martin Luther King, Jr., Africans were often allowed to sit with their legs over, emerged as the leading spokesperson and chief symbol, each other's legs like riders on a crowed sled. Africans of a people tired of racism and segregation and were transported from Africa to America, seated in this pair to fight and die if necessary to obtain legal and 11. Human rights. Malcolm X took the battle one step: employment in communities where their professional, further insisting that African Americans were psycho-services were needed. Therefore, the above-mentioned logically lost and therefore had to find historical and professions and others that cater to the African cultural validity in the reclamation of their connection. American population have provided professionals to Africa with numerous opportunities for employment. Thus, out of the crucible of the 1960s came during the past 20 years the number of businesses. Vigorous movement toward full recognition of the opened by African Americans has begun to increase. African past and legacy. African Americans' relation after decreasing in the final decades of the 20th century. Ships with other groups depended more and more on during the period of segregation. Many businesses run mutual respect rather than on African Americans, act by and solely for the convenience of the African-ing like clients to other groups. African Americans' American population flourished. When the civil rights expressed their concern that the Jewish community movement ended most of the petty discriminations, had not supported affirmative action, although there and it was possible for African Americans to trade and was a long history of Jewish support for Africans shop at other stores and businesses, the businesses' American causes. Accepting the role of vanguard located in the African American community suffered. In the struggle to extend the protection of the U.S., there is now an awareness in the African American Constitution to oppressed people, African Americans community, of the need to see businesses as connected, made serious demands on municipal and federal OFFI with and dependent on the greater American society. Chales during the civil rights movement. Voting rights. In addition, a greater role, a role closer to equal that of were guaranteed and protected, educational segregation, is played by African American women than Bishan was made illegal, and petty discriminations American women in other ethnic groups. Indeed, against African Americans in hotels and public facili, many of the chief leaders in the economic developments were eradicated as a result of the sustained ment of the African American community and protests and demonstrations of the era. Have been women. Both men and women have always worked in the majority of African American homes, and during the enslavement, work was the principal national involvement. Activity of both men and women. In various sectors. The existence of a growing economy does not guarantee cultural patterns and customs. That African Americans will be served by that growth. The labor of African Americans has been African American marriage and kinship patterns are key component in the economic system of the United varied, although most now conform to the marriage state since its inception. However, the initial relation kinship style of the majority of Americans. Monship of those of African descent to the economy agami is the overwhelming choice of most married was based on the position of Africans as enslaved people. Because of the rise of Islam in the African labor, Africans were instrumental in establishing the American community. There is also a growing industrial and agrarian power of the United States. Immunity of persons who practice polygamy. Lack of railroads, factories, residencies, and places of busy marriageable males is putting intense pressure on nests were often built by enslaved Africans. Currently African American females to find new ways of main African Americans are engaged in every sector of the taining traditions and parenting children. Within the American economy, though there is less integration in African American population, various arrangements some sectors than in others. A considerable portion of constitute family. Thus, people may speak of family, The African American population works in the Indus aunts, uncles, fathers, mothers, and children without trial or service occupations. Others are found in the necessarily, meaning that there is a genetic kinship, professions, holding positions such as teacher, lawyer, between them and those about whom they are speak doctor, and manager, more often than in small busying. African Americans often say brother or sister. Nesses. These patterns are based on previous kindi as a way to indicate the possibility of that being the shins of discrimination in businesses throughout actual fact. In the period of the enslavement, individ the South. Most African Americans could find yuwals from the same family were often sold to different 12 plantation masters and given the names of those and sometimes female socialization clubs. Church owners, creating the possibility that brothers or groups and community center organizations seek to sisters would have different surnames. Most African channel the energies of these groups into positive. Americans' names are derived from the enslavement socialization experiences. They are joined by the period and are not African names but, rather, English. Numerous Afrocentric workshops and seminars that German, French, and Irish names, for the most part, train young people in traditional African behaviors. Few African Americans can trace their ancestry back and customs before the enslavement. Those who can do so have African Americans can be found in every stratum, normally found records in the homes of the plantation of the American population. However, it remains a owners or in the local archives of the South. African fact that the vast majority of African Americans are Americans love children and believe that those who outside of the social culture of the dominant society have many children are fortunate. Thus it is not in the United States. In just under 140 years, uncommon for African American families to have Americans who were emancipated with neither wealth more than 4 children, nor good prospects for wealth have been able to. African American children are socialized in the advance in American society against all odds. Con home, but the church often plays an important role. Determined and doggedly competitive in socialization. Parents depend on other family situations that threaten survival. African Americans members to chastise, instruct, and discipline there have had to outrun economic disaster in every era. Children, particularly if the family members live in discrimination against African Americans, remains in close proximity to the parents, and the children know private clubs, country clubs, social functions, and them well. Socialization also takes place through rites, some organizations. Nevertheless, African Americans and celebrations that grow out of either religious or have challenged hundreds of rules and regulations that cultural observances. There has been a growing inter have tried to limit their choices. In African child socialization patterns with the emergence of the Afrocentric movement. Parents are the struggle for equality. Introducing African rites of passage at an early age to provide their children with historical reference. Among the major players in the battle for equal rights, increasingly, such rights are challenging traditional have been the National Association for the Advance Religious Rights for Children in the African American Ment of Colored People and the National Community by becoming the preferred form of Trans-Urban League. These two organizations have shin ritual around puberty. For some time, churches advanced the social integration of the African and schools have done rights in which children have American population on the legal and social welfare been expected to recite certain details about heroines fronts. The NAACP is the major civil rights organization heroes or about various aspects of African as well as the oldest. Its history in the struggle for American history and culture to be considered mature equality and justice is legendary. Thurgood Marshall, in the culture. The first African American to sit on the Supreme, many independent schools have been formed to court, was one of the organization's most famous law gained control over the cultural and psychological edus. He argued 24 cases before the Supreme Court as guardian of African American children. A distrust of the lawyer and is credited with winning 23 of them. Public schools has emerged during the past 25 years, although there is no official organization of the because African Americans believe that it is difficult entire African American population and no truly mass for African American children to gain the self-confi movement that speaks to the interests of the majority since they need from teachers who do not understand of the people. The NAACP comes closet to being or are insensitive to their culture. Youth clubs estab conscience for the nation and an organized response listed along the lines of the African age set groups are to oppression, discrimination, and racism. Popular as drill teams and formal youth social organi at the local level, many communities have organizations. On the other hand, neighborhood street gangs NISD committees of elders who are responsible for are often associated with delinquent behavior and various activities within the communities. These comms should not be confused with the new, more culturally middies are usually informal and are set up to assist aware youth groups that are generally healthy male the communities in determining the best strategies to 13. Follow in political and legal situations. Growing out of the predominant faith of African Americans is an Afrocentric emphasis on community and cohesive Christianity, the second largest group of believers NES. The committees are usually comprised of older except the ancestral religions of Africa Vodou, men and women who have made special contributions Santeria, Mile, and a third group of followers practice to the community through achievement or philanthropy. Islam, Judaism and Buddhism are also practiced by some people in the African American community. Without understanding the complexity of religion in political participation, the African American community, it is not possible African Americans participate freely as members of to venture too deeply into the nature of the culture. The two dominant political parties in the nation, the while African American involvement in the religions Democrats and the Republicans. Most African of Christianity and Islam attracts attention, the Americans are Democrats, a legacy left by the era African religions are present everywhere, even in the of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the New Deal minds of black Christians and Muslims. Thus, Democrats who brought about a measure of social justice practitioners have introduced certain rights that ties and respect for the common people. There have become a part of the practices of the Christians more than 6,000 African Americans who have been and Muslims. African greetings and libations to the elected officials in the United States, including the ancestors, are heard in Black Christian and Muslim Governor of Virginia and the mayors of New York gatherings. African Americans are spiritually oriented. Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Chicago. They weave religion into everything they do so that concentrated in the central cities, the African there is no separation between religion and life. The American population has a strong impact on the have also given American society the master songs political processes of the older cities. The national known as spirituals. Many of the practitioners of Democratic Party chairperson is of African American. The African religions use the founding of Egypt as heritage and some of the most prominent persons in the starting date for the calendar, the 6302 AFK. The party are also African Americans. The Republican is equivalent to 2002. Party also has its share of African American polity. This is particularly true among followers of Ozarkians, though not as large a share as that of the Ozet, a Neo-Kemetic religious group. Yet there is no Democrats. There is no independent political party in single set of beliefs to which all African Americans, the African American community, although it has subscribed, remained one of the dreams of leading African Martin Luther King, Jr.'s birthday, January 15, and American political strategists. Malcolm X's birthday, May 19, are the two most. Conflict is normally resolved in the African important days in the African American calendar. American community through the legal system, Kwanzaa, a celebration of first fruits, which was, although there is a strong impetus to attempt consent initiated by the philosopher Maulana Karenga, is the SUS first. The idea of discussing an issue with other most joyous occasion in the African American year. Members of the community who might share similar Kwanzaa is observed from December 26 to January L. Values is a prevalent one in African American society. And each day is named after an important virtue. The first recourse when problems arise is another. There is no wide acceptance of cremation in the person. This is true whether it is an individual, social, African American culture, the majority of African or familial problem. Rather than calling a lawyer first, Americans choose burial over cremation. Funerals in African American is most likely to call a friend and are often occasions of sadness followed by festivities. Seek advice. To some extent, the traditional African and joyousness. When the saints go marching in. Notion of retaining and maintaining harmony is at the was made famous as the song played by African heart of the matter. Conflicts should be resolved by American musicians in New Orleans to convey people, not by law is an African adage. African Americans to the other world. Sung and played with gusto and great vigor, the song summed up the victorious attitude of a people long used to the practice of religion. Suffering on earth. African Americans practice the three main monotheistic religions as well as Eastern and African religions. Molafai Keet Asante. The Crusader. Asante, Molafai Keet. African American history. In 1917, Cyril Briggs, a native of Nevis and St. Kitts, Journey of Liberation. Saddlebrook, New Jersey, People's Pub founded the journal The Crusader, which advanced a lynching group. This is a comprehensive history of African militant racial catechism of the greatness of African Americans. Peoples. Inspired by Woodrow Wilson's stated aim of Asante, Molafai Keet, and Matson, Mark. African Freedom for Oppressed Nations and Colonies, Briggs American Atlas. New York, Scribners. This is the first historical atlas detailing the experiences of African Americans promoted African liberation while calling for struggle spatially. It presents historical, social, economic, and an agitation against racial injustice in the United Educational Data States. In 1919, Briggs formed the semi-secret African Drake, St. Clair. Black Folk, Here and There. Los Blood Brotherhood, which advocated Armed Angelus, UCLA Center for Afro-American Studies. This resistance to lynching, The Right of Blacks in the South book is a compelling odyssey of the African people. To Vote, The Right of Black Workers to Unionize, and Frazier, Thomas R. Afro-American History, Primary Defiance of Jim Crow Laws. By then he had become Sources. Chicago, Dorsey Press. This is a key source for documents relating to African American history. Disillusioned with Wilson and drew closer to the first Redkey, Edwin. Black Exodus, Black Nationalism and Black Recruits to the Communist Party, such as Otto Back to Africa movements, 1890 to 1910. New Haven Court, Huiswoud, Claude McKay, and others. Inspired by the Yale University Press. This book remains a useful exame Third International's call for revolutionary unity nation of the role of black nationalism in African American between colonial peoples and labor in the metropolis history. 10 states, Briggs was increasingly drawn to Marxism and to Lenin's view of the struggles of blacks against national oppression as inherently anti-imperialist. In 1919, the Communist Party's founders had African Americans. Barely moved beyond the view of Eugene Debs and American communism. The Socialist Party that socialists had nothing special to offer the Negro and that blacks would only rise as the working class rose. For Briggs, however, the road of the many radical and socialist political movements to freedom for Africa and for people of African of the 20th century, the Communist Party USA, descent was through the world socialist common more than any other, placed black liberation at the wealth. An Afrocentric outlook came to rest on the top of its agenda. The party won some critical victo notion that communism was endemic to the African rise for that cause and achieved a small but significant communal experience. The unfolding world move following among black workers and intellectuals, meant led by the fledgling socialist Russia would especially during the 1930s and 1940s. The first con indeed have something special to offer the Negro. It tacked between blacks and communists was the result would lift the imperial yoke from Africa, assist the of a convergence of seminal events in the second struggles of blacks all over, and consequently honor decade of the 20th century. The Great War engendered the aspirations of black people as indispensable to the irreparable splits in socialist parties over support or revolutionary process. Briggs was among the first to opposition to a war that opponents viewed as imperiweld revolutionary socialism to a radical nationalist list. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia followed vision that demanded freedom for Africa and by the formation of V.I. Lenin's Third Internationale African Americans. Spurred anti-colonialist currents, as Lenin declared that struggles of non-European colonial and dependent peoples for self-determination was in the African blood brotherhood. Tied to the fortunes of working-class movements in developed states. Those events, in turn, stimulated while the African blood brotherhood most likely movement toward the communist orbit by a segment never exceeded 3,000 members, it attracted militant of a new urban black intelligentsia drawn largely but intellectuals such as Richard B. Moore, although not exclusively from West Indian immigrants already Huizwoud, W. A. Domingo, and Grace Campbell, as schooled in anti-colonialism. Well as clusters of war veterans, principally in 15. New York and Chicago. Briggs's increasing stress onto the Comintern to assist in toning down the open and alliance between peoples of African descent and role and direction of the Communist Party in the international communist movement soon became nazation. Hobbled by its own narrowness, by a party a source of antagonism between the ABB and Marcus whose ethnic federations often sought insularity, Garvey's far larger universal Negro improvement through the exclusion of blacks, and by the country's association. In some measure, Briggs had conservative climate. The ANLC could never over-anticipated the first extensive discussion of the Commit's small following and ineffectiveness. Negro question at the Fourth Comintern Congress in 1922, which concluded that the struggles of blacks against oppression were inherently anti-imperialist. The national question. Nationalist organizations like Garvey's UNIA carried by 1928, the CP's Negro work remained in crisis, the seeds of revolutionary battle against imperialism, and was placed for discussion and debate on the so Briggs repeatedly sought to influence Garvey to agenda at the Sixth Comintern Congress. Harry accept an alliance with the Communists. Garvey, Haywood, a young however, held to his fervent belief in racial solidarity black recruit to the Communist Party who was study as the exclusive agency of social transformation. Ing at the Communist University of the toilers of the neither Briggs nor the Communists were able to budge east in Moscow, received support from the Garvey, and the conflict between Briggs and the Soviets to lead a drive to characterize the Negro case Jamaican leader became increasingly personal and in the United States as a national question. Was finally sundered beyond repair. Haywood argued that in 215 contiguous southern counties, running from the Tidewater to East Texas, the black majorities constituted an oppressed nation, the aftermath of World War I. Within a nation that had been blocked from the larger by the mid-1920s, revolutions had been defeated nation by the residue of slavery and the betrayal of in Europe, the post-war U.S. labor upsurge had been Reconstruction. Thus, in the South, the goal of blacks crushed, and the Red Scare had led to the deportation was self-determination. In the North, their goal was political, became dominant. The revolutionary nationalist for economic and social equality. Perspective of black communists was superseded by an effort to get pro-black majority in the South was fatally flawed. Even Leaderians emigrating from the South to join organized V.I. Lenin, who generally promoted self-determination, labor. The African blood brotherhood waned and died had pointed out in his Statistics and Sociology that as communists organized the American Negro labor dynamic development of industrial capitalism in the Congress in 1925 to batter down the doors of United States rapidly shrunk national differences and the American Federation of Labor and advance undermined the special claims of various groups interracial unionism. While solidifying the country into a single national, the ANLC registered some accomplishments. Its entity. However, defining the Negro question as organized a militant strike of black women laundry national question bared the depth of a special uppers workers in Chicago. It vigorously defended black Zion that transcended race and class. It underscored men charged with cowardice aboard a sinking ship, a brutally repressed nationality, and assault on basic bound for the Caribbean. It supported striking black human identity itself. Coal miners, it played a leading role in the strike of. Thus the Black Freedom Movement was elevated to motion picture projectionists in Harlem in the late, the highest status in the Leninist lexicon. Black Life 1920s, insisting that there could be no hegemonic, constituted a revolutionary force in its own right, one black culture in Harlem, unless there was a struggle to absolutely indispensable to the fortunes of the work uplift the economic conditions of African Americans. In class. Lenin believed that the working class would, but the ANLC suffered from chronic and ultimately never achieve its own goals without the Negro people. Fatal sectarianism, despite pleas from black organizers and their movement for self-determination. It was 16. Therefore the sacred duty of white labor to respect juries. The 9 defendants were ultimately spared the aspirations of blacks and to prove through relent the electric chair, although some of them spent long, less struggle against all forms of racism and arduous years in prison. Concurrent with the nation, the worthiness of interracial radical alliances. Scottsboro case was a broadly based campaign to free blacks would only overcome generations of distrust. Angelo Herndon, a young black communist convicted of radical whites, if those whites unreservedly under an archaic pre-Civil War sedition statute in respected blacks' national consciousness and right. Georgia. There were also scores of other cases involve of political choice. Thus, education, cleansing of the young African Americans ensnared by a racist legal heart, mawkishness and sentimentality were rejected system as a basis for commitment to black liberation, and were at the same time, in their own ranks, the commu replaced by the concept of revolutionary necessity. Nists were faced with resistance to racial equality, that new ideological framework, combined with especially in the social sphere. After complaints from the onset of the Great Depression, unleashed a frenzy black members about racist treatment within the CP, of activity rivaled only in history by the abolitionist. A series of publicized white chauvinism trials were movement. In 1929, the Communist Party dissolved stage to confront white communists charged with the ANLC and formed the League of Struggle for Racism, which the CP viewed as rooted in capitalist Negro rights. The LSNR used its paper, The Exploitation, but having taken on a life of its own in Liberator, which was edited by Cyril Briggs, to stress white working class consciousness. Before large outy traditional black resistance to oppression, and its inces, the stench of the slave market was decried as attacks on lynching and racist violence mirrored those charged were forced to choose between political militant timber of the Sixth Comintern Congress. In purgatory or confession and renewal. Despite the 1930s, the poet Langston Hughes was president of Trivances. The trials often provoked questions in the Congress. March 6, 1930, a day of mass demand. Black press and black community about whether strat-ions for unemployment insurance, marked the blacks could follow the injunctions of the larger polity. Beginning of significant black involvement into hate, a movement that was willing to purge its ranks communist-led actions. In 1930, the party established of members whose crimes constituted little more a beachhead in Alabama and began the painful task of then standard social practices. Building the Sharecroppers Union under brutally throughout the sectarian early 1930s, when the repressive circumstances that cost the lives of perhaps communists repeatedly castigated middle-class score or more of black croppers. The Union laid the mise in the black community. The party nevertheless groundwork for the labor and civil rights movements won respect for its militant anti-eviction, anti-lynching, in Alabama. Welfare rights, labor organizing, and other struggles in the Scottsboro case followed soon thereafter in streets and courtrooms. At Unemployment and Welfare March of 1931. It constituted a Herculean global effort, offices, on picket lines, in cotton fields, and in class to save the lives of 9 boys framed on a rape charge. Rooms. This impressive record ultimately could not. A battle between the communist-led International stem the doubts of African Americans about the labor defense and the National Association for Fidelity of white labor in general to black liberation or the advancement of colored people about the ability of the party to overcome its own erupted over-control of the case, bearing important pariah status. Thus the seeds of a black labor alliance underlying disagreement about which social class, were planted. Bourgeois or labor, would lead the black liberation with the coming of the anti-fascist Popular Front in movement. It also revealed sensitive issues about the mid-1930s. The Communists adopted a far broader conjunction of race and class when the Communists and more inclusive relationship with the black often revealed a deeper affinity and respect for the community, jettisoning ideological division in favor impoverished Scottsboro parents than did the middle of stress on common ground and cooperation in build class leaders of the NAACP. The Scottsboro casing interracial unions, advancing civil rights, and followed a long and tortured trajectory through baiting the worldwide fascist danger. The founding of trials and numerous appeals along the way established the National Negro Congress in 1936 in pursuit lishing important precedents that established the right of those aims marked a high point in communist influence to adequate counsel and the inclusion of blacks on ins on blacks. The Congress coalesced scores of 17 black church groups, civic organizations, and unions. Fascism. Some African Americans felt disappointed and the NNC aimed to cultivate a cadre of black labor abandoned as a result of this apparent downgrading of organizers to help build powerful industrial unions in the battle for equality. However, anti-racism was by then the auto, steel, meat packing, and electrical industries. Deep in the bones of black and white communists and the Southern Negro Youth Congress, liberal allies, and could not be fully placed on the back which was founded in 1937, mobilized Southern burner. Campaigns went on during the war for full youth and students to fight segregation, demand VOT implementation of fair employment practices in rights for blacks, work for equality in education, burgeoning defense industries, for desegregation of the and health care, and assist in building unions, armed forces, and for an end to discriminatory policies chiefly in the tobacco and food processing industries. Against the black community. The SNYC also trained a new generation of young in 1944, CP General Secretary Earl Browder black radicals and communists, among them James solved the party, jettisoning the last vestiges of an Esther Jackson, Edward Strong, and Louis Lenin's concept of an organization of dedicated Revo Burnham, who would go on to leadership positions in Lucenaries. It was replaced by the Communist the Communist Party, and in the post-war Progressive Association, a loosely organized educational and civic movement around Henry Wallace's 1948 Presidential Action Group. The concept of national self-determination candidacy. In 1938, Communists joined Southern Lib for the Black Belt was interred as Browder declared Errol's to form the Southern Conference for Human that Southern blacks had self-determined a similar welfare to advocate economic justice and equality. Into the larger society. Less than 2 years later, by the mid-1930s, Communists were embracing Browder was ousted, the party reconstituted, and promoting black culture as the quintessence of a self-determination doctrine resurrected. National people's culture. Black writers and artists like through these upheavals, the Negro National Richard Wright, Paul, and Eslen Robeson, Langston Congress and SNYC had become moribund. Then, in Hughes, Jacob Lawrence, and many others were 1946, the Communists helped found the Civil Rights drawn to a vibrant radical interracial cultural Congress, led by communist lawyer William Knighty within the communist orbit where their poetry, L. Patterson, a veteran of the International Labor Graphics, and works for the theater were promoted by Defense and the Scottsboro Battles. The CRC gained Communist Party publications and by party-influenced notoriety when it placed before the United Nations organizations. The anti-fascist spirit drew about 80. Petition, We Charge Genocide, which documented African American men and a woman nurse into the long list of government-sanctioned assaults on international brigades to fight Franco's insurgency in African Americans that in the organization's view Spain, while scores of black artists, like Cab Calloway constituted genocide. And Count Basie, performed at benefit concerts for the CRC also fought scores of cases in the court's Spanish loyalist cause. and in the streets involving African Americans while the Communists' defense of the Nazi Soviet ensnared by the legal system? Among the most well-packed of 1939 crippled the support for communism in known were the cases of Rosa Lee Ingram in Georgia, some areas, the Communists standing in black Willie McGee in Mississippi, and the Trenton Six in Munities was largely undamaged. Communists and New Jersey. Rosa Lee Ingram, a widowed tenant, their allies in this period, organized an extensive farmer and mother of 12, had, along with two of campaign to end Jim Crow in Major League Baseball, her sons, been convicted and sentenced to death for continued to provide vehicles for expression and killing a white neighbor. The jury had ignored strong development of African American music and art, and evidence that the killing was clear-cut self-defense. Organized boycotts of segregated public facilities against the neighbors attacking the Ingrams with and the film Gone with the Wind. After the Nazis rifle butt, and they proceeded to a speedy trial and invaded Soviet Russia in June of 1941 and the united sentencing. An international campaign combined with states entered the war against the Axis powers. The party legal appeals ultimately spared the lives of Ingram, and leadership expressed reservations about her sons. The CRC fought in vain to save Willie campaign for victory against racism at home, and Foz McGee, who was executed in 1951 for rape of a whiteism abroad. Rather, the leadership stressed the need woman in Laurel, Mississippi, despite overwhelming for national all-class unity in the struggle to defeat evidence that the charges were motivated by the 18. Woman's rage after McGee ended an affair with her. Had to be lifted. The historic Supreme Court decision, the six black defendants known as the Trenton Six, in May of 1954 ending segregated schools, noted the were freed in 1951 on appeals entered by the CRC. Negative effect of unequal education on the battle after they had been sentenced to death in the killing of against communism being conducted by Washington. A white shopkeeper, despite witnesses who identified the 1955 bus boycott in Montgomery, Alabama, the killers as 2 or 3 white or light-skinned, that was led by Martin Luther King, Jr., ushered in the black teenagers' modern civil rights revolution, which insignificant the 1948 campaign of Henry Wallace for Precy measure, with all its faults and missteps, echoed the dent, in which communists played a prominent role. Long and neglected history of the left's struggles for was marked by a powerful commitment to civil rights, racial equality. A vibrant link between past and present, and by the refusal of Wallace and his running mate, was forged when veterans of the old sharecroppers, Senator Glenn Taylor, to appear in the South before Union like Hosea Hudson and Ned Cobb joined the segregated audiences, defying physical threats and new battles of the 1950s. Yet, the Communist Party, barrages of rotten eggs and tomatoes, the Wallace buffeted by the Cold War, McCarthyism, and the campaign rallied Southern liberalism in the first major revelations by Nikita Khrushchev in 1956 of the post-war assault on segregation, and was a factor in crimes of Stalin, was now in decline. However, party pressuring Wallace's rival, Harry S. Truman, to accept members, and many who had left the party continued a strong civil rights plank in his successful campaign to work for desegregated schools and voting rights for the presidency. While the left-wing Southern Conference education yet, the Cold War was deepening and was having a fund extended valuable experience to the of communists, blacks, and the struggle for equality. Rising Southern movement. In an increasingly repressive environment, the upsurge in the anti-war and civil rights move adage that it was tough enough being black without ments in the 1960s brought a modest spike in the also being red appeared to be borne out by Particular Party's young African American membership. Angela Larley harsh demands on radical and communist Davis, the most prominent among the new members. African Americans to march in lockstep with growing the doctrine of national self-determination had again anti-communism and to abandon their criticisms of the been interred in 1958, but elements within the party larger society's racial injustice. Communist leaders defied national policies against nationalism. Response such as New York City Councilman Benjamin J. Davis ing sympathetically to the Black Power movement and Henry Winston were sentenced with 11 white COL, even establishing an unprecedented all-black youth leagues to federal prison for teaching and advocating club in Los Angeles. Overthrow of the government. Paul Robeson's con. The collapse of the USSR and the states of CERT career was destroyed, and his passport confies Eastern Europe engendered a deep, irreparable split in Kate, W.E.B. Du Bois was indicted in 1951 for the Communist Party. Longtime party leader Gus. Failure to register as a foreign agent due to his spawn Hall was accused of abandoning the traditional party sourceship of the Stockholm Peace Appeal to ban nuclear position on the centrality of the struggle against weapons. Racism and for black liberation. Prominent black baseball star Jackie Robinson was forced to testify. Activists like Angela Davis, Charlene Mitchell, and against Robeson before the House Un-American James Jackson, as well as a number of local African Activities Committee, and leaders of the major main American leaders left the party to form the Democratic stream. Civil rights organizations were repeatedly socialist committees of correspondence. But despite called upon to denounce the left and to affirm its often heavy-handed relationship with the African support of the U.S. conflict with the USSR. American community, the Communist Party established at the same time. The U.S. government's Cold War listed an important and influential record in the long with world communism had a positive effect on the and continuing struggle for fulfillment of the promise ongoing battle for equality in the United States. With two African Americans of equality, justice, and inter-racial contest for hearts and minds in Africa, Asia, and Chile unity. Latin America raging, segregation and racism in the United States was becoming a heavy albatross that Mark Solomon. 19. Further reading. Involving U.S. laws, justification of the institution of slavery, public lynching, Jim Crow segregation, Dudzik, Mary L. Cold War civil rights, race and the image of American democracy. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton Inadequate Education, Poverty, Discriminatory House University Press. This is an exhaustive study of the efforts in, and unfair employment practices. War and Peace, of the U.S. State Department and other government agent human rights, political rights, civil rights, and ECOCs to pressure the civil rights movement to support U.S. economic power issues have raised and called to step foreign policies and to convince foreign nations that the fourth to the platform various black spokespersons, United States was making progress on civil rights. Including religious, diplomatic, and protest leaders Foner, Philip S., and Allen, James S. American and revolutionaries, to report various wrongs of the communism and black Americans, a documentary nation. Also within this rich oratorical tradition are History, 1919 to 1929. Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This is a compilation of primary documents from the oratorical talents of black comedians, poets, rap communist and African American sources on the black red artists, pimps, and con artists. What follows is a brief relationship. Chronological survey exploring African Americans. Foner, Philip S., and Shapiro, Herbert. Historical experiences, their oratorical skills unique American communism and black Americans, A. Characteristics, and their rhetorical choices over the documentary history, 1930 to 1934. Philadelphia, Temple Course of the Past 4 Centuries, which should shed more university press. This continues the documentation of the light on this subject. First volume noted above. The African American Community endured via Kelly, Robin D.G. Hammer and Hoe, Alabama Communists during the Great Depression. Chapel Hill, Lentz, Discrimination and Segregation. To Freedom University of North Carolina Press. This is the most selves from these shackles, African American men prehensive work to date on the Sharecroppers Union and women have served in the armed forces from the communist activities in the Deep South during the Revolutionary War through the Vietnam War and 1930s. Beyond, fighting for freedom, equality, justice, and the Nation, Mark. Communists in Harlem during the preservation of cultural identity. They have adapted to, depression. Champaign, University of Illinois Press. This integrated into, or resisted the strength of the white covers the work of communists in Harlem during the tumultuous 1930s. Dominated and racist system of governance in the Solomon, Mark. The cry was unity, communists and country. Yearning for their human dignity and basic African Americans, 1919 to 1937. Jackson, University Press Equality, African Americans with Oratorical Skills Have of Mississippi. This book conveys the story of African responded to white violence and abuse through more Americans and communists from its beginning in 1917. Radical and revolutionary means by articulating Roddy until its apex in 1937. Cal-integrationist, Pan-Africanist, Black nationalist, and Marxist themes. Many of them made both sacred and secular appeals calling for national peace, harmony, love, and nonviolence, religious fellowship, African American oratory, militancy, nationalism, black power, and or repatriation. These orators delivered messages in an attempt rhetoric, in its broadest sense, is the theory and proof to persuade the nation to give blacks equal citizenship ties of persuasive eloquence, whether spoken or writ status with whites. 10. Spoken rhetoric is oratory, and oratory is shaped. There were rampages against oppression in the by the historical experiences and cultural worldview late 19th and early 20th century accommodationist of a people. The oratory of African Americans, which appeals of the Tuskegee Institute's Booker T. is unique from the oratory of other cultural groups, is Washington and his political machine, as well as intricately tied to all African American experiences. The late 19th and 20th century black nationalist and thus the study of African American oratory examines Pan-Africanist oratory tradition of Martin Delany, the historical experiences, political situation, identity Edward Blyton, Alexander Crummell, Bishop Henry Tice, and ideological positions of a variety of black McNeil Turner, Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois, speakers, as well as their oratorical abilities and skills. Paul Robeson, Kwame Ture, and Malcolm X. From the history of African American oratory reveals the mid-19th century to the present, there have been strategies and themes orators employed when confrontational, agitational, radical integrationist fronting 19th and 20th century historical topics addresses against oppression by orators such as David 20. Temple University Walker, Charles Remond, Henry Highland Garnet, Hamer, and the oratorical giants before them such as Maria Stewart, Frederick Douglass, Ida B. Wells, Marcus Garvey, and A. Philip Randolph relied on Barnett, Sojourner Truth, Adam Clayton Powell, Namo for force, majesty, and an oratorical style. Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin steeped in the perennial traditions of art to bring about Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X, Robert F. Williams, a comprehensive and passionate statement on justice. Angela Davis, Stokely Carmichael, Maulana Karenga, Huey P. Newton, contemporary rappers, comedians, and other orators. Louis Farrakhan, Jesse Jackson, and Al Sharpton. A from Langston Hughes to the last poets, Mel, persistent theme in this African American oratory was Chuck D., KRS-One, Queen Latifah, Will Smith, Ice-T, and is the issue of race and slavery. Men and women common, and Sister Souljah have continued the orators before and after the abolition of slavery rich oratorical tradition of African Americans. Expressed their concerns, feelings, attitudes, and ASPI. Atissa Alkbulan. Rations about ending white supremacy and racial and ethnic discrimination and replaced these issues in their further reading. Speeches with the themes of black pride and freedom. An important dimension of African American ILO, John. The rhetoric of Malcolm X. In Molify Keat oratorical history involves the principal spokespersonality, language, communication, and rhetoric in Son's ability to create articulate and effective speech. Black America. New York, Harper and Row. This is the classic essay on the style and eloquence of behavior on the platform. Early on, Africans in Malcolm X. America cultivated an appreciation for Namo, the Smith, Arthur, and Rob, Stephen. Generative power of the spoken word, since reading. The voice of black rhetoric. Boston, Allen. And writing by Africans was outlawed. African and Bacon. This is an introduction to rhetoric and a collect Americans' communicative uniqueness in using of speeches by African American orators. Namo for sacred and secular purposes became for Smitherman, Geneva. Talkin' and testifyin', these orators a transforming power of vocal express language of Black America. Detroit M.I., Wayne State University. In this major work on the creation of the African Zion and eloquence. Out of an African heritage American language, Smitherman presents arguments for the steeped in the oral tradition, African American orators' uniqueness of the African American language. Developed, consciously and unconsciously, unique communication patterns and skills in work songs, sermons, and spirituals with two meanings, one for the body and one for the soul. Namo also created an African American atmosphere in which the calls of black speakers and the responses of black audiences in sacred and secular studies, Temple University contexts constituted one act of communication. This is apparent in most African American Baptist Church set for 4 years, from 1997 to 2001, an ideological strugglings when the preacher states something and the congealy was waged over the philosophical direction of the congregation responds, "Take yo time, take yo time." Department of African American Studies at Fix It Up, Reb, Preach It, Reb, and Wencontum Temple University in Philadelphia. The departmental rap music artists say, "Somebody scream," and meant had gained national and international fame in the members of their audience scream. Late 1980s for its Afrocentric orientation, as well as other rhetorical qualities of Namo on which for being the first program in the country to grant African American orators rely in sacred and secular a PhD in African American Studies, under situations involve the use of proverbial statements, the leadership of Molefi Keita Asante, the founder of spontaneity, indirection, and image making. Indeed, the Afrocentric paradigm. However, the oratory of African Americans is predicated upon started drawing negative attention in 1996 when the power of the spoken word. The oratory of serious effort was made by a group of white and black Malcolm X, to a greater extent than the oratory of professors and administrators to have Molefi Asante's many of his contemporaries of the latter half of the tenure at Temple terminated. They had charged 20th century, was stunning in cadence and logic. Asante with abuse of power, but the real issue, as Malcolm X like Martin Luther King, Fannie Lou was later revealed, was the widespread discussion on 2121 campus about the Afrocentric orientation of the prerogative to recommend a particular candidate to department. The dean, who may reject or accept the nomination. The Ford Foundation refused to grant funding. However, Adams disregarded the contract altogether, to the department, claiming that it was too political. And thus violated the DAAS faculty's rights by insist those who attacked Asante wanted to find a mooring that the DAAS faculty could only nominate either agreeable black person to run the department. Joyce or Ronald Bailey. Although their efforts to railroad Asante out of office in June of 1997, 8 out of 12 faculty members failed. This was only the first open attack on the responded by filing a class action grievance against department from the Temple administration, to be the dean for violating their right to nominate their own, followed by many more. Asante, whose term was chair. The union sided with Adams and expiring on June 30, 1997, announced during the fall missed the grievance as moot. In July of 1997, Adams of 1996 that, for personal reasons, he would not seek organized an election of her own, out of her office, re-election as chair of the DAAS. The dean, Carolyn, with only 2 names on the ballots. She was greatly Adams, quickly seized this opportunity to attempt, assisted in this by her African American assistant, to implement a drastic philosophical change in the Mary Middlebrook, as well as Ella Forbes, a junior DAAS. This change, it seems, was to be part of DAAS professor about to be reviewed for tenure. In a broad revamping of Temple University's public fact, Forbes was one of 2 people who voted for Joyce. 2 from the suburbs. A highly visible DAAS, whose other ballots were cast, one faxed by CT Quito. A philosophical orientation was perceived as hostile to professor on leave in South Africa who favored white supremacy, could have seriously undermined Bailey, and one from Peterson Lewis who elected the success of the plan. Both candidates, thus disqualifying her ballot. The rest of the faculty decided to boycott what they considered to be an illegal election. On July 18, 1997, Adams, an array of forces, announced the result of her election. Joyce had been from the very beginning. Adams engaged in case elected with 2 votes and would therefore become actionable tactics in order to ensure that the next DAAS, the chair of the DAAS for the next 5 years. Indeed, chair would develop a vision that was appealing to. She was offered the position by President Liaqueur as the rest of the university. She took it upon herself and accepted it on August 29, 1997, just in time to appoint a search committee, made up of Sonia the fall semester, Sanchez, Sonia Peterson Lewis, Trevor Sewell, 4 difficult years, Thaddeus Mathis, Nathaniel Normant, Abu Abari, and Kariama Welsh. The new era that opened with the appointment of Asante, who was later replaced, at her own choice over the wishes of the overwhelming majority request, by Ama Mazama. Originally chaired by of the faculty and the students, who had selected Sanchez, the committee was eventually cock-aired Mwalimu Shujat and Mary Hoover as their top candidate by Peterson Lewis and Sewell. The students' also dates proved to be quite disruptive and destructive. Insisted on having a representative and elected Joyce, a professor who had spent turbulent years at Fabanwo Ajuana. The latter was only reluctantly previous institutions, was quite aware of the dispute accepted by Adams, who proceeded to unilaterally that opposed the dean to the faculty over her appoint a student who was not elected, Edi Beckton. Meant. While granting numerous favors to those who the search committee appointed by Adams had supported her, Joyce chose to display what was charged with identifying potential candidates for the perceived as sheer vindictiveness, hostility, and composition and bringing them to campus. 5 candidates toward those faculty and students who had not dates were invited in May and June of 1997. Joyce supported her candidacy. One of her first moves, for Joyce, Ronald Bailey, Geneva Smitherman, Mary example, was to make up an a posteriori requirement Hoover, and Mwalimu Shujat. The union contracts for qualifying for a teaching assistantship, and to try Article 14, which defines and protects the rights of to fire the teaching assistants on that capricious and temple faculty, stipulates that it is the faculty's illegal basis. When this failed, she denied the teaching. 22. Temple University assistants access to an office, thus forcing them to African experience, is fundamentally subordinate to hold conferences with their students in hallways. It was the European experience and is therefore ultimately widely reported that she asked one student and one best understood within a Eurocentric cultural and faculty, Jason Nuenchwunder and Nathaniel Normant, historical context. Indeed, the European experience is to remove the pictures of African ancestors that had allegedly universal and others, including Africans, been on the walls of the department for many years. Are defined by their encounters with Europeans. Thus any rate, they were seen removing the pictures from the Africans have been defined as less than Europeans, walls, and this further enraged other students. This uncivilized, primitive, and illiterate, as well as, move was perceived by many as the symbolic violation more recently, underdeveloped, developing, and destruction of a sacred African space, a true déclassation. By dictating the concepts that must be used in ration of war. In addition, Joyce created extremely difficult order to apprehend the African experience, Eurocentric faculty working conditions for those under and opposed thought effectively maintains Africans in a state of to her. For example, she restricted their access to a mental incarceration. Totally alien to the Eurocentric copy machine for several years by having the machine perspective, on the other hand, is the idea that they're locked up in a closet. Furthermore, she did not consult could exist a culture and history developed by with those who had not supported her candidacy. Joyce Africans independently of and even prior to Europe held only one faculty meeting during her first year. Even Afrocentricity argues against such ethnocentric reducto. The bylaws required monthly meetings, and Shishanism and presses instead for an epistemological, and her allies ruled the department. Centeredness and understanding of the African cul, however, in addition to and more important than cultural and historical reality based on African-generated Joyce's tyranny and pettiness, was her dangerous criteria. Afrocentricity also insists that unless African agenda of dismantling the program and replacing it, American studies scholars embrace such epistemo with a watered-down version of the program, one in logical relevance, they can only hope to conduct which students in AAS would have two advisors, one Eurocentric studies of Africa and her people, not from AAS, and one from a European studies depart, genuine African studies. Meant such as history, English, women's studies, by articulating the Afrocentric paradigm, mollify anthropology, or another department. This, it was Asante, set in motion a true revolution, one that would claimed, was necessary, in order to ensure quality. Definitively challenge Eurocentric scholars false. This requirement served as reminder of Joyce's belief claims of the universalism and superiority of in African intellectual inferiority, as no other depart Eurocentric thought, as well as show the path to ment had any such requirement. It also aimed at bringing the DAAS back in line with the European intellectual tradition, from which it had strayed for too long. In addition, and quite unsurprisingly, the few new DAAS faculty who were temporarily hired under Joyce and Adams had no understanding of or sympathy for the Afrocentric paradigm. Consistent with Joyce's agenda of reforming the philosophy in the DAAS was her withdrawal of all departmental support from the annual Cheek and Tadiop Conference, which is dedicated to the advancement of Afrocentric scholarship. Similarly, the celebration of Kwanzaa was no longer organized nor endorsed by the department. The philosophical stakes. Most graduate and undergraduate programs in African American studies embrace the Eurocentric perspective. Dr. Adissa Alkbulan, African American Studies professor, Santiv. Central to that perspective is the notion that the Diego State University, a graduate of Temple University DAAS. 2323. African empowerment through African self-knowledge, of office several times. However, the administration self-definition, and self-naming, over the years, refused to honor their vote. Instead, it recommended hundreds of people from several continents came to Joyce for tenure after only one semester, against the Temple seeking to be part of this unique and liberate wish of the DAAS senior faculty and against Temple's learning experience. European studies were seen own requirement that a faculty member not be recom as a kind of intellectual plantation from which mended for tenure until a full year had elapsed. Joyce Africans genuinely interested in African liberation was also publicly and strongly backed by the women's could now escape thanks to Afrocentricity. The Real Studies program, which was cock-aired by Sonia nature of the attacks launched against the pro-African Sanchez. Sanchez was the subject of a book Joyce had orientation of the DAAS by white and black adminis published shortly prior to coming to Temple, and she traders at Temple University was certainly not supported Joyce's appointment and tenure. In Addy by those who resolved to exercise their African agency, one of Joyce's first moves as chair was to appoint and consequently stood up and fought to defend Sanchez's friend Jimmy Garrett as visiting faculty and Afrocentricity. To give Sanchez's son a job as a receptionist. The tension at Temple escalated and was brought to a head on May 22, 1998, when pro-Joyce student Gregory the Fight for Afrocentricity. Carr physically assaulted anti-Joyce Professor AMA. The Fight for Afrocentricity involved its supporters in Mazama. A fight against Joyce and Adams. Joyce's ruthlessness. The community was made aware of the attacks on and negative agenda were met with fierce resistance. The DAAS Afrocentric orientation by local newspaper from the very beginning by students such as Fabanwo articles, radio interviews, a rally, flyers, demonstrajuana, Adissa Alkbulan, Aaron Moore, Zainabutions at Temple sponsored events, and so on. On the Jones, Pamela Yacinti Wareed, Jeffrey Intellectual Front, to counter the Eurocentric discourse Giddings, and Buishi Amadokwe, staff such as Sekai promoted by the new administration, Afrocentricity Zankel, and faculty such as Molafai Asante and AMA was publicly nurtured within the DAAS by Namo, Mazama. Those who supported Afrocentricity, which was organized by AMA Mazama, and many adopted three main strategies: confronting the depart students as a roundtable where Afrocentric forums met and the university on all issues viewed as racist were held. Namo also became responsible for or harmful to students and the discipline, making celebrating Kwanzaa appeals to the administration, and making appeals to when it finally became clear that Temple the community. As far as the first strategy is con, university had no intention of addressing the issues served. Every effort was made to prevent the Joyce raised by DAAS students and faculty over Joyce's administration from implementing any radical appointment and actions. Legal action was taken. This changes. Thus Joyce was bombarded with letters. Action was in the form of a lawsuit, filed in civil court about her vision and goals. Student leaders found on February 4, 1999, by AMA Mazama against the ways to broadcast their anti-Joyce, anti-Adams, and Union and Temple University, in the name of anti-Sonia Sanchez sentiments with statements that the ancestors. The lawsuit filed by Mazama alleged appeared everywhere on walls, doors, and elevators that Temple University had violated the rights of on-campus, forcing everyone to notice that across the faculty under the collective bargaining agreement, injustice was being committed. Underground newsletters that TAUP had acted in bad faith and breached TERS were also widely circulated on campus. In response, its duty to Mazama of fair representation. The lawsuit Temple dispatched undercover agents and had video, consequently sought to force TAUP to proceed to RBI cameras installed in the department. Tration. Mazama hired Leon Williams, an African. As far as the appeals to the administration are American attorney well known in the Philadelphia concerned, letters were written on a weekly basis by area for his pro-community activism. In response, outraged students and faculty. This was done in part. Temple hired the largest law firm in Philadelphia, to alert the administration to the abuses suffered by Ballard & Co., to defend it. This, however, with the faculty and students, but also to make it clear that proved futile, as TAUP and the university lost the law. Joyce did not have the situation under control. The suit. In 2000, after hearing the facts during a two-day faculty, following the union contract, voted Joyce out. Trial on January 10 and 11, the judge agreed with 24. The first doctoral program Mazama's allegations and ordered TAUP to proceed. American community, a new resonating insight into arbitration. 2 and TAUP appealed the verdict. Political, economic, and cultural issues. The program twice, all the way to the Pennsylvania Superior Court, initially designated the Afro-Asian Institute, soon only to again and finally lose the case in September of changed its name and purpose, becoming the Depart 2000. Shortly afterward, Joyce announced her resignation of Pan-African Studies. The name was changed Nation and transfer into the Women's Studies program once more when in 1984 it became the Department of on July 1, 2001. Joyce was replaced by Nathaniel African American Studies. Normant, one of Joyce's former and now disgruntled the Afro-Asian Institute, heavily influenced by supporters, who made several public statements reef Muslim students, was a program, whereas Pan-African firming the Afrocentric orientation of the department studies took the form of a department when it established African American Studies at Temple University. Lished a reporting mechanism comparable to that in the struggle to maintain Afrocentricity at Temple had other academic departments and an undergraduate Ben 1 degree program. There had been a struggle for acknowledgement of the legitimacy of an African AMA Mazama American program from the very start of the Afro-Asian Institute. Faculty members at Temple regularly further reading called for the abolition of the program. Its students Asante, Molafai Keed. Erasing racism, the survival of were constantly harassed, and some of the faculty who the American nation. Amherst, New York, Prometheus Books. Participated were intimidated by colleagues who won this is a scathing attack on racism in education, housing, dared how they could squander their time and career employment, and other sectors of American society. On something as ephemeral as Black Studies. Butler, John Nella. Black Studies, Pedagogy and Revolution. Washington, D.C., University Press of America. Numerous African and African American faculty. Butler's book is one of the original works on racism. Members paid for their involvement in the depart discrimination and prejudice in the academy. Men's battles with collegial and university commit. Henry, Annette. Taking back control, African teas by being refused tenure. Yosef Benjakinese, Canadian Women Teachers' Lives and Practice. Albany, the popular Egyptologist, had a public battle with the State University of New York Press. This is an excellent university over his credentials. Nevertheless, by 1978, examination of the struggle of black women to maintain the department had grown to 13 faculty members. It control of their lives and careers in the midst of racist was at this time that the Dean of the College of Arts practices. Rodriguez, Roberto. Justice, A Question of Race and Sciences offered faculty members in the Depart Tempe, AZ, bilingual press. This is one of the best books meant the option of leaving the department for more on fighting racism in every sphere of American life, predict traditional ones. Several of these individuals accepted early in education and media to go to other departments, including Wilbert Roget to the French department and Sonia Sanchez to the English department. One professor was placed in the African American Studies Office of the Dean. Some left the university altogether. The net result was the dismantling of the first doctoral program. Activist group of African scholars. Nevertheless, the department persisted to assert it's the history of the first PhD program in African academic rights and succeeded in gaining a mass fall. American studies at Temple University must be seen lowing in the community. By the late 1970s, the issues in the light of the department's evolution in terms of were public and the department was under pressure its scope and function. African American Studies had to change its emphasis and shape. Professor Odia Temple was first constituted as the Afro-Asian. Ayaga was the chair of the department, and he Institute in 1971, making it one of the first programs. Diet Lee began to establish contacts in the university during the stormy birthing of the field in the great and the city and state governments. Ayaga was a wave of department and program creations. That remarkable leader at a time that demanded steadfast occurred from L969 to 1972. It was the most dynamicness, integrity, and commitment to the intellectual program in the Philadelphia area, bringing project of African American Studies. He shared his to Temple, which is located in a heavily African contacts, ideas, and impressions of the university, as 25. African American Studies, the first doctoral program. 25. Well as insights into the political nature of the Temple members over the following 2 years and introducing a campus, with Molefi Keita Asante, the new chair. Master's degree program. The provost gave the green. Ayaga graciously passed on to Asante his contacts and light on the hiring but did not commit to the graduate sources from the various government and civic bodies. Program proposal because it had to go through the university committees. The creative context. The initial proposal. When Molefi Keita Asante arrived at Temple from the master's program. State University of New York at Buffalo, where he had served as chair of the Department of using the model for programs he had written for communication and the Department of Black Studies, UCLA, and there were only 3 professors in African American SUNY, Asante drafted a graduate program in African Studies, Odia Ayaga, Alfred Molia, and Tranvan American Studies to be submitted to the graduate din. All the other departmental faculty members had Committee of the College of Arts and Sciences had been chased away, humiliated, denied tenure, or off Temple. There already existed master's programs in or was forced to change departments. Professor Din Black studies at Cornell University, Ohio State, took early retirement in the fall of 1984 and that left University, UCLA, Yale, SUNY at Albany, and 3 department members. There was an air of Opti Atlanta University. However, from the beginning, mism on the campus because a new administration Asante believed that most of the departments had taken over the university and a new dean would clear philosophical or conceptual basis to the agri likely becoming a board. The community sensed the gastion of courses that existed in their programs. What possibilities inherent in such a situation and demanded was different about Asante's conception was that it to see a rebirth in the department. The highly valued made the Afrocentric paradigm the instrument guiding community education program had been left-land program development. Guishing and a community leader, Maisha Anganza, the faculty proposed that the master's program B was leading the remnants of that program and SN split into 2 natural divisions, cultural aesthetic entirely running the day-to-day affairs of the department social behavioral. Courses were created and grouped TAL office. According to these concentrations. For example, the professors Ayaga and Molia were exhausted by social behavioral track or concentration included SEM the constant battles with the administration. They had inner courses on Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Jr., become experts at writing memoranda to defend the Cheek and Tadiop, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Zora Neale department and their understanding of the mission of Hurston. Some other courses were proposed but not the undergraduate program. They had put up as good approved. The cultural aesthetic track or concentrate fight as possible given the fact that Ayaga was Shan included courses such as African aesthetics, Kenyan and Molia was South African, and the white ebonics, African American drama, African American professors kept them on the defensive. Both had been art, negritude, and African literature. Students were radicalized by their involvement with the department required initially to take 3 core courses regardless because the type of racism they confronted at Temple of the track that they chose as their principal area was different from what they knew at home and quite of concentration. These courses included Prose Minar Unexpected, they vowed to save the department but in graduate studies in African American studies, knew that they had to save themselves first. Stress African civilization, and research methods took its toll on them. African American Studies. Asante informed them that even with only 3 FAC the initial reading of the proposal by the graduate ULTI members, they had to propose a revitalized vision committee of the college produced considerable dis of the department and fight for it. They essentially cushion an academic scramble. Some professors felt asked Asante to take the lead in defining the new direct that there was just no way that African American Chin of the department. With swiftness, and because studies as a department was going to have a graduate there was some hoopla around the change in the program. They did not believe in it as a field or as a department, Asante took advantage of the momentary discipline. Some conservative professors even claimed goodwill by proposing to hire 3 new faculty that African American Studies represented a catering. 26. The first doctoral program to the notion of relevance in education. Others' initial proposal for a master's degree to the department believed that such a graduate program would have for additional documentation. Asante decided to a deleterious effect on the graduate programs in research the possibility of initiating a doctoral degree English, history, and sociology, bringing unnecessary program, since the major assessment work had competition for a decreasing pool of students. Still already been done for the masters. Examining about others said that no students would enroll in the program 200 programs at various universities, he discovered because students want traditional degrees. Perhaps that there were at least 20 doctorate granting programs. Harshest criticism came from Emo Lapzansky, in the nation with less faculty than African American Black history professor who was also an assistant dean. Studies at Temple had at the time. Soon he added Lapzansky wrote that the program would ghetto us. Carriama Welsh, Sonia Peterson Lewis, and C.T. Keto Education. Asante's response was that the aim was to the department. Professors Odia Ayaga and Tran correct the ghettoization of education inasmuch as Van Din had taken early retirement. Professor Alfred Temple's curriculum and departments without African Molia was the senior professor, having been in the American Studies were ghettos of whiteness in Curricu department the longest and having achieved the rank of LUM, departmental theories, methods, and faculty full professor. However, he did not participate in the sentation. His response was followed by silence from creation of the graduate program. His interests were the dean's office, and soon thereafter Lapzansky left the external to the department at the time, as his Priaku University. Potty on with the South African struggle kept him busy. No other opposition to the program surfaced in with international responsibilities. Letters, those who objected to the proposal were Karasanti attempted to add a social policy component full not to write their objections. They whispered that to the proposal as a third concentration, to answer there were limited materials to teach at the graduate, the need for a track for students interested in trans-level in African American studies. But they spoke out forming the way the areas of social welfare, health, of ignorance, and did not have to be confronted head transportation needs, and other delivery mechanisms on except as the objections were dealt with in several in the African American community were studied and revisions of the proposal. Relying on the expertise of researched. The inclusion of this social policy compo a wide range of scholars in the field, Asante was ablenant was rejected by the university committee for to answer most of the objections quite easily. Both the master's and the doctoral programs. By the time the new faculty members, Welsh, Peterson Lewis, and Quito, had taken on the vision and mission the possibility of the department, there was a new turn of events. A doctoral program. A new dean, Lois Kronholm, was appointed to the when the graduate committee of the College of Arts and Sciences. Lois Kronholm and Arts and Sciences had made its decision to return her assistant dean, Jane Cribbs, along with Provost Barbara Brownstein and Executive Vice President H. Patrick Swigert, became the doctoral program's strongest supporters, even in the face of faculty opposition. President Peter Liakuras played a major role in articulating the vision that was to give Temple the best department of its kind in the nation, but he could not force the faculty to act on the proposal. The approval of the master's and doctoral programs by the Graduate Committee of the College of Arts and Sciences created euphoria in the National Council of Black Studies. It was a national triumph, indeed, an international achievement for Temple University. Asante and the department had achieved a great victory, and all of the arguments, setbacks, delays, and threats of obliteration were reduced to memories. Dr. Molefi Keet Asante, Afrocentric theorist and activist, recorded memories, but memories nevertheless. The 27. African American Studies, the first doctoral program. 27. Reviewers who had visited the campus to offer advice. Terminal degree was written and proposed entirely, and suggestions included Professor James Turner of by an African intellectual and then accepted, and Cornell University, Professor William Nelson of approved by a predominantly white institution. The Ohio State University, Professor Dolores P. Aldridge construction of a new way to approach and interrogate of Emory University, Professor Marimba Ani of phenomena of the African experience created, Inter Hunter College, and Professor Maulana Karenga of Alia, Space for Radically New Interpretations of Data. California State University, Long Beach. In addition, by introducing the idea of studying phenomena, Howard Dodson of the Schomburg Center came to from the standpoint of African agency, that is, as support the department's movement for a doctoral subjects acting and not simply acted upon, the program. These reviewers' advice and suggestions Afrocentric perspective opened up an entirely fresh were incorporated into the final report. Field of research. For example, the U.S. Constitutional, in an attempt to forestall any objection to the conventions, could suddenly be examined from the admission standards of the new programs. The depart perspective of the Africans who cooked for the Delement introduced the highest grade point average gates or who drove their carriages. One could ask, requirement in the College of Arts and what were these enslaved black folks thinking while sciences at the time? A student had to have a 3.0 GPA, the colonial white folks were thinking. Perhaps to enter the program and a 3.6 GPA to apply for the national independence was a gift of Europe, but teaching assistantship. A year or so later, the depart through years of struggle, freedom was truly to be meant elevated the admission requirement to a 3.2 GPA, ultimately a gift of Africa. For admission. One of the reasons for this was that the introduction of the doctoral program in African the department had experienced an unusually high. American studies shattered the idea that blacks could number of applicants, contrary to the speculation of not propose any intellectual program from which those who believed that there would be only a few whites could learn. Before this development, the idea students interested in the graduate program. Initially the department received hundreds of applications. Approval and recognition. The Temple University Board of Trustees approved the proposal for a doctoral program in African American Studies in 1987. This represented one of the most critical historical developments in American higher education for the following reasons: it represented a major breach in the structure of white supremacy, it introduced a new paradigm, and it minimized the significance of race in theoretical and conceptual innovation. The proposal to create a new doctoral program in a major white institution in the United States was a bold act. The power to grant terminal degrees had always been held by whites, even at predominantly black institutions where the doctoral degree was offered. It was usually based on some model of a white doctoral program. Thus a history doctorate at Atlanta University was based on the history doctorate at Georgia, Emory, or some other university. In other words, there were no doctoral programs in the United States not created by white people. The doctoral program in African American Studies, Dr. Miriam Maatkari Monges, recipient of one of the first at Temple, represented the first time that a new doctorates in African American Studies from Temple University. 28. Graduate studies for the 21st century that whites created and everyone else participated in master's degree, and 6 also offer a doctoral degree. Their creation had been the common educational given that AAS departments and programs have been TICE, but the doctoral program at Temple was a radical in existence since the late 1960s. Universities have changed in that equation. It served to minimize race in been quite slow in creating and maintaining graduate the construction of concept and theory, and thereby programs in AAS. Ohio State University and Cornell struck a blow for equality in theorizing about any university, were the first institutions to implement a phenomenon related to the African experience. Master's degree program in AAS in the early 1970s. It was almost 20 years later, in 1988, that the first doctoral program in AAS was created at Temple. New doctoral programs. University, under the leadership of Molefi Keat as of 2004, 15 years after the establishment of Asante. Several years later, other universities such Temple University's doctoral degree in African as the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, American Studies. 5 additional universities offer the Harvard University, Yale University Michigan degree, Yale University, University of Massachusetts State University, and the University of California, at Amherst. Michigan State University, Berkeley followed Temple's lead and created their Harvard University, and University of California, own doctoral programs in AAS. However, Harvard, Yale, and Michigan universities did not espouse the same philosophy that state offer interdepartmental degrees, with the bulk informed the first doctoral program in AAS. Indeed, of their graduate courses coming from traditional, there is a major difference between the Temple Doc University departments. Indeed, only Temple, UMass, Toral program and the others, in that the AAS depart and Berkeley offer the degree from a departmental meant at Temple consciously rejects the European structure, and only Temple has a disciplinary meta-paradigm and espouses the Afrocentric paradigm approach. Developed by Molefi Keat Asante. Ama Mazama. An intellectual departure. Further reading. What defines Afrocentricity? The philosophy upon Asante, Molefi Keat. Kemet, Afrocentricity, and which the Afrocentric paradigm is based, is the crucial knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is role it attributes to the African social and cultural exposante's dialogue with the issues he confronted in creating Rennes as the ultimate reference point. Afrocentricity. The doctoral program at Temple fully acknowledges the negative impact that Europesanti, Molifiquet, and Vandi, Abdullah contemporary has had on the lives of African people, and it suggests Black thought, alternative analyses in social and the restoration of a sense of historical and cultural behavioral science. Newbury Park CA, Sage. The editors of this volume organized a number of key scholars in a continuity as the first and indispensable step for collective of alternative voices. This is a good introduction. Africans' recovery. Quite naturally, the Afrocentric to a new way of approaching phenomena. Historiography assumes ancient African civilizations cruise, Harold. The crisis of the Negro intellectual. As the most relevant historical and cultural source for New York, William Morrow. This is a classic work on the African people, wherever they may find themselves. Cultural and intellectual conflict confronting the African today. Afrocentricity also contends that it is Africans' American intellectual who seeks to overcome structural acceptance of ideas foreign to their cultural reality and racism in the symbols of the society. Ethos, ideas imposed on them by Europeans as universal and superior, that has caused the state of great confusion in which Africans currently find themselves. African American. It is this confusion that has created the imperative studies, graduate need for Africans everywhere to find in their own cultural references the concepts and practices that studies for the 21st century will benefit them. The organizing principle of the Afrocentric para of the 175 African American Studies programs DIGME is the centrality of the African experience for and departments currently in existence. 15 offer African people. The position taken by the department. 29. African American Studies, Graduate Studies for the 21st Century. 29. Of AAS at Temple is that what defines African Studies as African Studies is its focus on the African experience from an African perspective. Much of what passes for AAS is nothing but European studies of Africa and her people. Such confusion is made possible by the unquestioned, yet highly problematic, acceptance of the European perspective as universal. The Temple University Model. AAS at Temple concerns itself with different topics, and this does not contradict the unidisciplinary status of African studies but is very much to be expected, since African studies endeavors to cover the African experience's multiple dimensions. As a result, it covers all aspects of African lives. The purpose of Afrocentrically generated knowledge is to empower African people and give them the means to ultimately. Dr. Adeniyi Coker, Director of African American Studies at the put an end to their current predicament. The Strong University of Alabama, Birmingham, who in 1991 became the first commitment to Afrocentricity in the Temple AAS. Student to receive a PhD from a Department of African American department is demonstrated by its sponsorship for studies. Many years of the annual International Cheek and Tadiop Conference, a major platform for Afrocentric, have had two advisors, one in AAS and one from scholarship, and especially by the courses it offers. Another department or program, Ancient African History and Civilizations, as well as a formula that had never been employed in any other to decipher the ancient Egyptian language MDWNTR. Department at Temple University. Although the period of Africans' enslavement in, however, the university's plans were resisted by America is understandably mentioned in some faculty and students, who, through public classes, emphasis in AAS is placed on Africans' past, protests and a lawsuit, were eventually able to obtain current, and possible victories. Thus a new name, the removal of the chair and the resignation of the Africology, meaning the study of African phenomena Dean. Thus, although the department greatly suffered from the standpoint of African people, has been from the fighting and lost considerable intellectual suggested for AAS ground, it nonetheless managed to maintain its. The Temple program was from the start an Afrocentric orientation. Other graduate programs in Tant Voice for Africans, and it instantly became highly AAS have not been subjected to the severe attack successful in attracting hundreds of Africans from all leveled at Temple, and this is in large part attributable over the world, as well as non-Africans from north to such programs posing no threat to the tradition of America, Europe, and Asia. These students came to Eurocentric academics. Indeed, those departments do the AAS department eager to be a part of a liberating not fundamentally challenge the implicit assumptions educational experience. However, existing as it did in about Europe and Africa found in most American a white supremacist context, its very success worked universities. These assumptions can be briefly summed against the Temple program. Indeed, in 1997 Temple's memorized as follows: all human beings evolve along administration. Hire Joyce A. Joyce as the new chair. The same line, the European experience is university or for the department of AAS. In a number of prosal, Europeans are superior, and others are posals. Joyce defined her mission to dismantle the defined by their experiences with Europeans as an Afrocentric program and place it under the intellectual result of such assumptions, the history of all women, tutelage of various European studies departments, men, and children in the world is said to naturally under this new plan. AAS doctoral students would coincide with that of Europeans. Thus Europeans are 30. Graduate studies for the 21st century implicitly or explicitly held to be the universal norm. In addition, the categories used are, unsurprisingly, by which Africans intellectual, cultural, and social Eurocentric. The University of California, Berkeley, 4. Progress or, rather, lack of progress will be evalu instance, offers courses on developing societies. White. What it also suggests is that for Africans to put the second major consequence of most graduate an end to their inferior condition, they must emulate programs applying the European paradigm to African Europeans. In addition, this ethnocentrism implies experience is that they then define themselves as that Africans could not have had a meaningful exis. Interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary. Indeed, Altans before their contact with Europeans, hence the graduate programs, with the exception of those at creation of a Eurocentric historiography that places Temple University and the University of Wisconsin at the brutal European intervention into African lives as Milwaukee, define African studies as interdisciplinary, the defining starting point of Africans' existence. That is, as a field of study that is dependent on so-called thus, the history of Africa is divided into precolo-traditional, established disciplines. In other words, in order to exist, African latter of which, it is said, African started developed studies must be tied to European studies. In a similar fashion, diasporic Africans are made the clearest example of that line of thinking is proto-believe that their history started in the 17th century, vitaed by Yale, which offers a joint doctoral degree in when their immediate ancestors were dragged in a European discipline and AAS. Furthermore, in that chains to American shores. In that context, the bulk of strange arrangement, there is no claim to equality, diasporic Africans' existential experience would have since the Department of AAS considers the European been as slaves to Europeans. In the best and most discipline chosen by a student to be his or her primary generous case, enslaved Africans are depicted as field of study. Thus, the AAS department readily resisting their mean white masters, in the worst admits to its being secondary to the traditional discase, they are depicted as acquiescing to their servile discipline chosen by the students. All the faculty whose status and happily participating in their own operas supposedly teach in that department have joined Zion. However, whatever the case, the fundamental appointments or no appointment at all in AAS. At and racist assumptions of this Eurocentric historiography Harvard, where the degree awarded is a PhD in PHY are not questioned, Africans are always defined in Afro-American studies, a similar model prevails, relation to Europeans. Since half of the courses taken by the students who seek a PhD in Afro-American studies must be from a traditional discipline, such as anthropology, soci-distinguishing ology, or English. Quite consistently, All the Faculty of Factors in graduate programs. The Department of Afro-American Studies at Harvard. Unfortunately, most graduate programs in AAS have joint appointments. In fact, Harvard University display an unquestioned acceptance of applying the which has claimed to have the premier department of European paradigm to the African experience. This has AAS in the country attempted to garner credibility for two major consequences. The first one is that most its Afro-American program by hiring Henry Lewis graduate programs are informed by a Eurocentric Hisgates in 1990, who in the midst of much media hyptoriography at the University of Massachusetts embarked on assembling a loose group of highly immersed, for example, only one course, African Origins Visible Black Intellectuals, the Dream Team, who of the Afro-American community, seems to suggest remained fully committed to their respective and awareness that the so-called Afro-Americans had a European disciplines and departments. This strategy, life before their enslavement by Europeans, while however, resulted in a precarious arrangement for Harvard University. Such a course is not even available. Harvard's Afro-American Studies Department, which in fact, in programs other than that at Temple started to crumble away a few years later with the university, Africans are referred to either as blacks, departure of some of its most visible half-members, or as Afro-Americans, but never as Africans such as Cornel West and Anthony Appiah, who both Americans, let alone Africans, in course titles, were attracted to programs other than African. 31. African American Studies, the Indian Perspective. 31. American Studies Elsewhere, shortly followed by further reading. Gates's own leave of absence. In fact, Harvard does Asante, Molified. Afrocentricity. Chicago, African not even claim disciplinary status for Afro-American American images. This book provides an excellent discus studies but, rather, defines it as a field, with a focus Zion of the intellectual and political context within which on African people as the defining criterion and its AAS emerged. It puts particular emphasis on intellectual tools of intellectual investigation drawn from the confusion in AAS and makes a compelling case for the European disciplines that are defined as primary. Embracing of the Afrocentric paradigm by AAS scholars, there is the same emphasis on the multidisciplinary and students or interdisciplinary aspect of AAS elsewhere, of course. Karenga, Maulana. Introduction to Black Studies. Los Angeles, University of Sankari Press. This book is India's AAS departments have focused on doctoral programs pensable reading on AAS birth and growth, rather than master's programs due to spatial constraints. Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric Paradigm. Trenton, master's programs tend to define African studies as a New Jersey, Africa World Press. This book provides a useful and field focusing on the Black experience rather than as comprehensive overview of the principles, theories, and a discipline. For example, the Department of AAS at concepts developed by Afrocentric scholars. Ohio State University, which has the largest number of Mazama, AMA. Graduate programs in African Studies. Faculty of any AAS department, espouses the definition in Jacob Gordon, African Studies for the 21st Century. New York, Cambridge University Press. Mazama of AAS as multidisciplinary, with students having to discusses at length the problems facing AAS graduate pro-take courses in literature, music, history, psychology, grams, and makes recommendations for strengthening sociology, political science, economics, community existing programs, development, and so on. The Africana Studies and Research Center at Cornell University, on the other hand, advocates a transdisciplinary approach. There are at least two interrelated reasons why those African American studies who teach in African studies programs are quite the Indian perspective. Forteable with a definition of African studies as multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, or some similar concept. Indian scholars believe that African American studies, having been trained, for the most part, in a European, especially African American literature, poses and discipline, they simply continue applying the skills important challenge to white American literature. Acquired while being trained as sociologists, since much of white American literature, which has logists, literary critics, linguists, historians, and so on, taken root in India, militates against the ideals of while focusing on some aspect of the African experiment liberty and equality for all peoples, Indian scholars ins. They have generally not questioned the premises welcome African American literature as an alternative upon which the European intellectual discourse rests, to it, an alternative that fosters the genuine values, nor have they seriously questioned the relevance of proclaimed in American documents. This exciting such discourse to African lives? This is indicative of the body of African American literature is filled with the pervasive confusion among black scholars about the spirit of self-examination and questioning, challenge academic and intellectual standing of AAS. This stating the very basis of almost all major institutions of affairs is not a new development, it has character America. This literature is thus of unique interest to AAS since its inception because AAS was created Dalit Indians, who are similarly engaged in intellectual vision. It is most likely, therefore, that as long as articulating, questioning, and challenging the contra AAS is conceived as a mere appendage to European dictions in Indian society studies, it will fail to entrench itself further in the academy. In order to grow stronger at the graduate level, AAS must attain disciplinary status, which can happen African American only if scholars involved in AAS accept Afrocentricity studies and Dalit studies as their defining paradigm. Although throughout the world the history of those Ama Mazama oppressed in the name of color, caste, or religion has 32. The Indian perspective not run the same course, the broad framework of the autobiographies, which are closer to factual reality struggle of the oppressed for liberation has been more and are the most revealing modes of expression for or less the same. The context of the production of underprivileged selves the movement is from aware Dalit Indian and African American literary discourses ness of the false image imposed upon them to reject is the suffering, marginalization, and oppression of shin of it and, finally, to an affirmation of self. But these groups by the supremacist ruling classes and writings do not end in any kind of final resolution. The discrimination oppressed African American scholars' questions remain unanswered. The analysis of there have seen similarities between their predicament and the system is done very competently, that of the suffering masses in other parts of the world. But an alternative vision does not emerge. It is here, they have thus provided a perspective for the study of in this context, that African American studies has a oppression and resistance and inspired Dalit Indians great contribution to make. African American auto to see through the designs of the nexus between the biographers not only show the movement from the white sovereign and consciousness of their predicament to an analysis of the oppressor or ruling capitalistic classes. Like their America's racism but also point a way out of the exist African American counterparts, the writings of the race relations. They point to an alternative to a Dalit record, the search for identity and selfhood in the materialistic civilization that is satisfied with the context of their respective cultures and the struggle acquisition of trinkets and trash. African American of their community to survive whole, forcing their writers, following Richard Wright, have provided oppressors to revise their literary imagination and critique of white society as well as an alternative affirm the legitimacy of their voices. In this regard, the vision of a new society based on equality and justice. Dalits relate much of their assertion of literary and the role of the black creative writers and the leader cultural ideals to those of the practitioners of African Ari scholars who serve as intermediaries is to explain American studies. The relationship between black people and those in their writings the Dalit have closely examined who attempt to subdue them. These writers have the socio-cultural religious framework that has limited covered that they are treated differently not only their horizons and sought the possibility of reforming because of their skin color but also because of the way they live. In doing so, they reject the existing entire attitude with which white Americans interpret religious order. Yet they find it difficult to collectively the world. The responsibility of such writers is to not revolt against the system. As in the case of some, be limited to the racial question and to move beyond African Americans. Some Dalits have compromised such concerns. In doing so, writers have been able to and given up their past. One reason for the Dalits' lack discover the universal significance of blacks' position of response to issues of history is that education came. These writers thus are not confined to the limitations laid to them and, with the exception of Bhimrao, of protest literature and can focus on defining the Ambedkar, they have lacked strong leaders. In adding nature of reality and finding appropriate forms for shin, there were the middle-class Dalits who estranged conveying it themselves from their caste and got entangled in the Dalit writer can learn from the African socio-religious complexities and micro-interests of the American experience how to seek and redefine a calm society. However, they still inspired their brothers and Mon culture. The Dalits dream of a secular Indian sisters to change their ways and also to do something nation that brings communities together and empha to change the touchable Hindu. At the same time, the Siza's unity in diversity comes into conflict with the Dalits gave a wake-up call to the Savarana Hindus to existing, hierarchical social order in which birth still remove the contradictions in the society or else the Suf determines worth. The resolution of this conflict is furus would blow up the structure of their democracy. Not in sight, and this dream of an alternative order has the Dalits have not had organized strategies, such been temporarily sidelined. This is not to say that the as Afrocentricity, to counter their exploitation by Dalits need to imitate black writings. Some Dalit others, but they have beguiled others by adopting writings analyze the existing system very compquace personas, however uncomfortable and conscious tently, and each writer deals with it in her or his own. They themselves have been of the deception. Such way. Although the stages and process of liberation are personas are transitory and have been adopted by the same, the conditions of existence are different, the Dalits only until they are able to live without, so the experience and its treatment will have to be them. In the Dalits' writings, especially in their different black literature, can provide a platform on 33. African Burial Ground Project 33. Which Dalit writers can test their plan of action for from Congo, Ghana, and Benin. Their lives in new equality, reassess key issues in intellectual history and York had been quite harsh, as they clearly had expressive culture, dissolved boundaries, and write frequently suffered from severe malnutrition and non-traditional version of literature. The blueprint pro-serious diseases. Children had died in great numbers, vitied by African American writers for such a change, and as a whole, the birth rate was lower than the can help the Dalits to triumph over the trivialities that mortality rate. Divide their world. On October 4, 2003, the excavated remains of the 17th and 18th century Africans were reinterred der Suthi Rajiv. In a ceremony called the Rites of Ancestral Return, at the very site where they had been discovered. Almost further reading. 13 years earlier. The ceremony involved many cities, starting with an evening departure ceremony at Howard Asante, Molafikid. Afrocentricity, the theory of university in Washington, D.C., proceeding to social change. Chicago, African American images. This Baltimore, Philadelphia, Newark, and finally reaching book is a classic wake-up call for oppressed people. New York City. Over 3,000 people participated in Asante's book was popularized in India in the 1990s. Bennett, Lerone. The Challenge of Blackness. What was to be, by all accounts, an emotional event, Chicago, Johnson. Bennett's book demonstrates that for the excavation and burial of those enslaved oppressed people can choose their own path to liberation. Africans brought the horror and evil of slavery to the through identifying with their own sense of history. For once again, a most sensitive issue for many Rajiv, Suthi. Forms of black consciousness. Africans who feel a special reverence for and great New York, Advent books. This is one of the best to their ancestors. By the same token, it also works done by an Indian scholar on the nature of black raised the issue of the quite significant contributions consciousness. Africans have made to the economic development of America, thus reinforcing the legitimacy and timeliness of the claim for reparations made by an increasing number of African Americans. African burial. Above all, maybe, the African Burial Ground Project. Project forced American society in general and African Americans in particular to deal with the painful. The African Burial Ground Project began in 1991. Chapter of History, Africans' Enslavement in America, with the discovery of an African cemetery during the chapter that has often been ignored or distorted, and building of the Foley Square Project federal building whose scope and significance have therefore often in Lower Manhattan in New York. The cemetery was been belittled. The African Burial Ground Project, the home of the remains of over 400 Africans. This compelled Africans to revisit their identity, their finding, the largest bioarchaeological site identified in relationship with the past, and their ancestors who the Americas, immediately raised awareness as well suffered terribly not so long ago. As a result, as many questions about the colonial past of Northern public became aware of the African Burial Ground states, especially New York, which had more enslaved project, many became committed and contributed to Africans than had been realized. These questions were the proper and dignified handling and burial of the able to be answered in the years that followed, as a remains of their African ancestors. This was no easy result of the close study of the remains at Howard Battle in the face of federal indifference, if not Ray's University by a team of 70 to 80 researchers operating tents, to the right of African people to bury and treat under the supervision of physical anthropologists their dead with the respect due them. Michael Blakey, the scientific director of the African AMA Mazama Burial Ground Project. The researchers combined information yielded by DNA with the study of skulls and historical data. Further reading. To tell the story of those whose skeletons they were, there has not been any scholarly report yet on the African examining, for example, their place of birth, age at Burial Ground Project. The interested reader will, however, death, cause of death, and general life conditions. Benefit from reading the following essays on slavery in the they found that the Africans had come primarily northern states. 34. African Cosmology. Blassingame, John. The Slave Community. London, Spirit as the Parent Reality. Oxford University Press. This work documents and surveys the institution of slavery and demonstrates the effect of spirit is a tremendously complex and stupendously slavery on the creation of community among Africans of dynamic construct. The ancients understood spiritual various backgrounds. Ity as the parent of reality. In the framework of African Blatt, Martin H., and Roediger, David R. The cosmology, human beings are the union of spirit and meaning of slavery in the North. New York, Garland. This physical being within a physical realm of existence. Book focuses more particularly on the economic aspect of while humanity is confined in large measure to the 19th century slavery in the North. Temporal dimension, human beings continuously engage in conscious and unconscious interactions with the spirit. Spirit is the word used to describe the intuitive through supranational connectedness that many African cosmology people feel with the entirety of creation. In its broadest usage, spirit refers to both the totality of existence, and a cosmology is a body or system of thought arising the multiplicity of its manifestations. Out of a people's history and culture that addresses it is clear from the interviews with and experiences issues of reality and creation, truth and value, mean of many adherents of indigenous African cultures and process and that people's place within creation. From the work of various researchers that the term it can be differentiated from the more general term, knowledge and understanding of designated elements of cosmogony, which is a people's mytho-historical. The spirit differ and often conflict within the same description of the creation of the universe or, put village. Each of the indigenous cultural systems more simply, their creation story. Al-Haq indigenous nonetheless provides for a single creator who is African cosmologies appear to differ according to singularity and a multiplicity simultaneously. The geography and regional histories, the degree to which Creator has mandated order and balance. The deities or they coincide in fundamental principles and function. Children of the Creator are the ministers and emissaries, defines them as multiple expressions of a single of the Creator. As aspects of the Creator, they maintain cultural and cosmological construct that mandated balance and order. These ministers in the cosmologies of traditional Africa, the of the Creator are the Abuzum, the Orisha. Physical existence of human beings is a limited, the Neteru, the Namo, but representative the Vodou, to name but a few examples. They are expression of the cosmic order mandated by the intermediaries between humanity and the Ansis Creator of the universe. Human physical existence is Tours and Creator. The ancestors are Varideities and ancestors and is being continually influously referred to as, for example, Ensamanfo, inst by them. The character and existence of human Egangun, and Kikunkolo. These physical existence are determined and shaped by the children of the Creator are the first expression of the greater and parent spiritual reality. Each human being differentiation or generativity of the Creator. In several exists because of the ancestral line of which she or he African cosmogonies, the number 8 has a prominent is a part. The ancestral line extends from the Creator, place in reference to the original number of deities or the deities, and the clan ancestors. No human being families of deities exists apart from that lineage or continuum. Each in African cosmology there are provisions for one human being has a personal mission. It is the disciform or components of the spirit that issue directly airy and actualization of that personal mission that from the Creator and are the source of physical life, positions the individual to make the maximal country such as the Kra, Ka, Emi, Bushan to the efforts of the collective. It is the inability and Kla. Each cosmology provides for a compo or unwillingness of the person to identify with his ornament of personal destiny that may be acquired in her personal mission and apply himself or herself to variety of fashions. Among the Akan it is referred to that mission that compromises the possibility of suc as the Nkrabia or Hibi. Among the Yoruba, it is the ses in matters of family development and sustained ipin ori. There are also provisions for the element and productive relations or strategic actions in his or of character, such as the sunsum of the Akan. The her endeavors. Elements of both character and mission are derived. 35. African cosmology 35. Ultimately from the Creator. In each system there are physical environment. The Dogon, for instance, make concepts of the spiritual double or complement that abundant references to various seeds and the condition exists synchronously with the physical. Also in each of particular grains. There are also references to other system, the differentiated components of the spirit are features of their environment, including jackals, and seen first as extensions of Odumankoma, Oludumare, caves or burrows. These are prominent features of Amma, Inkosi, as the Creator is variously named, and their physical space, thus it is natural for the Dogon then as expressions of the Abuzum, the Orisha, to assume that their spiritual reality parallels their Neteru, and other deities. What emerges is a picture-temporal experience. These temporal parallels and of the spirit as an incomprehensibly complex and reference points facilitate an understanding of the dynamic reality of which the physical reality is but an operation of the spirit as it relates to their material and small component. Mundane concerns. The conceptions of the cosmos, its beginnings, and the place and dynamics of humanity in its relations with the spirit, present a picture not the function of only of abundant diversity but also of true cultural rituals and myths. Unity. Each cultural system uses scenarios analogous to people's experience in their respective environment throughout Africa. Various traditional societies have meant to explain the origins and nature of the cosmos employed rituals to facilitate interaction with the or creation. It can be said that this is the multiplicity spiritual. They have also employed myths to foster within the singularity that is the expression of an understanding of the spiritual reality as the parent creator. Reality that is incapable of being comprehended. Each regional expression mimics the complexity within the realm of materialist rationality. Thus, spirit of the cosmos as the people perceive it. Through a represents the lack of name for the reality that is the set of rituals as complex as their cosmology, each greater reality. As different names exist for different people has sought to facilitate, enhance, and main aspects of all things, different names also exist for tain the connectedness of the material and the spiri different aspects of the spirit because it cannot be told. Part of the seemingly bewildering complexity described in just one way. Different terminology can be explained through an understanding that the therefore been used to describe various components. Spiritual is so interwoven in the material concerns attributes, and manifestations of the spirit. The kra, and functions of the culture that the material and sunsum, entero, and magia are different manifesta spiritual are indistinguishable. The underlying valuations of the spirit in the Akan people's cosmology as an principle of African cosmology is that in it relates to the human person. Expressions and manifestations of the Creator are similar manifestations in the Dogon people's infinite, and it is thus not the purview of one person cosmology include the Gozu, Kikan Bumun, and or group of persons to judge the worth or value of Nyama. For the Bambara people, the Ni and the Dia those expressions are two prominent manifestations of the spirit. The Zulu people call these manifestations the Izathunzi and Kwame Agi Akoto and Akua and Sun Akoto the Ithongo. In the cosmology of Kemet, the concepts of Ka, Ba, Kaba, Aku, Seb, Puta, and Amu are further reading. Manifestations of the spirit in the human being. Akha, Christian Abraham. Akan ethics. Accra, Ghana. Parallel conceptions in the Yoruba cosmology include University Press. This book presents a detailed and useful the Emi, Ori, Ipin, and Enakiji. Similar conceptions account of Akan spiritual beliefs exist among the Manding and throughout West, East, Agi, K, and Akoto, Akua and Sun. The Sankofa Central, and Southern Africa. These conceptions of movement, re-Africanization and the reality of war. The manifestations of the spirit in the makeup of the Washington, D.C., Oyoko Infocom. This is a clearly article human being are further compounded in their interrelated analysis of fundamental African spiritual principles, actions with other manifestations of the spirit whose and it makes the case for the need for African people to re-embrace those principles. Terminology and character encompass altogether Diop, Cheek and Tat. Civilization or barbarism, and different dynamics. Authentic Anthropology. New York, Lawrence Hill. Diop traditional mythology was fashioned to facilitate outlines the profound cultural unity that binds African people's understanding of the operation of the people. 36. 36 African dance in the United States T. Shaka, Oba. Return to the African mother principle of male and female equality. Oakland, CA, Pan-African Publishers. This book explores the cultural meaning of gender complementarity throughout Africa. African dance. In the United States. African dance in the United States is a movement form that has entered the country at the university level from the continent of Africa since the 1950s. African dance, the oldest form of dance in the world, had its academic beginning in American universities in the mid-20th century as a result of the following distinct circumstances. 1. The rise in African consciousness due to the Negritude movement, African nationalism, and Pan-Africanism, as expressed in the 1950s Dr. J. Kwabena, philosopher of music, and 1960s by heads of African states such as Kwame Nkrumah, Leopold Sedar Senghor, and companies to appear. Alvin Ailey was the representative Julius Nyerere of the United States to the first International African II. The development in Africa of Government Festival of Arts in Dakar, Senegal in 1965. Subsequently, sponsored cultural and educational institutions Ailey's dance company toured the African continent, for the purpose of disseminating and preserving dancing from Ghana to Ethiopia. However, to African culture. Professors Albert Maura Opoku and Kwabena Nkrumah of the University of Ghana, Legon had the three. The desire of African American educators and greatest impact on the transfer of African dance ideas scholars to advance the scholarship in African to the United States. They were the chief promoters of an African American studies beyond European West African dance in the United States. Both opoku paradigms, which meant that they sought to enkisha worked in universities in America before extend the understanding of African cultural retiring in Ghana in the 1980s. It was the relationship traits and values to all of the Americas and the between them that brought new dances, Royal Court Caribbean music, and new African American adherents into fore. The civil rights movement of the 1960s, when the realm of African dance. Subsequently, there were emergent voices on university campuses where many African masters, such as Olatunji, who came to calling for and insisting upon coursework in the United States from Nigeria to teach African dance. Disciplines that acknowledged the need for valid in the African context. Dance is always performed scholarship not predicated on colonialist models to music, so when we speak of African dance it must be understood to include music. African dance has 5. The launching of cultural initiatives such as become a feature in many university, civic, and private touring national dance companies that had in events, such as homecoming parades and celebrations, impact on the American panorama from broad convocations and special ceremonies, banquets, arts way to the university campuses. Openings, weddings, birthdays, and fashion shows, opening for featured artists, Black History Month given the environment created by these circum-events, Kwanzaa celebrations, Juneteenth Day seal stances, there was a new awareness around African Bratians, African American arts festivals, liturgical dance that made it possible for innovative dance dialogue groups and forums, as well as in 37. African demographics 37. Interactions with the Hispanic community, including multidimensionality of space and body movements of Santeria, Lucumai, and Palos Montes celebrations. African dance to the complexities of life. Actually, most American colleges and universities Welshasanti, Kariamua. African dance. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is one of the key contributions to have neither Black studies nor African dance as a part the understanding of African dance in the modern context of the curriculum. It is rare to find a department of Welshasanti seeks to demonstrate that African dance is a Black studies in which dance is a major component. Dance not merely of the past but also of the future. Yet it is clear that African dance is a major art form in the African world. African dance is also connected to the presence in the United States of gamelan orchestras, Caribbean clubs, drum circles, and powwows. African demographics. This is not to say that African dance and music set this precedent but to suggest a simultaneous cultural and to date, most research that has been done on human academic awakening of international involvement descent points to evidence that all humans originated on several American college campuses. Scission and distribution. Around the turn of the 3 great African dance companies, Les Ballets Millennium, it was estimated that Africa is home to Africains of Guinea, National Ballet of Senegal, and almost 900 million people, which is about 14% of the National Dance Ensemble of Ghana, have consists world's population. About 1/3 of this population tently brought amazing entertainment, drama, move lives in urban centers, which are typically communiment, and spectacle to world audiences. Traditional ties of 2,000 to 10,000 inhabitants. This is a recent and classical African dance has been studied in the phenomenon, however, for most of history, The Americas by Henry Drewal, Kariamua Welshasanti, African population has lived a rural lifestyle and John Mason, and Robert Ferris Thompson in the United depended on agriculture and hunting for survival. States and by Juanita Elbine dos Santos in Brazil, as although human beings have lived in Africa for well as by hundreds of other scholar choreographers. Thousands of years, little information is available on the actual number of inhabitants for most of Africa's. Clyde Olafiju Morgan. History. It is estimated that around the beginning of the 16th century, sub-Saharan Africa had 20% of the further reading world's 600 million people at that time. However, European and Arab infiltration of the African Kanti Asante, Molafikete, and Welsh Asante, Kariamua. African culture, the rhythms of unity. Trenton, Nant was quite ruinous for Africans because of the New Jersey, Africa World Press. This book brings together some of eases, violence, and slavery that accompanied it. It is the most critical thinkers in the field of African aesthetics estimated that the European slave trade alone led to and to discuss the nature of the unity of African dance, art, and enormous forced movement of between 15 and 50. Cultural expressions. It is a daring intellectual work that million Africans to the Western Hemisphere between includes pieces by Wole Soyinka, Maulana Karenga, the mid-1400s and the mid-1800s. Given the number of Dias do Nascimento, and John Henrik Clark, among of Africans presently in the Americas and the others. Barber, Karen. Readings in Popular Culture. Caribbean, some scholars believe that the number of London, School for Oriental and African Studies. This is Africans taken from the African continent is considered one of the best introductions to African popular culture, ably higher than 15 million. However, despite these, and includes a way to assess the newest forms of African circumstances and epidemics that have plagued the cultural expressions. Continent, the population in Africa continues to grow. Cubic, Gerhard. Dance, Art, and Ritual of Africa. At a rate of 2.4%, one of the highest population growth. New York, Random House. This book deals with the rates in the world. Perceptions, actions, and symbols of dance in African population change results from the interaction of communities. Opoku, Albert M., and Bell, Willis. African Dances, A3 Variables, Birth, Death, and Migration. A Ghanaian Profile. Legon, University of Ghana, Institute of Societies. Population can increase through natural African studies. In this work, Opoku and Bell connect the increase, when more births than deaths occur in a 38 African demographics. Given period of time, or through net migration, when demographers have described the phenomenon of more people move into the geographical area than countries and regions moving from a state of high move out in a given period of time. At the regional birth and death rates to a state of low birth and death level, most population change in Africa is due to nat rates as a demographic transition. This process tends Ural increase, in the sense that more people are born to occur in 3 stages. In the first stage, birth, and then die in any given year. The current total fertility death rates are high and, as a result, little population rate for Africa is 5.2. That is, on average, a woman growth occurs. In the second stage, death rates fall due living in Africa would have more than 5 children if to improved living conditions, while birth rates she were to go through her reproductive lifetime bare remain high. During this period, population grows in children at the current rate of women in the very rapidly as more people are born and fewer die. The US age groups. This means that women in Africa on third stage of the transition is reached when fertility average bear 2 or more children than women in falls and closes the gap between birth and death rates. Other parts of the world, in which total fertility rates resulting again in a slower pace of population growth, are lower than 3. But the average age at death for this pattern has been observed in a number of people in Africa is younger than that of people in most European societies, many of which are now in the other parts of the world by about 10 years. There are third stage of the transition. In most parts of Africa, significant differences within the continent on most of birth and death rates remained high until after World these indicators, however. War II. When death rates began to fall in Africa, although migration plays a limited role in Chang fell more rapidly than they had in Europe, primarily in the size of the African population at the regional through the introduction of medical and public health level. It does greatly influence the composition of technology to control infectious diseases rather than various societies on the continent. Seasonal migrant from economic development within the African labor to mines, long-distance trading, truck driving, countries. In addition, because of better health, birth, and serving in the military are some of the occupations in Africa increased and the population continued factors that lead to migration in the region to grow at a high rate. In the past 30 years, birth rates generally, such occupations are filled with young have fallen, but death rates have fallen even faster, men ages 20 to 35, who often establish semi-permanence, leading to continued population growth on the land homes and new relationships in the places of continent work, but also maintain regular contact with their aside from the total size of a population and the spouses in the country. Consequently, spatial mobile 3 demographic variables of birth, death, and ITY is one of the major factors contributing to the migration. Another important demographic character spread of the HIV/AIDS epidemic in Africa. Civilistic of any society is its age and sex structure, or the strife also frequently leads to massive movements of proportion of people at each age, by sex. A popular refugees within the continent. Shin's age-sex structure determines its potential for there normally are a number of other socio-eco future growth as well as the patterns of growth among nomic factors that influence changes in each of the age groups. Generally, a population with 35% of its 3 major demographic variables under discussion. People under the age of 15 is considered young, and for instance, although the biological ability of women this offers some indication of the likely burden that to bear children is similar across most population, these people will place on various resources as they groups, the actual number of children born varies sig grow older. In addition, a large population of young significantly from one social setting to another. This is women produces a substantial number of births, mainly due to differences in the social factors that which influences future population growth. Recent influence the opportunities and motivations for child data indicate that more than 40% of the African bearing in the various African societies. Some of the population is under the age of 15. Reasons noted to affect fertility in Africa are low. Rapid population growth is linked to many social access to contraceptive services, the desire to have problems, including hunger, high infant mortality, many children as old age security, the poor education, inadequate social and health services, and a poor and low status of women, early age at marriage, a infrastructure, including such services as transport, a preference for sons over daughters, and high infantion and communication. Population growth does and child mortality rates not necessarily cause these problems, but there is. 39. African epistemology. 39. Evidence that rapid population growth could make it likely be slow. Given the number of young people in more difficult to ease social problems such as those the region, there is already an inbuilt momentum that listed above, primarily because of the pressure that will lead to continued population growth in Africa, increasing numbers of people put on the economy, and even in the wake of the HIV/AIDS epidemic, for the infrastructure of already resource-stricken societies. Coming 30 years. With one of the most rapidly growing populations in Robertson Gonza. The world, Africa ranks below almost all world regions on several social, economic, and health indicators, such as maternal and child mortality rates, crude death. Further reading. Rate, life expectancy, immunization rates, and average Gould, Pr. The Slow Plague, A Geography of the Personal Income. AIDS Pandemic. Malden Mott, Blackwell. This is a good many countries in Africa are also now facing a source of information on the AIDS pandemic and its effect crisis caused by the HIV/AIDS epidemic, which is on the population of Africa. Undermining the development and human resources of Population Reference Bureau. World population data, the region at an alarming rate. Research and Project Sheet. Washington, D.C., Population Reference Bureau. Shins have shown that in some countries, the epidemic. This is very useful statistical data on population in Africa. Thomas, H. The Slave Trade, the story of the Atlantic has or will slow developmental growth and reduce life. Slave Trade, 1440 to 1870. New York, Simon & Schuster. Expectancy at birth by more than 10 years. Since there is excellent material in this book, Although Thomas bubonic plague in the 14th century that killed in St gives a conservative estimate of the number of Africans made at 35 million people, mostly in Europe, no other uprooted from the continent of Africa epidemic has had such a strong impact on human population as the HIV/AIDS epidemic. According to the United Nations, it has been estimated that in 2001, of African epistemology, the world's 40 million people living with HIV/AIDS, 29 million were living in Africa. Yet, these numbers only partially depict the magnitude of the epidemic. African epistemology is the African theory of Knoll that since the late 1980s has claimed more than 3 mil, which includes the African conception of the lion people and orphaned millions of children, mainly nature of knowledge, the means used to gain Knoll in Africa. It is estimated that about 9% of adults age, the criteria for the assessment of the validity of between 15 and 49 years of age in Africa are currently knowledge, the purpose of the pursuit of knowledge, infected with HIV. The range in prevalence varies and the role that knowledge plays in human existence. Greatly, however, from 2% to 30%, with some South. The adjective African applied to a people implies that African countries being the most affected. South. That people, given the specificity of their location in Africa, is the country with the largest number of the world and their experience in human history, have HIV-infected persons, at 5.0 million. As African people, a specific way of understanding it is not possible to tell exactly what the future size and explaining the world and the complexity of Africa's population will be. However, given past human condition. At the same time, given that Africans' trends and existing circumstances in regard to are members of the unique human family of Homo components of population, birth, death, and migrasapiens, African epistemology naturally exhibits some estimates can be made. If the population similarities with and differences from epistemologies in Africa were to continue to grow annually at the curve developed by people living in other parts of the world, estimated rate of 2.4%, the population would in Africa, as elsewhere, the philosophizing process double in just 28 years. However, there is evidence begins with an epistemological quest, that is, the quest that contraceptive use is increasing in most parts of for a solid foundation of human knowledge. This epis Africa. Also, other social and cultural changes that temology or theory of knowledge deals with ways of influence a change in fertility such as increased age knowing and criteria for the evaluation of the validity at marriage and increased education of females are of knowledge. In so doing, it raises the fundamental taking place. Birth rates are falling in many nations, questions of how and why knowledge is created. Such that the rate at which the population grows will confronted with the thorniest questions about human decline. Yet, this decline in population growth will destiny in the midst of a mysterious universe, Africans. 40 African epistemology have developed since time immemorial a complex to challenge this invention of Africa by deconstructing epistemology that enabled them to find satisfactory knowledge about African people built especially by answers to the numerous questions pertaining to the anthropologists and other social scientists. In other human condition, their creation myths articulated in words, the critique of Western and Westernized epis answer to the enigma of the origin of humankind and temologies constitutes an important part of African the meaning of life in this world and the hereafter. Epistemology. Moreover, in the post-colonial era thus the first questions to be addressed are how world, where the limitations of the dominant Western Africans articulate and evaluate knowledge and what concepts, theories, and paradigms have become obvi constitute the specific characteristics of Africans cognos, it is imperative, especially with the development native modes and their general conception of black studies in the United States, to decolonize nature and role of knowledge in human existence. The knowledge by exploring different ways of knowing. African approach to knowledge can be grasped from naturally, Africans have turned toward their ancestral the wisdom of oral tradition, especially the various intellectual heritage to articulate the new vision of creation myths, folk tales, and proverbs, the way of African epistemology. In the United States, Afro-seeking truth in social, political, and religious institutiontricity emerged in the 1980s as the most influential shins, the work of healers, the avenues for finding epistemological paradigm inspired by the African guilty parties in traditional justice systems, and the tradition. Ways of solving family disputes and other social conflicts. However, the earliest written documents that African ways of give us a hint about African epistemology are from knowing and cognitive faculties. Kemet, especially in the definition of the philosopher from the Antaf inscription, the instruction of Tahotep, the instruction of Nebmernakt, the anonymous, the supernatural, the natural, and the paranormal paths instruction recorded on papyrus by Chester Beatty 4. To knowledge. First, there is a supernatural path of, and the ethical teaching of knowledge in which human beings gain knowledge. Amin Mope. These texts articulate the fundamental through the help of supernatural powers. This Cogni-African path to knowledge that is also expressed in Tib mode includes divination and revelation. These two cognitive temology of the Akan, to name but a few examples. Modes are characterized by the intervention of super. But what exactly is this African theory of null natural beings, spirits, ancestors, dead relatives, etc.? How do Africans access and process knowledge? Gods, goddesses who impart knowledge to humans. Why do Africans conduct this quest for knowledge? By directly through a dream or vision, or indirectly, which means do people gain knowledge, and how are through mediums, diviners, animals, extraordinary people expected to use knowledge? As these questions life events, or natural phenomena that require a SPE indicate, African epistemology deals with the faculties chale kind of interpretation by which people gain knowledge, and the debate over another epistemological path is that of natural, the credibility of such means. Hence, it addresses the cognitive modes. In this way of knowing, human critical issue of truth. How can people be sure that beings gain knowledge by using their natural faculties? They know the truth and that they can adequately, or abilities, including intuition, express it in their languages, which consists of the work of the human heart, and reason, which consists of ism. Neocolonialism and racism has created a natural investigation of reality through the human African epistemology with a specific focus on the intellect and logical thought process. Given that in relationship between knowledge and political and Africa, intuition and reason are not mutually exclusive economic power. In a world where for centuries the phrase African rationality has its peculiarity. Africans have been studied and defined by their Colorado between these two poles of African epistemology, the Nile, or slave masters. African epistemology has come natural and supernatural ways of knowing, stanza 41. African epistemology 41. Third category of paranormal cognition or extrasensory African rationality. Perception, which includes such modes as clairvoyance and telepathy. The focus here is limited. The concept of African rationality has been distilled divination and African rationality, which play a obscured, and discarded by centuries of epis crucial role in African people's everyday life. Temic violence produced by colonial and neocolonial scholarship. In countless scholarly works shaped by Darwinian evolutionism, Hegel's philosophy of world divination, history, and Levi-Bruhl's grand dichotomy, because of the nature of its success, divination African mind has been defined in binary terms as the plays a crucial role in African life as a trusted means opposite not only of the Western mind but also of decision-making and a basic source of vital the mind of the rest of humankind. According to knowledge, it also plays a role in the enactment and these philosophies. The African mind is irrational, validation of legal and political decisions in various emotional and superstitious and by nature anti-parts of Africa. Intellectuals and peasants, politicians thetical to philosophical and scientific rationality. And technicians, professors and students, even however, as post-colonial scholarship, especially the Christians and Muslims, consult the diviner, Afrocentric paradigm in the United States, has shown, chale when they face critical existential problems African epistemology is far from the hocus pocus of and have to make tough decisions. long regarded as witch doctors promoted by outside scholars during the primitive hocus pocus, divination has come to be last 5 centuries. Acknowledged by more careful scholarship as in for thousands of years Africans have domesticated important cognitive mode not only in Africa but also cattle, developed agriculture, created astronomical elsewhere in the world, including in the intellectual calendars, mastered medicinal plants, educated their heritage of the West. Through a healthy decolo children, and survived various mortal dangers because nization of knowledge, post-colonial scholarship has they gained an efficient knowledge that opened the shown that divination is not an irrational practice by secrets of nature and unlocked the enigma of human some charlatan or obtuse superstitious mystificators, existence. The science and architecture of Egypt, but rather, a powerful epistemological approach by astronomy of the Dogon, architecture of Zimbabwe, men and women of exceptional wisdom and high art of Benin, and many other religious, philosophical, personal character and scientific achievements still visible today bear divination stands at the core of African witness to Africans' passion for genuine knowledge. Mology as a valid cognitive mode. It exemplifies African languages indicate that Africans have used well the way African epistemology integrates science the power of reason to carefully analyze nature scientific and religious knowledge, natural cognitive faculty the human condition in the world. The Shona Lantes and supernatural powers. Divination emerges gauge, for instance, has more than 200 different words as a dynamic, complex, and sophisticated cognitive to describe the action of walking. The adjective big is method that skillfully combines logical analytical rendered by 183 words in the Nook language and 311. And intuitive synthetical modes of thinking that in words in Hausa. Many languages have 10 or 20 words Western tradition are rigidly separated. Moreover, to describe an object according to changes in its form, divination is not solely a belief grounded in religious weight, volume, or color, and as many words to char revelation. What appears to the uninitiated as mere actorize an action depending on whether it is single or superstitious paraphernalia hides the diviner's pro-multiple, weak or strong, beginning or ending. Found knowledge, which is obtained through difficult this African epistemology is based on careful techniques and a long and hard training of intellect observation of natural phenomena, and analytical and character. Divination is not mere faith. It is an assessment of the understanding of the phenomena, learned discipline based on an extensive body of analogical explanation of reality, and it is well knowledge, which involves at once natural and super-articulated in the Ofumfa epistemology natural phenomena, the material and immaterial, and expressed in the Adinkra symbols of Ghana, Ofumfa visible and invisible dimensions of reality. As such, and Matemacy. The Adinkra symbol Ofumfa, which divination constitutes an important component of is also called Pempenhuamudua, literally means African epistemology. Search rod or measuring rod and is the symbol for 42. 42 African epistemology. Critical examination and excellence. It defines the thought. The African thinks not only with the head but African concept of critical thinking. Matemacy is the also with the heart. This means that African people's symbol of wisdom and insight. It adds an ethical reject the cold Cartesian dualistic logic. African reason dimension to the epistemology by establishing the dialogues with intuition and other cognitive faculties. Connection of knowledge and goodness, harmony, and moreover, this relationship between head and heart balance. Thus the purpose of knowledge is to ensure introduces a human factor into African epistemology. A good life for oneself and the community. Knowledge has to be humane. Such is the fundamental notion of critical thinking expressed by the tall characteristic of African epistemology. Ofumfa symbol also is articulated in the Hadada epistemology of the Ethiopian philosopher Zara Yacob the main characteristics. A contemporary of René Descartes. Zara of African epistemology began his journey toward knowledge by identifying the obstacles that hinder the effort to know the truth. Every epistemology is shaped by its theorists. Zara observed that because the knowing process is a conception of the object of study, African ontology difficult labor, people shy from any critical examina involves the interconnectedness of all reality, thus shun and hastily accept what they have heard from African epistemology is grounded in a holistic vision. Their fathers. Thus Zara adopted criticism as the African epistemology has 8 major characteristics, initial step toward knowledge and included other the principle of intellectual humility and non-steps such as analysis, inquiry, and dogmatism, cosmotheandricity, an ethical dimension with the Baluba tradition in the Congo agrees with this hated a focus on wisdom, rejection of the notions of epistemology. Knowledge for knowledge's sake and art for art's the Bwino epistemology of the Baluba is grounded sake, a holistic perspective focused on the inter in the proverb mwana y hangulaya unvwa, meaning connectedness and balance of reality, rejection of. The child who raises questions is the one who will the compartmentalization of knowledge, an integragain knowledge, which stipulates the centrality of the shin of various disciplines, and a rejection of the question in the path toward knowledge. For the Bantu, opposition of reason and other cognitive faculties, knowledge does not stem from a blind repetition of rejection of the opposition of the sacred and the ancestral ways. The Baluba state that in order to know, profane, religion and science, knowledge and faith, one has to begin with the art of unknowing, being rejection of the opposition of the individual and carefully aware that everything that shines may not be the community as cognitive agent. A genuine knowledge. This means these characteristics of African epistemology are that knowledge is not knowledge until it is critically well exemplified by, among others, the Bwino epist examined and its validity enshrined. It is precisely this homology of the Bantu people of Central Africa and power of critical thinking that has made African Tradi the ofumfamatmasi epistemology of the Akans. So dynamic, vibrant, and flexible, constantly the Bwino epistemology is defined by the Luba adapting to new challenges. The very survival of proverb, Bwino bonso ke Bwino, Bwino I Quikalabaya African people throughout history is due to this kind ne Bantu, knowledge is not knowledge, true knowl of epistemology, which allowed people to assess the edges to know how to live in harmony with our fell meaning of new realities in the light of old canons and low human beings. The fundamental point made by to assess ancestral wisdom and customs in the light of this proverb is that, in African epistemology, genuine new circumstances and wisdom. Knowledge is not divorced from wisdom. Indeed, for it should be emphasized here that the specificity of the Baluba, the superior level of knowledge is the African rationality is to be found in the concept of the Bwino, that is, knowledge wisdom. This type of thinking heart. In most Bantu languages, the word knowledge can be generated only by a person who has heart also stands for musimum wayamp, good or pure heart. Goodness of thought. Amuntu wa musimum wayamp is not only a heart produces knowledge wisdom, which in turn person with a good heart in the sense of being kind, enables the character development of the knower. Compassionate, and generous but also a person of good thus, harmonious and peaceful coexistence with all. 43. African epistemology 43. Human beings and all things stands the healer uses intellect in the selection of as the fundamental characteristic and criterion of the adequate medicinal plants and in the diagnosis of discredibility of knowledge. In this African scheme of ease. In addition, the healer relies on divination, into things, epistemology and ontology-itive psychological skills, and a religious worldview are inseparable. To know is to foster the victory of that considers disease the result of a combination of goodness over bad character, it is to foster human factors, including unbalanced ethical conduct and flourishing and respect for nature. This is possible broken relationships with nature, the ancestors, spear only through an act of modesty. Its, and fellow human beings. African epistemology thus, the African journey to knowledge begins with is grounded in the fundamental belief that reality is an epistemological humility, which is the fundamental one, that is, everything is interconnected in a web belief in the inability of a single individual to know of relationships. There is a fundamental connection the whole truth. As an Akan proverb puts it, wisdom between the male and female, the living and dead, the is like a baobab tree, a single person's hand cannot visible and invisible realms, the spiritual and material embrace it. More explicitly, an Akan proverb, Nian sa spheres, the human and divine realms, humanity and nni onipabako ti mu, states that wisdom is not in the natural world, and so on. In this worldview, to head of one person. This same attitude is found in understand or to know is to grasp the interconnected kemet, where the definition of the philosopher, the ness of all things. Antaf inscription, recalled that the philosopher is not a. Thus African epistemology rejects all forms of philosopher merely because he is clear-sighted, but dualism, with the primary dualism being that of the also because he constantly seeks advice from others. Subject and object of study. Rather than separating more specifically, Tahotep taught in the 25th century themselves from the object of study, Africans BCE that the sage must consult not only the wise but communicate with what they wish to know. The also the ignorant and the maids at the grindstones, for African becomes tree with the tree, rock with rock, no one reaches the limits of every art and no one water with water, and wind with wind. It is a major should be proud of his or her knowledge. This prof's article of African epistemological faith that compartzion of ignorance that is the beginning of wisdom mentalization of knowledge and methods generates stems from the acknowledgement of the immensity of intellectual schizophrenia and obscurity albeit doc to the cosmos and the limitations of the human mind. Ignorantia. Africans believe that such compartmentalized Birago Diop's classical poem Soufflé's capization generates partial and disconnected knowledge tours well, the essence of African ontology, the African rather that sound knowledge. Thus they hold that the view of reality, is cosmotheandric. It expresses the best way to know is to use a variety of tools or human interconnectedness of the human and spiritual worlds. Faculties and a variety of methods. Interdisciplinarity to paraphrase the 16th century Abyssinian philoso or epistemological dialogue stands at the core of the THIRD-WORLDISM. The idea is that the distortion of African holistic approach. Any part automatically affects the other parts of the in African societies. The sage is not a person of one whole since the whole universe is interconnected. Wisdom or one knowledge. The sage is sage precisely likewise. The Yoruba Ifa divination is based on the because of his or her ability to be a psychologist, a assumption that human beings are part of the cosmic teacher, a spiritual master, an artist, an architect, a body, which includes every life form and energy in the thinker, and a good practitioner at the same time. The universe, the balance and harmony of which is Indi's wise person is a whole person because of his or her principle for the health and happiness of every human holistic knowledge and holistic approach to known being. This is why African epistemology rejects the ontological and cosmological dimensions opposition of the sacred and the profane, as well as the of African knowledge imply also that knowledge is related opposition of spiritual and empirical methods not a mere language game or a pure dialectical enter in the acquisition of knowledge. For Africans, there is attainment. Knowledge is active. Indeed, it is action. No duality of matter and spirit or of faith and knowl because knowledge has an impact on the knower and edge, and no opposition of science and religion. This unreality around the knower, all knowledge is potent is well illustrated by the African healer, who always highly dangerous and needs to be handled with combines various cognitive modes to achieve a extreme care and precaution. Hence, African epist's successful result. Homology involves an ethical requirement. The pursuit. 44 African ethnic groups of knowledge is inseparable from the pursuit of wisdom. For in the African understanding of things, African ethnic groups. Genuine knowledge necessarily involves wisdom. The unwise knower is referred to as a witch. The continent of Africa contains nearly 2,000 ethnic for Africans, the focus is on not knowledge for groups. This is the largest number of diverse ethnic knowledge's sake but knowledge for humanity's sake. Groups of any continent. Many of the ethnic groups of the purpose of knowledge is to enhance human flower. Africa are larger than European nations. For example, ishing and preserve and promote all other forms of life. The house of population of northern Nigeria is larger in the universe. This is why initiation is fundamental. Than the population of the Netherlands, Denmark, it is critical to train human character so that people Sweden, Switzerland, Portugal, or Norway can handle knowledge for the benefit of humankind. Each ethnic group traces its origin to a single in the African worldview. Knowledge is not merely a female or male ancestor. Some groups are related to right. With knowledge comes responsibility. The one others through lineage. The Akan group of Ghana and who knows more has more responsibility to care for the Ivory Coast, for instance, is connected to 7 others and for the world. Knowledge, in African Epis founding sisters. Each group of Akan has the same set temology, is the path to becoming fully human and of a bourgeois as all the others. Some African people trace humane. It is a sine qua non of Bumuntu, authentic their ancestry to only one ancestor. For example, and personhood. A person without knowledge wisdom is ethnic group such as the Aja of Nigeria traces its referred to as Myafu Onanga, dead man walking. The ancestry to Wayenji, a female deity. Act of knowing is a process of becoming humane. Of the hundreds of ethnic groups on the African where knowledge leads to violence, oppression, and continent, less than 20 can be considered major destruction. Africans speak of Buchi, witchcraft. Groups in terms of population. Thus, the Yoruba, Igbo, rather than Bwino, knowledge wisdom. Hausa, Wolof, Mand Inca, Congo, Chokwe, Akan, Kikuyu, Hutu, Oromo, Zulu, Xhosa, and Shona are Mutombo Nkolu and Sengha. Among the ethnic groups that are considered significant in their countries. In some modern states, how further reading. These groups are treated and how they treat others determines the fate of national politics. Asante, Molafikid. Kemet, Afrocentricity and a major source of internal political conflict in knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This book Africa has been the rivalry between ethnic groups, raises the critical issue of perspective on the Africans such as the war between the Hutu and Tutsi in East experience and argues that such experience must be apprehended through an African epistemological lens, as Africa. The Hutu and Tutsi populations share the opposed to through the Eurocentric biases that have so same language and the same ancestors, but they have often misrepresented Africa. Had devastating wars. One reason for the animosity Diop, cheek and tat. Civilization ou barbarie. Paris, might be that the colonial-era European powers, presence Africaine. In this book, Diop makes a compelling mainly the Germans and the French, created distinct case for the reassessment of African early contributions to shins between groups of East Africans in order to human civilization, thus shedding light on the issue of have a buffer population devoted to the colonial African epistemology since ancient times. Ease. Chikwudi. African Philosophy, an Anthology. Masters. Oxford, UK, Blackwell. This is a useful reader on major African ethnic groups are no different from ethnic African philosophical issues. Groups on other continents in their relatedness to Gaikai, Kwame. An essay on African philosophical ancestry. Just as there are Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and Thought, the Akan conceptual scheme. Philadelphia, English ethnic groups in the United Kingdom, their Temple University Press. This is an enlightening and are various ethnic groups in African countries. These systematic approach to Akan philosophy, including Akan groups must never be referred to as tribes, as this is epistemology. A pejorative term related to a notion of Africans as Mutimbe, vy. The Invention of Africa. Bloomington, Indiana University Press. This is an important book on the uncivilized, primitive, and backward African ethnic issue of the epistemic violence involved in the construction groups represent culture, customs, and traditions of an Africa that never was through the use of Eurocentric and racist categories. Molafikid Asante. 45. African Philosophy 45. Further reading. Of the day, continue the progress of the liberation movement, and symbolize the determination of the Agi Mensa, Samuel. Reproduction and social context in sub-Saharan Africa, a collection of people of Africa to free themselves from foreign microdemographic studies. Westport Court, Greenwood Domination, Exploitation, and All Forms of Oppression Press. The authors in this volume discuss the role of diver resulting from colonization and white supremacy. Side in reproductive behavior in Africa. African Liberation Day was influential in the defeat of Ahenabasaki Yia and Aosaboasare, Kofi. Female colonialism and apartheid in South Africa and has autonomy, family decision-making, and demographic help to expose imperialism imposed by the United Behavior in Africa. Lewiston, New York, Mellon Press. This is a States. Currently the supporters and coordinators of penetrating analysis of the way female autonomy operates in the commemoration of African Liberation Day fight the process of reproduction in Africa. Against dictatorial and corrupt governments, ethnic cleansing, AIDS, exploitation, and various forms of subjugation imposed on people of African descent. African Liberation Day. Deborah Lanier. Further reading. On April 15, 1958, in the city of Accra, Ghana, Hakata, Michelle. African Liberation Day marked in African leaders and political activists gathered at Style. New African, 398, 12-17. This article celebrates the first Pan-African Conference held in Africa. This the 43rd commemoration of African Liberation Day, in conference, under the auspices of Osagyefo Kwame, which the keynote speaker Vive Nyunger, a member of the Nkrumah, was attended by representatives of the Central Committee of the All Africa People's Revolutionary Governments of Liberia, Morocco, Libya, Sudan, Party, addressed the continuing political struggle Tunisia, Ethiopia, Ghana, and the United Arab GLES of Africans throughout the world. New African follows Republic, as well as by representatives of the national selected commemorations of ALD annually. Liberation Front of Algeria and the Union of the www.blacknet.com.uk/AAPRPBlacknet.com. This website provides historical information on the origins of African Cameroonian peoples. In celebration of the first Liberation Day and highlights the main objectives of the collective presence and call for action of this nature on movement. African Soil, April 15 was celebrated as African www.thetalkingdrum.com. This website is a resource for Freedom Day for 5 years. Then, on May 25, 1963, the obtaining historical information surrounding the founding leaders of 32 independent African states met in Addis of African Liberation Day. It also contains updates on Ababa, Ethiopia, and at this historic and significant the current political debates and issues for people of meeting, the Organization of African Unity, African Descent, and information on the key leaders and currently known as the African Union, was formed freedom fighters who have contributed to African struggle for liberation. And chartered, and the independence of 2/3 of the continent from colonial rule was celebrated. Since that meeting, May 25 has been celebrated everywhere as African Liberation Day. African philosophy. The idea of African Liberation Day was initially born to combat colonialism and the oppression of the Google search engine indicates a strong African people, and its meaning has since broadened presence in the world of philosophy. Indeed, while to embrace the fight against all of the injustices there is no category for white philosophy in cyber imposed on people of African descent throughout the space, statistics from February of 2004 indicate world. The spirit of this day is to promote awareness. 3,050,000 hits for Black philosophy, 1,620,000 hits for and encourage organization worldwide to fight against African philosophy, and 1,220,000 hits for African inherently racist foreign and domestic policies and American philosophy. African philosophy received socio-economic conditions facing people of African many more hits than Indian philosophy, descent. Japanese philosophy, Jewish philosophy. African Liberation Day was born to honor the Arab philosophy, Islamic legacy and continue the struggle of the ancestors. Philosophy and Spanish philosophy celebrate annually the initial plight of the founders. African philosophy comes closest in number. 46. 46 African philosophy. Of hits received to Chinese philosophy, what is meant by African philosophy, then, is the and Greek philosophy. Although the press-specific African way of understanding and explaining ins of African philosophy in cyberspace comes after the world and the drama of the human condition. It is that of major European traditions. The presence of the systematic effort of the African mind to under black philosophy surpasses that of British philosophy stand the world as a meaningful cosmos and to under and German philosophy and stand the place and role of human beings and other is equal to the presence of French philosophy creatures in the universe. It is thus a rigorous pursuit. The presence of American philosophy, of truth, and a rational search for the meaning of with 5,130,000 hits, reigns supreme in cyberspace. Human existence. African philosophy is at once and although merely indicative, this presence of philo-activity of the mind, a way of expression, and a way sophical literature in cyberspace points in its own of life based on genuine knowledge and wisdom. Limited way to the presence and influence of African indeed, it is a way of thinking, speaking, being, and philosophy in today's world. Nowadays, African living wisely. Such an enterprise entails the use of philosophy is part of the regular curriculum in philos critical thinking not to achieve skepticism and offy departments in Africa and around the world, and cynicism but to enhance human flourishing. Since yet, just 3 decades ago, the very notion of the existime immemorial, Africa has praised wisdom overtones of African philosophy was controversial, and age and titles and maintained that the unexamined many in philosophy departments believed that the life is not worth living. Thus the Baluba, like many rational enterprise of philosophy was incompatible other African people, established a clear distinction with African cultures, if not antithetical to the stroke between kunnatur of the African mind itself. Furthermore, in some and kunnakanya and between Kulanga and remain skeptical and suspicious of African rationality, Kulanga Kanya. In fact, the person with a lack of associations of African philosophy. Considerations of knowledge and unwise conduct was regarded in Tradi-African history, especially of the slave trade and Coloradotional Africa as Kivala, Kidinjidingi, that is, an empty nihilism, have since 1945 put the following questions: well or a worthless being. Thus according to African at the center of the debate about African philosophy, the goal of life is to become humane by what is African philosophy? Who qualifies as in pursuing wisdom? African philosopher? What makes specific African throughout the ages? African philosophy has been thought philosophical. What makes a philosophy expressed orally and in written texts, in both African? However, the history of African philosophy and foreign languages, notably in Latin, Arabic, and its object of study are broader and deeper than this: French, English, German, Italian, Portuguese, and preoccupation with relatively recent African history Spanish. Over the last 5,000 years, African philosophy has trodden many paths, constantly adapting its method. The notion of African philosophy refers simply to and language to the evolution of its object of inquiry, the African love for wisdom, that relentless passion of which constantly changes according to ecological, the African mind to know and to know the truth about economic, political, and cultural circumstances, human existence and the world. African philosophy is in ancient times, African societies produced there indeed a careful examination of life and of living own philosophers, the sages who articulated their beings. As such, it involves a rational meditation thought in creation myths, proverbs, sapiential folk on love, suffering, mortality, and immortality. It is a tales, and the ethical vision that governed political, reflection on ways of living a good life and a constant religious, and other social institutions. At that time, questioning of the credibility of institutions created people philosophized entirely in African languages. For the purpose of achieving such a good life. It was a philosophy of Africans, by Africans, and for proceeds by way of a methodic, systematic analysis of Africans. It produced African cosmologies such as knowledge and known phenomena, a study of the fundos of the Yoruba and the Dogon, a vision of human questions of human existence, articulated in nature, and a theory of human dignity and human and explicit, critical, autocritical, and systematic disrights. It also produced ethical norms and the wisdom course that is sometimes symbolic and proverbial but of a good life. African investiture speeches embodied very often discursive. An entire political philosophy, the African vision of the 47. African philosophy 47. Meaning and aim of political power, the distinction written by an obscure Belgian missionary, placid between a bad ruler and a sage king temples, working among the Baluba people of, the centrality of the welfare Katanga, of the people in the art of government. In addition, the book articulated the metaphysical and ethical ancient philosophers meditated on metaphysical K's vision of Baluba wisdom. It was warmly embraced by Shins regarding the spiritual world, immortality, and Leopold Sedar Senghor and other prominent figures in the afterlife. The Negritude movement and adopted by the newly created publishing house Présence Africaine. Writing to approve or disprove the philosophical ideas of the African philosophy. Baluba proposed in the book, which radically challenge the Western mind. Lend the Western dogmatic monopoly on reason. In modern times, however, colonialism and enslaved armies of philosophers in Europe and Africa engaged introduced a rupture with the past, a rupture so into a heated debate that, from 1945 to 1975, produced deep that the very notion of the existence of and the fundamental literature of the contemporary African philosophy was put into question. The new philosophical discourse. Schools created by the colonial masters enslaved this contemporary African philosophy was largely holders in the 19th and 20th centuries aimed to destroy produced in Western languages by thinkers trained African historical consciousness. Both in Africa and in schools established by Europeans. In response, in the Americas, Africans and those descended from Pan-African and Negritude movements stressed the Africans were taught to regard their past as a need to decolonize the mind by articulating a way of sophical, irrational, and worthless. Since the tragic philosophizing in tune with ancestral African trade encounter between Africa and Europe in the 15th centuries and contemporary African concerns. Many case Turi, almost all the prominent Western philosophers emerged in this early period of defining African vigorously denied Africans' ability to think properly. Philosophy, which stretched from 1940 to 1980. First following in the footsteps of renowned Western and foremost, Africans were asked to prove the philo-philosophers Hume, Montesquieu, and Voltaire. Sophical quality of African thought to a skeptical Kant, who is celebrated as a paragon of critical think Western establishment, which controlled publishing, denied philosophy to Africans on somatic grounds. Policies and even continued to run the educational despite the presence of Amo Afer, an African professor system and faculties of philosophy in post-colonial of philosophy, in Germany during his own time, Kant Africa until the 1980s. In this context dominated by rote of the African man that he was black from head the hermeneutics of suspicion, whether there could be to toe, a clear proof that what he said was stupid. An African philosophy became a focal topic for many after Kant, Hegel, in his philosophy of world articles and books over several years. It was still an history, proclaimed ex cathedra that Africans important topic in the 1990s, as publications by were not only outside the kingdom of reason but also Kwame Gaikai in Ghana and Lucius Outlaw in the outside history and outside humanity itself. After United States indicate. In wrestling with this question, Hegel, Levi-Bruhl, applying Darwin's theory of Evolu-African philosophy gained an expertise in the scrutination to the human mind, declared the African mind of the pitfalls and dissonance of Western philosophy. Prelogic and radically antithetic to the Western mind. Cal traditions, as well as in the vast semantic field of this epistemic violence, which served as the rational the concept of philosophy. Isation of the necessity of colonialism, soon provoked a reaction that led to the rise of African contemporary the breadth of African philosophy. Initiated as a literary movement by philosophical discourse. Africans and those of African descent in the Americas and Europe, This movement was to turn into a powerful. Moreover, African philosophers turned to a serious laboratory for new philosophical ideas, which crystal study of the history of philosophy in Africa, which lived mainly in the Negritude and Pan-African move, culminated in the articulation of a comprehensive mense at the beginning of the 20th century. History of African philosophy going back to Pharaonic. However, it was the publication of Bantu Philo-Egypt. The result of the superb research done by Sophie in 1945 that generated the most consistent and Cheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga in this field explicit philosophical tradition of modern Africa, led to the overthrow of the Greek miracle dogma. 48. African philosophy, and the articulation of a fundamental paradigm shift. African politics. Martin Bernal, whose work, like that in the history of world philosophy, the question of Cheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga, Chal conditions for the possibility of a specific philosophy lends the Greek miracle ideology, Johannes Fabian, was turned on the West, which had to justify its own who like V. Y. Mutombe has deconstructed anthropol originality and rationality in view of new historical ogi and colonial epistemic violence. Jean-Paul Sartre, evidence proving that the founders of Western whose solidarity with the colonized people and his philosophy, including thinkers like Pythagoras and sophisticated analysis of colonialism and racism has Plato and many other scientists and philosophers, prompted Mutombe and some other scholars who had been trained by Egyptian philosophers in Nile welcome him among African philosophers, and the Valley schools for many years. The new findings British philosopher Robert Bernasconi, who has done made clear that Western cultural arrogance and Levian analysis of racism in Western philosophy that is Bralism were baseless, founded as they were on enlightening and can usefully be read along with myths of Western primacy. As a result, a confident Lucius Outlaw, Cornel West, or Lewis Gordon. Since African philosophy emerged and directed its energy, Western philosophers are insiders who have the ability to productive preoccupation, to think the human ity to better understand the passion of the Western condition in Africa. Mind, those who have for years contributed to while most of the contemporary African Philosopho-Africans struggle for full humanity through adenunfers are trained professionals with masters and orchiation of colonialism, neocolonialism, imperialism, doctoral degrees in philosophy, and very often profs and racism or through a genuine study of African source in departments of philosophy and black studies, languages, culture and wisdom bring a valuable the field of contemporary philosophical discourse is contribution to African philosophy. Broader than the circle of academics. If what makes a thought philosophical is its substance, then rational the African and rigorous thinkers are also found outside the often philosophical tradition. Narrow circle of academic philosophers. Thus significant philosophies are also found among novelists. With regard to the means of expression, Africa has poets, and dramatists, such as Leopold Sedar Senghor, both the tradition of oral philosophy and that of Writ Wola Sayinka, Chinua Achebe, and Ngugi Wathi 10 texts. Although most of the traditional philosophy Sambinismina, Mongobidi, and many feminist was done orally, there is also a long tradition of writ novelists, to name but a few. Philosophy is also found 10 texts that goes back to ancient Egypt, where there in the writings of professional theologians whose existed, long before the rise of philosophy in ancient training generally includes many years of philosophy. Greece in the 6th century BCE, one of the most cal studies, as well as in the works of professional ancient philosophies in the world. This Kemetic anthropologists, political activists, lawyers, and philosophical tradition flourished from around the artists. Thus, African philosophy exists in a multitude 27th century BCE to the of literary genres. In many libraries, important Philo 4th century CE. Then, during the era of the Roman Sophical texts can be found in the sections of religion, empire, a new tradition flourished in North Africa, anthropology, art, and literature in addition to on the led by thinkers converted to Christianity, such as shelves in the philosophy section or in philosophical Saint Augustine. The Islamic University of Sankara in journals. Likewise, the question of authorship is not. Timbuktu flourished from the Middle Ages into the limited by birth certificate or somatic complexion. As 17th century and produced powerful thinkers like recent anthologies of African philosophy edited by Professor Ahmed Baba, who wrote more Emmanuel Chikwueze and other Africans attest, than 40 books on subjects as diverse as philosophy. The African philosophers include thinkers of African theology, astronomy, and biography. Descent in Europe and the Americas, as well as among the many scholars at the University of White, Western coalition of those willing to write on Sankara during the 15th and 16th centuries were the subject. Mohammed el-Mrili, Ahmed Ben indeed, this latter category includes scholars such Said, and Ben Mohammed Akwit as the British Africanist Basil Davidson, who has, as a jurist, philosopher, and written about the African philosophy of history and theologian, Ahmed Baba confronted the issue of 49. African philosophy 49. Slavery in the Islamic context. He challenged the philosophies, and theological arguments used at the time to justify rendezvous with the West. The practice of enslavement. Unlike the Moroccan jurist Al-Wancharaisi, Ahmed Baba placed the burden in the century of the Enlightenment, African philosophy of proof not on the slave but on the slave dealer, who was still in the process of discovering its correct must prove his lawful right of ownership of the slave path. The Western world had a rendezvous with African he offers for sale. To the question can one take the philosophy with Amo Guinea Afer, word of an enslaved person, that many Arabic jurists Edward Wilmot Blidden, and Olaudah answered no, Ahmed Baba replied with a firm and equal no. These African authors grew up documented yes. With regard to theological arg in the Western world and used their knowledge of the manse, he dismissed the story that the black person Western languages and writing system to articulate a could not create philosophy. Ahmed Baba was in systematic view of the African conception of freedom avowed believer in the capabilities of all humans, and human rights by denouncing theories and Perk as a black man himself, he thoroughly understood the theses they considered to be harmful to human dignity issues of his day. Despite the limitations imposed by an human aspiration to happiness. While Baba his condition as a Muslim, Baba contributed in his struggle for African dignity in the Islamic world, own way to the articulation of an African philosophy Afer, who became known as Anthony William Amo, of human rights. Had to face the question of the enslavement of Africans in the Western Christian world. Coming from a Christian perspective, Amo used his studies of the Ethiopian tradition. Western philosophy to articulate a doctrine on in the 16th and 17th centuries, a rationalistic philorites of black people in Europe. With 2 doctorates, Sophical tradition flourished in Ethiopia with authors in philosophy and law, and in 1738 having authored such as Zara Yacob or Zara Yagob, a Tractatus de arte sobre et accurate philosophandi, a contemporary of René Descartes whose book on logic and epistemology, Amo was the first book hated a African philosopher of modern times. In the very era clearly deals with the rationalistic philosophy. Zara of the Enlightenment, this contemporary of Kant began his journey toward knowledge by identifying the studied and thought philosophy in Europe. Obstacles that hinder humans' effort to know the truth. Amo was born in Axum, in the region of Ghana. Zara observed that because the knowing process is and arrived in 1707 in the Netherlands, where he was difficult labor, people shy from any critical examine baptized a year later in the Lutheran Church Etchen and hastily accept what they have heard from Brunswick Wolfenbüttel. In his dissertation for their fathers. Thus Zara adopted criticism as the initial doctorate of law, which he defended in 1729 at the step toward knowledge, followed by steps such as University of Halle in the Netherlands, Amo already analysis, inquiry, and the light of reason and revealed his concern for the human rights of Africans. The goodness of the created things, as the basis of the title of his dissertation, Dissertatio Inauguralis de Cognitive Method. The Belubabwino Epistemology Jur Mororum in Europa, makes this clear. After law, agrees with this Zara's hated epistemology, as does he studied philosophy, first at the University of Halle the Ofumfamatmasi epistemology of the Akan. And then at the University of Wittenberg in Germany, Aachen people used the artistic Ading cross symbol to where in 1734 he defended his dissertation, to express their love for the wisdom of critical thinking. Humani mentis apatheia, written under Martin, they used the symbol called Ofenfa or Pempenlasker. Amo's philosophy of liberty can best be Huamudua, which literally means search rod or appreciated by juxtaposing it with the philosophy. Measuring rod and stands for critical examination during that same period of another African, Jacobus and excellence. Aware of the pitfalls of cold logic and Capitaine, who wrote and publicly defended at Leiden excessive rationalism, they added to Ofenfa another university in the Netherlands a thesis affirming that epistemological dimension called matemacy, the sim there is no opposition between slavery and Christian ball of wisdom and insight, thus making it clear that freedom. The purpose of knowledge is to ensure a good life for in England in the late 1780s, the brilliant writer oneself and the community. Olaudah Equiano, who was originally 50 African philosophy. From West Africa, used his familiarity with the wealth of traditional wisdom, which constitutes a English language and culture to write a book publicly precious source of information for younger generosizing the evils of the slave trade and strongly conscience of philosophers. Deming the system of slavery. Contrary to Hegel's historians of African philosophy have attempted conception of slavery, Equiano argued for the African various classifications of dominant trends, from traditional sense of human dignity and moral values. Ethnophilosophy to hermeneutical philosophy. Others decades later, in the 19th century, the philosophical have spoken of African humanism, negritude. Pan-scene was occupied by a brilliant elite from the Africanism, nationalism, political philosophy, critical Americas, people like Edward Wilmot Blitten philosophy, sagacity, and many more. These are all, Marcus Garvey, and facets of an epistemic tradition that carries the strug W.E.B. Du Bois. GLE of Africans for full humanity. These ways of think after World War II, a new elite emerged in Africa often overlap and can even be found in the work to carry on the articulation of African philosophy. Of a single author. Because of the mortal danger to while Kwame Nkrumah's Pan-Africanism stimulated Africans of Western domination and local tyrannical thought in English-speaking countries, in Francophone regimes, contemporary African philosophy has Africa, the creation of Présence Africaine in 1947 and focused on themes pertaining to political philosophy, the Société Africaine de Culture spread the impact of ethics, and the philosophy of history. It thus wrestles, the negritude movement, and with it Bantu Philoso among other things, with the issues of personhood, phy. Kwame Nkrumah's book Towards Colonial Cultural Alienation, and the Search for an Authentically Freedom, aim César's discours sur l'African mode of being and becoming humane. It colonialisme, and Frantz Fanon's Peau Noire, denounces human rights violations, racism. Colonial masques blancs played a crucial role in the ism, neocolonialism, dictatorship, and sexism, and its articulation of an African philosophy of human rights. Struggles to articulate a path for African Renaissance Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Cameroon, Kenya, and for African survival and global peace in a world Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo where machines and a heartless global market tend to become major centers of philosophical production overcome genuine humanism. Between 1969 and 1990. It is worth noting that in the although a small number of agnostics, such as post-colonial era, beginning in the 1970s, the critique Okot P. Bitek and Vy Mutombe, have emerged in of colonialism, neocolonialism, imperialism, and contemporary African philosophy. Religion remains racism turned progressively into a critique of African generally inseparable from the African philosophical sources of estrangement, notably post-colonial tyranny tradition because of the central role that it plays in regimes. At the same time, the struggle for intel-African lives. However, in a land where Africans have lectual and spiritual decolonization of the African been religiously abused, a critical evaluation of really mind continued. This early trend, which was inaugurous practice, has become indispensable to the credited by Stefano Chaos, well before placid temples, ability of faith itself. Thus a rich philosophy of produced vigorous thinkers like Alexis Kagame, religion articulated by Fabien Ebosi Bolaga, Vincent Malago, and John Biddy, who turned toward V. Y. Mutimbe, John Biddy, Jean-Marc Ella, Bimwinai, the traditional wisdom contained in Proverbs, Folkwashi, Engelbertmban, Chinua Achebe, Cheek Tales, and other traditional institutions to articulate a Hamadokane, and Mongo Biddy has largely contypically African perspective on the world. Although a tribute to the Africanization of Christianity, as well younger postmodernist and post-colonial generation, as to the purification of both African traditional really, which includes such thinkers as Paul Houghtonji and Juns, and the bourgeois and colonialist Christianity Marcien Taua, has mockingly referred to this trend supported by Western governments and their misionas ethno-philosophy, contemporary philosophers. Ari agents. The fact that the wealthy continent of reconciliation of modern thought with African Africa, blessed with all kinds of natural resources, rational wisdom has enabled them to productively move one of the poorest populations in the world, while beyond a mere repetition of Western philosophical African wealth languishes in Western banks, consti theories. Thus, in their writings, Alexis Kagame toots one of the most dramatic challenges to Western Vincent Malago, Leopold Senghor, Hampat Ba, and Christian solidarity with Africa. It clearly appears that Birago Diop have brought back to academic life Africa needs justice and not charity. Here the global. 51. African philosophy 51. Religious charity rhetoric has become too problematic others. In addition, the recent phenomenon of for a continent where people have become beggars, nonviolent political struggle through abroad nationalists without nations and capitalists without dialogue, popularized under the concept of the capital National Conference, is already generating a new trend of fundamental philosophical question raised referred to as Bumuntu philosophy or humanism of here is whether faith and reason can be reconciled in the third millennium. A land so fond of harmony and balance. It seems that the peculiarity of the African mode of philosophy sine qua non condition for the credibility of faith in physing consists in the focus on balance, harmony, and Africa requires a careful scrutiny of the relationship, a holistic vision of the world. Thus African philosophy between religion and economic or political interests PHY does not reject religious worldviews, nor does it of nations. On the other hand, the poet Birago Diop privilege a narrow rationalism. In Africa, philosophy introduced to the world the nobility of African tradition is not an art for art's sake, but rather, a serious reflectional religions by capturing in his famous poem Shin on how to enhance human flourishing. This is souffles that most essential notion of cosmothy and why the governing principles of African philosophy Dracity, which characterizes the African spiritual are Bumi, Bumuntu, hospitality, and solidarity. In the 21st century, of those noble African virtues of solidarity and unity the dangers constituted by globalization and the rise versal hospitality. Honoring these values requires of terrorism and counter-terrorism are likely to generate philosophical critique of some obscurantist aspects of a new trend in African philosophy, a trend that African social life, from tribalism to blind nationalism will enlarge the concept of terrorism to include the and from crass materialism to sexism. Violence of global marketers and the Machiavellian although contemporary philosophical discourse warlords of world politics is still overwhelmingly dominated by male thinkers, the traditional dialectical challenge to patriarchy and African philosophy and religion. Sexism has been taken up by a progressively growing generation of feminist philosophers. Creative thinkers in the field of the philosophy of religion, there is a need like Tanela Boni, Awathiam to articulate an African critique of just war ideologies, Sophie Oluwole, and to formulate a vision of African self-defense in the Marie-Pauline Ebo, and Mercy Ambo face of a gathering danger of extermination. This will Oduyoy are proudly carrying the be an entirely new direction, which can be referred to torch of women's liberation inspired by traditional as African polemiology. Its challenge will be to find African values An alternative to the Machiavellian ethos of modern, the study of traditional culture has enhanced realpolitik and to the war ethic of Pax Romana Arctic aesthetics. The environmental crisis of the planet, theolated in the famous militarist dogma of Flavius looting of African minerals and forests, the pollution vegetius renatus, qui desiderat pacem, preparat of African air and water by modern industries, and the bellum. The notion that war is a necessary tool for dumping in Africa of nuclear and other toxic waste by bringing peace, and that in war violence itself foreign corporations has led to the rise of an ecology becomes the highest form of love, was characteristic Cal philosophical discourse. Although still in the Mac of Hitler's philosophers, as Kurt Flask reminds us in Ing, this thinking has already generated a profound his enlightening Die Geistesmobilmachung, Die Kritik of Science and Technology and a Reflection durch den intellektuellen Ende der Erste Weltkrieg. But on traditional sciences and technologies. Such critical Africa, the cradle of humanity, has other philosophy thinking is likely to produce a vigorous African fickle commitments. And rightly so. In this highly philosophy of science. Likewise, in light of the deepening petitive global village, in this era of perpetual human crisis generated by the global market and arms war for perpetual peace, African survival itself is at industries, African thinkers are now turning toward stake, and so is the credibility of African modes of the ancestral notion of personhood and creating a philosophizing. Powerful African humanism based on the notion of in this era of global economic and political turbulence. This notion inspired the South African lenses, in this world where nations come together to peace and reconciliation commissions, among ensure their economic and political survival, the early 52 African philosophy. Philosophical dream of African unity articulated its prophetic gadfly role, remains and will continue to by Pan-Africanist thinkers acquires a greater signify by disseminating the noblest expressions of African cants. César's discourse on colonialism, love of wisdom, for humans continue to philosophize Patrice Lumumba's political thought, and Nkrumah's to know how to live carefully and meaningfully. Conscientism and critique of imperialism are of great finally, it should be noted that the contribution value, as this is an imperial era. The vision of anew of African philosophy to the world is already felt, political order envisaged by Nyerere Zujama and the especially in the field of philosophy of history. The African humanism of Konda are also worthy of rediscovery of Kemetic philosophy, and the acknowledgement. For it is self-evident that no real salvation edgment that Pythagoras, Plato, and some early Greek can come from Western ideologies of communism, philosophers studied in Egypt, has revolutionized our Marxism, or selfish capitalism. The African Tradi understanding of the global history of philosophy and national virtues of hospitality and solidarity call for the challenge the dualistic view articulated by thinkers' creation of a new world order. And in this context, the such as Levi-Bruhl, Kant, Hegel, Gobineau, and ideology of Pan-Africanism needs to be reshaped. It Voltaire regarding Africans' ability for philosophical is worth recalling that African philosophy has been reasoning. Thus, African philosophy has challenged Pan-African since its very inception in the modern many of the Western assumptions regarding non-era. Both the Pan-Africanism of Nkrumah and the European people, and in so doing, it has contributed negative of Senghor from the vitality of to the decolonization of knowledge in general and thinkers from the Americas. Since the 1990s, Asante's philosophical knowledge in particular. The challenge Afrocentricity, the vigorous philosophical move for Africa, as for many people around the world, is meant that originated in the United States and has now how to build a peaceful global village. African now globally popularized the vision of cheek and ta suffering, the genius of African languages, the traditional values of Afrocentricity has contributed to the dismantling of the Niti, interdependence, interconnectedness, solidarity, Greek miracle ideology and the decolonization of the and hospitality, the respect for nature and for spiritual history of philosophy. Values, the respect for life, and the wisdom of African proverbs constitute an important asset for a new way of philosophizing so needed at the present time. African philosophy. In the American context. Mutombo Nkulu and Sengha. Today, the United States constitutes one of the major centers, perhaps the most significant center, of African further reading. Philosophical production. This intellectual relation Diop, Cheek and Tat. Civilization or barbarism, and ship among Africa, Europe, and America, which con authentic anthropology. New York, Lawrence Hill Books. Tribute to the dismantling of the system of the slave published toward the end of his life, this book contains the trade as well as the defeat of colonialism, is perhaps refined synthesis of Diop's philosophy of world history, the only chance to face the dangers of this new era which is radically antithetical to Hegel's philosophy of history. Of global empires. To reread Dubois, Krumah, Hauntanji, Paulin J. African Philosophy, Myth or Lumumba, Cabral, and Fanon in the Light of Current Reality. Bloomington, Indiana University Press. A Brill state of world affairs implies a re-examination of some leniently controversial thinker. Hauntanji joined the French of the premises of the current trend of postmodernism, establishment in rejecting the philosophical value of for it is too obvious that in this imperial era, where African traditional thought, his vitriolic attack against the 18th and 19th century rhetoric has come back to the founding fathers of African philosophy, left many wondering whether African philosophy was facing a colonial backlash disguised as Nile discourse of our time, especially when we recall post-colonialism. That post-colonies are to a certain extent none other Mutombo, vy. The invention of Africa, gnosis, than an Africanization of Western colonies. In other philosophy, and the order of knowledge. Bloomington, Words, The Fundamental Deconstructionist Task of Indiana University Press. This book articulates a radical African philosophy and its hermeneutics of suspicion, deconstruction of the pitfalls of modern anthropology and 53. African Renaissance 53. The social sciences, which have largely contributed to the idea of creating the foundation for a renaissance in invention of the idea of a primitive and pre-logical Africa. African thinking. Over time, they attracted hundreds temples, Placid. Bantu philosophy. Paris, presence of students to their seminars and published many Africain. This book contains the confession of a mission books in support of the African Renaissance moverie who went to Africa with a mindset shaped by colonial ment. Among the activities of the African Renaissance theories of evolution and the ethnological mythology of Lévi-Bruhl, and who was surprised that the image of group is the publication of the journal Ankh, the Africa that was inculcated in him in Europe was totally leading journal in the study of Kemet in the African False Temples' acknowledgement of the existence of world. Ankh has defended the positions outlined by African rationality and a sophisticated sense of morality. Cheek and Tat Diop in his earlier works on the African challenged the very foundation of the colonial regime origin of civilization and advanced a Pan-African which was based on the civilizing mission ideology. Study of the connectedness of African languages to the although still shaped by the colonial Hegelian paradigm, Nile Valley civilizations. This book contributed to African philosophical discourse by challenging the distortion of knowledge by scholars of African Renaissance promoter Salomon Mazipo, Colonial Empires. An architect and the publisher of Meenabuk Editions, emerged as a leading personality in the promotion of the work of the African Renaissance movement. Meenabuk published the writings and scholarship of the African Renaissance. Major African Renaissance scholars, such as Théophile Obenga, Jean-Philippe Omotant, Ama Mazama, African Renaissance is the name of an intellectual Nzupalin Carlos Moser, Grégoire Biago, and movement with the purpose of expanding and pro-others. A principal scholar and teacher in the African moting the ideas of Cheek and Tat Diop. The movement Renaissance School is Jean-Philippe Omotant, who was founded in the early 1990s in Paris by Professor embarked on a campaign to re-educate the French Théophile Obenga and nuclear physicist Cheek public about the African origin of civilization. Like Mbak Diop, the son of Cheek and Tat Diop. In Obenga, his major teacher, Omotant gathered many 1948, Cheek and Diop had called for an African facts of African history and culture and presented them Renaissance based on the values and constructs of in powerful analytical and critical works. African reality. The African Renaissance movement. African Renaissance is linked with the Afrocentricity, is thus related to the Afrocentricity movement in intellectual movement, the Temple Circle, and other. Its determination to define African ideas and ideals. Groups and scholars interested in classical civilizations, from an African perspective. Furthermore, like African advancement, and the general rise of humanity. Afrocentricity, the African Renaissance movement. Each year members of the African Renaissance join in views ancient Kemet as the starting place for all this. The academic conference held in Philadelphia that is Science of Culture and Language in the African World. Dedicated to Cheek and Diop. Under the direction and tutelage of Théophile Molofi Asante Obenga, the African Renaissance group in Paris organized themselves into a school devoted to teaching and publishing Afrocentric scholarship. Cheek Mbak. Further reading. Diop used his scientific background to advance the Asante, Molofi. The painful demise of work of the group. The combination of the efforts and Eurocentrism. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is a Talents of African linguist, historian, and philosopher response to the critics of Afrocentricity, as well as in Théophile Obenga and nuclear physicist Cheek. Advancement of the idea that Europe refuses to see that its Mbak Diop contributed to African Renaissance hegemony is unnatural and unsustainable. Asante responds, becoming a major instrument in the dissemination of to Stephen Howe, Mary Lefkowitz, and other anti-African scholars. Afrocentric ideas in the Francophone world. Diop, Cheek Mbak. Cheek and Diop, home in the beginning, a core group of 8 to 12 intellectuels Louvre. Paris, Présence Africaine. This is the definitive ALS, professionals in such fields as education, science, work on the greatest African intellectual of the 20th century. Communication, and computer science, started meet written by the nuclear physicist Cheek Mbak Diop, being twice a month in Paris at the Sorbonne with the son of Cheek and Diop. This book is not a sentimental. 54. African Studies Association. Work, but one that deals concretely with the entire corpus Herskovits's vision. Of this outstanding African scholar. Obenga, Théophile. L'essence de la lutte contre. However, Herskovits's vision of the association as l'Africanisme Eurocentriste. Paris, El Harmattan and Gifser, one whose sole purpose was to be a gathering of Yvette, France, Kipra. This is a powerful discussion of scholars for scholarly purposes, did not have the racism that emerges in the writings of several leading support of the entire membership of the association. French scholars, when they approach the study of ancient the African and African American membership, in Egypt. Obenga responds to the attacks on Afrocentricity particular, disagreed with Herskovits. Their major and African Renaissance scholarship by Fauvelimar, argument was that their scholarly production ought to critique Peru, Walker, and other anti-Afrocentric authors. Have some form of connection to the larger society in which the African Studies Association exists. Indeed, Herskovits's preference was to engage the world in his African Studies Association writings rather than through the association. He has done this eloquently by using his research on the African Kingdom of Dahomey and African roots of the African Studies Association was formed African American culture to engage racial ideas about at a conference in New York in March of 1957 as Africa and an orchestrated mainstream erroneous nonprofit organization open to all individuals and projection of Africans and African Americans. Institutions interested in African affairs. There were Herskovits's actions as the president of the African 35 Africanists who attended the conference, including Studies Association, were, however, contradictory to the association founder Melville F. Herskovits. The major ideas in his scholarly works. The climax of this contra-objectives of the conference were to bring together diction was his role in helping to deny funding to pen people with a scholarly and professional interest in Africanist WEB. Dubois' Encyclopedia Africana Africa, to improve communication among Africanists, project, while offering the association's full assistance to collect and disseminate information on Africa, and to the CIA's Alan Dulles in his projects in Africa. To stimulate research on Africa. The majority of the scholars were critical of his actions as the greatest ASA membership is in the United States, with smaller affront to the institutionalization of African studies numbers in Canada, Asia, Europe, and Africa. Most since the birth of ASA in the 1950s and the 1960s. Members are teachers and researchers associated with Herskovits's actions were interpreted by African institutions of higher learning. The membership Americans as an attempt at eliminating competing includes individuals with careers in international forms of scholarship on Africa, in this case, the pan-development and health, foreign affairs, government Africanist element. Thus, it has been speculated that service, K-12 education and church and social work. Perhaps Herskovits used his position as the African Studies Association held its first Studies Association president to undermine Dubois' annual meeting at Northwestern University in Encyclopedia Africana project because of his concern Evanston, Illinois, in September of 1958. The regis that Pan-African scholarship would generate racial ten-tiered fellows of the association, as they were then Zion, and increase his marginality as a white Africanist. Called, numbered 90. Among these association members were 24 women and several African and African American scholars. The others were Pridham controversy and turmoil. Innately white Africanists. As the first president of the association, Herskovits explained its creation as and since the 1950s and the 1960s, there have been opportunity to enhance communication among shoal debates and discussions about how the African Rs who had a sustained interest in Africa in the Overstudies Association should be run. At the heart of the 4 decades of its existence, Herskovits's ideas about events that shook the 1969 annual meeting of the ASO. The purpose of the African Studies Association Hevchiation in Montreal, Canada, was the question of who been realized through the spreading of an association within African studies should have the power to that every year brings together scholars to exchange define the content of the new directions for the field. Ideas about their research findings and analyses and to Herskovits's contradictory extremes led to an rekindle their sense of kinship with those with whom debate about who should define the scholarly stand they share an interest in Africa. Dards of African Studies, and how those who held 55. African Studies Association 55. Power within the association were using their positions efforts at recovery to limit and control the activities of individual scholars within the association. In the mid-1990s, the African Studies Association at the climax of the crisis in the African studies decided to grapple with the concerns and issues that association, a group within the ASA known as the had dogged it since the 1960s, so the Association Black Caucus urged the association to depart from began a self-conscious evaluation of its program and Herskovits's formulation charter, which defined the individual scholars. At the fore of the criticism of association as a marketplace of intellectual ideas set the ASA was its lack of relevance to Africanist shoal apart from the political atmosphere of the existing Rs on the African continent. The Africanist scholar environment. The group also responded to the fact-ship on Africa reflected in the work of ASAs that in 1969 only one black person was holding a member seemed to distance itself from African decision-making position in an association whose continental realities. The inability of the Africanist dealings were predominantly about black people, their scholars to work in harmony with their African countries, and their societies. Thus the Black Caucus colleagues in an atmosphere of mutual respect specifically implored the association to promptly resulted in the association's failure to achieve one of broaden the participation of black people in all phases its major goals of building bridges between its modus operandi. Research communities. The crisis in the African Studies Association, the African Studies Association sponsors and which had been intense, reached its peak when the annual meeting, which provides an occasion for proceedings were interrupted by African and African panels, plenary sessions, discussion groups, exhibits, American scholars who staged a walkout from the N films. The meeting is held in different regions of meeting. The entire Montreal meeting was given over North America in cooperation with major colleges, to arguments regarding the loyalties and priorities that universities, museums, and other institutions, and Africanist scholars should adopt. The fallout from participants attend from America, Africa, Asia, and these discussions resulted in the formation of a new Europe. With an average attendance of 1,300, the organization by those who were not content with the association's annual meeting has become one of the priorities of the African Studies Association. Led by largest annual gatherings of Africanists in the world. John Henrik Clark, the Pan-Africanist Black Caucus. Today, the association represents a diverse group of the African Studies Association moved to form the people interested in Africa and the African people. African Heritage Studies Association. The association also provides information and support Africanist scholars formed the AHSA specifically to services to the Africanist community. For ASA Perry further build on and expand the previous tradition of articles are currently produced annually, African scholarship and research, a major component issues, ASA of African studies that had been ignored by the news, African Studies Review, and History in Africa. Association. The African Studies Association continues to the precarious nature of the ASA membership search for better ways to respond to the issues, case discussions, and the split that continued for many nations, and concerns that emerged in the late 1960s and months after the Montreal Conference are indicative were later revisited and redressed in the late 1990s. Of the volatility of the debate about how the African such issues include the initiation of specific steps to studies association should operate. As challenging as engage African Americans in the association, as indeed those times were, they actually forced the association Kate in its resolution of 1970, and the adjustment of to examine difficult but necessary questions that its operative structures to establish collaboration and required collective intellectual engagement. In the cooperation as a means to bridge the divide between 1970s and early 1980s, the association moved to unity American scholars of Africa in the United States and ate the dawn of a new era of activism. The ACEs their African colleagues in Africa. The resolve to cast board of directors passed several resolutions that away the negative legacies of the past and initiate a reflected the association's sensitivity to diverse issues. New course for the association is being pursued and with the need to promote greater interest in African sustained in the overall interest of African studies among African Americans as a top priority of and Black studies. This resolve is capable of meeting their new agenda. The needs of current dynamic trends because it is. 56. African worldview theory. Rooted in Pan-Africanism, the only perspective that can promote the broad, self-consciously inclusive African worldview theory. Approach to the association that is required to put it on the right course. The African worldview theory is essentially a combi. One of the major objectives of the African Studies Nation of the classical and contemporary, continental association has been to promote the teaching of and diasporic African overarching outlook on human African studies as an academic discipline. This has experience and the natural and phenomenal world been achieved to a large extent. The number of it is distinguished from the worldviews of other African studies programs in U.S. institutions has peoples insofar as it is grounded in and grows out of increased dramatically since the founding of the African history and culture. African Peoples Beliefs African Studies Association, and many of the institute about God, nature, and major life rituals such as Shins have been carrying out extensive research on birth, puberty, adulthood, marriage, elderhood, and Africa. African studies will continue to grow more depth, exhibit enough commonalities to warrant rapidly as African nations increasingly strive to exert being called an African worldview. These commonal their influence on the world. ASA is hosted by IDAs in many areas of the life worlds and lived Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey in New Experiences of African Peoples render interminable Brunswick, New Jersey. ASA is currently a member philosophical disputes and semantic discussions as to of three organizations, the American Council of whether there exists a general or universal African learned societies, the national humanities worldview utterly unnecessary and unrewarding. One Alliance, and the National Council of Area Studies can know the African worldview by knowing what association. In addition, the association tasks are performed by a discussion of it. Has a close relationship with the association of the key tasks in any discussion of the African Studies programs. Worldview are to bring to the fore what African worldview theorists mean by commonalities in African cul. David Shachiagam. Tours and societies, and to lay bare, in a critical and culturally grounded fashion, what many of these the further reading aurists are pointing to in their discussions of differences in and among the various African cultures. And Clark, John Henrik. Confrontation at Montreal. African Studies Newsletter, 2/6, 7-13. This article extends societies. Civilly discusses the crisis that rocked the African Studies Association and the proceedings at its 1969 annual meeting. Contentions of commonalities. In Montreal. Fraser, Gerald C. Black Caucus deliberations at worldview theory is at work in all other cultures and Montreal, who should control African studies and for societies, as a people cannot survive, and certainly what ends. Africa Report, 1, 20-21. Fraser discusses the cannot flourish without creating and transgender contentious issues raised about black studies at the African Passing on Systems and Traditions of Thinking Studies Association meeting in Montreal. Belief and Green, Sandra E. Symbols and social activism, and values that enable them to cope with the agenda for African studies and the ASA for the 21st specific socio-historical and cultural challenges of century. African Studies Review, 42, 1-14. This essay examines the history of the African Studies Association and their milieu. In the classical world, African people laid its engagement with the debates, concerns, and issues that the foundation for human culture and civilization and, have generated both tensions and creative energy within the throughout the continent, developed societies. That association since its beginning rested on and revolved around similar systems of Robinson, David. The African Studies Association at Thought, Belief, and Values. Age 35, Presidential Address to the 1993 African Studies in the Contemporary African World, which includes Association Annual Meeting. African Studies Review, both Continental and Diasporic African Peoples and 37, 1-11. This essay is a critical review of the history of cultures, major challenges and common experiences the African Studies Association and its various attempts to address the controversial issues confronting it have emanated from, among other issues, www.africanstudies.org. This is the official website of the enslavement, the African Holocaust, and the subsequent colonization of. 57. Africana-womanism. 57. African peoples both on and off of the African is clear to all that enslavement, Holocaust, and continent. The similarities, though, to be sure, not colonization, have had an indelible impact on the way identical nature of the various thought, belief, and contemporary theorists and laypersons alike approach value systems of continental and diasporic African and interpret classical and contemporary, continental peoples have led many theorists to argue that there is an diasporic Africa. African worldview theory acts and indeed an African worldview. This worldview constitutes the challenges of theorizing modern Africa. Toots a combined continental and diasporic African, what it means to be African in the modern moment perspective on life that sums up what Africans know is inextricably bound up with classical and contempt about the world, how Africans evaluate the world, prairie, continental and diasporic African history and both rationally and emotionally, and how Africans' culture, as well as philosophical, spiritual, and axio respond to the world volition ally. Logical African traditions. Ryland Rebecca. Discourse on differences. Further reading. Also important in terms of discussing the African worldview is the discourse on differences within Diop, Cheek and Tat. The African origin of civilization, African cultures and societies. This discourse, which myth, or reality? Chicago, Lawrence Hill Books. This book generally compares and contrasts classical continental outlines in an authoritative way the contributions of Africans to human civilizations with contemporary diasporic African experiences, Diop, Cheek and Tat. The cultural unity of Black often argues that too much attention is paid to the Africa. Chicago, Third World Press. In this book, Diop Commonalities of African Peoples and Cultures, with makes a compelling case for the fundamental underlying serious, substantiated social scientific investigacultural unity of African people. Shins of the differences among these diverse groups. Dubois, W.E.B. Dubois, Writings. New York, Library of America Press. This African life experiences, both before and after the book outlines Dubois' seminal thinking on the meaning of blackness for Africans in the diaspora. African enslavement, Holocaust, and colonization, did Gaikai, Kwame. African cultural values, and not simply problematize the unification of Africans. Introduction. Elkins Park PA, Sankofa. Gaikai presents but also made assertions of a collective worldview, an insightful overview of African cultural commonalities among African peoples seem utterly untenable. Mbidi, John S. African Religions and Philosophy. However, the African worldview theorists argue London, Heinemann. This remains the authoritative text of that their assertions are indeed sound and not any diff African religions and philosophy. Mbidi compares and confirent from those of the many Western European trusts a great number of African cultural groups and cogently worldview theorists who, for example, utilize ancient identifies African religious and spiritual universals. Sayinka, Wola. The African World and the Greco-Roman Culture and Civilization as the Model Ethno-Cultural Debate. In Molify Kita Santi and Kariamu and mean by which to measure European modern Kulwelsha Santi, African culture, the rhythms of tour and civilization. Why is it, the African worldview unity? Westport Court, Greenwood Press. Sayinka discusses theorists ask, that persons of European descent born the complexities of African identity as a result of slavery and bred as far away from Europe as the United States and colonization, can look to ancient Greece and Rome as their cosmological and cultural foundation, but persons of African descent who turn to ancient Egypt, Ethiopia, or Nubia Africana womanism are accused of myth-making and made a mockery of. Africana womanism is a theory developed by scholar Kalanora Hudson Weems in the late 1980s to deal with the classical and African women's issues from an Afrocentric perspective. Contemporary, continental. Tiv. Indeed, at the heart of the Africana womanist and diasporic African worldview theory lies the assertion that a true understanding of, although some scholars agree and others disagree, the nature of the relationship between African men with the basic premise of African worldview theory, it and women requires a thorough understanding of and 58 Africological enterprise. Grounding in African culture and history. In fact, Hudson Weems asserts that the cooperation of Hudson Weems coined the term Africana womanism, African men and women against white supremacy, is in 1987 out of the realization of the total inadequacy in fact necessary for the survival and well-being of a feminism, and like theories, to grasp the real. Hudson Weems proposes a theory that stems from ity of African women, let alone give them the means African culture, and focuses on the very unique exp to change that reality. Renses and needs of African women, a theory she according to Hudson Weems, there are two prob calls Africana womanism. Furthermore, the first lems with the adoption of feminism by African step toward true liberation, as Hudson Weems sees it, women. First, she argues, feminism is fundamentally entails the freedom and power to name oneself. In that a European phenomenon. As such, it is loaded with respect. The term Africana womanism, which seeks to European metaphysical principles, such as the prob give African women the means to name their own lemmatic, conflictual relationship between the genders, reality, and to define an agenda for themselves and the with men seen as the primary enemies of women. Entire race, is a first and necessary step toward defining such an antagonistic view of men is understandable what it means to be an African woman setting goals in the context of white male hegemony and that are consistent with African culture and history. In subsequent relegation of white females to inferior and other words, it is the first step toward existing deliberate subordinate status in their own societies. Second, irritantly and consciously on African terms, certainly feminism as it developed in the 1880s was blatantly a most profound and revolutionary act in a world racist. The feminist movement, which started as the dominated by Eurocentrism. It is precisely this new, women's suffrage movement, was initially concerned revolutionary aspect that is the appeal of the refresh with the abolition of slavery and social equality for in theory of Africana womanism. All, irrespective of race, class, or gender. However, it eventually became quite conservative at the time of the ratification of the 15th Amendment, which further reading granted voting rights to African American males but not to white females. For these reasons, Hudson Huston Weems, Kalanora. Africana womanism, Weems argues, feminism does not and cannot reflect reclaiming ourselves. Troy M.I., Bedford. This is the reference text on Africana womanism, in which Hudson Weems the beliefs or interests of African women. She lays out the rationale and major tenets of her theory. Out in particular how, historically and culturally, African women do not apprehend African men as their enemy. Hudson Weems insists on the necessary compleafricological enterprise. Mentority of males and females always posited by African culture as an imperative for the continuation. Winston Van Horn coined the term Africology of life itself. In addition, she asserts that it would not after Afrology, the term coined by Molefi Asante be in the best interest of Africans as a people to allow Afrocentricity in discourse and by agreement, themselves to be divided along gender lines. As Van Horn and Asante decided to use the term African women and men both face the same evil of Africology to refer to the Afrocentric study of African white supremacy. Hudson Weems recognizes that phenomena. Discussions of African agency happen in African women and men, and she addresses this in the field of area studies and in the field known as both following two remarks. On one hand, such issues have black studies and African studies. When that discus often been the result of living in a racist and highly Zion-centers inquiry on Africa and Africans and seeks patriarchal society, creating at times unhealthy behavior to improve the life chances of all Africans, Afrocentric IORs and attitudes in African women and men, on the theories arise. While Afrocentric scholars are guided by other hand, due to their lack of institutional power in the same paradigm, the fields within which they work a highly racialized and racist society, African men influence their inquiry and theory construction. Have never been in the position to oppress African scholars who use the Afrocentric paradigm have women to the same extent that white people have. Given rise to the discipline of Africology within the 59. Africology 59. Field of African Studies. While this field addresses Eurocentric impositions by virtue of the fact that the global African cultural experience, it has focused black and the white defenders of European hegemony geographically on Africans in the Americas. In consort to undermine the Africological enterprise. Trast, the field of area studies focuses on the exclusive Darrell Zeiss WIPO examination of life in contemporary Africa. In each field, Afrocentric scholars seek to conceptually unite the African transatlantic experience. When a bold group of African American students further reading and faculty at universities such as the University of Asante, Molefi Keed. The painful demise of California, Berkeley, San Francisco State, North Eurocentrism. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is just Western, Cornell, and the University of California, one of the many works that Asante has written to explain Los Angeles made their demands for black studies, the nature of the Africological project. They broke the back of the repressive intellectual Asante, Molefi Keed. Afrocentricity. Chicago, tradition and opened up an entirely different avenue: African American images. This is a later edition of Asante's first book on Afrocentricity. Itself in the African world, it is because of the Inspira Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric paradigm. Shin first articulated in the Call for Agency by African Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This book has become American students in the late 1960s. Criticized by the one of the standards for Afrocentric discourse. Mazama Marxists and radical Democrats as a bourgeois inven brings together the major voices in the field. Shin, Africology had to be defended on several fronts. Using the rhetoric of the Chicago School of Sociology led by Robert E. Park, William Ogburn, and Ellsworth Ferris, several African American Africology. Marxists were the first to criticize the assertion of African agency, because to them it was counter. Pro-Africology is the Afrocentric examination of phenomductive and would prevent assimilation of ideas, con-ena related to African people. It conflates subjects, seps, and people. They falsely believed that the matter discipline and institutional discipline, as a objective of the Black Studies movement, was to subject matter discipline. It is the oldest of all disempower a black bourgeoisie at the expense of the disciplines, given the origins of Homo sapiens in Africa, masses. The Marxists reacted to the Black Studies as an institutional discipline. It is of more recent movement in this way, even though the movement was vintage, generally related to the rise in the 1960s of the first authentically masses-led action in the academic Black Studies departments and programs in the AME. On the other hand, the Black reactionary Concert American Academy and elsewhere around the world. Vadivs criticized the Black Studies movement as a subject matter discipline, Africology entails, nor because they saw it as a threat to social assimilation. Mediev and empirical inquiry and discourse concern both fears were false and simply masked the real fearing the life histories and life prospects of peoples of intellectual autonomy. Both the Marxists and the primary African origin and their descent transgender reactionary conservatives misunderstood or seemed to transmillennially, and universally. Given they have understood too well the meaning of agency for enormous scope of its subject matter, and the why those supporting Africology. Spread absence of institutional structures through Africologists challenged the idea that Africans, which the subject matter of Africology could not create concepts, constructs, and theories scrutinized in the form of an institutional discipline, the interest of human liberation. Interpreting liberation, many have to rural, economic, or intellectual sphere. Africologists claimed, erroneously, that Africology is not an acade created a new arena of disciplinary knowledge. When Mike discipline. This error, both of commission and Afrocentricity, was conceived as a theoretical option omission, has been, and continues to be, grounded for the liberation of African people. It was seen not as largely in a failure to recognize that Africology does in opposition to Europe, but as an assertion of African not require a one-to-one correspondence between agency. However, it quickly became an opposition to subject matter discipline and institutional discipline. 60. Africology. Fortunately, at the outset of the 21st century, the behaviors that constitute the subject matter of Africology is increasingly spread. Africology is now livelier than it has ever been. The around the globe through institutional structures, flourishing of paradigmatic competition in Africology, which serves 6 basic purposes: to educate and is particularly healthy regarding the discipline, for trained scholars who will discover, recover, construct, only the paradigms that are able to withstand the most deconstruct, and reconstruct knowledge pertaining to stringent intersubjective testing and corroboration will Africology's subject matter, to reposition Africa endure, since such competition generally has the and its significance in the evolution and development effect of weeding out weak and unsound claimants to of human life, societies, and civilizations, to open the status of paradigm. New paths in the advancement of societies and civi among the candidates now competing for the statuslizations, to provide a rigorous and substantively of paradigm in Africology are Afrocentricity, Kuwaita-rich education, both at the undergraduate and graduate theory, cultural nationalism, Pan-Africanism, Africana levels, for those who desire to pursue careers and womanism, and negritude, to mention but a few. Of established reputations outside of the discipline, to these, Afrocentricity is perhaps preeminent at present. Command the respect of competing disciplines, it has had to withstand a considerable number of through the conceptual rigor and empirical soundness broadsides, which is a commonplace for any paradigm of Africological scholarship, and to bring distin that is ascendant in a given cross-section of historicaltion to their institutions through the research, instructime. Should Afrocentricity be superseded by one ortion, and service of scholars, the broad value of more of its competitors, it will not cease to be of value Africological scholarship, and the work of the students and influence in Africological scholarship, though it's that is produced. Status will have changed. All academic disciplines are grounded in values, which may be articulated and recognized openly, or the Africological paradigm, hidden and suppressed in claims of value neutrality, and serve a range of interests and purposes. Since their paradigmatic competition fosters intellectual stringency, is no value-neutral or value-free interest or purpose, though it is often accompanied by rancor and acrimony. Question arises, what sorts of interests and purposes do intellectual stringency inclines Africologists toward given disciplines serve? And more specifically, how do a continuous expansion, sharpening, and refinement of the interests and purposes served by other disciplines the contents of their discipline, as each generation of compare to those fostered by Africology? Scholars transmits its knowledge, wisdom, and under most fundamental in regard to Africology is the standing to the next. There is in such intellectual strain discovery and recovery of laws, and the positing of Genki a striving purpose, which impels Africologists' empirical generalizations, pertaining to congeries of to engage in instruction and research in the interest historical processes that Africans and their descent of serving peoples of African origin worldwide as dance globally can put to use to advance and sustain. They strive to recenter Africa in regard to the rise, their well-being, good, and interests. Tough-minded growth, and development of societies and civilizations, critical inquiry and discourse concerning 7 crucial reposition Africans and their descendants as defining attributes of culture, species life, species subjects rather than mere objects in the evolution and being, language, religion, literature, art, science, revolution in ideas and societal structures from the technology, institutions, and transgenerational agrarian age through the beginning of the post-informa memory and the complexities as well as laws ancient age, and redirect the consciousness of those empirical generalizations of political economy are who have by commission or omission acted to margin thus essential to Africological scholarship. Such is Africa and her progeny in the diaspora. Scholarship requires this grounding in order to serve as a subject matter and institutional discipline, while the interests and purposes that animate it, and out Africology necessitates clear-sightedness, level-headed of which the paradigms of Africology emerge and fearlessness, self-confidence, and composure by contest for primacy. Those who would advance the discipline. Africologists' competition among paradigms to offer sound cannot evade the problem of Egypt or any other intel descriptions, explanations, evaluations, predictions, lectual, cultural, or moral issue. Their moral arithmetic and justifications concerning the phenomena and must be sound and moral compass set correctly. 4. 61. Africology, Opposition 61. Africology does not countenance moral flaccidity. Discredit Africology in 3 strikes. Political. The moral and ethical categories of Africology afford association, false attribution, and intellectual no justification for behaviors that wrongfully diminish dismissal. If they could get 3 strikes against the self-respect, self-esteem, dignity, integrity, free Africology, then they could put Africologists out of DOM, and well-being of the individual qua individual. The field. Strike 1 was to avoid a discussion of the imperatives of moral clarity and intellectual strain. Africology or Afrocentricity, the theory that supports Genki necessitate that scholars of Africology take the discipline, by focusing instead on naive and risks in advancing the interests and purposes of the extreme black nationalist spokespeople at the height discipline risks that could be personally costly in of their popularity and calling them, as well as other regard to their institutional standing. Blacks who articulated strictly anti-white positions, the matter of risks notwithstanding, Africology has Afrocentrists. The objective was to make those who begun to come into its own as an institutional discus challenged the dominance of white racial ideologies plain, and it will grow and flower in this century just as in the academy appear to be irrational. Sociology did in the previous century. Accordingly, it is Africology did not guarantee the racial character obligatory that Africologists become the very best statistics, religious choices, or sexual leanings of its they can be in regard to the subject matter of their practitioners and adherents any more than sociology, discipline, so that they are positioned to execute well the literary criticism, or philosophy guaranteed theirs. Transgenerational responsibilities of their roles ensure the claim that any anti-establishment person who worship, instruction, and service speaks against anti-Africanism is an Africologist or Afrocentrist was thought by black studies scholars. Winston A. Van Horn. To show intellectual ignorance at worst and intellectual dishonesty at best. An orator may be pro-African further reading. American, but being pro-African American does not make the orator an Afrocentrist. If it did, then all Asante, Molafikid. Kemet, Afrocentricity and Knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is a members of the NAACP board would be Afrocentrists. Standard work in methodological philosophy in black since Africology is a discipline, it demands rigor studies. In this work, the author suggests major intellectual training and severe critiques. A person cannot currents, offers innovative approaches to data, and states the assume that he or she is an Africologist by virtue of case for using the Kemetic classical model in African studies. Expressing a willingness to support Afrocentric Asante, Molafikid. The Afrocentric idea. Approaches to phenomena. It is necessary to master Philadelphia, Temple University Press. Asante provides the language, orientation, techniques, research methods, new approach to phenomena based on recentering African thought to a subject position and away from an object posy and concepts of the field of Africology in order to shun. The book is important for graduate students in black declare competence in the discipline. Studies. A second strike against Africology was falsitry Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric paradigm. Bushin, that is, claiming something to be Africology Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Mazama's excellent book that was not. For instance, claiming that melanin brings together the best works of the Afrocentrists as Stan theory and Africology are the same is false attribution. Simple attributes of the paradigm in the introductory chapter. The Melanists believe in some special or particular chemical or spiritual power that is inherited through the genes and glands and that affects African people differently than it affects others. The Africologist, Africology, opposition. Who is a person looking at phenomena from an Afrocentric point of view, would admit that people Africology as a discipline contended with several have inherited different combinations of chemicals common oppositions during the last decade of the but would argue against attributing any special advent 20th century. In some ways it was to be expected that to individuals because of biological essential a new discipline would confront numerous challenges ism. Africologists believe that the power equation in as other disciplines sought to assert their orthodoxy. Society relates to the aggregates of human political however, the opponents of the discipline sought to an economic relations over a period of time. 62. Afrocentric creed. Nevertheless, in addition to linking Africology to melanin theory, the opposition has made other false the Afrocentric creed. Accusations against Africology whose principal purpose was to undermine the discipline. I have faith in myself. The third strike against Africology was meant to be I have faith in my teachers. Its intellectual dismissal. This was the tactic chosen. I will accept my duties and responsibilities by the English writer Stephen Howe, the American I respect others and seek their respect writer Mary Lefkowitz, and the half-English and I have self-respect half-Ghanaian writer Anthony Appiah. But those of I have self-control. The intellectual dismissal school have found it difficult. I can learn if I study hard. To simply dismiss the Afrocentric study of African I will learn because I will study hard phenomena, because the theory finds its source and I love myself, and loving myself, I will be strength in the historical and cultural realities of myself and know myself. African people. Africologists generally seek to create I am the one who is talking. Opportunities for solid scientific advances by basing ideas on sound social principles. Thus Africology, as El Credo Afrocentrico, a relatively new discipline, has retained the energy of its founders and has become an increasingly powerful creo en mi capacidad tool for analysis. Tengo confianza en mis maestros. Modifique asanti. Acepto mis responsabilidades y tareas. Tengo autorrespeto. Further reading. Si, puedo contractola mis emociones. Si, puedo aprender si estudio mucho. Asanti, modifique. Kemet, Afrocentricity and aprender porque me dedico a mis estudios knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is the Mi Quiero y en mi amor para mí mismo, mi book in which Asante proposed the idea of Black Studies realizo y mi conozco. As a discipline. Marable, Manning. The Great Wells of Democracy, hablo yo en esta oración. Reconstructing Race and Politics in the 21st Century. New York, Basic Books. Marable's book is a pioneering effort to understand how we can reconstruct race and politics. West, Cornell. Race Matters. Boston, Beacon Press. West provides an ethical argument, rooted in Christianity, Afrocentric criticism. Against racism and white privilege. Afrocentric criticism is an evaluative field that uses the position of African agency to determine the location of a text or situation. For the Afrocentrist, Afrocentric creed. Criticism whether of a literary, cultural, ceremonial, presentational, or personal narrative relates wholly. The Afrocentric creed is a document created by to the question of the centrality of the African person Modifique Asante in 1994 as a part of a general in the context of the narrative. If the African person project to infuse Afrocentric content into the public is not centered, the Afrocentric critic applies all the schools. The Afrocentric creed has been adopted by elements of Afrocentric criticism to the narrative. Scores of urban schools and become identified as one. There are two dimensions to consider in determine of the rituals of the Asante Afrocentric curriculuming centrality in a text, the writing, that is, what is infusion model. Some elementary school students written about, and the writer, who is doing the are asked by their principals to memorize the writing. It is only in capturing both the writing and the Afrocentric creed at the beginning of the school year. Writer that Afrocentric criticism can discover the total. The creed is then used subsequently by the teacher's centrality of a text. Thus this is different from a post and principle as a way to discipline students. Modern reading, for example, where only what is behaviors are evaluated by examining the actions in written matters. Since the goals of Afrocentric criti the prism of the Afrocentric creed. Cism are different from the goals of postmodern and 63. Afrocentric education 63. Other types of criticism, the acts of criticism are also Afrocentricity as foundational. Different. The Afrocentric critic's objective is to obtain Afrocentric education is grounded in and precedes a holistic reading by precisely locating a text that from the Afrocentric worldview, which includes emanated from a person who is writing in the context beliefs regarding the fundamental questions on the of oppression, colonialism, racism, persecution, and existence and organization of the universe and denial of freedom. Societies. These questions are central to education. For the Afrocentric critic, all legitimate criticism J.A. Sofola, in African culture and the African must engage the writing and the writer, the signature personality, advanced several ideas about the opti and the signer. Determining what the signer intended is attributes of formal and informal Afrocentric often impossible, but by examining both the signature education, including the following, and the signer, the critic is able to come closer to this intention than by simply concentrating on the text. 1. The family as the epicenter of African social. Various writers have used the text as a cover for poor existence, giving the individual family member zonal grudges, prejudices, lies, and political chicanery. His or her identity and frame of reference. How is the critic to have some ability to make a judgment about the nature of literature if not by juxtaposition? A support system of love, care, responsibility, posing the signature and the signer with each other? And justice for each individual from the rest of. While it is possible to make some suggestion about the his or her family and the community at large meaning of a text without knowing anything about the three wholesome human relations providing each writer, clearly the task is much easier if the critic knows individual a stake in the community and balance both the signature and something about the signer. The individual's development with the devil using the principal components of the Afrocentric idea, augment of the community. Particularly the notions of agency and centeredness. 4. Community land tenure and ownership, provided the Afrocentric critic is able to ascertain the role of everyone access to land. Text within the political or social environment of its creation. 5. The peaceful coexistence of different peoples through the philosophy of live and let live. Molify Kita Santi. 6. Respect for elders and the old as a common feature of governance. Further reading. 7. Generosity and hospitality toward the stranger. Blackshire Belay, Aisha C. Language and the visitor, the foreigner. Literature in the Black Experience. Westport Court, Greenwood Press. The articles in this book are useful for an optimistic disposition to life's mission, understanding the way critical theory is developed within the framework of language and culture. It can be said that restoration of the Afrocentric Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric paradigm. Worldview exists as a project because African Culture, Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This book provides has been the target of systematic acts of destruction by most comprehensive collection of methodological and critical essays in Afrocentricity. Proponents of Western European cultural imperialism and white nationalist supremacy. It must be added that national consciousness arises out of a people's culture. Afrocentric education. Afrocentric. Personal transformation. And worldview restoration. Afrocentricity is the interpretation and or reinterpretation of reality from an African perspective. Thus Afrocentric education proactively addresses the Afrocentric education is the process through which cessation of cultural alienation and the transformation African culture and the knowledge and skills needed processes associated with restoring African people to maintain and perpetuate it are developed and to the center of their own story by means of the advanced in present generations and transmitted to Afrocentric worldview. While the Afrocentric world future generations view has existed since antiquity, Afrocentrism has 64 Afrocentric education. Not. Afrocentrism is a concept that was constructed. Schools are among the institutions through which to enable Africans to use the strengths of enduring the process of cultural assault upon Africans has been cultural unity as weapons for liberation and tools for facilitated. African students are taught to think in non-building a new world order. The need for such African ways using Western orientations to knowledge concept was created by African experiences with Enva as the foundation for learning. Afrocentric education is Zion, conquest, enslavement, colonization, and neo therefore part of the same process of cultural restore colonization. Concomitant with these acts of aggression and promulgation that is inherent to Afrocentricity and violence against African people, there have been thus, when it is perceived as a part of the body of systematic efforts to destroy African culture through human sciences, Some of the major assumptions under the imposition of European culture on Africans everylying Afrocentric education are as follows, where the three examples below illustrate how the methodology of Afrocentric worldview restoration is a. It acknowledges African spirituality as in process of personal transformation has been treated by essential aspect of Africans' uniqueness as a contemporary scholars. People and makes education an instrument of Afrocentricity is a transforming agent for the Africans' liberation. Restoration of the Afrocentric worldview. The process. It prepares Africans for self-reliance. Nation main by which this transformation is to be effected is tenants, and nation management in every regard guided by Afrology, a term coined by Asante to refer. It provides support for re-Africanization, to a comprehensive Afrocentric philosophical state counter the cultural alienation imposed through meant with attendant possibilities for a new logic, conquest, colonization, and enslavement science, and rhetoric. It is precisely this possibility of. It aims to build commitment and competence in individual transformation that makes an Afrocentric present and future generations to support the collective consciousness viable. Struggle for liberation and nationhood. The ideological function of Eurocentric culture. It facilitates participating in the affairs of can be understood through the systematic analysis of nations and defining reality on Western culture's deep structure and the uses of its Africans' own terms, in their own time, and in logic. This essentially means learning how to demise their own interests. Defy the universalistic claims of Western cultural imp. It emphasizes the fundamental relationship realism by treating them as manifestations of ideology. Between the strength of African families and the when Western culture is made visible in this way, it is strength of African nationhood. Possible for Africans to transcend the Europeanization. It ensures that the historic role and function of thought and redefine their thinking in African the customs, traditions, rituals, and ceremonies. Centered terms. Deconstruction and reconstruction which have protected and preserved Africans must thus occur in tandem. Given the extent of Western culture, facilitated their spiritual expression, encroachment on African understandings, the employ ensured harmony in their social relations, prement of constructionist approaches is necessarily paired their people to meet their responsibilities anteceded by deconstruction and reconstruction as adult members of the culture, and sustained relationship between the three approaches that dotty the continuity of African life over successive Azabo deems ideal in his work on African psychology. Generations are understood and made relevant to the challenges that confront Africans now. It emphasizes that African identity is embedded Afrocentric education. In the continuity of African cultural history and the African worldview. That African cultural history represents a distinct what sets Afrocentricity apart from other theories is its reality continually evolving from the experience's intrinsic embodiment of an ongoing process of recovery of all African people wherever they are and have area and restoration of the African worldview as a means been on the planet across time and generations of locating and centering present conceptions of reality. It builds commitment to the struggle for liberation analysis of phenomena within the African worldtion and to the nation-building process through view continuum. Afrocentric education, as a corollary the exercise of each individual's thought of Afrocentricity, must necessarily share these qualities. Processes. 65. The Afrocentric idea 65. It embraces the traditional wisdom that independent African-centered schools that embody a children are the reward of life and is in commitment to reclaiming the African worldview and expression of Africans' unconditional love for restoring sovereignty for African people. From the children, thus it uses educational methods that mid-1990s into the early 21st century, the academic best serve African children by reflecting the best successes of the cultural focus of the African-centered current understandings of how they develop and independent schools have led to attempts by some learn biologically, spiritually, and culturally public, private, and charter schools, particularly in urban areas, to emulate their model. These efforts Afrocentric education, then, is, at one and the same have focused on the cultural symbolism and rituals time, complex and straightforward. it facilitates developed by the independent African-centered preparation for African life, self-determination, link schools. Their reliance on public funds and the differ between spirituality, liberation, and nation-building, ideological commitments of these schools, how bond connecting family and nation, and intergenerative, do not lend themselves to the emphases on channel transmission of culture. Moreover, Afrocentric the self-reliant, institution-building strategies and education facilitates recognition of the continuity of dual nationalist goals that characterize independent African cultural history and commitments to personal African-centered schools of the type represented by transformation. The Council of Independent Black Institutions. Mwalimu J. Shujat. Afrocentric schools. Further reading. Afrocentric education is clearly dependent upon human perception and interpretation. Thus education akoto, ka. Nation building, theory and practice in can be Afrocentric only to the extent that the person's African-centered education. Washington, D.C., Pan-African responsible for the curriculum and instruction in World Institute. This is a key work by one of the major thinkers in the field, especially with regard to the need for schools consistently apply Afrocentric interpretative African-controlled schools for the proper education of frameworks and methodologies to facilitate and eval African Americans. U8 teaching and learning. These persons must be ani, marimba. Urigo, an African-centered critique consciously engaged in Afrocentric personal transfer of European cultural thought and behavior. Trenton, New Jersey, Mashin themselves. It follows then that a curriculum or Africa World Press. This is a solidly developed analysis of any other artifact of schooling cannot be Afrocentric. What is wrong with the Eurocentric conception of knowledge? Independent of the human capacity to perceive and Asante, Molafikid. The Afrocentric Project in Education. In M.J. Shujat, too much schooling, to interpret it in an Afrocentric manner. Little education, a paradox of black life in white. The Black Power movement in the United States societies. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. From the mid-1960s through the early 1970s produced this book discusses some of the most important perhaps 50 to 75 independent schools in African communes behind the Afrocentric movement in education. Munities across the country. Although independent Shujat, Mwalimu J. Afrocentric transformation and schools controlled and operated by Africans had parental choice in African American independent schools. Existed in the United States since the 1790s, the Journal of Negro Education, 61, 148 to 159. This schools that came out of late 20th century progressive essay analyzes some common motivations and thoughts of African American parents about schooling issues. Politics were radically different from the other schools. Sofola, J.A. African culture and the African. This difference was the result of the movement that personality. Ibadan, Nigeria, Oyo Books. This book produced them having learned critical lessons about provides a useful analysis of common and basic African the politics of education and the role of schools in cultural features. Imposing the ideology and worldview of the politically dominant Eurocentric culture in the United States on African people. The planners and organizers of these schools referred to them as independent black. The Afrocentric idea. Institutions and laid out clear objectives for them. The Council of Independent Black Institutions, the Afrocentric idea is Molafikid Asante's second, founded in 1972, is an umbrella organization of Salvo in a trilogy of books that includes Afrocentricity. 66. 66 The Afrocentric idea. And Kemet, Afrocentricity and Knowledge. Write and speak of changes in science and scientific. In the Afrocentric idea, Asante articulates his culture without considering the socio-historical reality, simultaneously critically acclaimed and vigorously of their perspectives, which are based on race, gender, contested concept of Afrocentricity. Afrocentricity is, and class. Essentially, a critical theoretical framework that according to Asante, human beings' historicity, Kate's analysis of African history and culture and, more their consciousness of their own and their ancestors. Generally, world history and culture from an African lived experiences and life struggles, is never neatly perspective. Afrocentrists assert that knowledge of checked at the door like an overcoat at a dinner, classical and contemporary, continental and diasporic party, but it more often than not has a deep and African history and culture, is inextricable from and abiding impact and influence on their thought and indispensable to any analysis or proper interpretation behavior. Because of the pro in a later book, The Afrocentric Idea, tracked and often hidden nature of European Hege, Asante further develops the theory of Afrocentricity Moni in modern life, that is, what scholars such that he initiated in Afrocentricity by bringing as Maulana Karenga and Molefi Keet Asante have it into critical dialogue with the Eurocentric tradition. Called the progressive Europeanization of human, this tradition extends from Greco-Roman civilization consciousness, many European and culture through to contemporary thinkers such as trained theorists are conceptually incarcerated. To Karl Popper, Edmund Husserl, Claude Lévi-Strauss, combat conceptual incarceration and the internalization Thomas Kuhn. It is characterized, albeit often of imperial thought and practices, of viewing phenomena is not only the correct way Asante advances centeredness and agency as the two to engage history and culture, but also somehow central categories of the Afrocentric idea as a universal, neutral, and normal. Asante asserts that conceptual system and method. Afrocentricity does not question the value and validity of the Eurocentric tradition within its context, within the life worlds and limits of European culture, Africa as source and center, and civilization. However, what Afrocentricity does take issue with is what European imperial expansion for Asante and the Afrocentrists, Africa is as much efforts have historically done and currently continue a cultural paradigm and crucial point of departure to do obliterate and erase, censor and systematically as a continent. For diasporic and continental African deny African people to center themselves in Africa is, first and humanity and history, their culture and contributions foremost, to dialogue with African history and culture, to civilization. At the heart of the Afrocentric idea, to be conversant with its spiritual, philosophical, and then, is a radical rejection and constant critique of the axiological systems and traditions. Centering entails established European imperial order. It is a view that asking Africa crucial questions and seeking critically assesses the past and present monocultural answers. It involves utilizing Africa's contributions to reality with the intent, literally, of creating a new, multiculture and civilization in a current and ongoing effort to cultural, multiperspectival and multidimensional to address the crisis, conflicts, and contradictions of reality. The contemporary moment. Malcolm X, among others, the Afrocentric idea opens with a gentle nudging believed that a psychological, cultural, and philosophical by Asante for his readers to come to terms with the Ikal migration back to Africa would solve the problem's fact that there are a multiplicity of views from which of African loss of centeredness. This idea resonates to analyze and experience phenomena, not only the deeply within and reverberates sonically throughout European view, and certainly not the European imp, the Afrocentric idea and Asante's other works. In the real point of view. According to the nature of para-Afrocentric idea, the notion of centering includes stigma shifts pointed out by Popper and Kuhn, among placing African ideals at the center of any analysis others. Asante argues that the next great paradigm that involves African culture and behavior, as well as shift, will involve the issues of cultural specificity and asking crucial cultural questions in categories such as positionality. The Eurocentric paradigm theorists' location, place, and stance. 67. The Afrocentric paradigm. 67. Language and location theory. History and epistemology. By offering new and alternative paths for interpretation of African, and an Afrocentrist locates a text by studying its language, human experience. It simultaneously challenges attitude and direction. Language is the cornerstone of and points to the hegemonic character of Eurocentric location theory because it most easily manifests its interpretations of African history and culture by high authors' conceptual incarceration or conceptual liberalizing and accenting African self-assertion's engine. For example, a writer who calls Africans preemie life struggles to demand their long-denied human tivs or pygmies, or a text that refers to an African dignity. The Afrocentric idea is concerned, perhaps, or Native American nation or cultural group as a more than anything else, with widening our undertribe, Bushman, or any other pejorative term demonstrating of what it means to be both African and straits, that the writer and her or his text are caught human in the fullest and most expansive sense, within the confines of European imperial culture and philosophy. Ryland Rebecca. The writer's attitude toward African history and culture also is an important indicator of the writer's further reading perspective. For instance, how does the writer Asante, Mollify Keat, Afrocentricity, Buffalo, New York, describe and explain decolonization? Which is to say, amulify. This was Asante's first book on the subject of how does the writer theorize African anti-colonial Afrocentricity, the third edition of which was published in Social and Political Practice. Does the writer theorize 2003? It was meant for a popular audience and therefore is from a European colonial vantage point, which, written in a passionate, engaging style, employs all manner of imperial euphemisms and pejo. Asante, Mollify Keat, Kemet, Afrocentricity, and narratives? Or, does the writer theorize from a point of knowledge? Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Written with view internal to African history, culture, and struggle, the purpose of laying a foundation for actual Afrocentric research, this work is the major essay on the methodology which displays an in-depth understanding of African issues surrounding the Afrocentric enterprise. Epistemology, sensitivity to the subject, and under Asante, Mollify Keat. The Afrocentric idea. Standing of Africans' Right to Life Self-Determined and Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This is Asante's Dignified Lives? In addition, the Afrocentricist asks to principal statement on the theoretical idea of African whom the text is directed, or, put another way, who is agency in textual, intertextual, and phenomenal approaches the intended audience. Is the text affirming of African to research and universal human dignity, or does it deny, denude, Asante, Mollify Keat? The painful demise of Eurocentrism, an Afrocentric response to critics, Trenton, and degrade the humanity of Africans or others. In New Jersey, Africa World Press. Attacking the arguments of those this sense, the Afrocentricist is also a radical human who claim that Egypt is not a part of Africa. This work is and is critically and constantly concerned about the asserts the Africanism of ancient Egypt, the primacy of aim of the text who it is intended for and what it African chronology, and the fact that Egypt is to Africa is intended to do. At the core of these questions, then, what Greece is to Europe? Is the Afrocentric concern with the overarching perspective of the writer and purpose of the text he or she has produced. The Afrocentric paradigm. Agency and liberation theory. The Afrocentric paradigm, edited by AMA in Afrocentric theory, the concept of agency is given Mazama, a Temple University professor of African pride of place. Nowhere, perhaps, is this more Afro-American studies, has become the most significant text than in the Afrocentric idea. According to Asante, in Afrocentric discourse since the publication of Mollify agency entails African self-conscious action. Further, Keat Asante's second edition of the Afrocentric idea, it is one of the aspects of Afrocentricity that Indeed, the Afrocentric paradigm has quickly distinguishes it most from the Negritude theorists can become the most definitive theoretical collection in the sept of Africanity, which is primarily concerned brief history of Afrocentric research or Afrocentricity. With African identity and ontology. The what makes the Afrocentric paradigm particularly Afrocentric concept of agency extends and expands valuable is that it details the evolution of the 68 the Afrocentric paradigm. Various areas of specialization. The book is divided into two sections, the metaphysical foundations and the sociological dimension. The sociological dimension includes three categories: Africology as the Afrocentric disciplinary matrix, Afrocentric epistemology, concepts and methodology, and Afrocentric theories. The first section of the book, The Metaphysical Foundations, begins with the article The Afrocentric Idea by none other than Molefi Kete Asante, who articulates the idea with clarity and purpose. Maulana Karenga, another giant in the field, concludes the section with his essay Afrocentricity and Multicultural Education, Concept Challenge and Contribution. Also included in this section is Danjuma Mojabi's The Afrocentric Philosophical Perspective, a narrative outline. In the second section of the book, The Sociological Dimension, Asante's article African American Studies, The Future of the Discipline stands alone in the first category, Africology as the Afrocentric Disciplinary Matrix. In Asante's article, he explores Dr. Ama Mazama, Afrocentric theorist and scholar, the need for further development of the discipline. The second category, Afrocentric epistemology, concepts, Afrocentric idea. In her introduction, Mazama points and methodology includes the work of Asante in adding out that Afrocentricity was not produced in a vacuum. 2 articles by Norman Harris, Linda James Myers, and has several important antecedents. She credits an Naim Akbar. Each article provides a solid frame. Marcus Garvey, Cheek and Tadiop, Frantz Fanon, work with which to engage Afrocentric research by Ames Cesare, Maulana Karenga, Leopold Sedar providing the proper methods and methodologies. Senghor, Negritude, Black Nationalism, Pan-Africanism. These scholars understand that a cohesive and coherent Kuwaita with providing Asante with a theoretical and set of philosophical assumptions is necessary in foundation to develop the Afrocentric idea. What also developing an Afrocentric frame of reference makes the Afrocentric paradigm brilliantly unique is the final category, Afrocentric theories, explores Mazama's clarity in defining Afrocentricity. Several such theories that further our understanding of in her introduction, the editor indeed convincingly African phenomena. This category opens with 2 argues that Afrocentricity is the foundational and articles, one by Kalanora Hudson Weems and one by Necessary Paradigm for the Discipline of Black Knot of. These articles are crucial because they studies. She then proceeds to analyze thoroughly its address the significant role of Africana women in the metaphysical dimension, as well as its structural and people. The category also includes Jerome H. Sheila's functional dimensions. Her emphasis is clearly on ideas on Afrocentricity and social work, Ama Mazama's The Metaphysical Dimension, however, as the book Afrocentric approach to language planning, and addresses itself to an academic audience. Thus Mazama Karyama Welsh Asante's articulation of African AES deals with Afrocentric epistemology, methodology, and ethics, as well as Molefi Kete Asante's position on methods and reviews many Afrocentric theories. Examining texts through an Afrocentric lens, Mwalimu Mazama has pulled together a collection of scholars' Shuja's examination of the role of Afrocentricity in who represent the core of Afrocentric scholarship. The education of African children, and Asa Hilliard's these major scholars in the field of Africology / Review of Pedagogy in Ancient Kemet. Africana / African American / Black Studies have also. This edited volume is a must-read for anyone contributed to the Afrocentric idea and are coming from estate in the discipline of Africology, as well as for 69. Afrocentric Schools 69. Those interested in understanding the Afrocentric idea, approaches and to publish articles relevant to the field. Ama Mazama has provided a text that effectively to African people's lived experience. The journal pells all misrepresentations and preconceived notions, therefore supports the intellectual growth of the discus of Afrocentricity. Her choice of scholars to assist in PLINE by publishing scholarly articles that provide further establishing the idea is part of the genius of teaching and learning materials for Black Studies. This monumental work. Courses. The journal solicits articles on relevant issues. Adissa A. Alkbulan. Confronting African World Societies and written from the perspective of African people's experience. The further reading. Journal's emphasis is on generating and promoting new ideas regarding the nature of the challenges Asante, Molefi Kete The Afrocentric Idea. Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This was the first major work to define causes of and solutions to those challenges. The jour Afrocentricity as an intellectual agent within the Academy NAL's guiding philosophy is the principle of respect with special reference to the area of public discourse and appreciation for African world indigenous and communications. Contemporary knowledge systems. Asante, Molafikid. Kemet Afrocentricity, and the journal was published as the Afrocentric Knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. In this work, scholar until 1996, when its name was changed to the Asante, further defines Afrocentricity as an intellectual idea. International Journal of Africana Studies. The change within the Academy in general. This text also helped shape the scope of the discipline of Africology. Of name reflected the controversy within NCBS. Asante, Molafikid. Afrocentricity, the theory of regarding whether Afrocentricity was the defining PAR social change. Chicago, Third World Press. This book was a dim for African American studies. In 1999, Loyola originally published in 1980 under the title Afrocentricity, Marymount University became the institutional spawn the theory of social change. Asante's aim was to introduce of the journal. The International Journal of Duce the general public to the idea of Afrocentricity, thus Africana Studies publishes articles by major African. This book is valuable in the practical application of leaders and thinkers in the African world. Afrocentricity to Africans' daily lives rather than as a guide for conducting Afrocentric research. William Little. Further reading. The Afrocentric Scholar. Karenga, Maulana. Introduction to Black Studies. Los Angeles, Sankara University Press. This work discusses at the Afrocentric Scholar, which was later renamed The Length, the emergence of Black Studies. Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric Paradigm. International Journal of Africana Studies, is the PRI Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. The essays in this book, Mary Journal of the National Council for Black, provide a solid understanding of the paradigmatic role of studies. It was first published in 1992 by the Afrocentricity for Black Studies Center for Black Culture and Research at West Virginia University under the editorship of William A. Little. The mission of the journal has from its inception been to encourage scholarly research that explores and analyzes the history of African people in Afrocentric schools. Africa and the diaspora from an Afrocentric perspective. The overall goal of the journal is to provide an Afrocentric schools were developed during the 1980s alternative and relevant framework for the study of as African American educators demanded that schools African world people, their history and culture. The center children within their own cultural context. Journal supports the mission of NCBS to promote ACA. There had been a strong independent school tradition, demic excellence and social responsibility. It also pro in the African American community prior to this time, provides Black studies scholars with their own space for from the articulation of the Afrocentric philosophy by intellectual debates about content and pedagogical leading intellectuals. Many of those persons became 70 Afrocentric schools. Consultants for the new schools being designed on the and centered to reflect the student population. It basis of the transformative ideas generated by the is filled with color images, posters, and slogans Afrocentrists. There are now over 300 of these schools of achievement. There may be also proverbs devoted to the proper education of African children. Each classroom is an invitation to learning. One of the first Afrocentric schools was started 5. A centered classroom is a laboratory for creative by Freya Rivers in Lansing, Michigan. This school, discussion, discourse, debate, and critical think Sankofa Charter School, was a model during the timing. The idea is to make every significant con of Rivers's leadership. The school based its content live by discussion. The classroom teacher and form on the principles in the works of Maulana corrects false information and irrational views. Karenga, Harriet Mikado, Asa Hilliard, and Molify with sensitivity. This means that the centered kita santi. Consequently, the school flourished and classroom is one where discussion is embraced. The students demonstrated outstanding academic leadership. Children were learning 4 foreign languages. 6. A centered school's discipline is based on respect in elementary school and mastering mathematics by for knowledge in both the bringer and the seeker. The 4th grade. Other schools across the nation of knowledge. The principles of MOT are uppermost in the classroom. System of rules and regulations, they were able to teachers may also employ the Nguzasaba. 7. Make progress. Principles of community, for maintaining discus most Afrocentric schools adhere to the following plan. This means that the students are taught to 10 basic tenets of the centered school, which devil respect themselves, the search for knowledge, and op-ed out of the movement to attach children to the teacher and other students. Discipline is based subject matter being taught to them in urban schools. On knowledge and thus on the willingness of the teacher to listen to and accept questions. 1. A centered school takes each student's culture. 7. A centered school celebrates the culture of its into account in every subject and at every grade. Students. Teachers feel comfortable wearing the level. Where there are many cultures, the teacher fashions of the students' cultures, present speak must seek to demonstrate during the school term ERS and performers from the culture, and use illis that she or he has an interest in centering these trations and lessons from the culture. A student in students of many cultures in the subject. Such a school understands the historical role his too. A centered school seeks to create lessons, or her people have played in world events, strategies, and goals that reflect the concept of aid. A centered school involves the parents in the authentic voice, which means that the material process of centering the students. However, it in the classroom must reflect the cultural may be necessary for the school to first center the renses of the children. Centering is the center students' parents, so that the parents understand piece of the classroom process, and it is pursued how to center their children in the culture. By the teachers seeking all the ways to attach therefore, at public meetings held at the school, the student to history, concepts, mythology, the principal or designee reviews the idea science, mathematics, nature, motifs, and the behind the centered school, providing the parents' personalities that pervade the lessons. With a brief history of the Afrocentric school. Con 3. A centered school operates on the principle of CEPT and its applicability to centered schools. Scientific generation, where the school principle. 9. A centered school is a high-achieving school is a generator for the building and the teacher is where the principal, teachers, and students meet. A generator for the classroom. A generator is one regularly to replace edge themselves to academic and who energizes. Thus, the principal energizes the professional excellence. A high-achieving school faculty and the faculty energizes the students. Always has an academic and cultural goal. The 4. A centered school is a positive school, in which academic goal is to succeed in being the best. The environment reflects the centeredness of the school possible on the basis of the credentials of students. The school is clean, brightly painted, the students as demonstrated by their learning. 71. Afrocentric social work. 71. 10. A centered school asks the question, who are my self-determination for all as an integral part of its students. In answering this question each day, the professional ethos. The general purpose of social-centered school applies the principles of learning work operations and practices has been subject to styles, relational attributes, oral presentation, numerous and profound changes over time. One of sonality, aesthetics, and cultural symbols to these changes is the addition of specifically Afrocentric issues of environment and achievement. Social work, which seeks social change through empowering blacks to address their own needs and the teachers and administrators who establish pressing needs of their communities. Tiered schools use these principles as departure points. Recent developments in critical theory, which in developing the schools. Thus centered schools have identified the various ways in which Western reflect the unique characteristics of the best quality forms of knowledge dominate social work models and education possible within a given school community. Approaches, have clarified the necessity of Afrocentric social work. These understandings strengthen the Molafai Santi need to examine the knowledge base of social work to locate its intellectual hegemony as the source of its further reading. Explanatory theories and therapeutic ideas about Akoto, Ka. Nation-building theory and practice in human behavior. It is in this way that scholars and African-centered education. Washington, D.C., Pan-African researchers challenge hidden sources of oppression. World Institute. This is a powerful Pan-African statement within social work knowledge and create new models of the need for independent African institutions. For practice. Kamban, Kobe. African/Black psychology in the thus a new generation of Black scholars and American context, an African-centered approach. Researchers is engaged in developing theoretical and Tallahassee, Florida, Nubian nation. From a theoretical point practice models that encompass the values and Kula view, this is one of the best works to date on the educational, cultural, and economics issues confronting the dual heritage of Black people as action-oriented African American population. Strategies for social change. This heritage includes Lamidi, Kofi. Going to school, the African belief in the interconnectedness of all things, the Spear American experience. Albany, State University of Actual Nature of Human Beings, the Interdependence of New York Press. This is an excellent collection of articles collective and individual identity, the inclusive nature by outstanding scholars that covers the entire school exp family structure, the oneness of mind, body, and rents of African Americans. Spirit, and the value of interpersonal relationships as Shujat, Mwilimua. Too much schooling, to the source of interpretative frameworks of human little education, a paradox of Black life in white societies. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Shujat's book Behavior is a dynamic work that speaks to the contradictions in here. Afrocentricity as a theory of social change is in and in the way Black children are educated in America. It is accord with social work's mission to promote human a very sobering work. Itarian values and empower oppressed communities. Afrocentric social work gives voice to the cultural values, philosophies, experiences, and interpretations of Black communities regarding the causes and Afrocentric social work. Solutions of social problems. These cultural elements and themes become the source of knowledge, and Afrocentric social work is a culturally specific para-interpretative frameworks used to design social work digme that embraces an African-centered worldview, interventions as a means of Black empowerment, as the basis for theories and models of practice. Community regeneration, and spiritual renewal. Afrocentric social work draws on the principles, historically, social welfare activities in Black UEs, and local knowledge for models of practice. The communities have been closely connected to social. Hallmark of the social work profession has been its religious and political organizations, which have emphasis on promoting humanitarian values. These been major sources of support for Black families, and core values of social work are firmly grounded in individuals in the struggle for survival and resistance, a historical foundation of social justice, as demon to deep-seated racism and oppression. These unique straight in the profession's commitment to equality and historical experiences provide the background and 72 Afrocentricity. Context in which contemporary Black-led organizations Graham, M. Social work and African-centered have asserted Black rights through which the needs worldviews. Birmingham, UK, Venture Press/BASW. This of Black people have been addressed. One of the first is the first work written on the nature of Afrocentric social work. It deals with the cultural specific issues surrounding Black groups. To call upon Black social workers was the welfare of African people in the United Kingdom. Marcus Garvey's organization during the early part of Sheila, J. Human Services and the Afrocentric the 20th Century. Paradigm. Binghamton, New York, Hayworth Press. This award social welfare activities have been shaped, and winning book has become the standard by which many defined by forms of solidarity, mutuality, and other social welfare works are judged. prosody grounded in the cultural antecedents of African personhood and community. Thus Black communities, scholars, and professionals have been engaged in reconnecting with an African cultural Afrocentricity matrix in their quest for community regeneration and revitalization and cultural renewal. Cultural Afrocentricity, the theory of social change. The First Edge provides an important resource base for Black edition of which was published in 1980, was mollify individuals and families engaged in affirming their key Ashanti's initial thrust toward a critical theoretical spiritual, emotional, and intellectual experiences and framework that advocates analysis of African history potential and in creating new visions and futures in and culture and, more generally, world history, the diaspora, and culture from an African perspective. Such an community-based rites of passage programs have Afrocentric critique situates the analysis of phenom become an established framework for social work ENA in the cultural agency of African people. The practice in Black communities. There are various Afrocentrist asserts that knowledge of classical and forms of rites of passage that support major contemporary, continental and diasporic Africantional relationships in families and facilitate the history and culture is inextricable from and indispensable regeneration of communities. Life cycle development able to any analysis or proper interpretation of Africa programs use cultural values and Africans as the central feature in guiding social work even though the theory of Afrocentricity has shins. This action-oriented approach is an effective antecedent and borrows from several social and tool in responding to the needs of many young Black political theories. It was not until the publication of People, an African-centered worldview is articulated Afrocentricity that the theory received its first sophies within the program through the value system reperticated and systematic treatment. This book became centered by the 7 Pan-African principles known as the signature work in the field. It signaled anew the Ngozasaba. Each principle of the Ngozasaba adventure in intellectual activity and lifted the work provides the focus for program objectives and activity of scholars in African American studies to a more theoretical plane and important inroads in serving the growth needs of provided a basis for an Afrocentric critique of young Black people and their families and community Western culture. A second, revised and expanded ties. Codifying African Cultural Values in Explanations edition of Afrocentricity, The Theory of Social Change of Human Behavior Enables Africans' Empowerment was published in 2003 by African American Images to be realized through a culturally centered approach of Chicago. Asante has observed that although to social realities, Afrocentrists often harbor varying intellectual agendas and interests, which reflect their training in Mikadagram, diverse academic disciplines and their radically different political persuasions, what makes them further reading Afrocentrists is their conscious utilization of a historically and culturally grounded African approach Mikada. The African-centered worldview, to and analysis of knowledge and experience. Developing a paradigm for social work. British Journal of Social Work, 29, 252-67. This was one of the first arty. The book Afrocentricity builds on the thought and clees to apply the Afrocentric concepts developed by Asante practice of many activist intellectuals and highlights to the social problems of Britain. Key areas for developing Afrocentric critique. Thus the 73. Afrocentricity 73. Central tasks of a serious discussion of Afrocentricity, time and circumstance. A short list of ancestors would as both a critical theory of contemporary society surely have to include W.E.B. Du Bois, Cheek and Ta, and a cultural consciousness-raising movement, R. Diop, Frantz Fanon, Anna Julia Cooper, Edward explaining its core characteristics, concepts, and Wilmot Blitten, Martin Delaney, Ida B. Wells, Mary basic categories of analysis, bringing to the fore the Church Terrell, Marcus, and Amy Jacques Garvey, major moments and the often shrouded meaning of its Carter G. Woodson, Mary McLeod Bethune, Leopold Discourse and Debates, and seriously and soberly Cedar Senghor, Ames Césaire. Ella Baker, Malcolm X, delineating the criticisms of Afrocentricity. Fannie Lou Hamer, Kwame Ture, and Walter Rodney. Afrocentricity sought to provide a coherent concept. Afrocentricity demonstrates that after 500 years of tool framework. This framework in Asante's view, the progressive Europeanization of human conscious takes culture to be simultaneously crucial and criticalness. It is not only European imperial thought and with regard to efforts aimed at the mental and physical texts that stand in need of Afrocentric analysis, but also emancipation of Africans in particular and humanity, African history itself. African peoples have been SYS in general. Asante argues in Afrocentricity that culture thematically taught to view and value the world, and to is precisely what enables one to locate a theorist think and behave, from a European imperial frame of and his or her text, deciphering whether the language, reference. This means that many contemporary attitude, and direction, among other aspects of the Africans have internalized not just imperial but also text, are anti-African and therefore anti-human. Upon anti-African thought and practices. It is in this sense locating an anti-African text, the Afrocentrist critiques that Asante positions his work, Afrocentricity, as both the text by radically rereading it, that is, locating it in a critique and a corrective light of African historical and cultural experience. Afrocentricity considers the historical fact that the Afrocentricity as European imperial impulse has led to Native American critique and corrective. Holocaust and almost absolute physical and cultural decimation of Native Americans, African Holocaust. Afrocentricity allows dislocated Africans, that is, enslavement, and Colorado Africans moved off of their cultural territory and Hunization, and the domination and colonization of Bari have an imperial relationship with African cultural us Asian peoples. Therefore, Afrocentricity argues, theory and traditions, to relocate, return to, and reclaim Africans should cease imitating Europe and its Maoris their long-denied humanity, history, and heritage, and offer ethical and egalitarian alternatives to the as critique. Afrocentricity locates the anti-African and established imperial order by asking Africa questions, other anti-human elements of a particular thought and seeking from African history and culture answers practice, whether rendered under the guise of really to the major issues of the modern epoch. Jun, science, art, or even long-held tradition, and by this line of thinking, that Africa and African reading these elements against the backdrop of African peoples have a powerful message for humanity, and historical and cultural experience, offers an ethical and that all methods of fighting white supremacy must be egalitarian alternative to the imperial impulse. Further, embraced at the dawn of the 21st century, resonates as a corrective. Afrocentricity radically relocates and deeply with many of the most radical theorists and recenters, providing both its adherents and the subjects activists of the Afrocentric movement. Some of the in question with mutual ground central figures in this intellectual movement are Molofi, upon which to engage and exchange with one another. Keet Asante, Maulana Karenga, Ama Mazama. In this book, Asante poses a major challenge to the Marimba Ani, Tony Martin, Leonard Jeffries, Linda Crude classical Western scientific dichotomies. James Myers, Theophile Obenga, Oba T. Shaka, Wade. Although Asante has sometimes been criticized as nobles, Chinwe Izu, and Goji Wa Thiongo, Danjuma essentialist, there is nothing in Afrocentricity that Mojabi, Runiko Rashidi, Kalanora Hudson Weems, argues biology alone. Afrocentricity has nothing what Bobby Wright, Amos Wilson, Naim Akbar, and Kobe so ever to do with general discussions, by persons of Kamban. This type of thought also put a premium on African descent or others, of Africa and African, the Afrocentric pantheon of intellectual ancestors, people's history, culture, societies, religions, political, usually intellectual activists who consciously asserted organizations, and so forth. And, further, it should not African agency and self-determination in their specific be confused with melanin theory, which is biologically 74. Afrocultural theory. Determined and extremely reactionary and, therefore, Hudson Weems, Kalanora. Africana womanism, harmful to both Africans and humanity as a whole. Reclaiming ourselves. Boston, Bedford. This is the first Afrocentricity revolves on an axis of African work on Africana womanism by the leading proponent of the concept. Agency and asks questions concerning historical and Karenga, Maulana. Afrocentricity and multicultural cultural accuracy and interpretation based on its four education, concept, challenge, and contribution. In basic categories of analysis, cosmology, epistemology, Benjamin P. Bowser, Terry Jones, and Gail Auletta Young axiology, and aesthetics. Asante is therefore against, toward the multicultural university. Westport Court, not European thought and culture but European impreger. This is the key essay on the relationship between real thought and culture. In addition, it is a monstrous Afrocentricity and multiculturalism. Misinterpretation to claim that Afrocentricity is Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric paradigm. Eurocentrism in blackface or reverse racism, because Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is a classic collection of original and published articles by the most creative. Afrocentricity is not a biologically determined ideal. Researchers and theorists in Afrocentricity. Ogi but a radical socio-theoretical framework, as Van Dyck, Sandra. Mollify Asante's theory of evidenced by its epistemic openness and inherently Afrocentricity, the development of a theory of cultural humanist posture, a posture Asante has illustrated in location. Unpublished doctoral dissertation, Temple many articles and essays. University, Philadelphia. This is first dissertation to take on Afrocentricity continues to be widely read and the idea of Afrocentricity as a theory of cultural location. Understood by the masses of African people, and it demonstrates how an idea can become theory, political practice, and social movement. This is true because the book is part and parcel of a larger and Afrocultural theory. Long-standing effort by people of African descent and others to liberate themselves, both physically and Afrocultural theory aims to explain the various PHE mentally, and bring into existence new human beings nomina associated with African cultural practices and a new world. Behavior. Thus Afrocultural theory is dedicated to understanding how the behaviors, traditions, customs, Ryland Rebecca, and rituals of African societies affect the development of further reading. Consciousness in the African person. It seeks to explain cultural consciousness in terms of certain events or Asante, Mollify Kemet, Afrocentricity, and processes the African person has adapted from his or her knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is Asante's cultural reality. When a person has internalized the discourse on method and language in Afrocentricity. Phenomena of the African cultural world, there is the Asante, Mollify the Afrocentric idea. Possibility of consciousness, more than awareness in a Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This is the main theoretical work on Afrocentricity. Popular sense, of the phenomena, meaning essentially Asante, Mollify Afrocentricity. Chicago, African that the person views the phenomena from inside what American images. This is a later edition of the 1980 book Is Happening. A person who is raised within the context that established the discourse on Afrocentricity and proof an African cultural world where there is a ritual associated the language for the discussion. Cheated with puberty, for instance, will normally have a dove, not. African mothers, bearers of culture, different reaction to additional ritualized situations than makers of social change. Albany, State University of a person who has never experienced the situation. This New York Press. This book is an Afrocentric exploration of mothers in the African context. Is to be expected in the course of activities that involve Gray, Cecil C. Afrocentric thought and praxis, and what is often referred to as Africanity. This is the intellectual history. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Process of participating in the activities that are usually Gray's work, based on that of his teacher, Mollify Asante, analyzable by Afrocultural theory. Is a useful restatement of some of the key principles of in the Afrocentric idea, Mollfique Asante applies the theory, although it includes clear variances with the Afrocultural theory, to an analysis of African oratorical original conception and rhetorical behavior. Asante contends that the idea Henderson, Arale, Afrocentrism and world politics, of an African cultural reality that locates oratory in the towards a new paradigm. Westport Court, Praeger. This is one of the best examples of the extensions of the cultural traditional values of the African world, where oral arguments used in Afrocentricity to establish a geopolitical diction, speech, and the generative power of the spoken perspective based on African ideas. Word had value in themselves is fundamental to 75. Afronography 75. Appreciating the privileging of oratory in the African as a method of ascertaining the condition or state of community. Other scholars apply the concepts of an event, person, or text related to African people, Afrocultural theory to language, call and response Afronography projects both an ethical and an evaluate activities, and rituals. Afrocultural theory suggests that TIV dimension. In its ethical dimension, it is the use of African traditions, customs, and rituals might concerned with the nature of what is in the best interest help to explain the contemporary behaviors and ity of the African community specifically and the worldtudes of people of African descent. This is to suggest community generally. The evaluative dimension, not that there are no other influences on contemporary, allows the Afronographer to discern the usefulness of Africans, but that one cannot forget the cultural origins an event, person, or text in the search for truth. In both of African activities when examining African lives dimensions, Afronography seeks to understand the what Asante and other scholars have attempted to characteristics that accompany certain positions, do with Afrocultural theory is to open the door to a new hence, positionalities. The idea is that all positions way of assessing the multiple experiences of Africans carry with them certain obvious and not so obvious, like the meta-theoretical idea of Afrocentricity, characteristics that allow a viewer, reader, locator to Afrocultural theory places a considerable weight on the determine the extent of the influence of those issue of location. Thus, an Afrocultural analysis seeks terroristics on the position. In one sense this is a utilitar to discover where the parties being analyzed are located and function. Utility in an epistemological sense is culturally. This is a feature of determining conscious related to the character of the proof discovered in the NES, as it is easy to see whether a person is coming qualitative environment from the inside of a process or from the outside in an establishing the nature and extent of social, critical interpretation, or an expression. The researcher there and cultural positionalities by employing such four places the various parties in an investigation in terms as dislocations, distortions, simplifications, order to obtain an adequate assessment. In Afrocultural blurs, distances, omissions, and misidentifications theory, the researcher also realizes that the parties to be within the context of ethics and evaluation creates investigated have automatically placed themselves by opportunities for stating more clearly and precisely their own activities. Thus it is possible for a person to the role of Africans in a given situation. Each move look black phenotypically but to be devoid of any hint meant away from Afrocentricity is considered a way of Africanity, that is, affiliation with custom, traditions, being out of location, and the Afronographer grapples or rituals of the African culture in any form. Or, with this in the writing of any particular experience. Person may not look black phenotypically yet maybe Afronography seeks to determine what it is to deeply involved in the African cultural world. Thus, the know something. There are four approaches used. Afrocultural theory adjusts for the infinite variations of Afronography, historical, experiential, textual, and the African cultural world. Social. The aim of these approaches is to engage phenomena in such a way that it becomes possible to Mollfique Asante. Determine the location of the agent, creator, operator, or subject. Thus, examples from history, science, art, further reading, and various other disciplines compete to mark the location of a phenomenon. Asante, Mollfique. The Afrocentric idea. Among the questions being raised by Afronography Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This is one of the what forms of legitimation are necessary for this key works in the Afrocultural theoretical field. Mazama, AMA. Longue identité en Guadeloupe. New method of viewing reality and what the nature is. Pointe-à-Pitre, J. Sir. This is a stellar example of how of any legitimacy that does not privilege the people. Researcher uses the Afrocultural foundation to investigate who are being studied. Thus the questions naturally a contemporary issue arise as to how to expand the work being done by Afronographers gratis, and what types of institutional structures would ensure the legitimation of this perspective. Clearly the established institutional fields do Afronography not support, granting legitimacy to a methodological form that questions their lack of diversity. What then? Afronography is a method of recording, and writing is the task of the Afronographer. The Afronographer, the African experience from an Afrocentric perspective, says that it is to demonstrate that the African narrative. 76. Afronography can be understood within the context of any given qualitative methods and situation, so long as the African is not deprivileged orientation in Afronography. As subject, the Afronographer seeks to discover, argue, in many ways. Afronography is akin to what in socioanalyze, prove, challenge, describe, justify, or clarify is called ethnography or case studies, but some situation. This is done within the context of Afronography begins from a different place and has in what is true, describing human actions and objectives that are often at variance with those of us, and being respectful of all human situations. Ethnography. While ethnography was developed as respect is demonstrated in the Afronographer's Eurocentric way of acquiring information about rate depictions, direct quotations, and highlighting people other than Europeans, Afronography is a contradictions. In Afronography, all analysis is based method of gaining access to information about on the idea that explicit abstraction and generalization Africans from the standpoint of African culture itself. Of data should concentrate on the issue of location. This trend in scholarship must be seen as research in as the Afronographer is interested in understanding its proper context, where researchers have a reasonable role of the analyzed. The goal of Afronographic analysis handle on the issues confronting students in the discusses, not anti-humanist as it is in most purely statistical pline of Africology. Analyses. Contemporary world has do with appreciating the Afronography is important because of the value and centrality of human agency. No researcher understands places unknowing. It is a method that seeks to dispel this more than the adequately trained Africological myths, construct valid identity, and readjust typific. A researcher who seeks to explore the best ways to notion. Inasmuch as the myths and stereotypes serve something and then to be able to explain what he or rounding African positionalities have been negative she knows. The Africologist, however, wants to know and have sustained the marginality of African people, about things from the standpoint of Africans as Afronography, using a centered perspective on situa-agents. This means that all things are not within the shins, seeks to recenter the discussion about African purview of the Afronographer, just as the economist people by allowing for the subject place of Africans does not seek to apply her methods to physics. Using to reveal all varieties of opinions. Afronography is Afronography, the Africologist wants to be able to therefore not a system designed to replace Eurocentric cover, through direct methods over a period of time, analysis for the sake of replacement, but rather, some particular answers to human problems. The aim method that seeks to elicit the positionalities, ideas, of Afronography has to be to cope with the persistent themes, and information that have always escaped distortion of the African presence in the world. Eurocentric analysis in which Africans are marginal, there are always more possibilities, potentialities, ised. Thus the aim is for scholars to have better and problems of agency than researchers expect. Judgment by using methods that include face-to-face. However, it is by directly knowing some of the issues, approaches, total awareness, surrogacy, and empathy that researchers are able to properly explain them. To arrive at conclusions. The value of surrogacy is, researcher might ask, is there an illusion of conscious in its non-reflectivity, its immediacy, and its reality? Well, the answer to this question throws light on the if the researcher cannot know all Jamaicans, what question of what it is a person actually does when that should he or she do to learn something about person does something. All action is created by the Jamaicans. Of course, the first thing the researcher mind, and will itself is a creation of the mind. Thus it should do is to look for reasonable stand-ins, or so is difficult to speak of anything other than the feeling gates for all Jamaicans, such as individual Jamaican of free will. What constitutes agency on the part of a filmmakers, novelists, reporters, tourists, and so forth? Researcher. Is it the actual conscious will to do some? What Afronography allows the researcher to do is to think, or the process of doing it. Whatever answers to discover in time, place, religion, environment, myths, these questions the research discovers, it is clear that taboos, customs, habits, and behaviors, a measure of the Afrocentrist working in Africology, must be what is true, from the standpoint of the African as attuned to finding ways to make sense out of unexamined subject, in a given situation. Ultimately, this is the types, stereotypes, and repetitive actions and value of Afronography. Forms in ordinary life. 77. All African People's Revolutionary Party. 77. The most radical empiricism. Marxist scholars to the discussion of the fundamental problems of method. The Afrocentrist accepts personal knowledge as the Asante, Molafikid, Kemet, Afrocentricity, and most radical form of knowing. Personal knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is divided into two parts: Intense Self-Knowledge, the first book to establish the methodological ideals for an outside knowledge. In the first instance, researchers, people are interested in what they know about the Asante, Molafikid, the Afrocentric idea, selves. This is usually seen as Identity Types of Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This is a key theoretical work in the field of Afrocentricity. Used by knowledge, that is, who people are in terms of their numerous scholars to examine the critical dimensions of origin, birth, education, parents, domicility, and culture. Texts, situations, and phenomena. This work is especially outside knowledge, refers to what people know when useful to researchers. They are face to face with objects, events, and other mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric paradigm. People. This is the purview of Afronography. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Mazama's book extends in the contemporary world. It is necessary for the Afrocentric methodology by organizing essays that people to know about much more than themselves. Speak to the need to interpret and explain from an Afrocentric perspective. People's personal knowledge must include information about those they cannot possibly get to know and events that they will not be able to see. Thus Afrocentrists must create ways to approach this all African peoples quandary. Afrocentrists do this by establishing a revolutionary party methodology that has non-reflectivity and immediacy. Afronography helps researchers to make sense out the all-African People's Revolutionary Party of the complex, multilevel, urban, and rural environ. Is the brainchild of Ghana's first president, Ments, where human interactions occur in a heteroge Kwame Nkrumah. The first published Nias nation where African people have historically called for an AAPRP was in Nkrumah's Handbook of Ben Marginalized. It is one of the ways that humans revolutionary warfare. This call was a clear can reorient knowledge and create conditions for indication of the shift in focus of African freedom fight, effective human interactions within the context of ERS from nonviolent positive action campaigns and heterogeneity. Regional approaches to all-out continent-wide armed. To be an Afronographer, then, is to be aware of the revolution and Pan-African nationalism. This evolved multifaceted nature of human existence in the world, posture was necessitated by the increased repression of not merely the existence of mind, or social institutions, colonial regimes and their internal neocolonialist allies, or economic processes, But since any researcher is in an effort to reduce his influence, Nkrumah was really only one individual who neither can be in every overthrown in 1966 by the collaborative forces of the place nor represent every human condition. Researchers Ghanaian military and police in cahoots with foreign must depend upon reasonable surrogates for their intelligence forces. Nkrumah's original handbook was radical empiricism. The value of knowing is that it confiscated in that coup d'état. He rewrote the book, dispels myths, helps to construct valid identity, read while serving as co-president with Sékou Touré in Just Types, and helps people to make better decisions. Conakry, Guinea. As co-president, Nkrumah's response in the final analysis, real usable knowledgeability was mentoring and managing the African edge helps with face-to-face, empathic, holistic, and freedom fighters in the Guinea. Freed, albeit forcibly, surrogate consciousness. From the day-to-day responsibilities of running the Molofi Kita Santi civil government of Ghana, Nkrumah immersed himself in creating the strategy for what he viewed as the further reading. Inevitable all-African war for liberation, unity, and socialism. He believed that this goal would only be al-Kalimad, Abdul. Paradigms in Black Studies, successfully accomplished through the scientific intellectual history, cultural meaning, and political ideology. Chicago, 21st Century Books. This organization of human forces on a global scale. Book, which clarifies theoretical issues in Black studies included in Nkrumah's plan, was a provisional research, contains the contributions of several leading government made up of liberated zones and liberation. 78. 78 All-African People's Revolutionary Party organizations. This provisional government would of Africa under scientific socialism. The AAPRP. Be known as the All-African Committee for Political views its ideology as the necessary path to the object coordination and would have a parallel tiv of Pan-Africanism. The ideology of the AAPRP. Military component, the All-African People's Revolu was originally Nkrumahism and later amended to Shinari Army. Both configurations, how Nkrumahism tourism. This ideology was derived were to be preceded by a political organization from a scientific analysis of conditions in the African that would do the groundwork, the All-African world, as well as from the revolutionary principles People's Revolutionary Party. The AAPRP's found in the works of Kwame Nkrumah and Sékou tasks were to organize a cadre into a monolithic tour, two of the foremost advocates of Pan-Group committed to carrying through the remainder Africanism. Of the strategy, to link all liberated territories, the AAPRP's program consisted of the following and struggling parties under a common ideology: 2 points. Smooth the way for continental unity, and to assist in the execution of an all-African people's war against recruiting and training cadres from among the colonialism and neocolonialism ranks of the African intelligentsia. Especially there has been debate as to whether the AAPRP students and women and AACPC were expected to coexist or the AAPRP consolidating principled relations with Revolu was expected to evolve into and replace the AACPC. Shinari organizations around the world. Nkrumah wrote more about the AACPC than he did building coalitions to smash bourgeois politi about the AAPRP. The AACPC appears to have from Cal parties and the military-industrial police the start been the more formal of the two groups, intelligence complex. Comprised as it was of the central committees of smashing Zionism by working to build a world organizations as coalescing members. This member-wide anti-Zionist front ship approach was different than that of the AAPRP. Building the African United Front and the which was to be catalytic and thus was comprised of All-African Committee for Political Coordination dedicated working class cadres. Organizing and institutionalizing African Liberation Day worldwide. Kwame Touré's leadership. The AAPRP is organized along the general lines after Kwame Nkrumah, Kwame Touré of a socialist political party. The organization was the most memorable advocate and recruiter for the democratic centralist model with regional and chapter AAPRP. He and a relatively small group of commit structures. It currently has 2 internal wings, The Alted members kept Nkrumah's plan alive and recruited African Women's Revolutionary Union thousands of college students to study Nkrumah's and the Young Pioneers Institute, which like ideology and plan for the All-African People's War. Nkrumah's earlier party, the Convention People's Tour, was well known for his work in the Student Party, caters to the children of the Organize a Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Blactions members and initiates. Full members are Panther Party and as co-author, with Charles Hamilton, known as Cotters, and membership usually requires of the book Black Power. With the assistance rigorous process of political education and propa of Shirley Graham Du Bois, Tour met Ganda work. Kwame Nkrumah and Sekou Toure and was invited to work with Nkrumah and the Democratic the membership of the party. Party of Guinea. Toure went on to become a major propagandist and Central Committee member for the nature of the AAPRP makes reliable data on both the PDG and the AAPRP. Membership numbers scant. Its membership has increased and decreased in line with the developments of Pan-Africanism in world affairs. When the African the objective of the party. Liberation movement was at its height in Southern, the objective of the AAPRP is Pan-Africanism, Africa in the 1960s, so too was the membership in which it defines as the total liberation and unification the AAPRP. Since that time, its membership has 79. American Anti-Slavery Society 79. Grown across Africa, Europe, and South America. The Stockwell, John. In Search of Enemies, a CIA story. AAPRP's membership in the United States has either New York, W.W. Norton. This is considered the authority held constant or decreased since then. Though the Tib book on the role of the CIA in Africa, particularly in the overthrow of African leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah. AAPRP admits that currently its membership is in the hundreds. It is clear that many thousands of college students of African descent have trained, at least temporarily, in the organization's political education American Anti-Slavery Society. Process. This process often takes place on college campuses. The prime activity of the political education program is referred to as a work-study process. The American Anti-Slavery Society was the which involves small circle discussions, with 5 to 13. Most prominent organization in the fight against persons, around a uniform reading list, discussion of enslavement in the history of the United States. When geopolitical topics, and affairs of the organization. The U.S. Constitution was written in the late 18th century. Since the passing of Nkrumah, the AAPRP has Toure, a debate over congressional representation, been successful at keeping the concepts of African resulted in a clause designating enslaved Africans as identity and African union in the discussions of the 3/5 of a white person. Thus out of every 100 African intelligentsia, the organization has also blacks. Only about 60 would be counted for the purpose developed forums for anti-imperialist organizations to of congressional representation. Speak to the African intelligentsia. These forums were free individuals, black and white, registered, traditionally organized during the AAPRP's African their opposition to the institution of slavery from the liberation days. In this way, the AAPRP has nations founding. Quakers were in the forefront of sought to internationalize the consciousness of this early anti-slavery struggle, which generally advo African intelligentsia and youth. Kate the gradual emancipation of enslaved persons. The personification of the AAPRP as Kwame. This approach is distinguished from the later abolition Toure's organization brought significant challenges for movement, whose adherents emerged in the mid-19th the organization after his passing. Toure's lifelong century and insisted on immediate emancipation. Struggle for blacks brought him fame he used for the abolition movement surfaced in part in response the AAPRP's benefit. No one else in the organization to an organization called the American Colonization had the public familiarity that Toure had earned as a society that was founded in 1816. This organy leader in the civil rights, black power, and Pan-Africanization was led by wealthy Southern planters who movements, so it was not possible to replace him in the belief that free Africans jeopardized the institution organization. Thus the organization Toure helped to of slavery. They claimed, however, to support gradual build continues to exist and is organizing with new emancipation, and insisted that the colonization of tactics that reflect the post-Tour era chapters are still monument. Slaves would ultimately encourage Slav being built and relations with other Pan-African and Aries dissolution. Liberation organizations are being consolidated. Some white anti-slavery supporters initially endorsed the American Colonization Society because Darrell's eyes weepo. They believed in its mission. Free African Americans in the North were not duped by the ACS and pleaded further reading with white abolitionists to abandon colonization. The Agyeman, Opoku, Nkrumah's Ghana and East Africa, persuaded prominent abolitionists like William Lloyd Pan-Africanism and interstate relations. Rutherford, New Jersey, Garrison to denounce the group. Although whites who Fairleigh Dickinson University Press. Agyeman seeks to oppose the institution of slavery did not necessarily demonstrate how Nkrumah's theory of Pan-African unity believe in equality of the races, when the anti-slavery affected the states of East Africa. This is a useful study of activists withdrew their support from the ACS, some the role of government politics and ideology. Began calling for immediate emancipation. The Orgapo, Darrell's Izwi. Kwame Nkrumah's contribution to NISD movement for abolition began in local commu Pan-African Agency. New York, Routledge. This book provides information on Nkrumah's philosophical search for niddies, where groups of individuals formed anti-slavery his ideological home, and the difficulty of translating that societies. These groups distributed pamphlets, hosted search into practical agency politics. Speakers raised funds and aided fugitives. They were 80 American Anti-Slavery Society, often interracial, but they remained segregated by constitution to be a pro-slavery document, publicly gender until 1840. Burning a copy of it in 1840. It was in this year that in 1833, 62 male abolitionists representing local AASS elected a woman, Abby Kelly, to serve on the anti-slavery societies in 11 states. Met in Philadelphia. Organization's business committee at its annual con and organized the first national association dedicated vention. A few delegates led by Lewis Tappan walked to abolition. Among the African American men out in protest. They were frustrated by Garrison's rat. Attendants at this meeting were James Forten and Eichel tactics and opposed coupling abolition with other Robert Purvis. The American Anti-Slavery Society reform efforts, such as women's rights. The men went endorsed the Declaration of Sentiments, written by on to form a rival abolition association called the Leading Abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison, which American and foreign anti-slavery society. This attacked enslavement as immoral, blamed Northerners. Group placed greater emphasis on internationalizing as well as Southerners for its perpetuation, proposed the abolition movement, but it failed to gain significant a strategy of nonviolent resistance, and condemned support. In general, black abolitionists held Garrison in the emigration schemes of the American colonization high regard, but they were annoyed with white aboli society. Garrison was to become the leading figure in Chinist squabbling and believed it harmed the cause. The AASS and serve as president of the organization. Black abolitionists came together during this from 1843 to 1865. Period in national and state conventions to formulate. Garrison was born in 1805 in Massachusetts, their own autonomous agenda. For Africans, abolition where he was indentured to a newspaper owner it was more than just a charitable cause. Many had the age of 14. He became an expert printer and joined family or friends who were enslaved, and abolition forces with Benjamin Lundy in 1829 to publish and was intricately linked to the improvement of living anti-slavery newspaper known as the Genius of Uni Conditions for Free Africans. African women also versal emancipation. Like many anti-slavery agitators played a significant role in the abolition movement at the time, Lundy favored gradual emancipation, but and the ensuing struggle for women's rights. Some Garrison grew increasingly impatient with this. Notable figures among them were Sojourner Truth, Approach. He soon parted ways with Lundy, and Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, and Sarah Parker launched his own newspaper, The Liberator, in 1831. Remand. Black women abolitionists were able to. The Liberator became one of the most influential. Draw special attention to the unique suffering that the means of attracting support for abolition and was institution of slavery imposed on black women. Published until the close of the Civil War. Over time, blacks grew disillusioned with the abolition movement spread its message. Not AASS and Garrison's refusal to support political agita only through the emerging abolitionist press but also Shin. This became especially poignant after the passage by sponsoring lecture tours. Freeborn Charles Lennox of the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 that threatened the remand was among the earliest African American freedom of all blacks in America. Douglas and other speakers on the abolitionist lecture circuit. Eventually black abolitionists promoted the election of Abraham. Abolitionists found that fugitives, like Frederick Lincoln, which sparked the outbreak of the Civil War, Douglas, were the most effective public speakers for in the end, the Republican North was victorious and abolition. Douglas escaped enslavement in 1838, enslavement was abolished with the 13th published a narrative of his life in 1845, an event to amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1865. Garrison Ally became the most well-known black abolitionist. Asserted that the American Anti-Slavery Society had African Americans were strong supporters of Garrison achieved its mission, and the organization was disbanded in the 1830s and 1840s. Garrison attended a number banded. However, others believed that the struggle for of the period's national black conventions, which black civil rights was far from over, endorsed his work and influenced his ideas. Michelle Reef. Garrison was a strict pacifist who believed that enslavement must be abolished through a strategy of moral persuasion. He criticized the Christian clergy for Aptheker, Herbert. Abolitionism, a revolutionary their failure to condemn slavery, and he was a strong movement. Boston, Twain Publishers. Aptheker provides proponent of women's rights. He opposed involve a strong class analysis of the movement to overturn the ment in politics and eventually proclaimed the U.S. principal social institution of the American nation. 81. American Civil War. 81. Benjamin, Quarles. Black Abolitionists. New York, Northwest Territories of Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Oxford University Press. One of the major African American Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Historians examines the often neglected role blacks played as the United States began to expand thanks to in the struggle to end the enslavement. This is a brilliant both the Mexican War and the Louisiana Purchase, examination of the role of key black spokespersons. The question of slavery in the newly acquired territory. Ripley, C. Peter. The Black Abolitionist Papers. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Rise produced a firestorm of controversy. In 1818, Press. This is the standard collection of the African Congress passed the Missouri Compromise, which abolitionist papers allowed Missouri to be admitted into the Union as a ye, surely. Black Women Abolitionists, a study in slave state, so long as slavery was not included in activism, 1828-1860. Knoxville, University of Tennessee. The newly organized territories and above the line press. Ye demonstrates in this volume how black women 36°30 N latitude that quelled the dispute over contributed to the movement for the elimination of slavery until 1850, when Congress voted to admit enslavement. California as a state, but in the Compromise of 1850. Stipulated that people in the territories seized during the Mexican War be allowed to decide for themselves American Civil War, whether or not they would allow slavery. When Congress decided to organize the territories in Kansas and Nebraska, it passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act. The American Civil War began in 1861 when a which allowed settlers to extend slavery into the Confederate general fired on the Union outpost at newly acquired territories. The passage of this act Fort Sumter, South Carolina. The war ended in 1865. Plunged the Kansas Territory into a 4-year cycle of with the Confederate surrender at the Appomattox violence during which the state came to be known courthouse in Virginia. It was the bloodiest and most as bloody Kansas. Although the anti-slavery pro-bitter conflict in American history to be fought on Nants eventually won their fight to keep slavery out of American soil. More than 600,000 men and women the territory, it added to an already embittered rivalry, were killed or mortally wounded, while the country between the North and the South sustained billions of dollars in property losses. However, the most notable event to result from the Civil War was the abolition of slavery and the freeing the Dred Scott case and of those who had been enslaved. Between the 1600s John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry and 1865, there had been more than 4 million Africans. In 1857, an enslaved African, Dred Scott, sued for held in bondage in America. His freedom when his master took him to a free territory. Scott argued that his presence in a free territory meant that he was no longer a slave. However, the causes Supreme Court argued that Scott had no right to file. At the center of the controversy was the issue of slavery suit in a state or federal court because he was a slave and its expansion into the northern and western territory considered property. Thus, he was not a citizen of territories that were acquired as a result of the Mexican United States. The justice's decision also declared American war from 1846 to 1848. In addition, the Missouri Compromise, along with other legislative 11 southern states that would ultimately make up the limits on slavery, unconstitutional. Confederacy felt that the enslavement of Africans was in 1859, John Brown and a band of his followers, a vital part of their economy and especially essential, some of whom were Africans, attacked and seized in the growth and exportation of cotton. Northern Eco-Federal Arsenal in what is now Harper's Ferry, West Nomic interests, which mostly depended on manufacturing Virginia. Brown's plan was to liberate the slaves by touring and did not require slave labor, were effective force. Brown and his followers were eventually exiled because the South, which had to import its own product. A large number of Northerners, mostly aboliques from abroad, favored lower tariffs on imported Chinists, regarded Brown as a martyr and considered goods. This meant that the North faced competition, his attempt to liberate the slaves as a noble act. The against cheap foreign imports. Moreover, those tariffs North's praise of Brown fueled Southern suspicions, helped pay for the improvement of roads and the of Northern abolitionists, who they felt were threatened expansion of railroads, as well as for expansion of their way of life in the South. 82. American Civil War. The Southern Secession. The Emancipation Proclamation. And the beginning of the war. On January 1, 1963, President Lincoln, at the urging when Abraham Lincoln was elected the 16th Pres of abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, and Boyd Ident of the United States in 1860, the South was feared by the Union Army victory at Antietam 4 months full that it would mean the end of slavery, and thus earlier, signed the Emancipation Proclamation that decided to secede from the Union. In a special session, freed all slaves in all the states that had seceded from the South Carolina legislature unanimously voted to the Union. Although Lincoln's decree did not immediately leave the Union in December of 1860. Other Southern free enslaved Africans, it did make the Civil War. States followed South Carolina's lead in 1861, and into a war not only to save the Union but also to end. February of that year the states formed the Confederate Slavery. In the Court of International Public Opinion, States of America, Jefferson Davis was elected precis. Sympathy with the Confederacy meant identifying dent of the Confederacy by the Confederate Congress with slavery. Thus there was no foreign international and held that position until the eventual defeat of intervention on behalf of the South in the Civil War. The South by the Union Army in 1865. Meanwhile, President Lincoln, concerned with preserving the Union, pleaded for the Southern states to rejoin the African soldiers in the Union Army Union. But Lincoln also vowed to protect federal. A very important outcome of the emancipation properties seized by the South and sent a relief vessel proclamation was that it enabled African males, both to resupply a Union Army outpost at Fort Sumter, free and runaway slaves, the opportunity to join the South Carolina on April 6. 5 days later, Fort Union Army. Frederick Douglass gave a speech in Sumter, was fired upon, and eventually surrendered to support of blacks joining the Union cause. In all, the Confederate Army, thus beginning the Civil War. Approximately 186,000 blacks, in 163 units under white commanding officers, served in the Union Army during the Civil War. By all historical accounts, the war and Union victory. Black soldiers fought bravely and helped to win some despite early Confederate victories at Bull Run and key battles during the war, dispelling white notions of on the Western Front in Missouri in 1861, the Union black inferiority on the battlefield. Army's vast resources of leadership, military might, among the black units that performed well for the and economic power would ultimately overwhelm Union Army during the Civil War was the 1st Kansas, the Confederate Army, and spell defeat for the South, colored volunteers, which turned back an attack by which surrendered to Union forces in 1865. President the Confederate Army at the Battle of Island Mound, Lincoln's signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, Missouri. The most well-known battle that black ended Confederate hopes for foreign intervention, soldiers fought was the assault on Fort Wagner because countries like Great Britain and France had the 54th Massachusetts in July of 1863. During the abolished slavery years earlier and did not want to campaigns of 1864 to 1865, black soldiers partici become embroiled in a conflict that defended the pate in every major battle except for Sherman's institution of slavery. March through Georgia. But despite proving their President Lincoln was assassinated shortly after worthiness as soldiers, black soldiers faced discrimination. The war ended in 1865. The war itself cost the nation in pay and other areas. Black soldiers received U.S. government over $6 billion. It devastated the $7 per month, plus a clothing allowance of $3.50, economy of the South. The Confederate States lost while whites were paid $13 per month. Some reached 2/3 of their wealth, with the most devastating ments refused pay blacks at all until Congress passed laws coming with the end of slavery. For the enslaved, legislation that granted equal pay to all soldiers. The end of the Civil War meant freedom. As a result, near the end of the war, when the South found of the Union victory, both houses of Congress passed itself losing battle after battle, the Confederate Army, the 13th Amendment, which outlawed slavery, attempted to raise a regiment of black soldiers. With the 13th Amendment was ratified by 3 the promise of freedom, a few black Confederate fourths of the states, and came into effect in December. Companies were raised, but the war ended before they of 1865 could be deployed in battle. 83. American Colonization Society. 83. For blacks, the Civil War and the period of insisted that colonization would put an end to enslaved Reconstruction provided freedom from enslavement, meant. However, there were others who wanted to, but it did not provide equality with whites. Despite the maintain enslavement, as well as eliminate the free 14th and 15th Amendments guaranteeing Africans they believed threatened the institution of blacks' rights, and the elections of black public officials slavery and could potentially encourage insurrections to political office, blacks were relegated to second class among enslaved Africans. Citizenship. That this was the intention of many as early as 1714, a New Jersey man had suggested became clear when in 1877 the federal troops protect sending Africans back to Africa. Soon after the blacks were ordered out of the South and Southern Revolutionary War, a Virginia legislative committee states instituted Jim Crow laws to legally establish the led by Thomas Jefferson devised a plan of gradual color line emancipation and deportation. Other organizations also pursued the idea of colonization. Paul Cuffey, A. Christopher Murray, free African and accomplished businessman and seafarer, was the first to actually succeed in relocating. Further reading. Africans from the United States to Africa. In 1815, Blight, David. Race and Reunion, the Civil War. In using his own resources, he transported 38 Africans. American Memory. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University, The Philanthropists, Abolitionists, and Clergy Press. In this book, Blight explores the deeper meaning of wanted to free enslaved Africans and their dis in the Civil War in American memory. Dance, and give them the opportunity to emigrate back. Randall, J.G., and Donald, David. The Civil War and Reconstruction. Lexington Ma, Heath. This work seeks to Africa, whereas the slave owners and their Simpa demonstrate that Reconstruction must be seen as an extendizers, fearing that free Africans threatened the institution of the national wool. Tushin of enslavement, wanted to rid the nation of these. Vorenberg, Michael. Final freedom, the Civil War. Troublemakers. It was difficult for the latter group to the abolition of slavery, and the 13th Amendment. Imagine a society in which whites were integrated with Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press. This is a blacks. Nevertheless, the ACS included both of these very good book on the causes and effects of the Civil War. Groups. Many whites believed that Africans were inferior and maintained that the African presence was an obstacle to American progress and development. American. For these reasons, they supported colonization. In December 1816, Finley traveled to Washington, Colonization Society, D.C., where he secured the support for the ACS from prominent white Americans. Among the early founders, the American Colonization Society, which were Finley's brother-in-law, Elias B. Caldwell, clerk, was originally called the American Society for of the Supreme Court, attorney Francis Scott Key. Colonizing the Free People of Color in the United Supreme States, was founded in 1816 in Washington, D.C. The Court Justice Bushrod Washington, the nephew of society, was started by Robert Finley, a white George Washington, Henry Clay, the Speaker of the Presbyterian minister from Basking Ridge, New House, and Charles Fenton Mercer, a member of the Jersey, who, like many white Americans of his time, House of Representatives. Soon after adopting a con believed that the African presence in the United States institution, the group spent several years fundraising for threatened the welfare of the nation and the quality of the society. To that end, the society lobbied Congress life for white people. Therefore, the primary aim of and James Monroe, the President of the United States. The ACS was to assist all free Africans in the United. In 1819, Congress granted the ACS $100,000 in fund states in emigrating to a colony established in Africa. Some white-owned companies believed that the Liberia was created for that purpose, and Sierra Leone could profit from the ACS venture. To raise funds for was created by Great Britain for similar reasons. The enterprise, the ACS dispersed agents. Thousands of some within the ACS thought that emigration was dollars were collected to purchase and charter ships. A viable alternative to emancipation. However, by 1832, several legislatures had given the ACS OFFI members of the ACS varied considerably in their Chale approval. Even slave-holding states had colonizer beliefs. Some sincerely supported free Africans. Nation organizations. The ACS was the largest of such. 84 American Negro Academy organization, but was by no means the only organizer. Referred to colonization as the twin sister to slavery. Shin committed to colonization. Southern newspapers he was adamantly opposed to state or national also contributed to the cause of colonization of free resources being used to support such a venture. Other Africans. Prominent Africans who opposed colonization were in January of 1820, the ACS sailed its inaugural Samuel Cornish, David Walker, Maria Stewart, voyage with 88 Africans and 3 whites. However, Richard Allen, and James Forten. 2 of the most 22 Africans and all 3 whites died of yellow fever. Famous white abolitionists, William Lloyd Garrison within 3 weeks. In spite of several conflicts between and Albion Tuorgy, also opposed the aims of the ACS. Emigrants and the local populations, within 10 years, and argued bitterly against colonization. More than 1,400 Africans emigrated to Liberia by the mid-1820s, most African abolitionists the assistance of the ACS. By 1838, approximately believed that the ACS was a pro-slavery effort to rid the 2,500 Africans had made the journey from the United States of Free Africans. Many in the African states to Liberia. The society hired mostly whites to community were loud and passionate about their oppo govern the colony. In 1847, the capital of Liberia was sessioned to colonization. In 1817, in Philadelphia alone, established and named Monrovia after President Richard Allen and James Forten led 3,000 African James Monroe. In all, the ACS settled more than voices in opposing colonization. The ACS was not 12,000 Africans in Liberia. An abolitionist organization, they maintained, but the response of Africans in the United States to pro-slavery organization with the sole purpose of fork colonization and the ACS varied. The ACS membering free Africans to choose between re-enslavement and ship began to decline in the mid-1800s, but the Colorado banishment. These Africans said they felt entitled to nation movement did not. Prominent Africans in the everything it meant to be American, regardless of the United States who supported the idea of colonization reality of their day. Many of them believed that included Paul Coffey, Alexander Crummell, John America was their homeland and asserted they knew Russ Worm, Martin R. Delaney, Edward Blitten, and nothing of Africa. By far, there were many more Bishop Henry McNeill Turner. These advocates Africans who rejected colonization than there were believed that full equality in a racist America could Africans who embraced it never be achieved and that colonization was the best. Atissa A. Alkbulan. Alternative. Thus Delaney advocated colonization, but he denounced the ACS and Liberia as a mockery of a further reading. Government because of its close relationship with the ACS. Franklin, John H., and Moss, Alfred R. From slavery many factors militate in favor of colonization, to freedom, a history of African Americans. Including Christian nationalism and trade, the New York, McGraw-Hill. This text offers a critical look at the early emigration movement in the United States. Christian Mission to Civilize Africa, the Icknall McCartney, John T. Black Power Ideologies, an essay Edgement of Africa as a Land of Riches and Black in African American Political Thought. Philadelphia, Regeneration, and the Economic Depression in the Temple University Press. McCartney describes advocates United States. Only Blitten, a Christian himself, and critics of the colonization movement, as well as rejected the notion of Christian nationalism and civic philosophies that guided the opposing views. Lization. He respected the indigenous traditions of African people and recognized the damage that Western civilization and Christianity had done to Africa and Africans. Many Africans were rightly US American Negro Academy. Picious of the ACS. Coffey was skeptical of the ACS, but he continued to support it despite his reservations. The American Negro Academy was founded on the ACS and the idea of colonization were not March 8, 1897 in Washington, D.C. The Academy was without their critics. Many abolitionists, black and the brainchild of the Reverend Alexander Crummell White, opposed the goals of the ACS and questioned, who was the son of an African prince, as its motives. Chief among them was Frederick Well as an intellectual and an Episcopal priest. Douglas, who believed that colonization supported Crummell had met with 4 men on December 18 of the false notion that Africans were inferior. He the previous year to discuss his idea of an association of 85. Amistad Research Center 85. The most eminent African men with the purpose of did not quite reach the masses of black people the raising the consciousness of African people. The 4-way it had hoped, because many black people were so men were John Wesley Cromwell and preoccupied with the daily battles of life that they Walter B. Hasten, to Washington public hardly took notice of the Academy. School teachers, Paul Lawrence Dunbar, in 1924, Crummell's Anna ceased to exist. Decades a poet, and Kelly Miller, a mathemat later, in 1968, poets, historians, artists, and Scholars ICS professor at Howard University. Subsequently, took up the banner of the ANA, including Julian Crummell increased his effort to put together a group. Cannonball Adderley, Margaret Walker, James to protect, promote, and advance the African people Baldwin, Harry Belafonte, John Hope Franklin, Ossie by calling together 18 of the greatest African minds of and Ruby D. Davis, Nina Simone, and Lerone his day to meet at Lincoln Memorial Church. Bennett, Jr. In March of 1969, after a series of meet by the end of the first meeting, the men had settings. These dedicated individuals founded the organization into motion. The membership was to Academy of Arts and Letters to carry on the B40 elected men who had distinguished themselves work of the American Negro Academy. As college graduates, professors, artists, or writers. Del Zola Moore. The group, under the leadership of Crummell, adopted and signed a constitution and named the first national further reading scholarly organization dedicated to the advancement of African culture, the American Negro Academy. Moss, Alfred, Jr. The American Negro Academy, voice the number of elected men was soon increased to 50. Of the talented 10th Baton Rouge, Louisiana state, their mission was to defend Africans against vicious university. This is the best work on the development of the American Negro Academy. Assaults, foster higher education, publish scholarly works, and help cultivate intellectual taste by promoting original literature, art, and science. The American Negro Academy was the first Organi Amistad Research Center. Zashin, and the only organization in America at that time, to gather black scholars and artists from all over the world. It was the first learned society created by Amistad, is a manuscripts library and archival repose Black Americans. During its lifetime, the Academy published that documents the history and culture of lished more than 20 scholarly papers written by some America's many populations, Africa and the African of the finest minds of the black community, such as diaspora. Founded in 1966, the center takes its name Alexander Crummell's civilization, the primal need from a significant incident in American history, the of the race and attitude of the American mind toward Amistad schooner revolt of 1839. Sing B. Pye led Africans illegally taken from their Negro, and William Pickens S. the status of the free land and destined for slave plantations in Havana, Negro from 1860, 1970. Cuba, in a revolt on a Spanish schooner called La, the contributors to the American Negro Academy Amistad. While attempting to return home, the included W.E.B. Du Bois, Carter G. Woodson, Alon Africans were tricked instead into steering toward the lock, John Mercer Langston, and Francis J. Grimke. United States, where they were captured and put on. These scholars were interested in advancing the work trial. A group of Christian abolitionists took up their of the race in such a way as to defy the racist Catago cause and paid their legal costs. The Africans' caserization leveled against African people. The Academy wound its way through the U.S. court system, but it worked hard to strengthen the intellectual life of the was not until former U.S. President John Quincy black community, improve the quality of black lead. Adams argued on their behalf before the Supreme Heirship, and protect the black community from the court that the Africans finally won their freedom. Effects of racism. The American Negro Academy lasted into the 1920s. By the end of its lifetime, the American Missionary Association Academy had reached most of its goals by educating African Americans and providing an outlet for the same group of abolitionists later formed an interblack intelligentsia to publish their works. However, its racial organization called the American Missionary 86 Amistad Research Center Association. The AMA founded hundreds of Greater New Orleans, the Southern civil rights churches and schools for African Americans, Native litigation records, Mississippi businesswomen and Americans, Puerto Ricans, Appalachian whites, Asian activist Clary Collins Harvey, and the Anti-Americans, and Hispanics. Distinguished Colleges and Defamation League of B'nai B'rith. Universities that emerged from these efforts include Amistad's literary and musical collections are Atlanta, Berea, Dillard, Hampton, Houston-Tillotson, unprecedented in size and scope. Researchers come Lemoyne-Owen, Piedmont, Talladega, Tougaloo, and from around the world to examine the papers of poet Fisk, where the Amistad Research Center was established. County Cullen, writer Chester Himes, scholar, and listed under the guidance of Clifton H. Johnson. Activist W.E.B. Du Bois, poet, and human rights Johnson, after completing the arrangement of activist Frank S. Horn, playwright Tom Dent, and AMA papers, recognized the need for an institution musicians Harold Battist, and Wiggins Brown, that would document the lives and activities of those Harold Swanson, William Warfield, and Camilla ethnic groups with which the AMA had historically Williams. Amistad's holdings on Africa are also worked, specifically African Americans, and other impressive in their breadth and scope. They include the ethnic communities. Initially under auspices of the papers of the first organization to report on the Inhu AMA's Race Relations Department at Fisk, the Centre-Man Apartheid System in South Africa, the American was later incorporated as an independent institution Committee on Africa. Established in 1948, this orga with a permanent board of directors. The Amistadnization went on to document political struggles. All began with its core collection, the AMA Papers, over the continent of Africa. The center's other hold, which include over 350,000 documents and thenings, include the papers of Operations Crossroads, went on to collect other important records. Africa, an organization used as a model for the peace during the turbulent years after World War II, the core, sociologist Victor Dubois, and UN. Press AMA established their Race Relations Department to core journalist Marguerite Cartwright. Address Racism and Pluralism in American Society. In 1994, under the direction of Clyde Robertson, the Race Relations Department Records, Incorporated Director of Africana Studies for the New Orleans into the Amistad Research Center's holdings, were public schools. Amistad collaborated in the develop among the first documents to address the issues of ment of the first Afrocentric archives in this country. Civil and human rights. These records give Amistad housed at the Amistad Research Center, these manu the distinction of being one of the first institutions to script collections, represent the leading scholars within actively document the modern civil rights movement. The Afrocentric paradigm. They include the work of Molefi Keita Santi, considered the father of the Afrocentric movement, lecturer and writer Runiko the Amistad's holdings. Rashidi, and sociologist James L. Conyers, Jr. Amistad arguably has the nation's premier holdings. Amistad also has an art collection universally on those participants and organizations that helped accept it as the finest collection of art in the deep shape its progress. The collections encompass the South. The collection consists of 19th and 20th activities of attorneys, politicians, artists, writers, and century artists such as Edward Mitchell Bannister, others who often placed their lives on the line. Some Richmond Barth, Selma Burke, Elizabeth Catlett. Notable collections include the papers of New Orleans's Claude Clark, Aaron Douglas, Vivian Ellis, Palmer First Black Mayor, Ernest Dutch Morial, Mississippi Hayden, Malvin Gray Johnson, William H. Johnson, activist Fannie Lou Hamer, the Race Relations Lois Mailou Jones, Martin Payne, William Pajad, Information Center, U.S. Congressman William E. Scott, Henry O. Tanner, Hale Woodruff, Jefferson, Michigan Senator Carl Levin, the National, and Frank Wiley. The most celebrated pieces in the Committee Against Discrimination in Housing, the collection are Funeral Procession of 1940 by Ellis National Association for the Advancement of Colored Wilson, and the 41 paintings in the Toussaint people of New Orleans and Memphis, the Elovicha series by Jacob Lawrence. Of these original Montgomery bus boycott participant individuals, Amistad also holds the personal papers Views, NAACP attorney A.P. Tarode, former NAACP. Of Catlett, Ellis, Pajad, Barth, Woodruff, and Executive Director Benjamin Hooks, the Urban League Wiley. 87. Amsterdam News 87. The center also houses an excellent collection of African textiles made during the late 19th and early Amsterdam News 20th centuries by artisans from the Cuba Kingdom in Zaire. Other African objects at Amistad are from the Amsterdam News is one of the oldest and most West, Central, and East Africa and include masks, well-known African-American, owned newspapers in carved figures and posts, musical instruments, calabash the United States, and perhaps the most well-known art, utilitarian and sacred containers and vessels, African-American newspaper in the world. The basketry, ceremonial clothing, cast metal objects and Amsterdam News was established by James H. Figures, and iron currency. Anderson on December 4, 1909. Anderson settled in this is only a cursory description of the treasures Harlem, New York, and decided to embark on Crete housed at the Amistad Research Center. Currently ing a newspaper that would reflect the lives of those in residing on the campus of Tulane University in the Harlem community. The Amsterdam News, named Orleans, Louisiana, the center continues to collect, after Amsterdam Avenue, the street that Anderson preserve, and make accessible its holdings through lived on, served as a forum where members of the on-site research, public forums, publications, audio Harlem community could give voice to their thoughts, and videotaped personal histories, digital online fears, hopes, and aspirations. The African Americans exhibits, and collaborative projects. With over 10 mil in Harlem saw the 2-cent, 6-page newspaper as a lion primary source documents dating from 1780 to place where their community was the focal point, as the present, more than 20,000 books, 1,000 runs of the Amsterdam News covered local events such as periodicals, 30,000 pamphlets, 1.5 million news clip black community organizations and the local political pings, 74,000 reels of microfilm, over 300 works of and social issues of the time. In less than a year art, over 600 pieces of African art, and more than 400. The Amsterdam News had become a success. As audio and videotapes, Amistad can truly say it documentary result. Anderson decided to expand his newspaper Men's America's diversity. And partnered with Edward A. Warren, an African-American businessman. Some years later, in 1921. Rebecca Hankins. When Warren died, Anderson sold his share of the newspaper to Warren's relatives and turned to satisfy further reading. Other goals. Anderson became a civic leader, served as a Boy Scout commissioner, and ran for Johnson, Clifton H. A New History, an essential alderman, while the paper he had founded continued alternative to narrow white mythology. Journal of Current Social Issues, 7, 8-11. Johnson presents an Argue to Prosper. Meant in this essay for the founding of the Amistad Research in 1930, the Amsterdam News became the first center and the development of its mission. African American newspaper to join the Audit Bureau Johnson, Clifton H. A legacy of La Amistad, some of circulation. Even when the Great Depression CRE 20th century black leaders. The International aided many financial challenges for the newspaper, the Review of African American Art, 8, 4-23. This essay Amsterdam News made history and became the first looks at the production of black leaders, educators, and African American, owned newspaper to have a fully activists through the American Missionary Association unionized African American staff. However, as the educational institutions. Johnson, Clifton H. The Amistad case and its Great Depression continued to wreak havoc on the consequences in U.S. history. Journal of the New Haven World Economy, The Warrens' Financial Difficulties Colony Historical Society, 30, 113-143. Johnson's compelled them to sell the Amsterdam News for essay examines the historical and legal impact the case had $5,000 to C.B. Powell and Philip M. H. Savory. On American society and the issues surrounding slavery Powell and Savory recreated the Amsterdam News, and emancipation. It is also available online at http://www. Changing it from a community-based newspaper that Tulane.edu/Amistad. Mostly dealt with local issues in Harlem. Into a News. Morris, Robert C. Reading, writing, and reconstruct paper that represented the collective voice of Africans, the education of freedmen in the South, 1861 to 1870. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. This is a history of America. Thus the Amsterdam News began to deal the early freedmen schools and their impact on the education with national politics that affected the Africans of blacks in the South. American Community. 88. 88 An appeal to the colored citizens of the world. During the 1960s, the Amsterdam News was the institution of slavery. Definitely no one prior to him premier newspaper for the civil rights and black had ever distributed a pamphlet as incendiary as in nationalist movements. The Amsterdam News gave an appeal to the colored citizens of the world. Platform to both the Judeo-Christian nonviolence of it is believed that Walker was born in North the civil rights movement, which was under the lead Carolina in 1785 of a free mother. At an early age, he heirship of Martin Luther King, Jr., and the Black Nation left North Carolina and settled in Boston, where he enlisted movement of Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X. Became a barber. The discussions Walker had with Malcolm X even wrote a column in the newspaper. Clients in his barber's chair fueled his opposition to titled God's Angry Man. Despite this prosperity, in the system of enslavement that had trapped Africans 1971 the Amsterdam News was once again sold, this in perpetual bondage. Walker became increasingly time for $2.3 million to a group of African American angered by the system that defined Africans as businessmen that included Wilbur Tatum, who was to rear to whites and especially by the hypocrisy of become important at the paper. With the leadership of white Christian Americans, whom he said were this group, the Amsterdam News went through another most brutal people on the face of the earth. Transformation. Moving away from its radical and mill in the 1820s, most African people were not as it stands and becoming a more liberal newspaper. Convinced as David Walker was that the only way as the result of a strike in 1984, Tatum became not Africans would be free was for Africans to free them simply an investor but also the publisher and editor of selves. This belief, which was the beginning of the Amsterdam News. Under the guidance of Tatum, school of thought that has been called nationalism, the Amsterdam News returned to a more militant and influenced the thought of the most electrifying intel progressive position. In 1997, Tatum's daughter, Eleanor Lectuals and political activists in African American Tatum, became editor-in-chief of the newspaper, and history. Walker predated Henry Highland Garnet. Under her supervision the Amsterdam News continues Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, Martin Delany, to be an avenue where the issues, concerns, and voices Alexander Crummell, and Marcus Garvey of African America are expressed. Walker was fed up with the fact that the abject conditions of the African community did not cause more. Kiera Hope Foster. Revolution. He was familiar with Thomas Jefferson's notes on the state of Virginia, as well as with the further reading. Revolution in Haiti, Gabriel Prosser's 1800 Conspiracy, Pride, Armistead S., and Wilson, Clint C. The History and Denmark VC's 1822 Attempted Revolt. Walkers of the Black Press. Washington, D.C., Howard University education and passion enabled him to produce the most press. This text gives a comprehensive history of the challenging document written by an African in America African American press in the United States. Until that time. An appeal to the colored citizens of the www.amsterdamnews.org. This is the official website of the Amsterdam News, which provides the history of the news world consisted of a direct call to the enslaved Africans paper, full-text articles, and other relevant information. To rise up against their masters in a violent revolt. In addition to being a barber, Walker had a small tailoring business in Boston. His shop was very likely an appeal to the colored. A gathering place for those who engaged in anti-slavery activities, as his pamphlet was distributed as far as the citizens of the world. Carolinas by black Bostonian seamen. Walker was a member of the Massachusetts General Colored. David Walker, a free black man, published a militant association that was organized in 1826 to petition the anti-slavery pamphlet, David Walker's Appeal in for Massachusetts Government in the Interests of African Articles, together with a preamble to the colored Americans. In addition, Walker was a representative Citizens of the World, but particularly and very for Freedom's Journal from 1827 to 1829. Expressly to those of the United States, which Walker's speech to the 1828 convention of the became known as an appeal to the colored citizens. Massachusetts General Colored Association was of the world and was distributed widely throughout preview of his pamphlet. In the speech, he admonished the eastern seaboard of the United States. Walker wished the Africans in his audience to work toward have been the first black militant to write against the self-determination and self-help. It was clear that 89. Ancestor veneration. 89. Walker did not believe that dependency on whites was the solution to the problems of Africans in ancestor veneration. Massachusetts. It would be seen later in an appeal to the colored citizens of the world that what he Africans have long believed, that the ritualized propitia believed about Africans in Massachusetts, he also shin an invocation of dead king could influence the fate believed about the masses of Africans everywhere. Of the living. This is not exclusively an African practice. Walker stressed that only Africans' active efforts in, but it has probably been brought to its most complex and their own interest would change their situation. Elaborate levels by Africans. The Chinese, Melanesians, when Walker's appeal came out in September of, and Japanese also have constructed system of ancestral 1829, it was one of the most politically explosive veneration. In Africa, the relationship between the living works ever written in America. Walker's appeal was and the dead is a manifestation of the continuity of pointed, historical, biblical, and prophetic. It was a community in a specific familial way. When a society call for action and an argument for the humanity of passes concepts, art forms, and myths from generation African people. According to Walker, only the self to generation, those ideas are enshrined in the society's determination and self-definition of Africans, the memory as worthy of emulation. Selves could raise African people from slavery, and the everything must be approached through the answers inequality handed out by whites. Walker believed that tours. This means that in classical African religion, if to achieve Africans' freedom there must be via. There is always ancestral priority, presence, lens, then there must be violence, as God could not empower. The ancestral spirits are the most intimate, want Africans to be enslaved against their wills. Divinities and must be consulted on important acts. It is no wonder that the legislatures of several Zions. Africans regard the ancestors as the keepers of southern states offered a reward for Walker's head. Morality. One of the ways descendants of the Ansas South Carolina and Georgia wanted Walker so intensely towards maintain a balanced society is by avoiding that they were willing to offer $10,000 if he were to live activities that were considered immoral by the Ansas aired alive, or $1,000 if dead. In the North, white abolit sudden deaths are often thought to be attributed Shionists who were nonviolent in their philosophies, such to punishments inflicted by ancestors. Therefore, as William Lloyd Garrison and Benjamin Lundy, Critty living must do everything they can to avoid crossing sized Walker for being too forceful in his rhetoric. 9. The moral path laid down by the departed ancestors. Months after the publication of an appeal to the social fabric of African communities is woven colored citizens of the world, Walker was found dead together by ancestor reverence. It is the source of under unknown circumstances. Many historians have many domestic and institutional relationships. It is conjectured that he was assassinated, although it has not a reflection of any supernatural world, but rather, been possible to prove this theory conclusively. A part of the world in which Africans who practice car live. Thus the manner of reverence of African Molofi Kita Santi people is relatively similar, making it possible to further reading. Speak of the commonalities of ancestor reverence among Africans. Aptheker, Herbert. American Negro Slave Revolts. New York, International. Aptheker's study remains one of the significant works on the lives and actions of Black the line of descent. Activists and revolutionaries. Asante, Molafikid. African American history. The descent line is the basic structural component for Journey of Liberation. Saddlebrook, New Jersey, Peoples all groups that practice ancestor reverence. Africans Publishing Group. This book gives a historical context to know who to revere by knowing to whom they belong. The struggle for liberation in African American history from constant ritualizing reverence of the first ancestors, an Afrocentric perspective, helps to reinforce the appreciation for a particular Walker, David. David Walker's appeal in For Descent Group. Sometimes the main descent group articles, together with a preamble to the colored, can be augmented by other ethnic or clan groups. For citizens of the world, but particularly and very expressly to those of the United States. New York, Hill and Wang. Instance, the Ndeb people of Zimbabwe were Origi. This is the complete text Nali, a royal clan of the Zulu of South Africa, but of Walker's very powerful pamphlet. During their migration and conquest northward out of 90 ancestor veneration. South Africa, they acquired new clans and ethnic groups because the calling of the names of the ancestors who now appropriate some of the same ancestors makes clear the lineage of groups and individuals. For many African people, the descent is through car ancestor reverence or worship should not be the mother, that is, matrilineal. Thus the ancestor to be confused with cults of the dead. In and of itself, death revered would come from the mother's side of the has no divine qualities in car. African people war family. The father would be a part of this family line ship, something far more significant than merely the by virtue of his marriage to the direct descendant. In dead practitioners of car believe that in actual fact some cases, the father would also revere the ancestors. Those who have lived among us affect our lives after of his father. The idea is that the ancestor revered death. The deification of the ancestral spirit is and must be within the family structure. If the structure is tiled to the religion, and death must occur for the patrilineal, then the ancestors are from the father's process of deification to take place. Ancestor revericide and the mother may participate in the reverence ins, therefore, is not the same as practices dealing as a member of the family with ghosts and spirits and hobgoblins. The ancient Greeks believed in such ghost and shade cults but did not have ancestor reverence. A religion of the ancestors. There is a widespread practice of ancestor reverence is preeminently a religion of the ancestors. Thus on the continent of Africa, therefore the practices the Swazi king appeals to the ancestors on behalf of are varied. The Ga of Ghana and the Nuer of the nation, showing himself to be the chief priest. This Sudan, two of the several groups without an elaborate pattern of royal intercession is followed by many system of ancestor reverence, still have a strong belief other African groups, though it is not universal. What in the veneration of ancestors on special occasions is common and extensively practiced is sacrifice. For the Ga have ritualized libations in the name of the Swazi. This means that each year an animal must be honored dead during naming ceremonies, marriages, dedicated to a specific royal ancestor and may only be in the Homo a festival. Their practice, and that of eaten by the direct descendants of that ancestor. The Nuer, may be somewhat like the practices of the while it is true that ancestors are revered, it is also Jews and Catholics, both of whom name ancestors on true that not all ancestors are revered in the same way. Special occasions. The Jews name ancestors on the a congregation, that is, a kinship group, so to speak, New Year and Day of Atonement, and the Catholics does not provide ritual service or respect to every have masses in the names of the ancestor saints. The ancestor in all situations of worship. The ancestors Igbo of Nigeria believe that the ancestors profoundly who are accorded respect in a given situation RPRI influence all actions in society. Rather than kings rul merely those who are exclusive to the worshipping in their towns, the Igbo have a group of elders who group. This helps Africans to distinguish between col govern the community. The Igbo venerate ancestors in lateral groups, perhaps in the same ethnic group. On a very significant, elaborate way, which has a far other hand, some ancestors are more than family, reaching importance in their society. The Igbo people, they are national, that is, all families in the ethnic offer sacrifices regularly, and no one eats or drinks group are derived from them, without giving a portion to the ancestors. The complexity of the practice of ancestor rever, the spirits of the dead are the ancestors, and the ins varies among ethnic groups. However, in most forces of nature represent their activities. The powers groups the connections between the religion and prop behind the storms, rain, rivers, seas, lakes, hills, and urdi, marriage, birth, death, and titles to membership. Rocks are the spirits of the ancestors. They are not, and leadership of the group are clearly tied to just the rocks or water, but the spiritual powers Kapagenianemi, the commemoration of the ancestors Bibli of manifesting anywhere. There is no separation name. Everyone who calls the name of the ancestors between religious activity and other activities. They must use the accepted sequence, because that is the relationship between the living, the dead, and the way the group establishes itself as a congregation. Supreme God is one of mutuality and connectedness. Genealogy is also important for its establishment of humans are intertwined with the divine. There is no focus on the ancestors. Every member of the consume in the relationship. The spiritual world is intergregation, knows exactly to whom he or she belongs. Related with the natural world. Thus, according to there is no confusion about this in the ethnic group, Shona of Zimbabwe, the supreme god, Mweri, is 91. Ancestor veneration 91. Connected through the ancestors and spirit mediums such as a stool that represents the validation of the to the living. The natural world, the world of trees, proper ancestral lineage. For the Akan, ancestor ven rocks, rivers, and so forth, has a direct connection to Irration, is more than a filial relationship to the father, the spiritual world by way of moral geography. When or mother, it is a kinship event rooted in their political. All people look at the natural world, they can identify and philosophical system. Those members of the land forest, birds, mountains, rivers, hills, and insects, who are heads of households or holders of office, this is a biological or ecological system. But when may become enshrined as venerated ancestors. What practitioners of Kar view the natural world through is true for the Akan matrilineal system is also true for the lens of moral geography. They see sacred mountains, the patrilineal system in terms of the rules of selection, sacred trees, sacred hills, and sacred rivers. And veneration. The identification of ancestors. Eternal life. To become an ancestor, death is necessary, but it is not as ancestors, people are able to prolong their legal enough. Most practitioners of Kar make a distinction existence through their heirs. Those who become between the dead and the ancestors. The Talanzi ancestors may have been people with bad tempers, or people believe that those who die without offspring poor judgment, but it becomes the inescapable duty of live a ghostly existence because they have no one to their heirs to venerate them, because the ancestors can't provide reverence for them. The FON of Dahomey continue to live effectively in the world. Accordingly, it that the dead are not the same as the ancestors does not matter what a person's relationship has been. Dahomey, which is now called Benin, is the with the ancestors. Once these people have become African nation with the largest proportion of its Papu ancestors, it is necessary for that person to venerate Lashin practicing Kar, and thus it also has the most them regardless of their successes or failures as complex ritual system for deifying the dead and turn people. All ancestors have equal standing, as they ing them into ancestors. Have all been ritualized into ancestorhood, and this Kar clearly Africans' practice of ancestor veneration rise with it the power to influence lives and intervene involves a pantheon of deities, but although such a in activities of their descendants. Pantheon exists in all of these congregations, it is most the Talanzi people believe, along with many other often a judicious and limited one. Africans do not have Africans, that if a man has no sons, he cannot become thousands of deities, as the Hindus do, or even scores of an ancestor, regardless of his virtue and success in deities, as the ancient Greeks did. They have only the life. Without an heir to venerate him, he is in danger. Robust ancestral spirits that have been properly called of a grievous travesty. What holds for the ancestor, into service by ritual. These spirits have been brought holds for the descendants. The eldest son must offici home again and have manifested themselves in the eight regardless of his moral condition or his intellectual service of the community. Through prayers, rituals, capacity. No one can take away from him his right to sacrifices, and incest prohibition and other taboo injunctly the veneration of the ancestors of his parents. Haitians, the community acknowledges the dead person as alone has the lifelong responsibility to carry out the joining the cosmography of the ancestral world. Functions of libation and sacrifices for the ancestor. If the Akan of Ghana have developed an ancestor he fails to do so, he will be in grave peril. Should reverence based on kinship. The matrilineal forebears others try to take away his right to fulfill his response I can become ancestors and receive veneration. The ability, they will be in peril. Akan people's system is connected to their philosophy similarly, all of the ancestors behave the same way that every person is comprised of the entero, the son toward their descendants, irrespective of the ancestum, the Majia, and the Abujua. The father transmits towards characters in life. Ancestors who had been good the entero, personality, to the child, but the entero does people behave just like those who had been bad not survive death. The sunsum is the spirit of the child people. In addition, they intervene in the lives of their that exists always. The mother transmits the Majia, heirs regardless of the character of those heirs. An heir the blood, and the Abujua, the family lineage. What could be trifling or upright and thrifty, and yet the survives and is transmuted to become the ancestor is ancestral intervention will make no distinction based the spirit, a name attached to certain ritualized relics on this difference. The ancestor's exact ritual service. 92. 92 Ancestor veneration. And veneration in accordance with the rules of 80 days so that the flesh decomposed, and then charms intervention, which are the same for all heirs, were fastened onto the skeleton. The Swaza specialists squeezed the fluids from the body to prevent rapid decay. The Swaza king, divine in life, was apotheosized ancestor veneration. In death and entered the ranks of the ancestors. Holds back chaos. Car believers accept that ancestors are ever living. None of this is a matter of good or evil, it is a matter of this is not worship in the Christian sense. Ancestors holding back chaos in the world. In fact, the ancestors do not replace the supreme deity. Ancestors do not punish or persecute their descendants for powers that the living do not have, and to obtain their wickedness or reward them for goodness. However, blessings the living must avert their anger and when the ancestors may harass or trouble the descendants their favor. Since humans are in the midst of primal for their failure to provide religious submission or struggle between good and evil, they need all the vice. The ancestors are not punishing authorities but assistants they can gather. Who better to provide judges who are concerned with the prosperity of the people with assistance in this struggle than their own lineage? They are attuned to the needs of the people ancestors who have a stake in their survival. And provide corrective intervention when necessary. Person is involved in the struggle for continuity, not thus to the practitioner of ancestor veneration just political heroes. There are different approaches or reverence is a body of religious beliefs that are to this among African people. Aligned with rules of conduct for designated authority it was a common practice for the Asante army to ties in the social system of most African societies. Call upon famous Asante warriors during battle. The attending to the rights of ancestors is one way to con names would be spoken, shouted, and sung as the tinu to bind the people together in one community. Army went into battle. The Yoruba called upon a myth because ancestors show the continuity of the society Ikal god of war. With war comes death. The general and compel communal action when it is necessary. Attitude of Africans toward the dead is one of respect. Death represents a separation, but always a SIPA. There are specific taboos about death in some African region that is provoked or brought about by some ethnic groups. Some groups do not even speak the thing. Death does not happen for no reason. The word death. However, most African taboos are not. Swazis believe that no one dies without some sort of about death, but, rather, involve prohibitions against sorcery, that people do not die from sickness or old sexual relations with certain people and under certain age, and no one dies a natural death. The love to circumstances. The incest taboos apply to a larger belief that the life of the Rain Queen does not end range of people in Africa than in Europe. In Africa, with her death, because she becomes divine by taking the taboos, apply not only to members of the same her own life. She takes poison, which contains the family, but also to members of the same clan or line, brain and spinal cord of a crocodile, among other taboos against marriage tend to be stronger and things. The queen is then buried in a deep grave stand stricter than those against copulation. The rules of ing upright and facing north, from whence came her exogamy, ancestors. The body is wrapped in cloth and ox skin, which are the direct result of these taboos. Influence: it is buried with beads, water, a firebrand, a mat, and the social structure of African societies. The rules reg in the ancient days: a male corpse. The grave is gratulate the exchange of women, and marriage continually filled up and is only completely covered after sation and maintain the society's cohesion. There has, 6 months, when the head has decomposed. A year, however, been ceremonial violation of incest taboos. Later the fires are put out and then ritually relit and by some of the royal families of Central Africa. New queen is installed. Like the language of death in the taboos concerning death vary. The Akan other African ethnic groups, the Lovedus references people of Ghana have taboos against speaking of to death are indirect. They say the house is broken. Death at all, and would never say that the king is dead. The king is busy, the mountain has fallen. These taboos are so serious that people who violate mighty tree is uprooted, or the queen is elsewhere. Them have to make restitution in some ritual propitiation. In the past, when an Asante king died, he was laid. Although in all societies there are those who are out and the 7 openings of his body filled with gold, terrified of ghosts, and those who have thanatophobia dust. The body was put in a coffin over an open pit. For, in Africa, taboos regarding death. 93. Ancient Egyptian Studies Movement. 93. Involve a different sort of fear. The taboo and the fear conception of reincarnation is world affirming, not concern the community, not just the individual person, world renouncing. Souls that are reborn in children may, and a person who breaks such a taboo actually be grandparents returned. The ancestors do not create lates the fabric of the society. It is like tearing the child, God does. The ancestral name is renewed in whole in a beautiful blanket. It must be repaired, or else the family, revitalizing the people. Ancestors may be, everyone suffers. Born in different children at the same time. Humans can respect for the dead is a given among car believe return millions and millions of times. ERS. The Asante have ceremonies every 3 weeks for the ancestors. The ancestors are given water to wash. Molify Keet Asante. Their hands and soul food, that is, food for their souls. The Jikuyu elders put a little food on the ground for further reading. The departed spirits. Africans do not pray to ancestors, Abraham, Willie. The Mind of Africa. Chicago, IL, they pray to gods, but they ask ancestors for interses. University of Chicago Press. This book continues to enjoy Zion. Africans would no more pray to an ancestor than wide readership and citation. It was one of the first to state to a living parent, as prayer is reserved for the gods. The African's position on values and ancestors. Person may pour libations to the ancestors to ask the Achabi, Chinua. Things fall apart. London, ancestors for a special favor. In addition to being Heinemann. This is the most popular novel in African ask favors. Ancestors may also be scolded, you sow history. In it, Achebe, one of Africa's principal novelists, speaks to cultural conflicts. And so, why do you treat us like this? Why did you Mararike, Claude? Survival strategies for rural give us this problem. What must we do to appease Zimbabwe? Harare, University of Zimbabwe. This is one of you. This scolding does not consist of insults, so the best studies of African traditional and classical much as of conversation that people hold with the responses to nature, agriculture, and society. Mararike spirits to express their disappointment over failures. Provides a detailed essay on the use of traditional values for as the African world is continuous, united, conational development. Sias of no distinction in quality between its members. Mbiti, John. African Religions and Philosophy. On Earth and its Ancestors, then this may look like London, Heinemann. Mbiti's book is the standard work on African religions and philosophy, which has been criticized worship. The Catholics have solved this problem by some scholars, but remains the classic statement on the providing specialized levels of respect, consisting subject of latria worship of God, duly reverence for the Mutwe, credo. My people. London, Anthony Blonde. Saints, and H.E. Pertolai. A special homage to Virgin. This is a Southern African look at the nature of society, the Mary. Africans do not debate whether or not the ancestors living and the dead, human values, rituals, and myths in tours are gods, they know that they are ancestors and community. That this involves a particular type of belief. While the Okpuhua is a doer. Myth in Africa, a study of its aesthetics and cultural relevance. Cambridge, UK, Catholics have appropriated some of the ideas of the Cambridge University Press. This remains the best work on African people. The religion conquered, Catholics do African values and myths and their relationship to the past, not see ancestors in the way that Africans see them. And the future. Africans believe in reincarnation as strongly as do some other religions, especially Buddhism and Jainism. African reincarnation is based in the religion of ancient Egypt, in which the priest says that people ancient Egyptian shall come back millions and millions of times. However, although reincarnation is a firmly held belief, studies movement. In most of Africa, the African conception of reincarnation differs from the Indian conception. Unlike the call to research, recover, and bring forth the Africans, Indians believe in rounds of existence, the legacy of ancient Egypt as a paradigm of achievement, cycles of rebirth from which people can escape only, and possibility has a long history among African through nirvana, or enlightenment, in reward or pun Americans. An early interest in Egypt as a classical ishment by rebirth into a higher or lower state, and that the nature of the works of African American activists and writers such present world is suffering and illusion. The African as David Walker, Hosea Easton, Martin Delaney, and 94 Ancient Egyptian Studies Movement. Henry Highland Garnett. References to Egypt as the Afrocentric Initiative. Model of African achievement appear continuously also important to the development of the ancient and in varied sources in the early and mid-20th century. Egyptian studies movement was the emergence of Turi. However, the flowering of interests and activities the Afrocentric initiative put forth by Molefi Keat in classical African studies that resulted in an ancient Asante. Asante outlines his intellectual thrust first in Egyptian studies movement in the mid-1980s had its Afrocentricity, the theory of social change, roots in the Black Power movement of the 1960s and then in the Afrocentric idea, and finally in the Afrocentric initiative that began in the 1980s. The Kemet, Afrocentricity, and Knowledge. In these ancient Egyptian studies movement, in its academic and subsequent works, Asante argues that Africans and community dimensions, borrows from and builds must be understood and approached as the subjects of on the ongoing cultural nationalist project of their own history, that African ideals must be placed recovery and reconstruction of African culture. This at the center of any analysis that involves Africa. Cultural movement is often called by the Akan word, and that these ideals must be gleaned from African Kulsankofa, meaning to return and fetch it, and it is a tour starting with classical African culture, especially project of continuous research of the past in search of but not limited to ancient Egypt, or Kemet. This philo-paradigms of thought and practice useful in undersophical initiative, offered as a methodology and theostanding and improving the present and enhancing the reticle framework for critical research, evaluation, and future. It thus became a central aspect of the Africana Exchange, created a national and international dialogue studies project, which stresses the interrelatedness in the academy, community, and society. Moreover, of knowledge and practice, intellectual and political Asante evolved as a major Diapian scholar and at her emancipation, and the ongoing need for grounding in and thus contributed not only to the discourse on African culture in all projects of depth and value. Ancient Egypt but also to the embrace and critical understanding of Diop's work and its emphasis on why Egypt? Kemet as Africa's major paradigmatic civilization. The stress on the study of ancient Egypt in particular, and classical African studies in general, then, grew out of several processes within the Black Studies or Africana Studies movement. Since the 1960s this movement has emphasized a return to the source, that is, to African culture, to extract and engage paradigms of excellence and possibilities and use them to enhance African understanding and assertion in the world. This focus on the study of ancient Egypt and related activities evolved as a movement as a result of several factors. First, it evolved from the intensification of the study of works focused on classical African studies in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Part of being both educated and informed was to be conversant with works such as George James's Stolen Legacy, John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilizations, Yosef Ben-Johanan's Africa, Mother of Western Civilization, Chancellor Williams's The Destruction of African Civilization Cheek and Diop. And Cheek and Diop's The African Origins of Civilization, Myth or Reality. The study of another major factor in the flourishing of ancient such works was conducted in both the Academy and Egyptian studies was the increasing reception and the community and reflected an increased interest in study of the works of the premier African ancient Egypt and in classical African civilization Egyptian studies scholar Cheek and Diop. At first, generally, English-speaking Africans did not have ready access. 95. Ancient Egyptian Studies Movement 95. Africa, which he wrote in English, has also contributed to the discourse on ancient Egypt. Diop inspired the ancient Egyptian studies movement to flourish and spread in both the academy and the community. In his major works, The African Origin of Civilization and Civilization or Barbarism, he outlined the basic arguments for the African character of ancient Egypt and its importance to African and world history and civilization. His detailed proofs include cultural, linguistic, anthropological, artistic, and contemporary eyewitness evidence. He concluded that it is a conscious and concerted falsification of history rooted in the rationale and practice of European imperialism that has denied and obscured Mohammed Gabr, an Egyptian Egyptologist, within the African character of ancient Egyptian civilization. Unidentified African American. In Civilization or Barbarism, Diop argued for the value of ancient Egyptian studies in achieving the following three purposes: reconciling African to Diop's works, which were originally written in civilization with history, enabling available, they became a central focus of discourse on Africans to build a body of modern human sciences, ancient Egypt, and greatly influenced African scholars and renewing African culture. And laypersons in the United States and the diaspora. Diop understood that far from being a diversion to in general as well as on the African continent. Diop the Past, a look back toward ancient Egypt is the best pioneered the African scholarly focus on Egypt as a way to conceive and build the African cultural future. Classical African civilization that not only Diop imagined a recovered Egypt playing the same straight African genius in the world but also provided a role in a reconceived and renewed African culture that source of paradigms for African renewal and continued the Greco-Latin ancient past plays in Western culture. Contribution to world civilization. It is this conception of the role of ancient Egypt in Diop's major works translated into English include African History and Culture and in Civilization that has the African origin of civilization, myth or reality informed and guided the flowering of interest in and Black Africa, the economic and cultural activity around the project of Egypt's recovery, as well basis for a federated state, pre-colonial Black as the founding of professional associations and Africa, and his last work. Civilization or processes to contribute to this project. Barbarism, an authentic anthropology. His major works that are currently available only in French intellectual initiatives. Our Nation's Négres et Culture and Antériorité Kuwaita Institute of Pan-African de Civilisations Négres. These works have studies and Kemetic Institute made their way into the discourse, however, through the conversations and literature of diasporic scholars, the increasing interest in and activities involving who read French. Diop's student and colleague, Ancient Egypt began in the early 1980s, when a variety Théophile Obenga contributed to this discourse. When of intellectual initiatives around ancient Egyptian study he was invited to the United States in 1992 by Molify IES began to take concrete forms and coalesce. Central Asante, who was then chair of the department of to these efforts, was the work of the Kuwaita Institute African American Studies at Temple University of Pan-African Studies in Los Angeles, which Obenga's major works are at present available only in, is part of the organization US, and the Kemetic French, and include L'Afrique dans l'Antiquité, Egypt Institute in Chicago. The Kemetic Institute was headed Ancienne Afrique Noire and La Philosophie by Jacob Carruthers, who was a professor of Inner-City Africaine de la Période Pharaonique, 2780-330 Avant Studies and Political Science at Northeastern Illinois Notre Dame. His Ancient Egypt and Black University in Chicago, and had dedicated itself to the 96 Ancient Egyptian Studies movement, recovery of ancient Egypt's legacy mainly by teaching Kepas in the project, and to create a permanent the Kemetic language, history, and philosophy in the organization of scholars and laypersons committed to Chicago community. The Institute also has developed the Diopian project of recovery and reconstruction, a ritual service and a priesthood to conduct it. The Kuwaita Institute of Pan-African Studies is led by Association for the Study. Maulana Karenga, who is a professor of Black Studies of Classical African Civilizations at California State University, Long Beach, and it serves as the educational and research arm of the having planned and organized this project, KEPA's organization US. US played a vanguard role in the Black, and US reached out to the Kemetic Institute to join the freedom movement and continues to have national conference. Out of this conference, the Association for an International Influence through its philosophy of the study of classical African civilizations Kuwaita, its continued organizing activities, was founded. KEPA's gave the ISKAK its organize a Pan-African holiday Kwanzaa that Karenga created, Ancient Origins, its name and its logo, and the University Karenga's writings, lectures, and teaching. Of Sankari Press published its first literature. In the early 1980s, KEPA's began teaching courses Maulana Karenga's selections from the Huzia on ancient Egyptian history and ethical thought, as well, Jacob Carruthers' essays in ancient Egyptian as on the works of Diop and later ancient Egyptian studies, Karenga and Carruthers' edited hieroglyphs. In addition, Karenga collected, translated, volume, Kemet and the African Worldview, and wrote commentaries on Kemetic sacred texts, and Karenga's edited volume, Reconstructing Kemetic, held discussions within KEPA's and the organization US Culture. In its first 3 years, the ISKAK was on these texts. The texts are called the Huzia, and they instrumental in creating an international dialogue, have become a standard reference on ancient Egyptian and a flurry of activity involving ancient Egyptian spirituality and ethics. Moreover, it was then that it was studies. It set up a national and international chapter, first proposed that MOT be used as the name of the structure, registered 1,000 members by 1987, whom ancient Egyptian spiritual and ethical tradition, that it took to Egypt for its annual conference, began to 7 cardinal virtues be posed as senments and programs to include courses on ancient trial to the practice of MOT, and that a Sabanate, a body Egyptian studies as essential to their curriculum, and of moral teachers, Saba Mot, or simply Saba, students established study groups in the community to expand of Mot, be trained to teach ancient Egyptian ethics and the discourse. Spirituality grounded in the Huzia. However, due to differences concerning research in this period of development, US decided to call a Focus and Policy Direction (KIPAS) and its members conference to identify and engage other scholars and left the ISKOK in 1989. KIPAS had established its laypersons in the Diapian project of the Critical Recovery program of ancient Egyptian recovery and reconary and concrete and creative use of ancient Egyptian instruction before its initiative to found the ISKOK, culture. Having been assigned the task, KIPAS, which KIPAS had expanded during its work with the planned and organized the first annual Ancient ISKOK, so it continued this work in the areas of Egyptian Studies Conference, which was held in research, education, writing and publication, and February of 1984 at Southwest College in Los Institution building. Eventually, the ISKOK began to Angelus. Within the framework of the general Diapian shift from an exclusive focus on ancient Egypt to project of recovery, the purposes of the conference as inclusion of West Africa, especially Ghana, outlined by KIPAS and US, were to identify and build exchanges with other scholars and laypersons, other groups interested in the critical study of ancient Egypt, to provide space for presentation of research to fellow. Another factor shaping the development of ancient scholars, students, and the larger community to Egyptian studies at the time was the activities of the Introduce the Huzia and ideas related to spiritual and Nile Valley civilization group led by Ivan van Sertima. Ethical Recovery and Reconstruction. To offer publicly, the group held a major conference on Nile Valley cation possibilities for research on ancient Egypt civilization in September of 1984, 7 months after through the University of Sankara Press, which joined founding of the ISKOK, calling together scholars and 97. Anti-lynching campaign 97. Ancient Egyptian enthusiasts. But unlike the ISKOK, Karenga, Maulana, Reconstructing Kemetic, the group formed no professional organization. How culture? Los Angeles, University of Sankara Press. Ever, Ivan van Sertima, who founded the Journal of Karenga, Maulana. Mott, The Moral Ideal in Ancient Egypt, a study in classical African ethics. New York, African Civilization, built the journal into a major routledge. This work discusses the ethical and moral source for publication of critical research on Nile dimensions of the concept of Mott as a matter of African Valley and other classical African civilizations and classical philosophy. African presence in civilizations around the world. Karenga, Maulana, and Carruthers, Jacob. Central also to the continuous work on ancient Kemet and the African worldview. Los Angeles, University Egyptian Studies is the annual international cheek of Sankara Press. And Tatiop Conference organized by Molofi Kita Santi and Anna Yenanga. The conference brings together African scholars and other Africanists from throughout the world who are committed to the Preza anti-lynching campaign. Vashon and continuance of Diop's work, as well as to the overall Afrocentric study of classical African American women, played a key role in the civilization, especially Kemet. Fight to stop lynchings in the United States. In 1892, following the lynchings of 3 of her friends, Ida B. Wells became a leader in the anti-lynching movement. The future. Wells's friends Thomas Moss, Calvin McDowell, and Henry Stewart were lynched in Memphis, as a result of the work of the Kuwaita Institute of Pan Tennessee, after protecting their grocery store from an African Studies, the Kemetic Institute, the ISKOK, the angry white mob who believed that blacks should not international cheek and Tatiop Conference, and allied own a store. The store had been targeted by white scholars and activities, the ancient Egyptian studies, because it was successful and thus deemed threatened. Movement remains vibrant and productive. Classes in Ing by some whites in the community. Wells's anger. Ancient Egyptian studies in departments and programs over this incident fueled her desire to push for federal of black studies and Africana studies have increased anti-lynching legislation. And include history, culture, art, language, religion. Wells used her newspaper, Free Speech, to speak out, and ethical philosophy. In addition, Major confer on the continuous lynchings of African Americans in INSAs and smaller symposia, seminars, and other the United States. She noted that although allegations forums with this intellectual focus are held regularly, of rape were usually cited as the cause of particular. In addition, universities and museums have increased lynchings. It was in fact typically economic competi discourse and exhibitions to address a heightened shin or outright racism that provoked the lynching. Interest in ancient Egypt caused by the Afrocentric. She also condemned lynchings as a sign of the initiative in ancient Egyptian studies. And finally, perverted, sick mind of white America. Wells made African scholars have produced in English and French enemies with her assertions, and in 1895 when she numerous works to advance research and increase and published a statistical analysis of lynchings in the sustained interest in the project. South called the Red Record, an angry white mob took Maulana action and destroyed her newspaper office. Wells then moved to Illinois and continued her activism there. Beginning in 1898, Wells worked tirelessly to try and further reading, persuade the federal government to pass anti-lynching Asante, Molafikit, and Mazama, AMA, Egypt legislation. While this legislation was never passed, v. Greece and the American Academy, Chicago, African Wells did successfully pressure Illinois Governor American Images. This is a collection of works by some of Charles Deneen into not rehiring a white sheriff who the key Afrocentric scholars presided over the lynchings of 2 blacks during the Carruthers, Jacob MDWNTR, Divine Speech Race Riot in 1908 in Springfield, Illinois. Historiographical reflection of African deep thought from the times of the pharaohs to the present. Chicago, Center. Another key figure in the anti-lynching movement for inner-city studies. This is an important contribution on was Mary Church Terrell. Terrell chose to use the African philosophy from ancient times, political route to protest lynching. She was the 98 anti-racist philosophy founder and first president of the National Association Race Matters, both on its own terms and as an integral of colored women, an organization designed part of any critical theoretical discourse about human to help African American women socially, economy and social relations. Anti-racism involves searching Cali, and politically. Using the NACW platform of for knowledge, producing texts, and disseminating self-help and protest, Terrell encouraged black women information as political action in the service of to provide a strong moral example in their families and humanity. It is therefore imperative for anti-racist work communities and to use that example on the world to challenge the glee of the political right concerning stage to combat racism and prejudice. Her own writ The So-Called Irrelevance of Race, the gloom of the leftings and public speeches garnered her respect from about the possibilities of race discourse in progressive women in both the United States and Europe. Terrell's Politics, and the postmodern despair about the politics activism as president of NACW focused on providing of essentializing race information on lynchings and pressuring the U.S. The entry point of anti-racist work is within the government to enact legislation against lynching. Mary subject's personal experience. Church Terrell also fought against segregation and history and social practice. The subject is a creative. In fact, one of her last acts was to protest segregation agent with an active and resistant voice. Thus, Minorian restaurants in Washington, D.C. In 1950, she SUCtized groups have discursive power. Critical Anti-Racism successfully co-filed a case against discrimination that must work with the understanding that the subaltern ultimately ended with a court decision favoring deseg think, speak, and desire. Both the privileged and regation of eating facilities in the nation's capital. Minoritized have working and embodied knowledge. Although their efforts to obtain federal anti-lynching and for members of both groups, the act of under legislation were not successful, Ida B. Wells and Standing the Self results in an affirmation of a Mary Church Terrell provided a shining example of politics of community responsibility. The power of the activism of African American women after Recon the product of liberal struction. Their activism inspired later generations to individualism, is insidiously harmful to developing continue the fight against racism and prejudice and to community. To enact a politics of responsibility, the improve life conditions for the African American individual needs to be fully grounded in how the family in the 21st century self becomes conscious of its existence within a collective. The initial process in the exercise of self. Cynthia Lehman. Consciousness and the politics of affirmation involves acknowledging the powerful synergy of body, mind, further reading, and spirit. In anti-racist work this means seeing Equity Harris, Trudy selected works of Ida B. Wells' work as a form of spirituality. As such, equity work is Barnett. New York, Oxford University Press. This is the not forced but, rather, flows through individuals. Best collection of works by Ida B. Wells Barnett. It is well actions and thoughts. It is marked by genuineness and organized and presented in a scholarly manner. Sincerity. Riggs, Marcia. Can I get a witness? Prophetic anti-racism is more than a theory and a discourse. Religious voices of African American women, and it also involves action and allowing knowledge to anthology. Marinolle, New York, Orbis Books. This book can induce political work. Given the interconnections of Taine's essays by African American women on the issues of lynching and racism. Soul and Body, The Worth of a Social Theory must be Wells, Ida B. Lynch Law in Georgia. Chicago, Chicago measured in terms of both the theory's philosophical colored citizens. This is Wells's report on the cruelty and grounding and its ability to offer a social and political viciousness of lynch law in the state of Georgia. Corrective. Thus a key principle of anti-racism is overcoming the theory/practice dichotomy, resulting in a praxis that both guides and insists on political action. Anti-racism must be understood, theorized, and anti-racist philosophy acted upon. Unfortunately, many people's hearts are not open. Anti-racist philosophy is not a formal philosophical to envisaging and acting for change. Many have not movement but a philosophical stance against discrim taken seriously the fact that to make change calls ination based on race. This perspective stresses that for enormous personal and collective sacrifice. 99. Anti-racist philosophy 99. Commitment, and resources. There are risks and school implicate youth engagement and disengagement consequences in pursuing anti-racist work. These risks from school. Anti-racism inquires into and uncovers involve the emotional toll and resulting spirit wounds how race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexuality, physical of coming to grips with stories of pain and anger as ability, power and difference influence and are influential as the stress of having to deal with attacks on inst by schooling processes. This inquiry includes one's credibility. Anti-racist work occupies itself with how the processes of teaching, learning, and assisting minoritized communities to become impulsional administration combine to produce schooling aired and empowering, to be spiritually affirmed and success and failures for different students. Anti-racism affirming, and to heal spirit injuries. The key question, opines that addressing questions of power, equity, and then, is not who can do anti-racist work, but rather, social difference is essential to enhancing learning whether one is prepared to face the risks and cons outcomes and the provision of social opportunities for consequences that come with such work. Anti-racism is all youth. About the search for equitable human conversation, anti-racist educators start with what students respectful dialogue among social groups. Anti-racism already know and then search for ways to situate the holds that community is about relationships with local cultural resource knowledge into the official others, about how to negotiate with and relate to each curriculum. Such educators have a unique place in other, and about how the community is a collective. The current climate of school advocacy because of the power that critical anti-racism education offers to imagine schools afresh. The shape the future itself anti-racism, education, and should take is being hotly contested in schools, union schooling, asking new questions. Halls, and community forums, and clearly anti-racism. There are emerging questions that those who hold and has to be part of that debate. Anti-racist educators have anti-racist philosophy must deal with. Anti-racist educa unprecedented opportunities to influence many minds. Tours must address the public disquiet and skepticism and to share and engage different dominant, privy about anti-racist practice and its efficacy in bringing legged, subjugated, subordinated, and minoritized. About changes in schooling. For example, are schools perspectives? The environments in which educators are being called communities of difference. How, work offer advantages and opportunities that depend then, do anti-racist educators ensure that schools on their subject positions and politics? Educators can respond to the multiple needs and concerns of a diverse work, even with the differential allocation of space body politic. How do such educators create schools and resources, to further the cause of youth education? Where all students are valued, feel a sense of belong, it all comes down to a question of whether and have access to instruction that is responsive to anti-racist educator wants to see current challenges as the needs of diverse learners. To ensure that all obstacles or as opportunities and openings to make students develop a sense of entitlement and connected change happen. The failures and resistances of the nest to their schools, there must be a proactive attempt. 1990s provide a springboard and impetus to rethink by educators to respond to the needs of all students. Anti-racist education in the 21st century. Educators must understand that the needs of students. Educators with an anti-racist philosophy view extend beyond the material realm to emotional, social, anti-racist education broadly, as more than just what and psychological concerns. Schools have a response. Occurs in schools and other formal institutions' ability to help students make sense of their identities, to learning. Anti-racist education involves the varied build the confidence of all students, and to minimize options, strategies, and ways through which individual the effects of social constraints that would have als come to know their world and act in it. Learning students confirm low educational expectations based happens in many places, including schools, families, on their identities. Thus, the contemporary challenge workplaces, neighborhoods, broadcast, and independent for anti-racist education is to incorporate such diverse dent media, the legal system, museums, religious needs into critical educational practice. Institutions, theaters, and galleries, among other sites. For those in education, holding an anti-racist within these multiple spheres of learning, anti-racist philosophy therefore means learning about the experi education entails drawing on the intersections of social ins of living with a racialized identity and underdifference in order to understand the complexities of standing how students lived experiences in and out of social inequality. 100 Anti-racist philosophy. Anti-racist thinking poses broad questions. Critical anti-racist work requires a broad redefinition surrounding the social organization of learning, such of anti-racism, which means looking at racism in as those concerning what it is to be a person in its myriad of forms and connecting racism with other temporary society and the relation of this curriculum, forms of oppression. This practice involves taking a garnered from the many sites of learning, to the repro-critical stance, which helps anti-racists to also address duction of the knowledge that shapes and transforms the saliency of specific forms of oppression. History. The social and political world. Anti-racism must-ins and context are significant concepts in teaching about tigate the harmonies and contradictions with respect race and racism. Educators must equip students to what is learned across these multiple sites, and understand the historical genesis and political trajectory. Consider the far-reaching implications of these for theories of race and difference, the historical specificity, the fundamental issues of identity formation, human ties of racist practices, as well as how racism has possibility, equity, and the pursuit of social justice and become institutionalized and normalized in different fairness. For example, anti-racists understand that societies' excellence and equity are complementary, not opposite. The classroom teacher's personal experience, terms, and that the quality of learning environ history, and understanding of teaching practice serves ments and the scholarship produced therein increase as an entry point for anti-racist work. The anti-racist tremendously with the recognition that equity measures teacher is an example of the synergy of body, mind, our excellence measures, and spirit that allows a person to see equity work as a anti-racism critiques conventional schooling by form of spirituality. Such a teacher recognizes that interrogating the way schools produce, validate, and because individuals, and thus students, are creative privilege certain forms of knowledge while devaluing agents with active and resistant voice, educators must end delegitimizing other knowledge, history, and engage with anti-racist knowledge in ways that allow experience. Critical anti-racist practice challenges the society to move forward in new and creative ways. Dominant interests involved in processes of producing reflective of students' local knowledge, subject posy knowledge, and exposes and opposes how such notion, history, and experience. Edge becomes hegemonic and is disseminated nation the anti-racist educator, and particularly the white ally and globally. However, hegemony is not limited anti-racist educator, must work with the knowledge that to the frame of Western knowledges and epistemolo society treats people differently based on race and that geese. The notion of hegemony is therefore useful for the society's racialized common sense can be exposed understanding the relationship between multiple to dominant groups in ways that do not require the use social values and complex realities. Looking through of the label racist. It is not helpful for anti-racists to an anti-racist prism makes it possible to undertake a indict all whites as racists. However, there needs to be rigorous examination of the adequacy of dominant a recognition of how individuals are helped or hin discourses and epistemologies for understanding the dared by a racist system. Starting with the self-means realities of diverse people, positioned as they are in that the white anti-racist educator must acknowledge oppressive and oppressed positions in the contexts of his or her dominance and privilege and assist other the asymmetrical power relations among social whites to see the privilege that accrues to them by groups. Thus, given the current incompleteness of virtue of their white identities in white racist societies, discourse and political practice, anti-racism involves George D.E.I. A search for epistemological diversity in the understanding of the complexity of oppressians. Further reading. To the degree that anti-racist practices seek to create the context for more complete discourse around Babnani, R. Rethinking interventions in racism. Humanity and human interests, they are in line with London, Trentham Books. This volume argues that the broadest and most humane methods of Afrocentric meanings of many words and terminology applied in racist discourse, such as black, white, racial, ethnic minorities, scholars engaged in the practice of defining all human culture, and cultural difference, are not easily agreed upon. Beings as centered within culture. Individuals cannot Goodman, A. Multiculturalism, examining the divest themselves of some form of culture, but those politics of recognition. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University who consciously operate out of their culture may be press. This is a comprehensive collection exploring the said to exercise the discourse of greater humanity. Many aspects of multiculturalism. 101. Apollo Theater 101. Henry, Francis, and Tater, Carol. The Ideology of the Apollo, for example, Pearl Bailey, Ella Fitzgerald, Racism Democratic Racism. Canadian Ethnic Studies, Sarah Vaughan, James Brown, and Gladys Knight were 26, 32-45. This important article makes it possible for all winners. The Jackson 5 and Stevie Wonder would an anti-racist to ask how some whites perpetuate racism and also enjoy their first major exposure at the Apollo. It employ a powerful racist ideology without ever feeling that became famous as the place where unknown perform they have abandoned liberal democratic ideals of social justice for all. ERS had their talents assessed by raucous Harlem audiences. By the late 1950s, the theater was the country's top stage for established black artists and the launching point for numerous musical careers. However, the Apollo Theater. Apollo steadily lost money during the 1970s due to the demands of big acts commanding enormous. The Apollo Theater of New York is one of the classic increases in salary. In 1977 the Apollo was forced to venues for African American cultural performance. close its doors. Several years later, in 1985, the Apollo Theater has been a presence in Harlem for City Theater Group rescued the decaying landmark, 89 years, and the epicenter of Black American culture. Refurbished it, and reopened it. The Apollo Theater, originally known as an Irish music hall, the Jack, was then declared a National Historic Landmark, which Davenport's family enterprise took over. The theater secured the building's survival, but the efforts to in 1919, renamed it the Hertig and Siemens New restore the viable performance house largely failed. Burlesque theater, and on its stage offered vaudeville, the theater was a financial disaster when in 2001, striptease, and burlesque acts to predominantly white Derek Johnson, a former AOL Time Warner executive, audiences. In 1933 the theater was renamed the replaced Representative Charles Wrangel, a New York Apollo, after the Greek god of music and poetry. In Democrat, as chairman of the Apollo Foundation in 1934, the new management team of Frank Schiffman began turning it around. It is to be expected that the and Leo Brecker began presenting black entertainers Apollo, because of its central location in Harlem, will to racially mixed audiences. Continue to attract outstanding performances and large through good business management, Schiffman's audiences. It remains an icon of the African American sense of responsibility to the community, and a respect contribution to stage performances in New York. For show business tradition, the Apollo became known. Ajua Barbara E. Adams. As the best showcase in Harlem. Schiffman created an atmosphere that made all black performers want to further reading. Play at the Apollo Theater at least once. For his efforts, Cooper, Ralph. Amateur night at the Apollo, Ralph. He gained respect and affection from patrons all over. Carter presents 5 decades of great entertainment. The country who visited the theater. Black Talent Flower, New York, HarperCollins. This is an accessible history of ISHT in Harlem like nowhere else in the city. Harlem. The amateur night concept at the Apollo and provides was the place to be, because it was the one place in the insight into the Apollo's great history. Entire country where black men and black women Dalcart, Andrew S., and Soren, Gretchen S. Turing could creatively express themselves. Harlem became historic Harlem, for walks in northern Manhattan. An oasis where millions of people flocked. As Harlem's New York Landmarks Conservancy. This book contains a general spatial representation of Harlem. Racial makeup began to change with the addition of nitties, as well as many historical anecdotes about Harlem life. Blacks from the South, the first entertainment to Grace Fox, TED. Showtime at the Apollo. New York, Holt, the Apollo stage were the big bands of Duke Ellington, Reinhardt, and Winston. In one of the best books written on Benny Carter, Louis Armstrong, Cab Calloway, and the subject of entertainment at the Apollo, Fox reveals the Count Basie, to name a few. Jazz à la carte, featuring pressures and tensions behind the scenes at the Apollo. Benny Carter's big band, helped to garner the theater's Schiffman, Jack. Harlem heyday, a history of modern new role as the city's premier location for African black show business and the Apollo story. New York, Prometheus Books. Schiffman's book is one of the best American performance works on modern black show business. He writes about throughout the 1930s and 1940s, the Apollo was a general history of show business, making the Apollo a big mecca for legendary entertainers such as Bessie. Part of the story. Smith, Billie Holiday, and Dinah Washington. Many www.newyork.com/visit/attractions.apollo_theater.html. This careers began as a result of winning amateur night at website has some interesting information on the Apollo. 102. 102 Associated Publishers. Woodson had an unyielding spirit and will, which Associated Publishers caused him to quit university teaching and to devote his life to the dissemination of African cultural, and Associated Publishers is the oldest African American historical information. In 1920, he organized the publishing company in the United States. In 1920, Associated Publishers to serve as a means for African Carter Godwin Woodson, a professor at Howard American Authors to have their writings published. In university, organized the publishing company to Con 1926, to bring further attention to the beauty, richness, conduct research, document, and disseminate scholarly and diversity of African American culture, Woodson Writings on the Life and Culture of African Americans. Created the celebration Negro History Week. In 1976, Woodson recognized the need for the world to gain the Association for the Study of African American a greater appreciation for African Americans and life and history changed the name of the celebration wanted to unmask some of the distortions and misrep to Black History Month. Presentations about the history of African people. One of the principal difficulties Carter Woodson aim was to give the African community an instrument experienced was getting his works published by for publishing the best scholarly documents on major white publishing houses. In response, he used African and African American history. Since its insup self-determination and ingenuity to create a publication, Associated Publishers has published nationally in-house and was thus able to fund and distribute the known and recognized authors who have written many books and monographs he wrote. In many ways, numerous articles, monographs, and books that give his work became the model for such contemporary and accurate account of outstanding contributions publisher scholars as Jawanza Kunjifu and Haki African Americans have made to world society. Motherbuti. Once Associated Publishers was established. Woodson was born December 19, 1875 in New Lisht, having published 30 books authored by Carter Canton, Virginia. He was the son of James Henry and G. Woodson. It was also capable of publishing other and Eliza Riddle Woodson, who had survived the authors. Some of Woodson's books include The Horrors of Enslavement. As a young boy, Woodson Education of the Negro prior to 1861, worked in the coal mines of West Virginia. His formal century of Negro migration, the history of education began at Douglas High School in the Negro Church, the rural Negro, Huntington, Virginia. After high school, he attended the Negro Professional Man and the Community Barrack College in Kentucky, Lincoln University in Woodson, the renowned historian and scholar Pennsylvania, and the Sorbonne in Paris. In 1908, he recognized as the father of Black history, died on received his bachelor's and master's degrees from the April 3, 1950. His internationally acclaimed book The University of Chicago. In 1912, Woodson became the Miss Education of the Negro continues to be a second African American to receive a doctoral degree standard by which educational authors of his genera from Harvard University are judged. Associated Publishers published the Woodson spoke French fluently and mastered Negro History Journal and the Negro History Bullet in several other languages. He served as a principal and in addition to books. Noteworthy scholars such as high school teacher in Washington, D.C., a supervisor Charles H. Wesley, John Hope Franklin, Samuel of Schools in the Philippines, and as the Dean of Banks, and Edgar Allan Toppin chose to publish some liberal arts at Howard University and West Virginia of their best research with the Publishing House, and Collegiate Institute. On September 9, 1915, Woodson they have thus been major contributors to the rich founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life Heritage of Associated Publishers and History. As a visionary, he saw the need to Judy Lynn Mitchell research and document the many outstanding contributions of African Americans and to pass knowledge further reading and truth to future generations. In 1916, Woodson Asante, Molafikid, 100 Greatest African Americans, began publishing the Journal of Negro History. The Amherst Mott, Prometheus Books. This book presents journal, which is still being published, features written information about outstanding African Americans and their ings on African American life and culture. The public contributions, including Carter G. Woodson. Cation is widely distributed throughout the United Association for the Study of African American Life and States, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. History. Black History Bulletin. 103. Association of Black Psychologists 103. 65 Washington, D.C., author. This is a historical update Oberdavish, David Terrell, Charles Thomas, and Mike on the work of Woodson and on the Assel Ward. Guided by the principles of self-determination, association for the study of African American life and agency, and mutual self-interest, these women, and history. Black History Bulletin, men set about building a professional organization 65. Washington, D.C., author. This issue continues the through which they could address the long-neglected historical update on Woodson's work and the Assel begun in the previous issue. Needs of Black people and Black psychologists. The association's founders pledged to see themselves as Black people first and psychologists second. The members of the association recognized that association of Western psychology failed to provide a full and accurate understanding of the psychological Black psychologists' experience, essence, and integrity of Black people. Since Western psychology's theories and therapeutic the Association of Black Psychologists' practices clearly were not uncritically applicable to was founded in San Francisco in 1968 by Black people, the association decided to develop a psychologists and psychology students from a cross-culturally grounded discipline and field of Black the country looking for a way to use their skills to bend psychology. As an African-centered discipline, Black fit the Black community. The association was formed. Psychology not only would include the study of the to address the significant social problems affecting the behavior of Black people but also would seek to Black community and to have a positive impact on the transform Black people into self-conscious agents of mental health of the national Black community, their own mental and political liberation. In addition, through planning, programs, services, training, and the work of the radical Black psychologists in the advocacy association helped to clarify the intellectual justification. It was as clear then as it is now that to a degree the and application of African-centered thought and success of mental health services for the Black the co-emerging field of Black studies. Immunity depends on the ability of Black psychologists from its inception, this liberatory Black psychology to act as free and independent agents in the interwars created by engaging in severe critique and rejection of Black people, resist and or inoculate them of white psychology's methodology, conclusions, selves against the degradation and dehumanization and ideological promise, providing Afrocentric resulting from the effects of white supremacy, and models of study, theory, and therapy. And self-con. Advance and increase the utilization of their undersciously intervening in the struggle for a more standing and application of the experience, essence, humane and just society and environment. The devil integrity, and vitalism of Black people. The association of contemporary Black psychology was recognized that if the practice of Black psycholo grounded in the recognition that what was needed was justs, including theorizing, did not respect and reflect a theoretical and therapeutic practice that was the essence, experience, and integrity of Black people, tiered in the experience, essence, and integrity of Black, then everything Black psychologists provided would only Psychology Institute defined African-centered disserve, dehumanize, and further debilitate Black psychology as the self-conscious centering of psycho people. Logical analysis and application in African reality, the founders of the Association of Black Culture and Epistemology. African psychology exam psychologists were Calvin Atkinson, Ronald Brown, Ines the process that allows for the illumination and Ed Davis, Jim DeShields, George Franklin, Reginald Liberation of the Spirit. African-centered psychology Jones, Roy Jones, Robert L. Greene, George Jackson, is ultimately concerned with understanding the SYS Mary Howard, Dolores Minot, Leon Nix, Lonnie Thames of the meaning of human beingness, the features Mitchell, Bill Pearce, Joseph White, Shirley Thomas, of human functioning, and the restoration of normal / Samuel Winslow, Joseph Accord, J. Don Barnes, Natural Order to Human Development. Harold Dent, Russ Evans, Bill Harvey, Al Goines, the stated purpose of the ABC was and continues Luther Kindle, Thomas Hilliard, Mel King, Walter to have a positive impact on the mental health of Jacobs, Jane Fort Morrison, Wade W. Nobles, Sylvia the national black community by means of planning. 104. 104 Azar Azet Society. Programs, services, training, and advocacy. The Akbar, Ph.D., Dennis E. Chestnut, Ph.D. Association's objective is to ensure that the skills, Suzanne Randolph, Ph.D., and abilities of black psychologists are being used to Linda James Myers, Ph.D., Timothy R. influence necessary change and address significant Moraine, Psi.D., Misha Hamilton social problems affecting the black community. Bennett, Ph.D., Anna M. Jackson, Ph.D. Specifically, the formal organizational goals of the Wade Nobles, Ph.D., Association are to enhance the psychological well Thomas A. Parham, Ph.D., Frederick B. Being of African people in the United Philips, Psi.D., Kamau Dana Denord, states, and throughout the diaspora, promote con Ph.D., AFI Samela B. Abdullah, Ph.D. Structive understanding of African people through, Maywaya Kamban, Ph.D., positive approaches to research, develop an Anthony Young, Ph.D., Mary Hargrove, approach to psychology that is consistent with the Ph.D., Harvette Gray, Ph.D., experience of African people, define mental health and Willie S. Williams, Ph.D. In consonance with newly established psychological, the organization has grown over the years and has concepts and standards regarding African people, an exciting future because of the many new psycholo. Develop international support systems for Africanists who are entering the field with an eye toward link psychologists and students of psychology, developing African concepts with contemporary African lives. Policies for local, state, and national decision-making. Wade W. Nobles. Munity, promote values and lifestyles that support the survival and well-being of the black race, and support established African organizations and aid in the development of new independent African institutions to enhance African psychological, Azar Azet society. Educational, cultural, and economic situation. The Association of Black Psychologists has grown. The Azar Azet Society is an African and Kemetic from a small group of concerned professionals into an centered spiritual group founded by Ra Nefer independent, autonomous organization of over 1,400. Amen. I in New York in members who see their collective mission and destiny 1973. The members, initiates, students, and commu as the liberation of the African mind, empowerment of 90 participants study and implement spiritual the African character, and illumination of the African practices that Africans developed in ancient Kemet spirit. ABSI has been guided for over 35 years by A and in the Indus Kush civilization. Azar Azet has member-elected board of directors, regional represent 28 chapters and study groups across America entities, and national staff. The chronology of ABSI abroad in Toronto, Trinidad, Bermuda, St. Thomas, presidential leadership is as follows, and England. The branches replicate the structural Charles W. Thomas, Ph.D., Robert archetype established by Ra Nefer Amen I, Green, Ph.D., Henry Tomes, Ph.D. Shechem or Shechem of the Azar Azet Society in, Robert L. Williams, Ph.D., New York. The title Shechem or Shechem is Egyptian Stanley Crockett, Ph.D., Reginald L. and is taken to mean King of Kings, and there are Jones, Ph.D., James S. Jackson, Ph.D. Kings and Queen Mothers who, Thomas O. Hilliard, Ph.D., reign in other regions. George D. Jackson, Ph.D., William in the New York Het Netter, free weekly classes are Hayes, Ph.D., Ruth E. G. King, ed.D. Held in spirituality, meditation, Qigong, vegetarian, Misha Bennett, Ph.D., cooking, homeopathy, medicine, family relationships, Joseph Ockard, Ph.D., Daniel Williams, health, nutrition, and business ventures. Astor Cell Ph.D., David Terrell, Ph.D., ing products for inner development, a vegetarian Joseph A. Baldwin, Ph.D., William K. Restaurant, and a school comprise the multilevel Com Lyles, Ph.D., W. Monty Whitney, Ph.D. Plex. Ozar Ozet is an independent and functional, Melvin Rogers, Ph.D., African spiritual organization that offers, primarily to Halford H. Fairchild, Ph.D., NAIM people of African descent, a way of life. 105. The Autobiography of Malcolm X 105. The philosophy of Ozar Ozet is to awaken the schools teach standard academic subjects, spiritual sacred potentiality in men and women. Through the culture, and meditation. Men and women in Ozar initiation system and the oracle, adherents of Ozar Ozet are entrepreneurs, priests, priestesses. Queen Ozet experience a connection to and interaction with mothers, and skilled laborers. Through the guidance divine instructions specific to them individually. Of the oracle, they have the choice to participate or not. Through the oracle that Ra-un Nefer Amen I is said to participate in polygamous or monogamous rela to have received, the participants obtain metaphysical shinships. All of the children are treated like extended guidance for life situations and problem solving. Family. Mothers are called Mut, in his text, Tree of Life meditation system, from ancient Kemet, meaning mother, and Amen presents the 11 realms of African and Kemetic goddess. Fathers are called Atef, meaning father. Conceptions that respond to the subconscious and crown. Ozar Ozet combines the names of the conscious states. Ancient Ozar and Ozet. Ra-un Nefer Amen I was born Rogelio Strawn in Panama on January 6, 1944 and raised by his mother, Regina Jennings, and stepfather, Guriku and Bertram Strawn. He attended the Conservatory of Music, where at age 6 he further reading, studied piano and music theory. As a child, he also Amen, Ra-un Nefer, Metu Neter, Volume 1, the Great Red periodicals and texts to his grandfather, Panama's Oracle of Tihudi and the Egyptian system of spiritual first dental surgeon, who had become nearly blind. He cultivation. Bronx, New York, Commit Corporation. This is the read to his grandfather Times Magazine, Newsweek, major statement of the philosophy and approach of the newspapers equivalent to the New York Times, and Ozar Ozet Society. This work is Amen's most important philosophy text such as Plato's Republic. In a philosophical statement. 9 a.m. third grade class, his history teacher told Amen, Ra-un Nefer, Metu Neter, Volume 2. Bronx, New York, Commit Corporation. This is Volume 2 of Amen's The Students That Civilization Started in Egypt. Amen Philosophy. Saw stars and awoke at 7 p.m. at home in bed. Neither the family nor the school would discuss what happened in those lost hours. At 14, he read Thomas. The Autobiography. A Kempis's Imitation of Christ and the Spiritual Exercises of Saint Ignatius of Loyola. Soon afterward, he, of Malcolm X, began secretly practicing the spiritual exercises that influenced ascetic theology and monasticism. The Autobiography of Malcolm X tells the life of Strawn attended a high school that produced Malcolm Little in a dramatic fashion that resonates Panama's presidents, where he studied history, political with many members of the African American community, science, music, and literature. He read the works of Nietzsche. His life was lived with intensity and purpose, and Che Guevara, Pablo Neruda, and José Martí. In this book he describes the path that he took in a way youngest member of the Federation of Panamanian that makes his story accessible to all. Malcolm Little students, he protested with the peasants who was born in Omaha, Nebraska, and grew up in Detroit, fought against Panama ceding land to Costa Rica. After Boston, and New York. He was a young man who's coming to America with his parents in 1960, his father had been killed by white racists and who's protested against the Vietnam War with students for a mother had experienced a nervous breakdown. He Democratic Society. He also continued his spiritual was a naive student in school, a hip small-time hustler search. In 1962, he completely changed his diet after called Detroit Red, and a petty criminal who, learning about the effects of vitamins and minerals on, became a Muslim and joined the Nation of Islam Health. He concluded that divine spiritual potency calm while in prison in New York. Bind with healthy living could solve the world's prob. When he came out of prison, he changed his name Lems. During the 1960s, he participated in various Black to Malcolm X in conformity with the discipline of the power organizations until he established his own group, Nation of Islam. Malcolm X then devoted his life to based on achieving higher realms of consciousness. The Nation of Islam, which had transformed him and Azhar Azat members' attempt to live according given him a new understanding of his condition and to divine laws from ancient theologies. Azhar Azat that of all Africans in American society. He dictated 106. 106 Aksum Empire. His story, which became the autobiography of cultural hero and explains how he became a symbol of Malcolm X, to Alex Haley during hundreds of sessions. African creative genius. By the time the book was published, however, it's Brightman, George. Malcolm X Speaks. New York, Grove Press. This is the first collection of speeches by subject had been gunned down at a Harlem meeting as Malcolm X. He was about to give a speech on February 5, 1965. Malcolm X. The Last Speeches. New York, Pathfinder. The accused gunman was associated with the Nation. This book brings together speeches that were given by of Islam. Malcolm X, after he severed relations with the Nation of the autobiography, received high praise when it Islam was released in 1965, and it has remained one of the major works in African American letters, biography, and Black studies ever since. The book won the Anisfield Wolf Book Award in 1966 and was made Aksum Empire into a film by Spike Lee in 1992. The autobiography shows Malcolm X as a person who was able to con. Aksum is located in north-central Ethiopia near the front danger, to face the white man, and to speak his border of Eritrea, a country bordering Ethiopia, and mind without compromising his principles and values. The Red Sea. It is the capital of the Abyssinian. This is what made him such an attractive figure to province of Tigray. Aksum was once the center of a vital the African American community. In many ways, trade route connecting the rest of Africa with India, Malcolm X lived as a fully cultured African American Arabia, and the Far East. Aksum is famous as the site and became in his living the embodiment of courage, of tall stelae, which were carved from single granite straightforwardness, and principle. Blocks that date to the 3rd or 4th century BCE. The story of Malcolm X is historical, literary, socio. Most prominent of the remaining stelae is about 85. Logical, psychological, political, and biographical. It is feet tall. Aksum is most famous for being the most a treasure trove of complex information about one of sacred city of Ethiopia and the last home of the Ark of the most beloved leaders ever produced in the African the Covenant American community. In his book, Malcolm X outlines the pattern of his political growth from the time of his homemade education, to the insights into the nature of religious traditions. The American society given him by Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam, to his appearances at Aksum is rich in religious traditions. The original really top universities and colleges explaining the realities of Jun practice there was a traditional African one in the African world. Unlike Martin Luther King, Jr., who which the primary deity was associated with the sun spoke often in favor of integration and nonviolent and moon. Later, traders and sages from India and confrontation, Malcolm X articulated a philosophy of Asia brought religions such as Buddhism and Jainism self-respect, equality, and self-defense to Aksum. During the 4th century, Christianity was in the field of Black studies, the autobiography of declared the national religion. By the 6th century, Malcolm X remains a classic work chronicling the life Jewish traders had introduced Judaism in Aksum. Of a great person, but it is also a riveting story told with there is evidence that in 627 to 628 CE the prophet authority, literary flair, and rich personal testimonies. Muhammad sent a letter to the Aksumite king. Ella, what we see in this book is one man in a spiritual Saham, seeking to convert him to Islam. King Saham struggled to overcome the personal obstacles. That Khan replied by saying that he had definitely accepted Islam from him, but also a man who metamorphoses into it as his faith, and that he was sending his son to the representative of the collective journey for liberation. Prophet. Afterward, a small group of Muslims who were seeking asylum fled to Aksum, where they found Molafikit Asanti, refuge and an abundance of the means of living. Aksum was one of the earliest places where followers further reading of Muhammad could freely practice their religion. Asanti, Molafikit. Malcolm X as cultural hero and without fear of persecution. Traditional African, other Afrocentric essays. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Judaic and Islamic influences can still be seen in this book of essays discusses the role of Malcolm X as a architecture and cultural customs of Aksum. 107. Aksum Empire 107. Aksum is also thought to be Ethiopia's most sacred. The senior priests are admitted there. The middle place, because it is the site of the first St. Mary Church, section of the church is called the Kiddiest priests, and which was built in 372 CE to hold the Ark of those receiving communion. Use this area. The outside covenant. In the early 1530s, just before the Muslim area is called the Kine Malat and is where Det era armies attacked, the Ark was moved. However, it was sing sacred hymns and the congregation returned to Aksum in the early 1600s and installed in worships. This three-part system is believed to be the second St. Mary's Church. The Ark remained there based on the Temple of Solomon, which itself has until 1965, when Emperor Haile Selassie moved it to antecedents in the Temple of Amen at Karnak. A new chapel, where it remains today. In the sacred text of the Ethiopian Orthodox, in addition to Aksum's rich religious tradition, it is Church, Kebre Nagast, or the Book of the Glory of, renowned in Ethiopian tradition as the home of the kings of Ethiopia. It is written that the Ark was Makeda, Queen of Sheba. The queen left from Aksum, taken from the Jewish people and given to Ethiopians when she visited King Solomon's court in Jerusalem because they were true to God's words. Its sacredness discuss commerce, religion, and politics with him. The is elevated by its mysteriousness. Queen of Sheba's sacred quest for wisdom resulted in the Ethiopians possessing the Ark of the Covenant. How the Ethiopians carried away Zion. The writers of the Kebre Nagast chronicle that the Arks in Kemet. Relationship between Makeda, Queen of Sheba, and Arks are very ancient spiritual commodities that King Solomon resulted in a love relationship, and they have been part of African culture since the time of birth of a child, Menelik. The Ark of the Covenant and Kemet. Ethiopian and Jewish. How it came to rest in Aksum is a crucial element in the traditions maintain that the Ark of the Covenant love story of Queen Makeda and King Solomon houses the Ten Commandments, which are believed to, according to Kebre Nagast, Queen Makeda raised be laws given to Moses by God and represents the Menelik in Ethiopia. When he became an adult, he an energy of God. The Ark is said to emit a dazzling. A group of priests visited his father, King Solomon. Mystical aura. One night, while the group was in Jerusalem, an angel, according to the Bible, Moses was raised in of the Lord, appeared to Azarias, one of the priests who Kemet. Its influence on him can be seen in the Bibli accompanied Menelik, and stood over him like a pillar. Cal description of the Ark of the Covenant and the of fire. The angel told him to awaken his brothers and ask them to join him in taking used it in religious ceremonies. It was custom for the wooden pieces to where the Ark was kept. The angel people of Kemet to hold an Apet festival, where they're told Azarias to pull open the doors of the temple. Was a procession in which arks were carried between where they kept Zion, the tabernacle of the law of the temples of Luxor and Karnak. The Kemetic arks God, and they would be able to take it away with no, were originally shaped like boats but eventually problem. Azarias arose and woke up. 3 of his became shaped more like chests. The Ark of the Brethren. They went to the temple, which held Zion. Covenant was originally described as a rectangular, and found the doors open. An angel was in there to fur gold-plated hardwood box, about 4 feet long, 2 feet, there direct them. They took Zion and replaced the spot 3 inches wide, and 2 feet, 6 inches deep. It was over where it had been with the pieces of wood that the laid in pure gold within and without and round about. Angel had told them to bring. They covered the wood, it rested on a mercy seat of pure gold. It had one with coverings of Zion, then shut the doors and went golden cherub with outspread wings on one end and back to their houses. Then the priests sacrificed another similar one on the other end. Sheep, burned incense, and set Zion in a secret place for 7 days and 7 nights. When Menelik was ready to return to Aksum, he, the Ethiopian church, asked his father, King Solomon, to bless him, which according to Ethiopian tradition, the ark of the he did. Menelik was not immediately aware that his covenant rests in the most private part of the group was in possession of Zion, but when he was Ethiopian church, which is called the Mekids, only told, he rejoiced. The group put Zion on a wagon piled 108. 108 Aksum Empire. With a mass of worthless stuff, and dirty clothes, and Menelik, the son of King Solomon and Makeda, stores of every sort, and departed from Jerusalem. Queen of Sheba, brought the ark from Jerusalem, even though the people of Israel were not consciously to Aksum, the sacred and political capital of aware that Zion was on the wagon, they knew into Ethiopia. Itively and old men, children, virgins, and widows. The God of Israel transferred his residence on wailed and wept. The archangel Michael spread out earth from Jerusalem to Aksum, the ecclesiastes his wings in front of them, and, with his protection, and political capital of Ethiopia, they were able to march across the ocean with the same ease as they were able to move across the land. The Emperor Haile Ras Teferi Selassie was the when Menelik and his party arrived in Ethiopia, 225th direct line descendant of a dynasty that ruled. They told the people that they were the custodians of from Aksum and began with Menelik, the son of Zion. According to legend, when warring groups Makeda and Solomon. In 1974, there was a revolution attacked, many of the Ethiopian statues were in Ethiopia and he was removed from the throne. The destroyed and the monoliths that represented the Tra emperor died in obscure circumstances a year later. Additional religion fell and broke into pieces. The queen, spite of numerous wars and upheavals, Aksum remains of Sheba, then stepped down, and her son, Menelik, a site of commitment to sacred passion and opulent, ruled as the Ethiopian emperor from Aksum. The text festivals of Kebra Nagast says, for Zion shone like the sun. They spread out purple beneath her, and they, Miriam Maatkari Manjas, draped her with draperies of purple, and they sang songs before and behind her. For they saw Zion moving in the heavens like the sun, and they all ran further, reading. With the wagon of Zion, some in front of her and some in back of her. This is the Timkat, ceremony of the Budge, Ea. Wallace. The Queen of Sheba and her Epiphany, that the Ethiopian people do today in only son Menelik I, being the Book of the Glory of Kings. Oxford, UK, Oxford University Aksum. During this joyous ceremony, a replica of the press. This is an English ark is taken out wrapped in rich purple brocade and translation of the famous Ethiopian Kebra Nagast. Marched in a procession of priests and lay people. On there are many other translations, but this remains a rare occasions. Some privileged pilgrims are given useful text. Water to drink that has been washed over Zion. Aksum Kobishanov, Y. Aksum. University Park, the continues to be the holiest city in Ethiopia. Pennsylvania State University Press. The Aksum Empire is discussed from its origin to its eclipse. The author traces its beginnings as a commercial powerhouse, and the church today demonstrates how it maintained control over the sea and land. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church believes that the original African Heritage Study Bible. Washington, D.C., Winston. This refer. The Lawful Kings of Ethiopia were descended. Its work was edited by African heritage conscious from Solomon, King of Israel. Theologians. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 109. B. And although their settlers were initially greeted back to Africa movement with hostility, they soon established relations with the indigenous people and created a home among the Back to Africa movement is a physical and them. This movement led to the creation of the country's psychological project that emerged from the desire of Liberia African people to return to their native land. A second movement was that led by Marcus. Major campaigns related to the Back to Africa move Garvey, who preached, among other men have been launched in North America. They things, a Back to Africa doctrine. Perhaps no individual stem from the sense of loss Africans experienced influenced African American thinking ongoing when they landed on foreign soil. How to return to the Back to Africa as much as Garvey did. When he came land they had left was the all-encompassing passion of to New York in 1916, Garvey had already seen the people who found themselves as strangers in an condition of blacks in the Caribbean and Central Alien Society. This would become the passion of some America and was certain that the only way for African of their descendants as well, and when they could people to have peace was to leave the Americas. He not imagined the possibility of the freedom to travel was convinced that white racism would never cease to Africa, they would sing about it or write poetry and that only on the African continent would Africans depicting it. Thus Africa became the eternal symbol of experience, harmony, progress, and development. The drive of the black population toward physical and among the instruments Garvey used to disseminate psychological redemption. Nate his ideas was the Negro World newspaper. In the first American movement to send Africans Negro World, he advanced the need for economic back to Africa did not originate with Africans, how independence, pride of race, and a return to Africa. Ever. It came out of the intense debate among white. Garvey organized a steamship company, the black politicians, about the future of the nation. Some Oboli Star Line, to provide commercial and transport links. Sionists had proposed sending Africans out of the between black people, however, his method of selling country in order to lessen the possibility of racial stock led to his conviction in 1923 for mail fraud in conflict. This plan was supported by the most prominent relationship to the Back to Africa project. When he named Americans of the early 19th century. In 1816, they came out of prison in 1927, he was an international American colonization movement was started with figure in the African world. His organization, the purpose of sending blacks back to Africa. The first Universal Negro Improvement Association, an African group of Africans left for Africa in 1820, but the Communities League, had more than 10 million project failed because it was poorly planned and the members, and Garvey, its leader and guide, was the people could not find a desirable place to settle. Soon, most electric and charismatic speaker produced by the however, the land later known as Liberia was settled, African world. Back to Africa remains a powerful 109. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 110. 110 Before the Mayflower. Concept into the 21st century, although it has evolved behind the Cotton Curtain, blood on the from referring to a strictly physical return to Africa leaves, revolts and conspiracies, the generation to the psychological idea of going back to Africa of crisis, the Jubilee War, black power in mentally. The Old South, the life and times of Jim Crow. Red, white, and black, race and sex, from Molify Keita Santi. Booker T. Washington to Martin Luther King, Jr., and the Time of the Whale. Further reading. In the first chapter, The African Past, Bennett Garvey, Amy. Marcus Garvey, Opinions and Writings. Reveals to the reader that human civilization began in Wellesley Ma, Majority Press. This is the classic compilation of Garvey's papers Greatest Civilizations of Antiquity. He also documents and speeches and remains the most important source of the power and prestige of the empires of Ghana, Mali, information about Garvey's principal ideas. Tony Martin, the major authority on Garvey, provides an insightful and song hey during the golden age of West Africa. Introduction. The second chapter, Before the Mayflower, Dr. Martin, Tony. Race first. Wellesley Ma, majority meant the first Africans to arrive in the British press. This is currently the best analysis of the Garvey colonies at Jamestown in 1619, as well as the legal movement and its political implications. And political process that transformed them from indentured servants, similar to others in the colony, into enslaved beings throughout the colonies. The next two chapters, The Founding of Black. Before the Mayflower. America and Behind the Cotton Curtain, highlight how free Africans helped shape the United States, first published more than 40 years ago, Leron through their political, economic, creative, and social benefits. Before the Mayflower, now in its activities while under the restrictions imposed upon sixth printing, stands as one of the most important them by an enslaving society. The fifth chapter, texts exploring the African experience in the United Blood on the Leaves, Revolts and Conspiracies States. Bennett's classic work begins in antiquity with draws attention to the most well-known plots in Ethiopia and Egypt. The author traces the origins of rebellions formed by Africans resisting the evil of Africans from West Africa through the horrors of the enslavement. The next chapter, The Generation of Middle Passage to the Americas, and then through Crisis, revisits the activities of free Africans and the enslavement, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and civil opposition to racism and enslavement. It highlights rights eras. Important individuals, organizations, and events in Bennett's narrative of the African experience is in a U.S. history that directly affected the institution of poetic voice, which adds to the value of this mono-enslavement, in particular, both African and white mental text. Indeed, the author's writing style creates abolitionists, the Compromise of 1850, and the dread and enjoyable reading experience. Bennett turns the Scott case. In the seventh chapter, The Jubilee War. History into an epic journey that is neither a story of Bennett charts the path to the Civil War and Africans' victimization nor an exaggeratedly triumphant docu-support of and participation in it. He also reveals mentoring. It is a superb synthesis of the challenges Abraham Lincoln's reluctance to challenge the Africans faced, their mistakes, their victories, their tuition of slavery and to allow Africans to fight for successes, and their failures. Before the Mayflower, Their Own Liberation, is a book about both tragedy and victory. While not in chapters 8 through 12, Black Power in the Old, romanticizing African resistance and resilience, South, The Life and Times of Jim Crow, Red, Bennett most certainly displays a consciousness of white and black, race and sex, from Booker T. Africans' victories and perseverance in the face of the Washington to Martin Luther King, Jr., and the time-failed and broken promises of a society that enslaved of the whale. Bennett documents Reconstruction, and oppressed their people for centuries. The brief period of democracy in the South, and the book is comprised of the following 12 black politicians who emerged during this era, the end chapters, The African Past, Before the of Reconstruction, and the subsequent era of Jim Mayflower, The Founding of Black America. Crow and Legal Segregation and Disenfranchisement. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. Page 111. The Birth of a Nation 111. That eradicated black political power and human rights such as the close-up, the iris shot, the split screen, and for nearly 100 years. Rapid-fire editing. The grandeur of the film swept Before the Mayflower is a landmark work that is still audiences off their feet. At a private White House used in many universities across the country. Because its screening, President Woodrow Wilson exclaimed, "It was published more than 40 years ago, it is obviously is like writing history with lightning." However, the limited in its scope and most useful for study of African film also succeeded in perpetuating on a massive scale American life prior to the 20th century. The book also the cultural myths and misrepresentations of African precedes the Afrocentric movement, therefore some Americans that had originally been constructed during of its language does not reflect the cultural location the era of enslavement in the United States. In the thought of many contemporary scholars. Nevertheless, before edition of the popular minstrel show, the prominent The Mayflower continues to be a valuable resource for black characters of the Mammy, Uncle Tom, the Brew. Anyone interested in the African experience in the tall black buck, and the tragic mulatto were played by United States white actors in blackface. The Birth of a Nation debuted during a period of Atissa A. Alkbulan. Tremendous social and political change in the country. Released during the era of Jim Crowism, the film further reading functioned to aid in the oppression of blacks by Justy Bennett, Lerone. The Negro Mood. Chicago, Johnson finding the need to keep them under the control of a publishing company. Bennett provides the reader with an white racist social, economic, and political system. Accurate assessment of the political and social climate. The constant articulation of this racist agenda in pop that made revolts and violence predictable in the urban culture was a thorn in the side of the body politic. Communities of America. The Great Migration of African Americans from the Bennett, Lerone. What Manner of Man, a biography south to the urban centers of the North threatened the of Martin Luther King, Jr. Chicago, Johnson Publishing Company. This is one of the earliest biographies of Martin country's fragile social fabric as blacks aggressively Luther King, who according to the author, was cast in the campaign for improved opportunities in employ role of spiritual and moral teacher. Meant, education, and housing. At the same time, the Bennett, Lerone. The Shaping of Black America, the arrival of nearly 25 million European immigrants into struggles and triumphs of African Americans, 1619 to the United States posed a unique challenge to the white 1990s. New York, Penguin Books. This is one of Bennett's power structure. As economically and politically his most important historical works. It describes the reasons enfranchised groups came into contact in depressed for the liberation struggles of the African American community. Urban communities, the possibility of collective orga. Bennett, Lerone. Forced into Glory, Abraham Lincoln's Nation and Action Across Racial and Ethnic Lines. White Dream. Chicago, Johnson Publishing Company. Became a cause for concern. In order to maintain the Bennett explains how Lincoln was forced to take the Posey system of white supremacy, the white ruling class actions he did to save the Union, although he did not believe needed to divest immigrants of their various ethnic that blacks and whites could live together in America. Identities and instill in them new identities based primarily on race. Film, with its gross caricatures of African people, became the perfect vehicle to acculturate the largely illiterate population into a racist. The Birth of a Nation. Society as immigrants aligned themselves with white supremacist ideology. American cinema was in its infancy when David Wark Griffith's epic saga was released in 1915. Based on the early protest against the film novel The Klansman by Thomas Dixon, the film The Birth of a Nation continues to be hailed as a the African American community vigorously logical masterpiece as well as a triumph of white protested the release of The Birth of a Nation. Several supremacist ideology. The Birth of a Nation is civil rights and religious groups denounced the film cited by scholars and critics to be the antecedent racist propaganda. The NAACP was made masterful use of innovative formal strategies mental in organizing black boycotts of the film All. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 112. 112 The Birth of a Nation. Over the country. The organization picketed the theater scene cheating at the ballot box and illegally denying at the film's New York premiere, and the Chicago whites the right to vote. And during a meeting of the and Boston branches also led massive demonstrations. South Carolina legislature, black representatives make against it. Black-owned newspapers condemned the mockery of the political process by removing their film in lengthy editorials. And race rebellions broke shoes, drinking liquor and eating fried chicken while out in a number of cities. However, the film still the proceedings take place. Finally, white legislators enjoyed critical success, and this success is believed are appalled as their black counterparts proceed to have contributed to the rise in Ku Klux Klan MEM pass a series of laws that permit marriage between birship and increase in lynchings of blacks during blacks and whites. This period. Sex and race. The story. The danger of unrestrained black sexuality is intro. The film spans the Civil War and Reconstruction decade through two mulatto characters, Lydia Brown, era of American history. The story centers around Congressman Stoneman's housekeeper, and the MB2 white, upper-class families, the Camerons and Silas Lynch. The behavior of these two figures is the Stonemans. The Camerons of Piedmont, South, constantly juxtaposed against that of the film's White Carolina, represent the wealthy, slave-holding, planter characters, particularly the white female characters, class of the Southern aristocracy. They symbolize whose sexuality is always presented as innocent and the gentility and tradition of the Confederacy. The restrained. In an early scene, Lydia is shown fantasize Stonemans are wealthy northern industrialists whoing about the privileged life she believes will be hers, or ambivalent on the issue of slavery. The film opens when the Confederacy is defeated. When a white COL with a visit from the Stonemans to the Cameron League of Stonemen rejects her sexual advances, Lydia, home. As the Stonemans tour the Cameron home as a result of her black blood, goes into an orgasmic fit. Stead, plantation life in the antebellum South is displaying an innate animalistic sexuality. Silas Lynch, depicted as a utopian environment where rigid racial later displays the same uncontrollable nature in his codes, are strictly observed. Enslaved Africans are desire to possess Elsie Stoneman, the congressman's depicted as passive supporters of the system, and the daughter. Although the mulattoes are able to assume, Camerons are shown to be virtuous and benevolent, some degree of civility because of their mixed-race slave owners. However, several scenes later, the civil heritage, their primitive nature always lies just beneath. War begins and the idyllic life the Camerons have the surface waiting to erupt at the slightest provoke enjoyed abruptly comes to a halt. But perhaps the infamous scene depicting there are two dominant themes that run throughout Black Renegade Soldier Gus lustfully pursuing the pet. The film, the threat of black social and political agency. Sister Cameron most clearly establishes the danger and the threat of black sexuality. The destructive of black sexuality in the film. Rather than accept the potential of blacks is foregrounded in the scene marriage proposal of the savage brute, the young girl Monley referred to as the raid on Piedmont. Led chooses to protect her virtue by throwing herself off by a white, scalawag captain, black Union soldiers cliff and plunging to her death. Maraud through the town terrorizing whites and looting their homes. The blacks are shown as uncivilized birth of the clan. Brutes with no regard for human life, and they are juxtaposed against the civilized regiment of white. The formation of the Ku Klux Klan dominates the Confederate soldiers who race to the besieged town. Third act of the film. As destruction reigns throughout, rescue the white citizens and restore peace and order. The South. Ben Cameron comes up with an idea that the scene functions to emphasize the inherent in Fury will avenge the death of his sister and save the South. Authority of black intelligence as well as blacks depend from black rule. The introduction of the Klan at the stance on white leadership. Narrative juncture functions to legitimize the need for the futility of black political advancement is violent aggression against blacks as the only method demonstrated as newly freed blacks attempt to usurp for maintaining white privilege. In the climatic final political power from the white ruling class. Blacks are seen, its members are shown riding to the rescue of Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 113. Black Anglo-Saxons 113. The besieged Cameron family and their faithful black servants who have taken refuge from black marauders. Black Anglo-Saxons. In a remote area outside the city. Hence, the Klan provides the clearest articulation of white supremacist. Black Anglo-Saxons is a term most commonly used ideology by acting as the repository of truth, peace, to denote people of African descent who historically and order have been miseducated and as a result experience problems with identity formation. Those referred to as Black Anglo-Saxons have a fundamental disorder. Scholarly discourse on the film. stemming from racism and global white supremacy. Since its premiere, two distinct modes of discourse have this disorder affects African people, predominantly developed around the birth of a nation. Mainstream in North America and Great Britain, who experience film scholars often foreground the film's aesthetic and demonstrate inordinate difficulties or maladaptive accomplishments, giving the socio-political meanings behaviors regarding their African heritage and answers embedded in the narrative only a cursory analysis, while try. The term has also been used in discussing the scholars based in the humanities and social sciences behaviors of blacks on the continent of Africa who, as usually focus on the representation of race without a result of their colonial and neocolonial experience, clear understanding of how the film's artistic qualities strive to become westernized and to emulate white inform the narrative. However, in recent years a number European and American culture at the expense of scholars have sought to close the discursive space other Africans. The term has been analyzed in many by examining how the formal strategies or aesthetics areas of study beyond psychology and clinical prayer of the film function to reinforce an ideology of white sonality assessments, such as history, education, soci-supremacy. For instance, Griffith's intertitles, or titleology, and Africology. The term Black Anglo-Saxons cards, as they are more commonly known, not only has also been used to critique the historic role of the Vitae information and clarify the plot, they also convey black elite and middle class and their relationship to a sense of historical accuracy to subsequent scenes. In the masses of poor blacks. Other, more creative terms the scene involving the newly elected black legislators, that have been used include Afropeans and Afro-Saxons. A title card preceding the visual image of the vulgar, the most significant written analysis of black uncivilized politicians informs viewers that the scene is Anglo-Saxons comes from sociologist and Africana a reenactment of an 1871 session of the South Carolina Studies scholar Nathan Hare. Hare's book Black Legislature. The purpose of the intertitles is to act as the authoritative since its publication in 1965. With respect to its voice of history. By making reference to actual his impact, this text has been compared to Carter G. Historical events, their strategic placement within the film worsens the miseducation of the Negro, lends credibility to the ensuing fictionalized narrative E. Franklin Frazier's Black Bourgeoisie, and that discredits the history and culture of African people. Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks. Thus, it was necessary that the role of African American Nathan Hare define the term Black Anglo-Saxon as scholars include correcting the images and the emprise characterizing those members of the black middle Zions given by negative portrayals of blacks in the class who have lost all sense of identity and responsi movies. It is no different in this era. Ability for the black masses. This phenomenon is the result of the racial and cultural oppression of African. Stephanie Yarbough. People, and its outcome is self-hate and the conscious or unconscious desire to cause harm to other members. Further reading of African Society. Author, educator, and Africana Bogle, D. Toms, Coons, Mulattoes, Mammies, and Studies scholar Julia Hare has lectured widely on the Bucks. New York, Continuum. This is the standard work on miseducation of the Black Anglo-Saxon. According to the portrayal of Africans in American cinema. Julia Hare, in the most extreme behavioral examples Taylor, c. The Rebirth of the Aesthetic in Cinema. In Of Black Anglo-Saxons, individuals deny any and all D. Bernardi, The Birth of Whiteness, Race, and the Emergence of U.S. Cinema. New Brunswick, New Jersey, Rutgers Aspects of Africanity and make a concerted effort to University Press. This is one of the most insightful distance themselves from the larger group of blacks. Zions of the relationship between race and cinema. Julia Hare also notes that some of the behaviors are a. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 114. 114 Black Arts Movement. Defense mechanism rooted in racial demoralization, racism and journalism, pointing to the fact that many media and the fear of the established order. Hare comments institutions hire blacks who will not even go into their own on how black Anglo-Saxons fail to appreciate the communities. Hare, Nathan. Black Anglo-Saxons. London, Collier. Impact of their attitudes on the rest of the African Macmillan. This is the classic work on African Americans' American community, who have abandoned their own culture. Since Nathan Hare established the conceptual basis Hilliard, ACG, 3. SBA, The Reawakening of the For the Dialogue on Black Anglo-Saxons, Other Writers' African Mind. Gainesville, Florida, Mockeray. Hilliard's work and scholars have also addressed the issue. George is brilliant in its conceptualization of the problem, and E. Curry, syndicated columnist and former editor in Solution to the Crisis in African American Consciousness, chief of Emerge magazine, discussed the concept with Von Tress, Clement E. The Negro Personality, Respect to the Recruitment and Inculcation of Young Reconsidered. Journal of Negro Education, 35, 210-217. This is one of the early accounts of black personality as black journalists from colleges and universities. Developed under Duras. Citing Hare's work, Curry noted, for example, Howe Wilson, Amos N. Blueprint for Black Power. Few African American journalists actually cultivate New York, African World Infosystems. Wilson's book is any ties with their community and are willing to massive work detailing the manner in which African people search on their own for any story related to African in the United States have been kept from power over their Americans. There are scholars who in related analyses own lives. This study is one of the best in the field. Have offered methods for addressing the problem. These include but are not limited to Francis Cress Welsing's examination of aspects of the behavior in the ISIS papers, Amos Wilson's systematic Black Arts movement. Study in Blueprint for Black Power, ACG. Hilliard's cultural response in SBA, The Reawakening the Black Arts Movement was an intense, of the African mind, and Catherine Bankley's vocal, provocative, and serious intellectual movement observations in You Left Your Mind in Africa. Devoted to exploring all and every aspect of African, the concept of the black Anglo-Saxon has been life without reference to the culture imposed by both, vigorously challenged and praised for providing Europe. Often referred to as the artistic sister of the one of the most thorough critiques of the emergence Black Power movement, the Black Arts movement is and maintenance of the black middle class since highly regarded among African American intellectuals. Franklin Frazier. It remains a viable construct in the ALS. The movement changed the function and meaning analysis of how and why persons of African descent of literature, as well as the place of culture in Maine, actively participate in the disassociation and exploitation America, by insisting on the right of the artistion of other Africans to redefine the roles and characterizations given them by white Americans. Catherine Olakimi Bankley. BAM sought to challenge some of the long-standing assumptions of literary critics and historians. Thus, its further reading. Writers wanted to interrogate the role of the text, art, and temporality, the responsibility of artists to their Bankley, Catherine. You Left Your Mind in Africa, Communities, and Oral Forms. BAM was essentially journal observations and essays on racism and African American self-hatred. Morgantown, West Virginia, Nation House. Critical, but it did produce some outstanding art. Such this is a very insightful work on the nature of racism, and as the work by Charles Fuller, Haki Madhubuti, Amory African American Self-Hatred, as well as an observation Baraka, Ed Bullens, Nikki, and critical commentary useful for understanding Black Giovanni, Harold Cruz, Adrian Kennedy, and cultural disorientation. Larry Neal. Cress Welsing, Francis. The ISIS Papers. Chicago. There were a number of central points made by Third World Press. This book is provocative and highly the BAM artists. They were concerned about black critical of the racist structures in the American society. Identity, ethnicity, dignity, timeliness, aesthetic, Curry, Georgie. Looking for black journalists in the wrong places, the last word. Black cultural nationalism, and self-determination. Some issues in higher education, pages 21 to 25. In this article, of the main philosophical writers included Larry Major. African American journalist speaks on the issues of Neil, Amari Baraka, Maulana Karenga, and Charles Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 115. Black Athena 115. Fuller, all of whom wrote detailed discussions of Bernal's work, is subtitled The Afro-Asiatic Roots, Their Approaches to Artistic Contribution. Bam was of classical civilization, emphasizing his belief that dominant paradigm while it lasted, and it has shaped the foundation of Greek civilization, was Africa and the way we respond to art. Asia. He establishes his arguments on the basis of historical inquiry and linguistic analyses. There is a Darrell's Eyes Weepo. Strong appreciation in Bernal's books for the work done by early African scholars such as George G. M. Further reading. James and Cheek and Tadiop. Although Bernal cannot Baker, Houston A. Blues, ideology, and Afro-American be called an Afrocentrist, he is clearly one of the literature, a vernacular theory. Chicago, University of Scholars, who has assisted the Afrocentric project of Chicago Press. Baker's book is one of the best works on critiquing the hegemonic ideas of the European world. The Blues, it is crisply written and speaks volumes about. The first volume is his most famous work, Black: The Need to Understand It. Bambara, Tony Cade. Black Woman, an Anthology. Athena, is organized into 10 chapters and a conclusion. New York, New American Library. This book remains. Each chapter is created to build toward the conclusion. Valuable anthology. That the miracle of Greek culture is a misnomer and Cruz, Harold. The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual. A fabrication of the Aryan model of antiquity. The New York, William Morrow. This monumental work, development of Greek civilization from its earliest, chronicles the lives of blacks who experience the double times with the appearance of the Pelasgians and struggle of trying to please whites and their social being. Ionians was indebted to outside influences, and it was Gale, Addison. The Black Aesthetic. Garden City, most likely, Bernal argues, that these sources were New York, Doubleday. This book is beautifully written and argued by a person who was one of the key figures in the Africa and Asia. In the case of Africa, Egypt supplied Bam. Greece with a considerable cultural trove of ideas, concepts, ceremonies, names, and material artifacts. Using. See also www.blackartsmovement.com. This is an important the works of Greek writers. Bernal demonstrates that website on the movement managed by Molefi Asante, Jr. The early historians and geographers were clear on the and edited by Amari Baraka and Ed Bullins. Det Greece owed to Africa. Thucydides, Isocrates, Plato, and Aristotle were beneficiaries of the work of those who lived in Asia and Africa before them. To Bernal, it is clear that the ancient model of antiquity is Black Athena. Much more plausible than the Aryan model that was created to aid the idea of white superiority. Indeed, the Black Athena is a 3-volume project by Martin. Goddess Athena was black, which is why Bernal titled Bernal. It is mainly concerned with ancient Egyptian. His work Black Athena and Phoenician roles in the formation of Greek civilization, delving into the controversy over the color of Shan. While Greek is without question an Indo-European, the ancient Egyptians, Bernal distances himself from language. More than half of its basic vocabulary cannot those who argue that the ancient Africans were white be explained in terms of Indo-European. The linguistic, perhaps this is the position that creates tension, argument is thus central to Bernal's hypothesis that between him and the classicists who cannot accept Egypt and the Levant had that the ancient Egyptians were black-skinned with massive cultural, scientific, and religious impact on the woolly hair, as suggested in the 5th century book, The Formation of Ancient Greek Civilization. Classical and Histories, written by Herodotus. Nevertheless, Bernal Hellenistic Greeks emphasized the shows how the fate of Egypt and its relationship to importance of Egypt in the creation of their culture Greece rise and fall with different emphases on the and civilization. However, modern Euro-American part of European scholars. It is the work of the defenders of the Eurocentric disciplines of classics and Afrocentric scholars that has maintained the strength Egyptology generally marginalize ancient Egyptian and of the argument that Egypt is the great contributor to Phoenician cultural influences on Greece. Moreover, early Greek civilization. Due to racial and ideological biases, Eurocentric show another point in Black Athena that has created ours were unwilling to trace ancient African sources of controversy is Bernal's view on the Egyptian vulture fundamental Greek words. Glyph. Scholars' recognition of the original L sound of Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 116. 116 Black Atlantic. The Egyptian vulture glyph is crucial in tracing the could not have existed without the presence and correct Egyptian and African sources of Greek words. Influence of Egypt makes it all the more important to that cannot be fully explained in terms of Indo-teach Black studies courses to those who study the European. The Egyptian vulture glyph is convention classics. Ally represented as 3. It is an original L sound with Mohammed Gibra. An R variant in Egyptian and other African languages. The monoconsonantal Egyptian form L stands for further reading. Vulture, and for the more general category of birds. It corresponds to the House Alalo 4 type of Asante, Molophyceid. Kemet, Afrocentricity, and bird, the Maba era for vulture, the logo knowledge. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This work Allah for vulture, the Geez Lilo, Lolo for vulture, the Tigrinya or Asante, Molophyceid, and Mazama, AMA. Egypt Amharic Lila, Lilo for vulture, and the Tigray Lilo for VS. Greece and the American Academy, the debate over vulture. The birth of civilization. Chicago, African American. Unfortunately, this vulture glyph was erroneously images. This book is notable because it brings together the presumed by earlier Egyptologists to be a glottal stop. Central theorists and historians who have taken on the chal this has misled a lot of scholars. Lost in such confluence of the Neo-Aryan school of thought about antiquity. Zion, some Indo-Europeanists have not only accused Bernal, Martin. Black Athena writes back, Martin Bernal responds to his critics. Bernal of inconsistencies or lack of rigor in proposing Durham, North Carolina, Duke University Press. In this series of different values for the letter 3 but also denied the Evie essays, Bernal demonstrates Black Athena's critics' adherence. The derivation of Greek L or R from Egyptian 3. Ins to the Aryanist model of ancient history. Is, according to some Indo-Europeanists, unsupported diop, cheek and tat. Civilization or barbarism, and by any reliable example. Thus, Bernal's derivation of authentic anthropology. Chicago, Lawrence Hill. This is Diop's major work on the nature of ancient scholars who proposed instead the Proto-Indo civilizations. Obenga, T. La Geometrie Egyptienne, Contribution de European Forme Cur, related to Cairo, meaning cut. It l'Afrique antique à la mathématique mondiale. Paris, is an instance where the adapted Egyptian loanword editions El Harmatan and Kipra. In this work, Obenga had been completely disguised in Greek as irregular confronts the issue of the origin of ancient science and Indo-European form with the necessary affixes and shows that Africa made a major contribution to the ancient dialectal variants. World in mathematics. Within an Afrocentric orientation to data, the origin of the Egyptian conception of the soul, KL or K3, can be located in Africa. The Egyptian KL or K3 for soul corresponds to the House Akur for soul. Black Atlantic. Spirit, the Mofagudur Kul for ancestral spirit, the Titagal/Kal for spirit. Over the past decade, there has been a growing thought, the Gakla for soul. Academic interest in the notion of the Black Atlantic. The Ukla for soul, the Akan indeed, it is a term that is both provocative and Kra for soul, and the Wolof complex, involving the ebb and flow of millions of Hell for spirit, among others. African-descended peoples between three continents. Bernal's linguistic background has enabled him to, for over 500 years, show relationships between African and Greek land. In this time period, African-derived peoples have gauges that had not been shown before. Black Athena endured enslavement, colonialism, segregation, and is a monumental work, and its achievements in history second-class citizenship, concomitant with various and linguistics, are equaled by its contribution to the forms of resistance to these oppressions. Moreover, field of black studies. Bernal once and for all time ingrained in this experience has been the development demolishes the notion of a pure, miraculous Greece, of white supremacy and its overt and covert attempts entering the world without assistance, and particularly to dehumanize, delimit, or deny African humanity. Without help from Africa. The fact that we now know scholars who theorize the Black Atlantic offer varied that it is reasonably plausible that Greek civilization analyses ranging from historical to contemporary. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 117. Black Atlantic 117. Literary to political, parochial to Pan-African positions. Africans in America as having common ground. For presently there are two main schools of thought that organizing themselves against white supremacy is overlap the contemporary academic areas of post-naive and akin to promoting ethnic absolutism, modernism and Afrocentrism. In fairness to the postmodern perspective on the Paul Gilroy's The Black Atlantic, Modernity and Black Atlantic, it is not possible to seriously deny that double consciousness exemplifies the post. There has been a cross-fertilization of cultures. However, modern school of thought and has been highly an African-centered perspective would, while acclaimed in mainstream academic circles. However, edging the heterogeneity of African transnational from an African-centered perspective, his critical experiences focus on both specificity and commonality. Insight is suspect on a number of basic levels. For in Black Atlantic politics, dilemmas of political example, Gilroy wrestled with the idea that being both empowerment in Boston and Liverpool, William European and Black required some special form of Nelson offers an ideal example of a contemporary double consciousness. The fact that he puts European African-centered study of Black Atlantic politics. His before Black is informative, as it signals that he viewed analysis of Boston and Liverpool gives clear evidence being European as primary and being Black as SEC that in these cities, separated by the Atlantic Ocean, André as he established his Black Atlantic thesis. There is a common experience of institutionalized racism. African-centered scholars find this problematic, as it that has marginalized African-descended peoples effectively marginalizes the African aspect and thus chances of full citizenship in both places. Boston and fails to enhance African agency in any meaningful way. Liverpool are seaport cities, have a strong Irish heritage, another key theme that emerges from postmodern and have endured anti-black riots. Nelson found the same perspectives is the hybridity within the Black Atlantic hilarities between Liverpool and Boston quite startling, cultural experience. Through the course of European and more research is emerging to substantiate the notion modernity, Gilroy maintains, individuals born within of commonality in the global African-descended world. The Black Atlantic region have remained lockstep whether the situation being analyzed is historical or biotically in an antagonistic relationship marked out contemporary. There is little doubt that heterogeneity is by the symbolism of colors which adds to the common aspect of African global experience. However, this spicuous cultural power of their central Manichean viewpoint should not be confined to the postmodern dynamic black and white. Again, the African definition, as it simply splinters, divides, and misapro-centered school of thought finds Gilroy's Manichean priates African phenomena. In addition, the postmodern dualism problematic because it sets up a framework of perspective amounts to a trivialization of the varied good and evil. It seems that Gilroy accepts a paradigm historical black struggles for liberation and, more in which white is linked with good and black is linked important, renders future struggles largely impotent. With evil. Framing the Black Atlantic in Manichean. The Black Atlantic as a site for the analysis of the thinking is thus detrimental to African-descended African diaspora will no doubt continue to enrich intel peoples. That is, unless one attempts to turn the tradilectual thought and research for the foreseeable future. Shinalmani-Chin logic on its head by making black contentions between postmodern and African-centered good and white evil. But this merely leads to a re-see perspectives will also reflect the reality of how impersionary posture, and African-centered scholars prefer tant the interpretation of black history and culture is instead to stand firm within an African-centered Orient who actually benefits from such analyses. At Botentation to data interpretation that fosters independent Tom, the Black Atlantic offers much scope, and the POS analysis free from Eurocentric conceptualization. Possibilities for further research are infinite. This augurs fragmentation of all cultural and social phenomena well for both the neophyte and seasoned scholar. WHER is the bedrock of the postmodernist pick and mix ever they are located within the Black Atlantic region. Analyses of the Black Atlantic experience. And because Mark A. Christian. There has been fluidity in this transnational cross-cultural reality, to think of commonality among black further reading. Peoples is to pander to essentialism. In short, there is no Christian, Mark. African-centered knowledge, a way back to Africa for Africans caught up in the Black British perspective. In Western Journal of Black Studies, Atlantic they have become new people as they have 25, 12 to 20. This is a penetrating account of the status been integrated or assimilated into Western culture. 2 of Afrocentric understanding in the British Isles by in regard, for example, Africans in the Caribbean and Afro-Britisher. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 118. 118 Black Church. Gilroy, Paul. The Black Atlantic, Modernity and Africans were in fact overwhelmed with recited double consciousness. London, Verso. This is the original Christian text and rhetoric that confirmed, justified, statement of the Black Atlantic thesis by one of the leading and made hallowed their inferior station in American sociologists of Britain, which has been widely cited and life. Any faith-based beliefs that were potentially sub-criticized in African American studies. Versive and would connote racial equity, such as Love Nelson, William E. Jr. Black Atlantic Politics, Dilemmas of Political Empowerment in Boston and Thy Neighbor as Thy Brother or All Christians Are CRE Liverpool. New York, State University of New York Press. Aided in the Image of God, were not shared with the This is a powerful comparative analysis of the condition of black population for fear of insurrection. Whites knew 2 black communities on both sides of the Atlantic. That there could be no justification for their white Walvin, James. Making the Black Atlantic, Britain and supremacist practices and that the structure of Domi the African diaspora. London, Castle. Walvin's book Nation That Was Enslavement could potentially become deals with the construction of the African diaspora in Poland promised if they shared such sentiments with blacks. Eichel and cultural terms. From its inception, the Black Church provided communal respite from forceful white dominance, a sanctuary away from white enslavers controlling and Black Church. Abusive behaviors. Africans in the Black Church practiced such African customs as extended family gathering and spiritual call and response practices during the Black Church is a comprehensive term that refers religious ceremonies. The Black Church was also a to African American Christian institutions dating back forum for discussing and planning resistance during to the 18th century. The Black Church is a faith-based enslavement. Nat Turner's organized coup in South community structure, which is characterized by Spiri Hampton, Virginia in 1831 is one example of such intellectual, social, and communicative patterns specific to event. He was a deacon in an African Baptist church African culture that set it apart from European and who used that structure to coordinate and lead the Western Christian churches of the same denomination. Participants in the famed insurrection. A mere 10% to 15% of Africans enslaved in America actually adopted Christianity during the period of bondage, with the majority of African Americans drawn to the dominant European religions after that period. Blacks on plantations throughout America secretly practiced the highly structured religious customs and faith ethics of the African tradition. Plantation owners, however, systematically and forcefully attempted to remove these traditions from the culture of the enslaved. African religious practices were forbidden and African traditions were dismissed as heathen rituals that lacked any religious function. Africans were bombarded with oppressive white rhetoric, which consistently deemed traditional African religion inferior and not worthy of the recognition of God. Eddie Glaude, former graduate student and author of several papers and a book on the Black Church, consulting Sekai Zankel, graduate secretary at Temple University, 1990. How Christianity justified the racial order. The first recorded organized Christian churches, Christianity, on the other hand, served as a tool for founded by African Americans were formed in South, maintaining the relationship and roles of the Master, Carolina in 1773 and Virginia in 1776. The number of and the enslaved, the oppressor and the oppressed. Institutions of this type grew slowly, especially in the if enslaved Africans were permitted to practice a South, until Africans emerged from the legal con-religion, it was European Christianity only. Enslaved strains of enslavement in 1865. These initial churches. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 119. Black Church 119. Were offshoots of Methodist and Baptist establishments, for African Americans, often providing food, clothing, which mirrored the denominations and practices of and other primary necessities and even the first most plantation owners. As the Black Church evolved, formal education for many in the Black community. However, most African Americans became increasingly African Americans take the education of their youth dissatisfied with the tendencies of white churches. They very seriously, so they created academic centers inside were expected to worship according to European of their churches. Guidelines that were unnatural for the black members. In addition, African American leaders concerned of the congregations. Often African Americans were with social justice, political participation, and education abused, were taunted, and experienced limited predictional equity for black people traditionally began their occupation rights in white churches. In the majority of activism in the Black Church, a pattern that's no cases, Jim Crow laws and other oppressive practices balled in the 1950s with the start of the civil rights were just as prominent in the white churches as in the movement of the historical African American race's larger American society. For example, blacks were tense revolutions, the civil rights movement was the force to sit in the back of the church, barred from largest that was based in Christianity. Most of the communion rituals, and so forth. Leaders and organizations responsible for the move, however, rather than engaging in a critical assessment, were associated with a Christian denomination. Meant of the role of Christianity in fostering white carefully planned boycotts, sit-ins, marches, and the supremacy, and abandoning the acquired Christian-like were orchestrated in black churches, often by faith. For this reason, blacks established a number of Christian black ministers such as Reverend Dr. Martin. Independent sects. Other than the African Baptists, Luther King, Jr., Reverend Wyatt T. Walker, and some of the new sects reflected the race or nationality. Reverend Jesse Jackson. The primary organization of church leadership and congregation in the title. The associated with this movement was the Southern African Methodist Episcopal Church, founded Christian Leadership Conference. In 1816 by Methodist deacon Richard Allen, and black congregations of the past filled black church the Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, services with emotional and spiritual interaction, and founded in 1870, are two that followed this pattern. Congregations of today carry on that tradition. Most of with such churches, African Americans began to them have been consistent in incorporating drumming, interpret the Christian Word of God with some degree dancing, and spirituals, or hymns providing response of independence, and were free to worship in their own to oppression, into the Christian service. These aspects manner, based on the culture of their ancestors. They distinguish the black church as a unique institution. In new style of worship combine the traditional really the souls of black folks, W.E.B. Du Bois attributes the gist and cultural practices with adopted Western need for those denied the protections of a society to practices seek a social center, and that center for Africans was with the period of Reconstruction, the passing of the and remains the Black Church. Influenced by African 14th and 15th Amendments guaranteeing religion and spirituality, the desire for freedom from blacks' rights, and the many social and professional oppression, and a somewhat modified perspective on gains of blacks in the 20th century, came a surge in lit Christian religions. African Americans have created eracy and a will to define African American culture. A unique construct within the European model. As a social and political leaders of the time guided African result, Black church services are interactive, full of Americans through this process. Many leaders, like cultural rituals, and responsive to the social condition Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Marcus of African Americans. Garvey, who did not hold the same social, political, and Myra Julian educational opinions, were practicing Christians. Even their individual establishments promoted the doctrines of Christianity. By 1913, there were some 40,000 black further reading churches in America. Support for the physical, social, Lincoln, C. Eric, and Mamiya, Lawrence H. The black political, and educational well-being of the Black Com Church in the African American experience. Durham, North Carolina, Munity became a standard and pinnacle function of the Duke University Press. This is a useful account of the Black Church that lasted beyond enslavement. The history of social activism and social service associated with Black Church became the sole social services resource. The Black Church. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. Page 120. 120 Black Codes. Wilmore, Gayrod. Black Religions and Black that the white race was superior to the black and that radicalism. Maryknoll, New York, Orbis Books. This while we ought to do our best to bring them up to our work is one of the classics in black theology. Wilmore, per present level, that, in doing so, we should, at the same haps the most dominant black theologian of his generation, time raise our own intellectual status so that the rela provides a strong analysis of the interplay between religion tip position of the two races would be the same. And radicalism. Woodson, Carter G. The History of the Black Church. Nevertheless, radical Republicans were able to get Washington, D.C., Associated Publishers. This book docu the Civil Rights Bill and the Reconstruction Acts passed ments the critical role of the Black Church in African in 1867 and 1868. White control in Southern state American life. Legislatures made the passage of these laws almost useless, however, because the Ku Klux Klan and other racist organizations used terror and violence to prevent blacks from voting. Black Codes. What occurred in Texas provides a telling example of how the Black Codes came into existence and were the Black Codes were a series of laws passed by the U's to restrict the black population. It was the state legislatures of the South between 1865 and 1866. 11th legislature that produced the Texas Black. The Black Codes were patterned after the antebellum codes in 1866. The Texas laws were meant to define slave codes, and their express purpose was to restrict the rights of persons lately known as slaves, and African American freedom. Indeed, the codes were free persons of color. The Texas Black Codes created in response to the fact that more than 4 million discrimination legal, and barred black people from formerly enslaved Africans had recently gained their voting, holding office, serving on juries, and testifying freedom, and they served to keep these African people in court from full participation in the political, economic, and supplemental legislation required railroads to provide social life of the South. In fact, the Black Code's separate accommodations for blacks and whites sought to define the legal place of African people as establishing the basis for segregated facilities in other permanently inferior to whites, and thus reaffirmed services. An education law prevented blacks from the white Southerners' attitude that black people were sharing in the public school fund, while the states meant to serve the interests of the white population. Homestead law prohibited blacks from participating in thus, the Black Codes enacted during the distribution of public land. Presidency of Andrew Johnson prevented blacks like similar laws in other southern states, from sitting on juries, prohibited blacks from voting. Texas Black Codes intended to regulate black labor by limited blacks' testimony against whites, denied forcing or coercing blacks to work for whites. Indeed, blacks the right to work in certain occupations, and they gave local authorities the right to use coercive legislated against blacks carrying weapons. In effect, force, with the threat of prison, to get blacks to work. The Southern legislatures were trying to reinvent the apprentice law made it possible for minors, with enslavement of Africans. Parental consent or with court orders, to be forced into on the national level, the radical Republicans in labor. The law required the employer to provide. The Congress advocated the passing of a civil rights bill to apprentice with food, clothing, medical attention, protect the newly freed Africans in the South from the humane treatment, and education for some trade, Black Codes. However, in April of 1866, President which would include farm labor. In return, the Johnson vetoed the Civil Rights Bill, telling governor employer could use the apprentices' labor and be per Thomas C. Fletcher of Missouri, this is a country for mit, where necessary, to use corporal punishment white men, and by God, as long as I am president, to ensure that the apprentice worked. The employer it shall be a government for white men. Obviously, could pursue an apprentice who ran away from the Johnsons saw his role not as the protector of the farm, and any person who interfered with the oppressed, downtrodden, formerly enslaved, but Tice's work could be fined. The jurisdiction for the rather, as the guardian of white privilege. He wrote in enforcement of this law was with the local courts. A letter to Benjamin B. French, the commissioner of to further strip African Americans of their rights, public buildings, everyone would, and must admit, Texas, like other states, instituted a contract law that Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 121. Black Consciousness Movement 121. Allowed all labor agreements that involved work for more than a month to be filed with the court. Workers' black consciousness had to be given a lien on half a crop to ensure the movement. Payment of wages. This was almost never done. On the other hand, employers had strong guarantees for the black consciousness movement was apolitical, the delivery of labor. They could deduct wages for cultural and social movement that originated in South contract violations, disobedience, waste of time, Africa during the same time as the rise of black destruction of property, debt, and absenteeism. Studies in the United States, in the late 1960s and under the Black Codes, vagrancy was a serious early 1970s. The leader of the black consciousness violation, and a black person arrested for vagrancy movement was Bantu Stephen Biko, a charismatic who was unable to pay the fine could be apprenticed. Man of enormous intellectual abilities. Biko became local courts had the power to assign convicts to any an international symbol of the resistance against type of labor until the fine was paid. Furthermore, the white racial domination in the late 1960s, and then local authorities could put to work in any capacity launched a conceptually clear definition of black con person who had been sent to the county jail for a misciousness for the youth movement of South Africa. Demeanor or petty offense. By stealing the time and Biko's understanding of the black consciousness wages of black people in this way, the white farmers movement began with defining those who were able to greatly increase their wealth. Politically, economically, and socially discriminated in the end, the Black Codes failed to fully bring against as a group in South African society. For Biko, about the re-enslavement they were intended to create. People had to identify themselves as supporting this is in part because the laws galvanized the Oppo liberation struggle in order to be a part of the black scission in Congress and throughout the nation to the consciousness movement. Since the black conscious racist policies of the Southern legislatures. Although Ness movement was political, Biko argued, black con segregation remained for many years, the most wonderciousness was not a matter of pigmentation but us parts of the black codes only stayed in effect for reflection of a mental attitude. This argument of the a brief time. African Americans protested. Both the Black Power advocates in the United States resonated black codes and racial segregation, and many of the with the black consciousness movement in South laws that legalized the racist treatment of African Africa. Moreover, what Biko saw was that if he could, people were rewritten as a result of the persistent get the masses simply to describe themselves as black, pressure placed on the South. They would be on the road toward emancipation. Thus, Molafai Keita Asante. Using blackness as an identifier meant that people had committed themselves to fight against the forces that further reading sought to use their blackness as a stamp of inferiority and subservience. For individuals to say I am black. Asante, Molafai Keita. African American history, was to state a positive position about how they saw a journey of liberation. Saddlebrook, New Jersey, Peoples Themselves. This was a revolutionary concept in a publishing group. This is an Afrocentric analysis of African American history as primarily a struggle for free society where it was commonly assumed that black DOM, and it includes an insightful discussion of the Africanness was something negative. Resistance to the black codes that sought to disenfranchise black people in the United States. Overcoming unconsciousness. Franklin, John Hope. From Slavery to Freedom. New York, Alfred A. Knopf. This book provides the black consciousness movement cannot be fully able information for a thorough understanding of the history appreciated without the understanding that South-ical context and political significance of the black codes. African people who were not white did not necessarily Harding, Vincent. There is a river. New York, see themselves as black. Biko and others in the move Harcourt Brace Jovanovich. Harding, one of the veterans of MENT, recognized that there were people in South Africa the Black Power era and a brilliant historian, provides a clear and concise history of black struggle and the search who had a non-white identity that would always frustrate for freedom in the midst of their deep despair in them because the aspiration of the non-white is often to American society. Be white, which is really impossible. Non-whites were. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 122. 122 Black Consciousness Movement. Those who sought to serve the interests of white racial United States in many instances, in which whites had domination by serving in the police force or by calling the been deliberately made haves and blacks made have whites by honorific titles. This was madness, according to Knotts, had inspired a confrontation between the races. The Black Consciousness Movement. The movement asserted that these people should stop being non-white, stop being people who hated contradictions of workers' blackness and who despised their own culture. Black. What Biko wanted to point out was that in South people were capable of standing with their heads high. Africa there was no worker in the classical sense who in defiance of oppression rather than surrendering was white, for even the most downtrodden white their souls to white people. These proud people were worker was invested in the apartheid system. The new people that the Black Consciousness move whites were protected by laws preventing them from MENT wanted to create. Therefore, it was possible having to compete with blacks. The only real workers to define black consciousness as the realization by in apartheid South Africa were black, and yet they Africans of the need to rally together around the cause were the lowest on the economic ladder. The black of liberation from oppression and to operate as a consciousness movement challenged the socialist group to rid themselves of the shackles that bound theory that the workers would unite them to perpetual servitude. Furthermore, it was a COR the most violent anti-blacks in South Africa were the rective and sought to demonstrate that blackness was lowest class of whites. The class analysis did not seem not an aberration and whiteness was not normal. The to hold in this case because color was far more important was to get whites off of the backs of blacks. This tant in the apartheid system than anything else, and new realization was meant to infuse the black white workers did not see anything that allowed them unity with new pride in the African values, culture, to identify their lot with blacks. White racial domina religion, and general outlook on life. But the critical shin was the one force that had to be destroyed, because element that made this new vision a movement was it infected everything. So long as Africans visioned the relationship between the consciousness of the self remained clear, and they conceived of themselves as and the emancipatory program. Freedom was inevitable. But it was important that they avoid losing themselves in an amorphous work of overhauling a racist system. Colorlessness. The Black consciousness movement was not just a means to an end, but a process meant to influence. Biko and his allies came to realize that they could not inspire black people to regard themselves as central, rather seek reformation of the system, because that would then as appendages of white people. In this respect, imply accepting the major premises of the racist black consciousness as conceptualized by Biko was in society itself. The society had to be completely over-antecedent to Afrocentricity. Blacks were out to completely transform the Black consciousness movement delineated its system. The Black consciousness movement wanted to basic beliefs in order to enable blacks to increase their ensure that Africans were convinced of the truth understanding of how the system of white privilege of their position. It was impossible for people to be worked in South Africa. The movement addressed conscious of themselves and yet remain in bondage. These beliefs to the black community as follows: the envisioned self had to be a free self. The Black consciousness movement recognized that 1. We are all oppressed by the same system. It was not just the liberation of Africans that was at stake, but the liberation of the oppressed peoples of the two. That we are oppressed to varying degrees is a world from the aggressive and exploitative activities of deliberate design to stratify us, not only socially white culture. It must be acknowledged, however, that but also in terms of the enemy's aspirations. In countries where whites exploited each other, they 3. We are committed to emancipation, and it is our never reached the level of brutality they reached in duty to bring to the black people the deliberate exploiting blacks. This was clearly not a coincidence of the enemy's subjugation scheme, but a deliberate plan to completely eliminate any attempt at freedom on the part of blacks. The unjust 4. We must have committed people who will go on racial structure of South Africa, so similar to that of the and continue our program. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 123. Black Existentialism 123. Stephen Biko's vision was so complete that he, although human beings evolved in Africa and then saw implications for correcting false images of blacks spread across the globe and eventually adapted in the culture, education, religion, and economics. He ways that transformed them into groups from dark to was most aware of the terrible role played by religion, light, the notion of black people is uniquely a function education, and the media in creating a false under of constructions that have been premised upon how standing of Africans by blacks as well as by whites. Lighter-skinned peoples have looked at darker-skinned, although there were many organizations that used his ones over, at least, the past 2,000 years. Black exists and concept of black consciousness, Biko remain the Tilism emerges from the lived reality of such people. Principal interpreter of the movement until he was in pre-colonial Africa, the Africans struggle with bludgeoned to death by white police on September 12. The problems of existence primarily involved the self. 1977, at the age of 30. At that time he became a that emerged from theologies, ontology, and ethics, martyr to the South African liberation struggle, which was premised on a cosmological paradox of predestination and an unfolding future. The idea of Molafai Kita Santi. Destiny or predestination required individuals to seek out their unique calling in life. This view located further reading. Much agency or responsibility in individuals, who Biko, Steve. Black consciousness in South Africa. Were linked to a broad community of elders, ANSYS New York, Random House. This may be the authoritative tours, deities, and an ultimate being. A form of human work on the beliefs and opinions of the leader of the Blackism resulted in which there was always something consciousness movement. It is certainly one of the best people could do about their situation. In most African works about Biko's thoughts and philosophy. Biko, Steve. I write what I like. Selected writing systems, the past has greater ontological weight than Chicago, University of Chicago Press. The present, and the future has none since it has not yet. This is a collection of the works of Steve Biko, which the occurred. This philosophical stance with regard to reader will find an accessible introduction to his writings. History is existential because it relies on individuals. Mandela, Nelson. Long Walk to Freedom, The To Invent or Make the Future. Autobiography of Nelson Mandela. New York, Little. In addition to these traditional existential beliefs, Brown. This is a comprehensive autobiography of the most were the developments of Judaism and Christianity, respected leader of the South African liberation struggle. In antiquity in the eastern regions of Africa, and the Mandela spent 27 years in prison, and while he was in prison many people fought to bring about his release, and Middle East, the subsequent development of Islam in liberation for the nation. The Middle Ages, and the many mixtures of those really sparks, Alistair. Tomorrow is another country, the Juns and other African religions as various empires inside story of South Africa's road to change. Chicago, under their rubric spread across Africa. By the time of University of Chicago Press. A well-known journalist gives the Arabic, East Indian, and European slave trades, his account of the changes in South Africa, which makes it questions of existence faced by African individuals clear that overcoming the history of brutality and death, and non-Africans included their relationship to the including that of Steve Biko, will remain a challenge to the rationalizations of slavery advanced by non-African country for years to come. Religions. The focus here, however, is on the black existentialism that emerged in the Americas. The problems of existence for black peoples in the black existentialism. America stem from racialized slavery and anti-black racism. Slavery and racism created the problem of black existentialism, explores the problems of excess black suffering and the sustained black concern with tense generated by the complex history of black liberation and freedom and what it means to be peoples. The word existence comes from the Latin human. Such responses emerged not only in the many expression existere, which means to stand out. Struggles fought by black people in the modern world when one exists, one literally emerges from indistinct but also through black thought, literature, and music. Shin or insignificance. The word today is associated all existentialisms negotiate the relationship of with simply being, but its etymology suggests to thought to experience. Experience is lived and pre-live and to be. To exist in this sense is to become seeds thought, but thought is what brings meaning and fully aware of being alive and what that signifies. Understanding to experience. The first, most influential. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 124. 124 Black Existentialism. Wave of black existentialism was in music, and then, like all existentialists, Wright is able to criticize a literature. The quintessential black existential system for what it does to people, while recognizing response in music, is the blues. The blues focus on the importance of responsibility even in an unjust life's difficulties and brings reality to the world of system as necessary for human dignity and maturation. Feeling or black suffering and joy. As an art form, in The Outsiders, he expands his application. The blues defy predictability and human closure. Of this question from North America to the modern blues welcome improvisation, which makes blues world, which, he argues, makes demonic those whose songs and their offspring jazz, rhythm, and blues, live on its underside. Wright's outsider, cross Damon, soul, funk, reggae, samba, salsa, and some forms of finds himself incapable of experiencing responsibility. Hip-hop exemplars of the existential credo of excess because he lives in a world that inhibits his development's preceding essence and its connection to the casement into a man. The paradox of the novel is that Chin of freedom. What is more, the unique way in Damon's greatest fear is realized when he dies, feeling which the blues bring to life the reality of an para innocent after killing several people. Paradoxically joyful insight into suffering by facing it. Other literary examples of black existentialism can, instead of avoiding it, points to an anthropology of be found in the writings of Ralph Ellison and James Black. Adulthood as a struggle against despair. This Baldwin, both of whom explored problems of black, makes the blues an important adversary of anti-black invisibility as a function of hypervisibility. Ellison Racism. Racism attempts to force black people to laments the madness faced by educated blacks who develop mental level of children, freeze them there, and expected their achievements to entail their inclusion denigrate black self-value. Blues songs, by contrast, instead of heightened exclusion in U.S. society, for they live in a social world in the impact of the blues is broad, it permeates which they exemplify the impossible. Baldwin brings nearly all black aesthetic productions. It can be found his insights to interracial and bisexual settings and in paintings and sculptures, dramas and dance. Looks at the question of suffering as a struggle to black existential literature dates from the 1930s. Defend the possibility of genuine human relationships. Although existential insights can be found in the 18th, the question of invisibility takes on a unique form, century poetry of Phyllis Wheatley and the various as well, in the novels of Toni Morrison, particularly her early narratives and novels by former slaves and freed. First novel, Bluest Eye. There, Morrison brings blacks in the 19th century, the first explicitly examine out the peculiarity of notions such as ugliness, and tile set of literary writings are those of Richard Wright, beauty that dominate women's lives in general but black from the 1930s to the late 1950s. Wright articulates women's in a profound way through expectations of black experience at the level of what existentialists mimesis. The expectation that black women copy white call a situation, where human beings' encounters with females' appearance subordinates their lives because all each other create meanings that they do not necessary. Imitations are ultimately inauthentic. They live by highly intend. In Native Son, the protagonist, standard that they can never meet. This theme of Bigger Thomas finds himself in a situation when authenticity is taken to another level when she writes of helps his employer's drunken white daughter to her bad mixtures, those that result from a world that bedroom after chauffeuring her and her boyfriend bridges the gaps between adults and children with the around town and realizes that they were at risk of consequence of molestation and incest mixtures that being discovered. Wright provides reflections on the produce madness. More recently, in Freedom in the relationship between choice and options for the Mardismal, Love brings many of these existentialized of the modern world, who find themselves tensional themes together through a provocative explo constantly thrown into situations they would prefer to ration of the meaning of freedom in the midst of very have avoided, and he outlines many of the classic limited options. In the Caribbean, the most influential existential problems of freedom and responsibility existential novel is George Lamming's In the Castle of That Follow. Why is it, he asks us, that U.S. society my skin, where the characters fight against the forces bigger Thomases, people who in attempting to torrents of history and the congealing force of slime that assert their humanity become its troublemakers, back leeches on projects of humanistic struggle into their place while holding them responsible for black theoretical reflections on existence can be their actions. Found as early as the writings of Frederick Douglass. Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 125. Black Existentialism 125. Most of which constitute a constant meditation on the leader of existential pragmatism is Cornel West, Freedom and the Meaning of Being Human. The for whose prophetic pragmatism takes on such themes most influential black existential texts are, however, as dread, despair, death, disease, and, in his most W.E.B. Du Bois Souls of Black Folk and popular work, Race Matters, Nihilism in Black Com Darkwater and Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, Munities. The most well-known black existential white masks and the wretched of the earth phenomenologists are William R. Jones, Lucius T. Du Bois advanced the concepts of what it outlaw, Paget Henry, and Lewis Gordon. In Is God Means to Blacks to be Seen as a Problem and the Double a White Racist, Jones argued that black suffer experience of blacks, who are forced to live publicly buying cannot be addressed theologically without collapse what the white world believes is true while knowing the ing into theodicy rationalizing anti-black racism. He also raised the existential and theodicean problem, a humanistic appeal in which people are responsible for of the meaning of black suffering, and he outlined the history. Outlaw focused on struggles against racism, the importance of black music as life-affirming, need for black-affirming environments, and the devil. The reflections of Douglas and Du Bois converge opposite of an anti-racist philosophy. Paget Henry, in the works of Frantz Fanon. In Black Skin, White Book, Caliban's Reason, looked at conscious masks. Fanon advanced a sociogenetic approach to the ness of the Afro-Caribbean self and the poetic and study of anti-black racism while defending human historical responses developed for its emancipation. Agency. He echoed Du Bois by pointing out that truly Lewis Gordon is the most explicitly phenomenological. Critical investigation requires identifying racism. Even Eichel of the new wave of black existentialists, and he, at the level of method. This requires, paradoxically, a Lucius T. Outlaw, and Paget Henry have argued for methodology of not presuming a method, which, in Africana thought as an antidote to epistemological existential language, is the essence presumed before the colonialism where blacks are expected to depend on existence. Thus Fanon showed how every effort to white thinkers for philosophical reflection on black escape blackness fails because escape is in itself a form experience. Africana phenomenological work has a failure. For instance, although all people examine the relationship between consciousness and meaning and identity through language, the black con the world of meaning, and, following Fanon, asserts dition is such that change of language does not entail that colonizing processes must be fought against at change of being. In addition, a black person's choosing the level of method. The result is an Africana post a white lover as part of denying his or her blackness has colonial existential phenomenology linked to the lived. The same consequence, denial is, in the end, a false real experience of black folk in the modern age. This ity, and its result would be, presaging Toni Morrison, existential philosophy leads to a variety of explorations and affirmation of whites as the standard of value of the contemporary human condition, such as the rise. Although in most of his writings Fanon attacks oppression as an attempt to eliminate a genuinely the blues in favor of written poetry, his reflections in Human World and asserting the need for values black skin, white masks have an unmistakable blues premised upon ancestral obligation in the fight against structure. He goes through processes of repetition, nihilism and human denigration through understanding that lead to tears, through which he is able to face how the ancestors struggled against worse odds. The pathologies of reality, and the truth here is that other themes of Africana post-colonial existential Eurocentric society cannot see black adults. And does phenomenology have been black existential thought not know what it means for black people to be normal? As the question of black humanity, especially in race, blacks seek to become men and women, but they find theory and theories of oppression, the importance of themselves locked at a level below that status in the developing a livable mode of everyday existence, the white world. In his final work, The Wretched of the Power of Black Music as Life-Affirming, The Articulation Earth, Fanon explores what it means for blacks to be of rigorous ways of studying and understanding black. The damned, for every generation to people, the symbiotic relationship of identity and lib find its mission, and for every generation to be responderation, and crises of knowledge and their impact on Cybele for humanity's future. The formation of people in each epoch. Like Weston more recently, black existentialism has taken a race matters. Gordon in Existentia Africana turned to pragmatism and existential phenomenology. Saw nihilism as a fundamental problem of our time, but Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 126. 126 Black Feminist Thought. He added that it is symptomatic of a process of social empowerment, first published in 1990 by Routledge, Decay. He rejected West's claim that many blacks are explores the work and ideas of black women and their nihilists because they lack faith in the United States' conscious pursuit of knowledge and empowerment out, and argued that it is healthier to suspend serious side a white patriarchal epistemology. Collins creates attachment to a decaying society and transcended a common space for scholarly and everyday dialogue through what he calls teleological suspensions. About the various paradigms, movements, and aesthete where liberation requires a constant commitment to ICS concerning race, class, and gender oppression as freedom and humanity and the virtues required for they relate overall to the liberation of black women and such devotion. Black people. She addresses how black women support. Today there is a rich array of intellectuals who critique and reject mainstream feminist concerns and can be called black existentialists. These include objectives. Collins acknowledges the voices and exp. Stephen Hames, who has built upon black existential renses of black women who are traditionally over phenomenology in his study of the pedagogical Produkt, as well as the work done by prominent and very tices of slaves, Clovis Headley, who has produced an vocal activists, intellectuals, and artists. Impressive array of essays on black aesthetics and race. Black feminist thought is divided into three parts: theory, and Burhan, who is perhaps the social construction of black feminist thought, chief proponent of black hermeneutical existential core themes in black feminist thought, and black philosophy. Other theorists have contributed essays to feminist knowledge and power. In the first part, The Existence in Black, an anthology of black existential social construction of black feminist thought, philosophy. Thus many philosophers are devil. Collins evokes black women's strong tradition of opening new areas of reflection on black existentialism. Resistance to race, sex, and class oppression with the words of Maria W. Stewart, one of the earliest known. Lewis R. Gordon. African American women to address these issues in a public forum. She then posits 6 distinguishing further reading features of black feminist thought as a model of Gordon, Lewis R. Existence in Black, and Convergence for the Diverse Experiences and Bodies Anthology of Black Existential Philosophy. New York, Of Knowledge of Black Women in America. Collins Routledge. This may be the best anthology on the question. Applies the distinguishing features to the informal of existentialism and the black community. Work of black women whose work is simply an aspect. Gordon, Lewis R. Existentia Africana, of their survival, and to the formal work of black understanding Africana existential thought. New York, Women Activists and Academics Who Make Conscious. Routledge. This book explores the conceptual basis of efforts to empower black women and black people in Africana existential thought in the continuing drama of black literature and politics. White hegemonic power structures. Guy Kai, Kwame. An essay on African philosophy, in the second part, Core Themes in Black Feminist: The Akan Conceptual Scheme. Philadelphia, Temple Thought, Collins posits Work and Family, Objectified University Press. This work represents one of the clearest images, self-definition, sexual politics, love relation examinations of African philosophy from one of the 4 ships, motherhood, and activism as major areas most contemporary African philosophers. For investigation of black women. Collins also uses Henry Paget. African and Afro-Caribbean existential these themes as sites to interpret black women's races philosophies. In Lewis Gordon, Existence in Black, an anthology of black existential philosophy. Tends to Oppression. The third part, Black Feminist New York, Routledge. This is a penetrating article that knowledge and power, engages readers in more academic goes to the root of existential philosophies in the Afro-emic dialogue about how mainstream politics and Caribbean world epistemologies are affected by the political and intellectual work of black women. Collins discusses how the collective ideology of black women challenges a political system that ignores them as black and female. Black feminist thought. Worldwide, and she argues for a black feminist epistemology that questions any system of knowledge that Patricia Hill Collins's black feminist thought does not take into consideration the collective knowledge, consciousness, and the politics of race, gender, and class oppression. In addition, Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 127. The Black Jacobins 127. Collins proposes a model for empowerment based on later became a political philosopher and activist. His black women's responses to various domains of power. Activism is reflected in his seminal work, The Black Feminist Thought is very useful as an intro Jacobins, which is a call to arms for the oppressed duction to the study of black women's oppression and people of African descent to fight for what they believe resistance to oppression in America. With the term in. The book predates the liberation of African states. Black feminist thought, Collins establishes an umbrella and was to serve as an outline for Africans' rebellion under which the common themes and opposing against oppressive European rule. The Black Jacobins' ideologies of black feminism, womanism, Africana contributed to the inspiration of a generation of uprising womanism, and unnamed forms of knowledge can be an agency for the cause of sovereignty and freedom. Addressed. However, Collins does not have the per this historical text records the struggles, confrontation, ical content and theoretical grounding necessary for and successful resistance against better armed enslavers, a deep structural Afrocentric analysis and advanced and as their collaborators. Scholarship on black women. Though Collins makes The Black Jacobins is written from a Marxist available historical and literary examples, she fails to paradigm. Thus James chronicles the relentless day to include statistical information from research studies day struggle of the people of Haiti to overcome to support these observations about black women's European oppression. The Black Jacobins primarily work. Collins's 6 distinguishing features are: a set depicts the prolonged revolution of blacks in Haiti, of principles to evaluate the diverse work of black from 1791 to 1803, and the legacy of its leader, women, but they do not take into serious consideration Toussaint L'Ouverture. The text also delves into the theoretical work that exists. Overall, however, conditions endured by the enslaved people during black feminist thought remains a very good overview. Their capture in Africa, the Middle Passage, and life on of the collective intellectual, aesthetic, and activist the island. James reports the tactics used by European work by black women for self-empowerment. Enslavers in their hunt for human prey that was the basis of European economic control and hegemony. Griselda Thomas. He goes further to expose the collaborative role of certain classes of Africans. James cites the events that shaped the island country, the destiny of enslaved. Further reading. People on Saint Dominique, as well as the struggle. Guy Sheftel, Beverly. Words of Fire, anthology that made Toussaint L'Ouverture a leader of African American feminist thought. New York, New François Dominique Toussaint L'Ouverture was a press. This is a compilation of some of the most significant Haitian of African descent who was born in 1744 and intellectual work produced by black women since the early died in 1803 in a French dungeon. L'Ouverture was 19th century. Hudson Weems, Kalanora. Africana Womanism, self-educated and bought his freedom in 1789. It is not reclaiming ourselves. Troy M. I. Bedford. This book preclear where L'Ouverture obtained his extensive skills since the theoretical explanation and literary application of in stratagem, organization, and politics, but they were Africana Womanism, which is an Afrocentric paradigm that all masterfully perfected. The French name the leader challenges the ideologies of mainstream feminism. Black adopted, L'Ouverture, means the opening and was feminism, and womanism. Taken from the swift campaigns that were conducted Wing, Adrian Catherine. Critical race on coastal towns of Haiti that dislocated English confeminism, a reader. New York University Trawl. L'Ouverture, the opening, was used to describe press. This is an anthology of scholarship by black women legal scholars concerned with issues of race and sex. This phase of the revolution. L'Ouverture's generals, Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Henri Christophe, were invaluable in the capture and extraction of coastal towns from British control. They secured the removal of British influence in the Black Jacobins. 1798 Dessalines was renowned as a determined, confident, and aggressive fighter against the mulatto. The Black Jacobins was written by Cyril Lionel Robert Forces. he would later have to battle the mulatto James, a Trinidadian, in 1938 and revised in 1962. Forces, which were under the direction of General James, was an educator and school administrator who André Rigaud. When El Ovicha was captured in Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 128. 128 The Black Manifesto. 1802, Dessalines became his successor as the leader the French bourgeois, petit bourgeois and proletariat of the revolution. Dessalines then went on to caused these groups to align themselves for military the chief of state, and governor-general for life, until action. The majority of French bourgeois, mulattoes, his death in 1806. And enslaved Africans closed ranks with the French. The name Haiti was originally used by the Aboriginal armed forces in order to suppress the Haitian majority in reference to the island. Then the Spanish that had been Napoleon's cash cow. Their cause was renamed the island Santo Domingo, and went in to maintain colonial control and to continue to profit. 1697 There was a division of the island and from trading the enslaved. The economics of the cité French gained control of 1/3 of it. They named Haitian determined the actions of the French. In 1789, their claimed land Saint-Domingue. The territory of Saint-Domingue was the single most profitable slave. Saint-Domingue was later deposed and renamed Enterprise in the world. The plantations that produced Haiti after the revolution on January 1, 1804. Sugar cane, which was used to make rum, and the Black Jacobins is a chronicle of the first molasses, among other things relied on the unpaid Caribbean independent state. Haiti is in fact distant labor of the enslaved for their huge profits. This slave usable as the site of the only fully successful trade and slavery were the cornerstones of Napoleon's African revolt against enslavement, a revolt that was ambitions of domination because France's economic followed by independence and sovereignty in the wealth depended upon what was produced on the Americas. The insurrection began in August of 1791. Plantations. Thus the Haitian Revolution was a major and continued until November 18, 1803 at the famed turning point for the French offensive in the world. The Battle of Vertières. After the Revolution, it was on French faced declining income from the Haitians and the battlefield in Vertières that the government of were forced to enact the Louisiana Purchase, which President Jean-Bertrand Aristide erected a powerful forfeited French claims in what is now the United Memorial to the heroes of the Revolution. The Adverse States. News of Napoleon's defeat by Haitians. Stories of the Revolution included the white planters, have had a divisive impact on the trade of enslaved mulattoes, royal commanders, and some enslaved people, as the 80 years following the liberation of Haiti Africans. They opposed the revolting Haitians saw the emancipation of the enslaved in the Americas. African descent along with periodic alliances they established with sympathetic groups, which included the Spanish Santo Domingo. In 1793 the rebels and further reading. The Spanish briefly joined forces in a quick-moving series of raids on the French settlements on the coast. Amin, Samir. Capitalism in an Age of Globalization. The Racial Perspective Taken by the People in Haiti. London, Z Books. This is a Marxist account of the global was markedly different from that of North Americans. Experience of capitalism and its influence on various nations. Bellegarde Smith, Patrick. The Breached Citadel. Class, not race, was the emphasis in the St. Boulder, Co., Westview Press. This is a fine introduction. Domingue Colony. The European proletariat was to the people and history of Haiti. Bellegarde Smith, a sympathetic to the enslaved people, as they were also Haitian, investigates the culture and values that grew out of seeking opportunities for underclass advancement, the tremendous achievement of the heroes of Haiti in civil liberties, and sovereignty. Class therefore was aiding themselves. Major motivation for choosing sides during the Riva Rodney, Walter. How Europe undeveloped Africa. Lucian. The elite Europeans remained loyal to French. Washington, D.C., Howard University Press. This is Rodney's magnum opus in scholarship and interpretation rule, while groups within the white bourgeoisie and of the dispossession of African resources. Proletariat sympathetic to the ideals of the revolution of 1791 sided with Lovicha. France in the years preceding 1791 was already experiencing a revolution because the enslaved were seeking their freedom. The Black Manifesto. Therefore, there was an atmosphere of rebellion against oppression among some French bourgeoisie. The Black Manifesto was a moral declaration for petite bourgeoisie, proletariat, and African Haitians. Reparations read at the Riverside Church in New York. This atmosphere resulted in the emanation of liberty. In 1969, it was the product of an effort led by James. The color line was blurred, and the economic and Foreman, who drafted a statement demanding reparations, social barriers to freedom for Africans and some of in the amount of $500 million as compensation, protect the rights of black workers and their for the past mistreatments and capitalist exploitation families of 30 million African people. The Black Manifesto 8. To establish the International Black Appeal outlined significant reasons why white Christian to help produce additional capital for the churches and Jewish synagogues should support the establishment of cooperative businesses in the manifesto presented to and adopted by the national United States and in Africa, with a $20 million Black Economic Development Conference Startup Fund. In Detroit, Michigan, on April 26, 1969. Foreman presented these demands to the General Board meeting of 9. To establish a black university in the South with the National Council of Churches in New York, $130 million. City on Friday, May 2, 1969, and again by disrupting 10. To ensure that the Interreligious Foundation for Services at New York's Riverside Church on May 4, community organization allocate all 1969. Using the ENC, Foreman called for NCC unused funds to implement the demands of the financial support, claiming the church was part of the Black Manifesto. Vast system of controls over black people and their minds and should pay reparations. Foreman's present a Foreman, who linked the history of black enslavement, outlined and designated how the $500 million meant to the history of white supremacy in religious from the NCC would be spent to meet the following institutions, and the U.S. government felt that the demands. Black Manifesto represented the black community's collective response to years of white exploitation. 1. To use $200 million to establish a Southern land degradation and brutalization of African people bank to aid black farmers evicted from their worldwide. Foreman and other ENC leaders designed homes because they dared to defy white racist Nate. The following as the Black Manifesto slogan, practices in this country. 2. To establish 4 major publishing and printing. All roads must lead to revolution. Industries in the United States to be funded with united with whomever you can unite $10 million each. These publishing houses will neutralize wherever possible. Be located in Detroit, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and New York to help generate capital for further fight our enemies relentlessly. Cooperative investments in the black community. Victory to the people. 90. To provide jobs, and to alter the white life and good health to mankind. Dominated control of the printing industry. Resistance to domination by the white. 3. To establish 4 of the most advanced scientific Christian churches and futuristic television networks as an alternative, and the Jewish synagogues. To racist propaganda and to locate them in Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, and Washington, D.C. They revolutionary black power will need to be funded by $10 million each. We shall win without a doubt. 4. To establish a research center to provide reliable research on the problems faced by African. The ENC, which included organizers John People. This center will require no less than Watson, Mike Hamlin, Ken Cochran, John Williams, $30 million to be operational. And 20 others, called for the mass mobilization of 5. To establish a training center for teaching black people nationwide to support the manifesto. The community stakeholders' skills in community and elected a 24-member steering committee, development, with a $10 million startup fund consisting of former Revolutionary Action Movement members, and members of the Detroit Six. To use $10 million to develop a national welfare chapter of the Black Panther Party, the League of Center to work with welfare recipients and revolutionary black workers, and the Republic of Workers. New Africa, to provide leadership for the Seven. To use $20 million to establish the national campaign. RNA's leadership rejected the manifesto, Black Labor and Strike and Defense Fund to concentrate on its own work in Biasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:01 p.m. page 130. 130 Black Nationalism. Mississippi Reparations, Acquisition of Land in 5 Schutzer, Arnold. Reparations, the Black Manifesto Southern States, and Establishment of an Autonomous and its Challenge to White America. Philadelphia, J.B. Black Nation claiming that the manifesto had failed Lippincott. This is one of the best accounts of the history of the Black Manifesto. Them in not giving adequate consideration to acquisition and ownership of land and the large amount of start-up capital it required. The Black Manifesto, one of the first collective black nationalism demands for reparations, represented an important call for social change. It was the first such call proposed to the NCC that demanded it pay large sums of money to nationalism is the expression of a people's commit compensate millions of African Americans. Although meant to self-determination in all its scope and the manifesto's demands were not sustainable and Zion's. The nationalism of Africans in America is lacked the support of the SNCC, the Black Manifesto conscious expression of the self-determination of raised $500,000 for African American projects. People who have been forcibly abducted from their ironically, very little of the money went to the NC, homeland without the choice and/or means to return which was under investigation by the FBI and on their own terms. The historical development of Department of Justice. With the money it did receive, Africans and Europeans in America has involved the NC established the publishing house Black symbiotic relationship in which Africans have been star publications in Detroit and published the political exploited in the economic and political system of the thought of James Forman in 1970. The demands of U.S. social order. The nationalism of Africans in the Black Manifesto were not met and there are still America can be described as the belief in and vision of ongoing political discussions about reparations for independence from this exploitative relationship, and African American enslavement and oppression. The as a conscious political and socio-psychological move text of the Black Manifesto can be found in Arnold outside the sphere of influence. Thus, the ideas and Schutzer's reparations, the Black Manifesto and its praxis of African Americans that can be characterized challenge to white America, electronically for as nationalist, and perhaps Pan-African nationalist, are subscribers of the New York Review of Books, and inextricably linked to the hegemonic context that gave through formal requests made to the archives of Union rise to the pursuit of sovereignty and the idea that Theological Seminary, Harvard University, and the Africans in America constitute a cultural nation.